There was a little witch with rust-red hair who departed from her dilapidated home, accompanied by a plump serpent of modest intelligence. During her school years, she shared classes with Severus Snape, and upon graduation, she became colleagues with Lucius Malfoy, idolizing Gellert Grindelwald and diligently crafting clippings in his honor. In the climactic battle, she brandished her wand against Voldemort, casting the Avada Kedavra curse, and thereafter, she too became the subject of clippings, regarded with surprise and reverenced by those around her. Observers noted her increasingly radiant and unrestrained existence, yet unbeknownst to them, her journey had once mirrored that of a cornered beast, short-sighted, hesitant, lost, and in anguish. Chapter 1. A letter. Lilith had long understood that she must feign her absence before her parents. She often cast sidelong glances at her mother, who lay in bed, and at her father, who intermittently transformed into a large dog. They seldom spoke to her. Were it not for the loquacious house elf, Coco, she believed she might have remained mute to this day. Her previous life had been tranquil, a cycle of eating, sleeping in her dim little room, and occasionally frolicking on the grassy knoll outside. However, a perplexing dilemma arose when an owl delivered a letter that morning. Coco read the letter aloud, stating that she was required to attend a certain magical school, and needed to procure a plethora of books from a place in London. Yet, she recognized only a handful of words. The only time she had ventured beyond her home was to a small village, where she had discreetly observed a group of boys catching rabbits. The prospect of traveling to London, a place she had never even heard of, felt insurmountable. She would need to consult her mother about whether she could go. Though Coco could read her letters and attend to her needs while at home, the elf was forbidden to leave the house without her mother's command. A day passed without her mother's return. She had been absent for several days now. Lilith fixated on the gray owl, which stubbornly remained in the kitchen, as Coco explained that it was awaiting a reply. When Lilith mustered the courage to enter her father's room to discuss the matter, she was met with an expression of discomfort from her bedridden father. His brow furrowed tightly, and his thin lips pressed together as if they might vanish entirely. Struggling to prop himself up, he soon succumbed and fell back onto the bed. Lilith, my little star, in the blink of an eye, you have reached the age to attend school. Indeed, how you have grown over the years, he remarked. Ah, Hogwarts. What a magnificent school. You should be thrilled at the prospect of being chosen to attend. Your mother will undoubtedly be overjoyed. After all, you have never once exhibited a surge of magical power. Noru lay there, at a loss for words, having spent so little time with his daughter. The silence that enveloped them was palpable, and Lilith quickly produced the letter. Father, if I am permitted to go, could you assist me in replying? That bird in the kitchen will devour Coco's freshly baked cookies if it stays any longer. Observing his father instruct the elf to fetch a quill and ink, writing a series of loops and circles, Lilith glimpsed a word she recognized, one that signified consent. Her heart swelled, doubling in size. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could leave this three-story house, travel to London, and venture beyond the two mountains. She longed to see the fabled fountain of fortune from the books Coco had read to her, and maybe along the way she might encounter wizards with fuzzy hearts, goblins, fairies, giants, and oh yes, dementors. She envisioned herself like Harry Potter, keeping them close so that when she could no longer attend that school and returned here, someone would be there to accompany her. Oh, how exhilarating it all felt! If only her estranged father realized that his years of indifference had allowed strange books to ensnare his child, perhaps he would feel a twinge of guilt. After all, those books had been gifts when his wife, Shauna, purchased something. Now we merely await your mother's return to take you shopping. I wager she will be immensely pleased. For years we believed you were mute, and here I am in this state, because of me. Norris' lips pursed as he averted his gaze from Lilith's face, lost in memories. Those who spend prolonged periods in solitude often grapple with such issues, easily ensnared in their own worlds. Lilith had been very small when, due to competitive tensions, she was provided special care by a werewolf arranged by an adversary. The healers at St. Mungo's had declared that her fractured bones could heal, but it was unnecessary, as the remnants of dark magic rendered them dysfunctional. Thus, she remained confined to her bed. Moreover, it was a full moon, a time when the tapestry of the Black family tree likely bore yet another hole, or perhaps she had never been a part of that tapestry at all. Suddenly shaken from her reverie, Nora noticed Lilith still standing in the doorway, gazing at him. Go on, Coco, let the owl carry the letter. Lilith, it's late, you must rest. All right, good night, father. With a profound sigh of relief, Lilith swiftly closed the door and returned to the kitchen, savoring the remnants of cookies, unwilling to waste a morsel. Lying in bed for the first time, Lilith eagerly anticipated her mother's return. Although she had always cherished her mother, she often wished she would visit less frequently, as each appearance came with warnings. Stay away from your father, don't let him see you, and be cautious not to let the villagers catch sight of you. Would that owl manage to deliver the letter safely? Was the school truly in London as the letter claimed? Would she be allowed to accompany her mother? As she turned over, brushing the hair from her face, Lilith pondered that it was likely not permissible. If Coco accompanied her, What would become of her father? She had never seen him in the kitchen. Would he starve? Oh, and she might need to find a few articles of clothing for Coco to alter to her size. What would she eat at school if Coco were not there? Lost in thought, little Lilith clutched her bedsheets and drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. Stepping out upon rising the next day, she felt a slight ache in her tooth, likely a consequence of neglecting to brush her teeth the previous night. Little Lyle shrugged and patiently waited by the kitchen window. Where could her mother be? As she pondered this, a woman clad in a black cloak appeared like a phantom outside the garden, stumbling in with a large bag. After thrusting the bag into Coco's arms, she raised her wand to her chest, meticulously checking the integrity of the spell and the alert records. Once her task was complete, she strode purposefully into Lyle's father's bedroom. The amber-eyed woman offered not a glance towards little Lyle, but she was accustomed to this indifference. She merely hoped her father would remember to mention her school matters to her mother, ideally with Coco accompanying her. Despite her longing to venture out with her mother, it seemed a daunting prospect. The following morning, as her mother donned her cloak and instructed Coco on the arrangement of her father's new potion, Lyle realized her anticipated moment had not come to pass. Mother, I apologize for interrupting your schedule, but I need you to let Coco take me out. I need to buy supplies for school. Lyle gazed at her mother with hopeful eyes. School? Why would you entertain such a peculiar notion? Learning to wield tools like a Muggle gorilla? You must have picked this up from the Muggles in the neighboring village. I forbid you from associating with them. What school could you possibly attend? Shauna paused, observing the shame in her daughter's once bright eyes. You should be grateful for the food that sustains you in this house. How dare you make demands? Perhaps it was the volume of Shauna's voice. Or perhaps it was the way her father watched her leave each time she ventured out. But whatever the reason, he noticed the scene and amplified his voice with a spell, rendering him even weaker. Shauna, I believe I need you to come upstairs. Lyle stood in the yard, feeling a tingling in her fingertips. If her mother forbade her from attending school, would the letter be left for her? It seemed rain was imminent. Her left leg and arm consistently ached before a storm. She wondered if Coco had hung the laundry on the roof. The fruit she had picked from the tree last time, though somewhat sour, had a unique flavor. Perhaps she could gather a few more. As the rain began to fall, droplets splattered against Lyle's rusty red hair, the cool sensation prompting her to hurry indoors. She couldn't afford to fall ill. It would lead to prolonged discomfort. Coco, fetch me a suitable outfit quickly. We have half a day left. Shauna emerged from her husband's bedroom, struggling to comprehend that this calamity, this disgrace, could also become a witch, a travesty against Merlin himself. Perhaps she should not have allowed her to live past 11. The subordinate of that adult, once an adversary, perhaps justified such reasoning. Yet she could not. No had not spoken with her in ages, entrusting her to care for this child, his child. Shauna's gaze lingered on the spot where Lyle had stood, raising her wand momentarily before letting it fall. After wrapping Lyle and herself in black cloth, ensuring not a single hair of Lyle was visible, she cast several concealment and confusion spells. Shauna and her daughter then apparat to the entrance of a shop in Turnover Alley. After retrieving the list No had provided, she led Lyle through a filthy, dimly allée. The already narrow passage felt even more constricted by the goods and cages displayed by the vendors. However, little Lyle showed no disdain. She even yearned to reach out and touch the small snake in one of the cages. Just before she could be bitten, Shauna firmly pulled her into a shop. Shauna produced several crystal vials containing potions from her cloak, and placed them on the counter. These are the goods you ordered last time. Weighing the pouch of coins handed to her, Shauna deemed it reasonable, and waved her wand to dispel the tracking charm. The bandaged shopkeeper performed a mock bow, eagerly anticipating the next shipment. Here is the list. Is there anything else needed, dear young sir? Shauna shot an irritated glance at Lyle. Dear? Young sir? Lyle paid no heed to the shopkeeper's words, as she eagerly leaned over a barrel filled with mysterious goo. After leaving Turnover Alley and calculating her remaining funds, Shauna delightfully took Lyle to a second-hand shop in Diagon Alley, purchasing nearly half of the items on the list, including uniforms and books. Lyle turned to glance at the street corner. Just one turn revealed the previously grimy alley transformed into a bright and warm avenue. It felt as though she had crossed into another world. Shauna counted the remaining items on the list. Only the wand was left, the key to entering the wizarding realm. Chapter 3, Illiterate? In Ollivander's wand shop, a young girl was already in search of a wand that resonated with her. Indeed. We must recognize that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. The elderly man with silver eyes muttered as he sifted through potential wands. No, perhaps willow dragon heartstring, flexible, but he was cut off by a gust of wind conjured by the little witch, causing him to sputter. No. Let us try this one. He pushed Lyle into the shop, observing that the girl before them had yet to finalize her choice. Shauna instructed Lyle to wait for her wand, forbidding her from stepping outside or conversing with others until she returned. She then pulled out the list she had just received to procure her required materials. Did Lyle care where her mother had gone? She did. But her mother had promised to return, and Lyle trusted her. Her mind was consumed with the anticipation of when it would be her turn to experiment with these enchanting wands. Once the discerning girl had departed, Ollivander noticed the child patiently waiting in the corner, clad in concealing garments, appearing to be a small boy. Another first year, I presume? Oh, let us see which hand you favor. The right? Splendid. Now let us take a look at this one. A white wand was placed in Lyle's right hand. Wave it, child, give it a flick. With a splash, a jet of cool water doused both their heads. Ollivander, while casting 2 drying spells, extracted another box. Oh no. Let us try this one. Oak phoenix feather, 11 inches, remarkably powerful. A sudden gust of wind burst forth, flinging open the shop's doors and windows. The wind chimes jingling wildly as 2 chairs outside were shattered into pieces. The wand was snatched away again. Let us try again, shall we? Very powerful. Yet not suited to you, is it? How about this one? Hawthorn snake heartstring, 12 inches, quite flexible. Upon receiving it, Lyle felt as if her right hand had dipped into a cool pool on a summer day, the comfort radiating throughout her being, alleviating the aches in her left side that had accompanied the impending rain. As she waved the wand, a slender yet brilliant silver light danced across the ceiling. Yes. It appears this is the wand for you. It is a creation of my father S. Oh child, what is your name? Lyle had bowed, remained silent. The cloth wrapped around her head had not bothered her in her excitement, but now, clutching the wand, she felt a slight difficulty in breathing. She took a deep breath through the thick black fabric, preparing to announce her name, yet her attention was diverted by the jingling of the wind chimes at the entrance. Shauna had returned. Upon seeing the wand tightly gripped in Lyle's hand, she swiftly seized it, examining it closely. Hawthorn, you feeble wretch. Yet you should consider yourself fortunate. You still bear a hint of pure blood, thanks to the serpent's nerve. Ollivander, how much? Hurry, I am pressed for time. Ollivander squinted, seemingly unfazed by the rudeness of this faceless woman. Ever since that lord began to consolidate his power, indeed, everyone has been moving with a sense of urgency. 7 galleons. May I inquire about this young gentleman's surname? Merely a casual query, but the Ministry of Magic requires the registration of every wand. Shafiq. Though his family would not acknowledge this child, being a distant relative. Very well, I initially thought it would cost 11 galleons. Farewell, Ollivander. With determination, Shauna pulled Liz along as they strode out of the wand shop. Utilizing the levitation charm, she swiftly bound all their belongings together, feeling the few remaining coins in her pocket. Ignoring Liz's short legs, she hurriedly dragged her into a nearby tavern. It had been far too long since she had relaxed. The next item on her list was simple enough. A bottle of fire whiskey, the largest available. The rotund wizard behind the bar appeared quite inebriated, winking one eye and exclaiming, a discerning patron. The bigger the better. Isn't that so? Liz found the atmosphere rather unappealing, and the hasty movements made it harder for her to breathe. She reached for the cloth covering her mouth, attempting to pull it away slightly. Having paid for the liquor, Shauna abruptly smacked the back of her head, halting her actions. No sooner had they exited the tavern than Shauna yanked the cork from the bottle and took a hearty swig. She thrust the shopping list before Liz's eyes, urging her to hurry and check what else they needed to purchase. She had no time to accompany her again. Mommy, Liz licked her lips, the cloth on her face tasting strange. I can't understand what's written on it. Shauna could scarcely believe that her daughter would soon be attending school, and yet could not read. What was the point of buying her so many books? If you can't read, what are you going to do at school? Swing your little branch like a red-haired gorilla? As she spoke, Shauna took another swig of her drink. I have no time to teach you, and you must not appear before your father without knowing how to read. So, a primer it shall be. Thus, they returned to the second-hand shop to procure a literacy book. Upon realizing that this new student needed to learn, the shopkeeper gifted them a broken magic slate, which could be used for drawing and writing, and could be cleared with a simple incantation. Upon returning home, a rare occurrence took place. Their father requested to see Liz, inquiring about her outings and what transpired while purchasing her wand. Upon learning that Shauna had not bought her a pet, he cast a disapproving glance at her. Watching Liz incessantly tug at the cloth covering her face, No raised his wand, wishing to assist her in loosening the bindings. However, his frailty hindered him from controlling his magic effectively, and Liz's damp hair clung together after drying. Her hair and the cloth formed an entangled mess. Shauna joined in, eager to expedite the process so her husband could rest sooner. But the hair and fabric were intertwined too tightly, necessitating the use of a disillusionment charm. Observing the uneven-haired child before him, No managed a faint smile, which only served to deepen Shauna's sorrow. Her face flushed from drink, she grasped Liss's shoulders and pushed her towards Coco, sitting in the kitchen, while listening to Shauna's wails. Coco conferred with Liss, suggesting that the only option was to cut her hair short. It endeavored to shield its little mistress from the lamentations, though Liss had grown accustomed to them. Chapter 4, School. As night fell and Shauna departed, Coco kept Liss company as she drifted off to sleep, murmuring advice on how to care for herself. Liss felt quite weary, her left hand clutching her wand beneath her pillow while her right hand held Coco's, occasionally responding with a soft to indicate she was listening. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, Liss tightened her grip on the wand, which had only returned to her hands just before Shauna left, transformed from a black wand adorned with intricate carvings to a straight brown one with a silver band. An heirloom made of oak, with serpent's nerve, measuring 14 inches, crafted by Grigovich, gifted to her by Alan Black. She fell asleep. Time flew by swiftly, and little Liss felt as though she had yet to learn many words when the day to embark on her schooling arrived. Prior to her departure, her father engaged her in conversation, still separated by the confines of the bed and the door. Liss, Hogwarts will be your new hope. You shouldn't linger here and decay with me. I haven't even had the chance to see you properly. While I should not interfere with your path, I hope you will be a Slytherin. Liss did not fully comprehend, as she was unaware of what Slytherin entailed. Her father spoke at length, but she could not grasp his words. When the day finally came, Coco was tasked with escorting her to the train station. With tears streaming from its large, round eyes, Coco gazed sorrowfully at its little mistress preparing to embark on her journey. Oh, my little mistress, 11 years have passed, and now you are off to school. Please take care of yourself. Coco must return home to care for the master. Coco's loud sniffles accompanied its reluctance to part, and with a flicker, it vanished. With a moderately heavy but manageable load, Liss, ignoring her feelings of melancholy, looked at the steam-spewing red monster before her and exclaimed, "Wow, what is that?" The train even had vendors selling snacks, though Liss lacked the funds to indulge. A girl sharing her compartment confidently declared she would be a clever Ravenclaw and asked Liss, "Which house do you think you will join?" In truth, Liss was uncertain, but on the eve of her departure, her father had expressed his hope that she would be a Slytherin. Hearing this, the girl aspiring to Ravenclaw gave Liss a fleeting glance before abruptly leaving the compartment. As darkness descended, the train arrived at the station, yet she did not return. Donning a second-hand uniform and clutching her wand, Liss felt akin to the hero of the storybook at home, poised to leave a realm of silence for a bountiful land. Observing the throngs disembarking, it was bound to be lively, was it not? First years, follow me. They were directed as they boarded boats bound for the castle, a colossal shadow guiding them forward with a lantern. As Liss boarded the small vessel, she found herself lagging behind, perpetually tripping over her robes, causing her journey to fall significantly behind the others. In her haste, she nearly tumbled half into the water. Thankfully, a boy on the boat grasped her arm, preventing her from falling in, else she might have had to swim to her destination. As they approached the castle, Liss's anxiety grew. What if this school did not want her? Would she truly be relegated to an ordinary school, learning to wield tools like a gorilla, as her mother had suggested? Though she was unfamiliar with what a gorilla entailed, the tone her mother used when referencing it suggested it was not a compliment. Turning a corner, Liss gasped in awe at the castle once more. Wow, what is that? The boy beside her believed he had never heard the phrase wow, what is that? So many times in such a short span. The one expressing such wonder even reached out to touch the spectral blood dripping from the armor that had been speaking. Surely, that individual must be a Gryffindor, impulsive, rude, the boy thought to himself. A stern-looking witch entered the waiting room, informing the boisterous children of what they were to do next. The forthcoming sorting ceremony will determine the houses you shall belong to for the next 7 years. Subsequently, your performance will influence the allocation of points for your respective houses, ultimately deciding the fate of the coveted house cup. However, there is no need for anxiety. Simply take your seat when your name is called and don the sorting hat. With that, she ushered the children into 2 lines, leading them into the grand hall. Wow, what is this? Exclaimed the small boy standing beside Lilith, who swore that if he were to share a house with this chubby-cheeked young wizard, he would, if that individual were fortunate enough, gift him a copy of the Great Wizarding Almanac. They stood in rapt attention as a tattered hat sang an eccentric tune, with some words utterly foreign to Lilith's understanding. The sorting commenced, and due to the alphabetical order of the surname Black, Lilith found herself among the earlier names called. with a few students being sorted into Hufflepuff and Gryffindor before her. Starlys Black. Chapter 5. Not at all pitiful. Lilith inhaled sharply, clutching her swollen, crimson cheeks as she hurried toward the high stool, stumbling slightly along the way. As the hat obscured her vision, she overheard someone from her previous position declare, "I bet he is definitely a Gryffindor. Oh, let us see, interesting, indifferent to suffering Gryffindor, is it? Oh no, that seems a tad off. Perhaps self-preservation? An absolute pureblood. Indeed. Wow, you can talk. My goodness, can you come home with me?" The entirety of the hall was treated to Lilith's astonished exclamation, which elicited a wave of friendly laughter. Professor McGonagall beside her showed disapproval, yet refrained from speaking under the scrutinizing gaze of Headmaster Dumbledore. "Oh, believe me, I would love to venture out with you little wizards, to enrich my antiquated literary knowledge and inspire better opening songs for the future, but Slytherin," the first newcomer to Slytherin this year, did not seem to garner much enthusiasm from the house, receiving only a smattering of polite applause. Nevertheless, Lilith paid no heed. Still pondering the hat's words of gratitude for the invitation, she took her seat at the end of the silver and green table adorned with serpentine banners, waving hello to each inquisitive gaze, even though they would ultimately avert their eyes in disdain. "My goodness, look at that wretched red-haired urchin looking just like a Weasley. Narcissa, have your blacks fallen so far that you can't afford new robes?" A wave of mocking laughter reached Lilith's ears as she glanced at the girl being derided, who appeared strikingly beautiful and radiant. Was this indeed the Black of whom her father warned? The one not to provoke unless she maintained a top-3 position in class? A sufficiently prosperous family must surely possess countless relatives, wouldn't he it? "Are you to be counted among the Carrows, where one could tally the members on a single hand?" replied a dark-haired girl beside Narcissa. Lilith longed to wring the waterlogged fabric of her robe, which now felt heavy and frigid, but she hesitated. The brief exchange between the two upperclassmen had drawn the gaze of nearly everyone at the Slytherin table. Her teeth ached, her arms and legs throbbed, and Lilith feigned great interest in the floor, offering a generous applause as another young wizard was sorted into Slytherin, grateful for the distraction. Yet, soon enough attention returned, sparked by a boy named Sirius Black being sorted into Gryffindor. He even cast a taunting glance toward the Slytherin table. The coarse-voiced Carrow girl resumed her jeering, "Aha! Let us see. After the urchin, your blacks have produced a Gryffindor. Have you fully assimilated with the Weasleys? Lucius, look at your fiancée. How does she merit sitting beside you?" The boy named Sirius Black must hold significant importance, thought Lilith, as the sparkling Narcissa appeared momentarily stunned, her radiance dimmed. However, the sorting would not cease for a few children's banter. Fresh blood continued to arrive at the Slytherin table, due to the nature of the ceremony. Lilith could not recall their names, yet one boy, dark-haired with black eyes, stood out, Severus Snape. Lilith mused about how he donned a man-esque shirt and trousers while she wore a feminine ensemble, and they both seemed to mirror each other in their attire. She had encountered him earlier on the train while searching for the elusive girl in her compartment, where he stood beside a striking red-haired girl, engaged in a quarrel with the Gryffindor sorted Black, surrounded by several boys mocking Snape, evoking a sense of pity. What of that fiery-haired girl? Surely she would be sorted into Slytherin, as she was a friend of Snape's. Lily Evans. Gryffindor. Oh, Lilith wagered, recalling the bespectacled boy who had mocked Snape, undoubtedly reveling in his triumph over him. Wow, isn't Snape irate? Yet, what could Snape do? Of course he was furious. Yet he could not storm over to Gryffindor to reclaim Lily. Instead, he redirected his ire towards the small wizard who persistently stared at him. "If you could kindly remove your cloak, saturated with the waters of the Black Lake, from my vicinity, I would express my gratitude, provided you cease your relentless gaze upon me." Snape observed that the one who scrutinized him wore equally tattered garments, perhaps even more so than his own, and the sharp retort he had intended to utter faltered. Lilith swallowed hard. What a menace, utterly unpitiful. Chapter 6. A scuffle on the first day? As the elderly gentleman with the long beard proclaimed the feast to commence, Lilith yearned to shift from the green table to the red and gold one. Were the diners at this green table all mute while consuming their meals? In the presence of such an array of delicacies, their lack of surprise was bewildering. They merely took a meager portion, their plates resembling those of owls delivering messages. As Lilith internally bemoaned the peculiarities of her fellow Slytherins, she noticed that they too bore frowns, particularly Narcissa, whose brother had sullied the family name by choosing Gryffindor. This was no trivial matter. And here sat another Black whom she did not know, yet it must be said, he was truly uncouth and impolite. His table manners brought shame upon the Blacks once more. Alas, Lilith had never encountered such an array of peculiar delicacies. With her throbbing teeth, she found it impossible to refrain from gnawing on a chicken leg, even as she hissed in discomfort. Following dessert, she felt as if she might vomit during the school song. New students intending to converse with her during the head prefect's guidance back to their dormitory were dissuaded by the sight of her damp, tattered robe. Despite her most courteous smile, after the feast, the new students were escorted by their respective prefects back to their designated dormitories and territories. The female prefect of Slytherin led her small snakes from the grand hall down the marble steps toward the dungeons, halting before a stone wall. Password: Pureblood. New students, remember this password well. Each time you return to our common room, you must answer correctly. If you fail to do so, you shall have no choice but to sleep in the corridors of the dungeon. Lily trotted behind the group, diligently memorizing the pronunciation of the incantations while absent-mindedly tracing her fingers over the small serpent carved into the wall. As she watched the stone wall part, she hurriedly followed the others into the chamber. The atmosphere enveloped her in a somber, verdant hue, yet it exuded an undeniable opulence. She had anticipated that this would mark the end of her journey, allowing her to retire for the night. However, the head girl had not informed them where they were to sleep. Observing the frowning yet still radiant Narcissa, and the platinum-haired boy seated nearby bidding her good night, Lily felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. The senior leading them stood at the center of the lounge, dismissing the central sofa with a wave of her hand, and addressed the newcomers with an air of authority. Since you have all been chosen to join Slytherin, it is your responsibility to uphold its glory. We are elegant and composed, filled with ambition, and pursue victory. She paused briefly, casting a glance at the short-haired, rust-red wizard. We are Slytherin, and the honor of Slytherin is safeguarded by purebloods and strength. Now let us determine the top first-year student. Lily never imagined that on her first day of school, she would be required to engage in a duel with wands. Her mother's modified wand was thick, heavy, and long. She struggled to wield it steadily for casting spells, managing only a few erratic flourishes. Starlys Black. After witnessing the previous victor receive a hearty round of applause, Lily felt compelled to prove herself. But it dawned on her that she had yet to learn any spells. Before she could contemplate her next move, a leg-locking curse was hurled her way. As she dodged, Lily lost her balance and tumbled onto the carpet of the lounge, glancing up at the crowd looming over her in a state of panic and fear. Desperately, she swung her wand, which was sufficiently long, and struck the boy's knee. The tip of her wand emitted a brilliant silver light that enveloped his head. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily blinded, Lily attempted to rise, but her legs were firmly glued together, leaving her to awkwardly sit up instead. Unsure of her next course of action, the boy, employing some magic to dispel the radiant glow, ultimately emerged victorious. Lily shifted to lean against a nearby sofa, her cloak soaked beneath her. Well then, esteemed new students, I hope you remember. Glory comes first. Now find your dormitories and rest. The nameplates are on the doors. And do not forget to check the class schedules on your desks. The boys' dormitory is over there, while the girls' is in the opposite direction. The platinum-haired head boy even encouraged a few of the outstanding students with a pat on the shoulder. Oh, and by the way, stupefy, the head girl waved her wand, lifting the leg-locking curse from the defeated students. After the head girl had dispelled her own leg-locking curse, Lily remained seated for quite some time. The floor was cold, and her legs ached from maintaining a straight position for too long. Soon, the common room grew sparse as everyone retreated to their dormitories to organize their belongings. On the first day of school, there were always new items that required arranging. Once Lily finally stood up, a dark-haired boy emerged holding a book adorned with a mushroom illustration. It seemed he intended to read by the fireplace. Hey Snape, hello. I mean good night. Lily greeted, realizing he was the only person in Slytherin willing to speak to her thus far. The looks from others felt akin to those of her mother, and she suspected they would not converse with her again. As she moved toward the girls' dormitory, Snape seemed surprised, for the boys' dormitory was in the opposite direction. I know. You are a girl, Snape exclaimed, astonished. His impression of the young witch had been vague, perhaps due to his lack of careful observation. Yet he was taken aback to learn she was female. How had he not noticed? Lily pressed her hand against her swollen lips, murmuring, I suppose so. Noting that Snape had no intention of continuing the conversation, she cupped her chin and leaned against the doors, searching for one with her name inscribed upon it. If your intellect were of average caliber, you would understand that a single bottle of dental potion from the infirmary could swiftly resolve your issue. Rather than hissing rudely at the dining table, Lily glanced back at the dark-haired boy, offering him a smile before entering the last dormitory. Chapter 7. The First Lesson. Inside the dormitory, another girl had already organized her belongings, and was resting behind her bed curtains. The dormitory housed 2 students per room. Yet each bed was draped with curtains of deep green velvet fabric, creating a serene haven of solitude. Observing the pile of luggage on the floor, Lily hastily tossed her belongings into the wardrobe and onto the adjacent desk, yearning to retire to her bed. However, she recalled Coco's admonition. Little mistress. In the absence of Coco's reminders, you must maintain the good habits of a lady. Indeed, with Coco no longer by her side, she had to brush her teeth herself. Ouch, my teeth. The dormitory was equipped with a washroom, and Lily stared at the oversized white bathtub for several moments, barely restraining her impulse to play in the water tonight. After all, she had already splashed about in the Black Lake, hadn't she? Before succumbing to slumber, she struggled to glance at her class schedule. The first lesson tomorrow was Transfiguration. Running late, Lily stood hesitantly outside the Transfiguration classroom, reluctant to enter. As she peered inside, the door swung open abruptly, nearly colliding with her nose. My dear, Professor McGonagall glanced down at the nameplate on her uniform. Black, if you could transform into a clock, I believe you would be more punctual, wouldn't you? Now please find a seat and sit down. Professor McGonagall approached the podium and resumed her lecture. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and perilous subjects in your curriculum. I will ask any mischievous wizards waving their wands foolishly to leave my classroom to prevent them from endangering themselves or others. Now, who can tell me if Lily listened intently alongside a Gryffindor student from a non-magical family, both of them bewildered by the concepts presented? The terminology was entirely foreign to her. She had never even heard the word law before. She retrieved the literacy book her mother had purchased for her, attempting to decipher the words based on their phonetics, only to discover that the results were explanations in a language she did not understand. Explaining another language, she understood even less. Now, take out your wands and attempt to transform this matchstick into a needle. Lily flinched at the sight of the matchsticks distributed to each student. What? Are we really starting Transfiguration already? What had Professor McGonagall just said? What was the incantation? Taking a deep breath, she spotted Lily, the fiery-haired girl seated at the front, and Snape nearby. Lily attentively listened to their incantations and wand movements, attempting to mimic them. Then, oh heavens, Black, what are you doing? In front of Lily, not only had the pitiful matchstick transformed, but a significant portion of the table had morphed into an odd silver hue, ignited by a strange colored flame. Professor McGonagall waved her wand to disperse the nearby students, attempting 2 or 3 incantations before extinguishing the flames, yet the table's color remained unchanged. Gazing at the singed hair and soot-darkened face of the little witch, the deductions for points changed upon noticing the old Transfiguration textbook and literacy book cradled in her arms. You need to visit the infirmary to check for any burns. Do you require someone to accompany you? Lily hastily declined, insisting she could manage on her own, muttering apologies as she ducked out of the classroom. The mocking laughter from the Gryffindors and the displeased expressions of the Slytherins made her feel exceptionally uncomfortable, especially the bespectacled dark-haired boy and that Gryffindor Black. She inquired about the portraits and the talking suits of armor as she made her way to the infirmary. Upon seeing her, Madame Pomfrey's immediate reaction was to give her face a thorough clean. Child, how did you manage to get yourself into such a state? Let me see. Oh, a first-year student. As she watched the singed hair disintegrate into nothingness, Lise explained the reason for her visit. Madame Pomfrey, observing the young girl's face, cast 2 diagnostic spells, but curiously received no magical feedback. She resorted to a physical examination. No burns, dear. It seems your hair simply needs to grow a bit longer. Also, you require a vial of Dentinus potion. Just look at your swollen, glowing cheeks. As Lise gazed at the crystal vial filled with a vibrant green liquid, the invigorating scent immediately revitalized her senses. So this was the Dentinus potion that Snape had spoken of. After downing the potion and remaining in the infirmary for observation, Lise savored the lingering taste, shivering slightly at its remarkable flavor. A delightful blend of Rehmannia and mint that sent a chill to her very core. Madam, may I inquire what time it is? I have another class to attend, and I fear I might be late. Oh child, let me see. Madame Pomfrey raised her wand, and time appeared before her. There's still a bit of time, dear. You may stay here a little longer. Madam, might you teach me that spell? I always lose track of time, and I was late to Professor McGonagall's class. Oh child, that falls under the curriculum of charms class. Consider the reason you are here. I cannot guarantee I will be able to teach you so swiftly. Madame Pomfrey winked at her. But let me see. I believe I have an unused pocket watch somewhere. The watch flew to her, but she furrowed her brow. No, not this one. Where did I put it? With a sigh, Madame Pomfrey turned away, surrounded by tattered robes, books, and untamed magic, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings for the poor child. However, Lise did not share that sentiment. Madame Pomfrey was truly kind. A pocket watch, how marvelous. After acquiring the watch, she even learned from Madame Pomfrey how to read it, helping organize and clean the potion bottles in the infirmary that couldn't be enchanted before bidding farewell. Chapter 8. What I wear is none of your concern. After inquiring for directions, she arrived outside the history of magic classroom. The lesson had yet to commence, and some students lingered in the corridor, chattering away. Look at you, Snevelis, with your greasy hair. Can't you afford our family's shampoo? This came from a bespectacled boy with dark hair, indicating their animosity had followed them from the train to Hogwarts. Damn Potter, with a brain the size of a pinhead. All you can do is rely on your family's legacy. This was Snape. Lise had always sensed that this dark-haired, dark-eyed boy possessed a remarkable tongue. Enough, interjected the red-haired Lily, whom Lise was not particularly fond of. It seemed Snape's altercation with them on the train stemmed from her. Yet now she stood beside Potter. Shrugging, Lise squatted in a corner, perusing her literacy book while awaiting the class. However, the flames of conflict inexplicably drew closer, as Black mocked Snape's robes as if they were picked from the rubbish heap. Nearby, a young wizard murmured, that Black from Slytherin has robes even older than this. Lise quickly stood up, attempting to evade the fray, but evidently she failed. Over there, Potter and Snape were arguing Snevelis. Pinhead. Meanwhile, Sirius Black confrontingly approached Lise, demanding to know how she was related to him. Lise could only recite what her father had taught her. My dad is Alan Black, and my mother is Shauna Black. Our family has been in England since my grandfather's time. We may not be closely related. Sirius Black scrutinized her, his familiarity with her gray eyes raising doubts. Since there's no relation, then mind your own business and stay quietly in your corner. Look at what you're wearing. Is that rat skin? Lise felt a surge of anger. She had been huddled in the corner long enough, and although old, this was her mother's first gift to her. What I wear is none of your concern. None of my concern? That rag you brought from the slums is offending my eyes. The chatter of others offends my ears. You reek of poverty, just like that Snevelis, and it gives me a headache. A feeble-looking boy beside him tugged at his sleeve, attempting to halt his tirade. Sirius. Attacking others will not change what is unchangeable. You shouldn't do that. Class is starting soon. Let us go choose our seats. As they passed Potter, Lupin pulled him away too. Lise overheard Lily Evans say to James Potter, "You're such a pompous fool," while he sniffled loudly. Hogwarts was too cold. She felt a bit under the weather. Sitting in a corner of the classroom, Lise found herself alone, glancing over at those annoying individuals, and then at Lily and Snape sitting together. She opened her literacy book, beginning to review the meanings of the words. Yet another lesson concluded, where she hadn't grasped a word the ghostly teacher had said. Finally, it was time for dinner. Having woken up late in the morning, she had not eaten, making her feel as if last night's meal had been a mere illusion, for how could she be so hungry? Following the throng downstairs to the great hall in anticipation of a meal, she could hardly contain her cheer as steaming dishes appeared on the tables. Lifting a cup filled with a sticky yellow beverage, Lise wondered, what is this? Regardless, she took a sip, fearing she might choke on the bread. Ugh, what is this? It's gooey and slimy. She fought the urge to spit it out, recalling Snape's mention of table etiquette the previous night. She could not afford to be ostracized. Her roommate had neglected to invite her to class that morning, and she did not wish to wander the castle alone in the future. She made an effort to correct her posture, observing the elegant dining manners of the older students, though her imitation fell short. Yet it was certainly an improvement from the previous night. During the meal, she did not spot Snape, but could hear the raucous laughter of the Gryffindors. Lise looked up at the enchanted ceiling, bright with sunshine, and wished to seize the moment to explore outside. The castle by day must look even more splendid. Stepping outside, Lise joyfully sprinted across the vast lawn, with the Black Lake nearby, surrounded by fences and a grandstand, and in the distance, a modest cottage with smoke curling from its chimney. Everything felt rather different from home. Curious about who might reside in that cottage, especially given it was adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, which Professor Dumbledore had warned the students against approaching if they wished to avoid suffering and death. After running enough, she sought refuge in the shade of a tree, reclining on the grass. Last night, she hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate her dormitory. She hoped her window could see this tree, which towered magnificently. She pulled out her literacy book and carefully flipped open the middle pages, continuing her reading. Chapter 9. The Importance of Clear Awareness. As the sun drifted westward, the spot where she lay gradually basked in sunlight, warming her black school robe and causing her to perspire slightly. Grasping her book and wand, she resolved to find another place to continue her reading, but noticed Lily and Snape practicing the needle-turning spell beneath a beech tree. Sunlight and shadows danced upon them, and Snape's unusually articulate mouth had fallen silent. Lee sensed a different essence in his gaze directed at Lily, one that contrasted with the gloom of the previous night. Hope, purity. Lily, with vibrant enthusiasm, shared her insights on successfully performing the transformation spell, and as she turned, she caught sight of the red-haired Slytherin boy from last night's feast watching them in the sunlight. Though Lilith harbored a certain aversion towards the girl, she was reluctant to incinerate any more tables or singe her own hair. With a sheepish smile, she approached and greeted them. "Hello, Evans, hello, Snape?" Disregarding the displeasure evident on Snape's countenance. "I apologize for the interruption, but could you teach me how to transform?" Lilith, with scant experience in social interactions, hesitated, brushing her fingers through her hair. "I wish to avoid being dismissed from Transfiguration class again." Lily Evans, who held a disdain for Slytherin, regarded Lilith with a hint of caution. Although she felt too embarrassed to outright refuse, she was not particularly inclined to engage with any Slytherin student apart from Snape. "Sorry, but I'm not sure how to teach you," she replied. "However, I do have my notes from Transfiguration class. You may take a look," she offered, extending a red-covered notebook across Snape. "Wow, thank you." Lilith's opinion of Lily shifted. She was truly kind. Clutching the notebook, she retreated to the farthest corner of their gaze beneath a tree, where she picked up a small twig and placed it far from the notebook to commence her experiments. After an indeterminate number of attempts, Lily Evans exclaimed, "No!" The grass before Lilith, along with the twig, was obliterated, leaving behind remnants that shimmered silver. Evans occasionally glanced at Lilith's practice and noticed that Black, while waving his wand, unconsciously raised his arm and mispronounced the incantation. Unable to endure further blunders, she finally interjected. "Your arm." Lily Evans pinched Lilith's sleeve, steadying her arm. "Recite with me." Gazing at the needleless twig on the ground, Lilith felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. "Wow. This is my first successful spell. You're amazing, Miss Evans." Her gray eyes sparkled as they focused on Lily, making the latter feel somewhat bashful. "It's nothing, Thank you for the compliment." Observing the gentleman's shirt peeking from Lilith's robe and her singed short hair, Evans found it difficult to determine how to address her. Spotting Snape, who loomed ominously behind Lily, Lilith hastily brushed the notebook clean and bid farewell to Lily. Holding the transformed metallic stick aloft, she returned to the dormitory elated. With no classes in the afternoon, she intended to indulge in some water play and continue her literacy practice. Upon reaching the entrance of the common room, she attempted to pronounce the incantation correctly twice before the door swung open. Lilith hurried inside, finding her roommate absent, leaving her alone in the room. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtains adorned with silver strands, bracing herself for the sunlight. "Wow, what's this?" In the lower right corner outside the window, she spotted a cluster of water plants, a small octopus clinging to the glass, and 2 fish swimming about. Her dormitory lay at the lake's bottom, and the window was entirely submerged in water. Unconsciously, she touched the junction between the window and the wall, a flicker of anxiety surfacing as she worried about waking up one day to find herself drowned. It dawned on her then. No wonder it had been so cold in the common room, and while sleeping last night, as she had been resting beneath the water. How amusing! With a newfound curiosity, she contemplated revisiting the common room, having been too fatigued upon her arrival the previous night to truly observe her surroundings. Hogwarts is truly marvelous, she mused, gazing in awe at the expansive wall and the semicircular glass ceiling that allowed sunlight to illuminate the emerald waters and the aquatic life within. A colossal octopus drifted past the glass dome, seemingly relishing the rare sunshine. Lilith clutched the needleless twig until it reverted to its original form, curling up in a corner on a sofa, listening to 2 first-years chatting nearby. It was in that moment she reaffirmed that her home was indeed different from others. She yearned to engage in conversation, yet regardless of gender, anytime someone noticed her, they gracefully vacated their seat or completely ignored her. At this moment, it seemed that no one at Hogwarts wished to converse with her. Oh, except for Evans and Snape. Upon further reflection, Madame Pomfrey was quite lovely as well. Resuming her seat on the corner sofa, she retrieved the silver pocket watch hanging from her neck, opened it to glance inside before closing it again. Unable to resist peeking once more. Embracing it, Lilith leaned back against the sofa, joyfully twisting about. After a brief rest in her dormitory, the sky had yet to darken, and dinner was still far off. Lilith resolved to return to the tree and practice that transformation spell once more. Following 3 unsuccessful attempts resulting in silver craters, she finally conjured another needleless metallic stick. Overjoyed, she created a row of metallic sticks, stowing them in her robe's pocket. Sensing the sky darkening, she hastily checked her watch, realizing it was time to return and wash her clothes before dinner. However, upon returning to the dormitory, no matter how much she rummaged, she could not locate her damp robe from the previous night, even though she distinctly remembered placing it at the foot of her bed. Growing anxious proved futile. As she recalled the events, she made her way to the great hall, preparing to have dinner. Seated at the end of the long table, she realized she had arrived a bit early. Apart from herself, there were only 2 upperclassmen at the Slytherin table engaged in writing on a large piece of parchment together. Out of boredom, she began counting the metallic sticks in her pocket while observing the adjacent blue table. The flag hanging above, a blend of metallic bronze, depicted an eagle, Ravenclaw. The students seated there were either engrossed in books or occupied with their writing. Next to them was the yellow and black table, where 4 young wizards exchanged snacks. The flag above displayed a small black and white creature, and a black frog leaped from a snack bag onto one of the students' heads, causing a bout of laughter. At the opposite end of the hall was Gryffindor, adorned with crimson and gold. The noise emanating from that table was so boisterous that Lilith felt it might lift the roof of the great hall. A wizard sporting numerous small braids even stood atop the table, mimicking something. Lilith deemed this behavior inappropriate, considering that food would soon be served. Turning her gaze back to the teacher's table at the hall's front, which remained empty, she felt there was still some time before dinner commenced, prompting her to pull out her literacy book. As the number of students in the hall increased, Lilith found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her reading. Gryffindor was simply too loud. She glanced up at the teacher's table, hoping a professor might intervene, only to find the acting headmaster, Dumbledore, looking on with a pleased expression towards Gryffindor's direction. Silently, she tucked her literacy book back into her robes, awaiting the meal. Tonight's dinner was not as extraordinary as the previous evening's, yet it remained delicious. Regrettably, the platter of sausages lay a bit too far from her reach. Lilith concluded her meal with thoughts of the sausages lingering in her mind. She even took a piece of bread to have on hand in case she overslept again in the morning. Having a clear understanding of oneself is a rare and precious thing. Tapterdief, el albo. Due to her roommate returning late the previous night, the sounds of her washing up were quite loud, and Lilith even heard a book crash to the floor. So fatigued was she that Lilith could not muster the strength to peek out from her bed curtains. The morning held a herbology class before lunch. Although she arrived on time for class, she was late for breakfast. She could only nibble on the dry bread that had become stale overnight. Slumped on the sofa in the common room, watching the small fish swim in the lake, Lilith prepared to peruse the herbology textbook, which, along with potions, piqued her interest due to its many illustrations, despite the numerous incomprehensible words. The robe she had been unable to find last night now hung neatly at the head of her bed, clean and seemingly pressed. When she donned it, it draped elegantly, the calming green hue enhancing her complexion, rendering it truly beautiful. Lilith also realized that there must be house elves present, for it would be utterly unrealistic to maintain such a vast castle in spotless condition without their assistance. As she gazed at her book, glancing at the time, she rose to prepare for an early departure to seek out greenhouse number 1, where her herbology class was held outdoors. It was imperative to set off promptly. Upon noticing that her neatly arranged clothes had become wrinkled from her reclining position on the couch, she felt a twinge of annoyance. After brushing off the crumbs that clung to her attire, she attempted to smooth out the fabric, only to find it a futile endeavor. Thus, she hurriedly exited the common room. On the grassy slope, Lily's striking red hair came into view from a distance, confirming to her that she had indeed located greenhouse number 1. An arduous task, made more challenging by the absence of any sculptures or portraits to inquire for directions. Lily once again surveyed her surroundings, subconsciously seeking a secluded corner to await the start of class, but fortuitously encountered a group of students approaching. With a sudden pivot, she turned to retreat in the opposite direction. However, her exaggerated movement caught the attention of Potter. "Ah, serious, isn't that a rat's pelt?" he jeered. "Indeed it was. What's this? Serious, you still can't read?" he remarked as he snatched the literacy book she was clutching and shook it vigorously by its spine. The laughter from the group was jarringly discordant. Potter even had the audacity to smooth his hair, while casting a glance at Lily Evans. "Yes, I can't read. Might I have my book back?" Lily extended her hands, calmly requesting her property. Although perplexed by the assertion of being a future dark wizard, she realized that without her literacy book, her prospects for future lessons would be dire. "Indeed I can't read," Sirius Black mockingly mimicked, squinting his eyes in a grotesque manner before thrusting the disheveled book back into Lily's embrace. "Trash belongs in the gutter. Perhaps you might even find a few nuts in there." Silently, Lily gathered the scattered pages from the ground, carefully tucking them back into the book. which she cradled without uttering another word. Bored, Sirius Black sauntered back towards his friend Potter. Miss Evans, herbology class requires partners. May I have the honor of inviting you to join me? Potter squeezed in beside Lily Evans. No thank you, Lily replied, raising her chin defiantly towards Snape. I'm already partnered with Severus. Please seek someone else. Oh, come on, Lily. Why do you always stand by that Slytherin? Look at him, dressed like my house elf. You shouldn't say that. Severus is my good friend. House elves are enslaved by wizards and are denied even the right to wear clothes. Lily found Potter's comments excessively harsh. Perhaps that's all you can say, Potter, considering your brain has sprouted weeds. Lily thought, feeling a twinge of pride for Snape. Lamenting her own inability to articulate such clever retorts. If only she had said something similar to that Black. As the argument escalated, Potter raised his wand, but just then, Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor, arrived, donning a somewhat tattered hat. Oh dear, children, gather your books and wands. We won't be needing them for our first lesson. She unlocked the greenhouse door while weaving between Potter and Snape. Lily suspected the professor's actions were deliberate. Lily quickly ushered Snape into the greenhouse and chose a centrally located spot. From the previous lesson, she had discerned that Slytherins and Gryffindors were not on friendly terms, with both sides exchanging icy glares. She shrugged. She felt unwelcome by both factions. After explaining the operational requirements of the greenhouse, Professor Sprout requested everyone to gather around a peculiar plant that twisted and coiled on the ground, its tendrils secreting a faint slime. Who can tell me the name and characteristics of this plant? A poised Slytherin elegantly raised their hand, responding, this is the Devil's Snare. A carnivorous plant that constricts its prey, and can discern whether the victim is still struggling to decide whether to release them. Therefore, one must remain calm and relaxed to escape. Additionally, Devil's Snare typically thrives in dark environments, shunning the light. Its current weakened state is due to the greenhouse's brightness. Correct, dear. Slytherin earns 5 points. By the end of the lesson, Lily was utterly delighted, as she could comprehend everything, her earlier vexation over the damaged literacy book dissipating. After class, everyone traversed the grassy hillside back to the Great Hall for dinner, with some discerning Slytherins returning to their dormitories for a quick shower. Lily found her seat at the end of the table, and, noticing that dinner had yet to commence, suddenly recalled something. She stood up and exited the hall, making her way to the 4 large funnels that displayed the house points, directly facing the entrance. Each funnel, adorned in their respective house colors, held different gemstones, serving as the point counters. She touched her nose, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and softly addressed the funnel containing Slytherin's green gems. Professor Sprout awarded you 5 points in this morning's herbology class. Noticing no response from the funnel, she repeated her statement. Just then, a young wizard emerged from around the corner. Don't be alarmed. The gems were added to your points as soon as the professor finished speaking. Isn't that quite magical and convenient? This young wizard, sporting a Hufflepuff badge, continued. Dinner should be starting soon, but if I may say, Hogwarts food is rather monotonous. Isn't it? I truly wish the house elves could refine their culinary skills. Lily was at a loss for words, feeling indifferent, as she had dined on the meals prepared by the house elf Coco for so many years. How could she describe Coco's cooking? Perhaps it bordered on tedious. Well, I think it's quite all right. Hogwarts food is far superior to what I've had before. It's just inconvenient for takeout. I sometimes find it hard to rise in the mornings, Lily confessed, unsure why she felt compelled to share this. Perhaps reluctant to forfeit the precious opportunity for conversation. Oh, that's where your dormitory falls short. Ours is right next to the kitchen, allowing us to grab food whenever we like. The house elves are incredibly hospitable. The young wizard slowed his pace. Some of our upperclassmen can even transfigure a lunchbox, so we can eat on the go, but I'm still too young to have mastered it. Indeed, transfiguration is quite challenging. I still haven't managed to transform a complete needle, only getting to. As she spoke, Lily rummaged through her pockets, only to remember she had changed clothes, and those branches had turned into small metal rods in her other robe. She drew her wand, intending to conjure a simple transformation for the young wizard across from her, but to her dismay, her self-proclaimed proficiency faltered once again, turning the feather quill affixed to his robe into a shimmering silver. Merlin, that is truly cool, isn't it? It makes my robe look fantastic. Lily marveled, relieved that it had not erupted into an explosion or flames. How splendid Merlin was. I'm L.I.Bois from Hufflepuff. You can call me L. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Starlise Black from Slytherin. You may call me Lily. It was evident that Lily was exceedingly pleased, her smile stretching to its limits. After a brief handshake, the two entered the Great Hall. As dinner was commencing, and the entrance began to fill with more students. Chapter 11 Dazzled. As they dined, Lily reflected on her schedule. It seemed there were no classes in the afternoon. What should she do today? First, she needed to master the new words she had encountered to avoid any further embarrassment. And later, she would venture outside the castle to practice that transfiguration spell again. Why can't I succeed like Evans does? After a brief nap, Lily gathered her textbooks and literacy book, ready to settle into the corner sofa of the common room. But what did her eyes behold? A newspaper. The page was densely filled with text, accompanied by a photograph occupying a significant portion of the space, depicting a woman who incessantly adjusted her hair, while casting flirtatious glances towards those outside the newspaper. In an instant, the textbook lost its already scant allure. She picked up a literacy book to examine the name of the newspaper, The Prophet, and gazing at the photograph, Lee struggled to read the text below. It recounted the romantic escapades of Mrs. Zabini, who after the death of her husband, inherited a vast fortune. Though lacking in substance, Lees found immense satisfaction within. As the author painstakingly detailed the extraordinary effects that prized potions could bestow, there were silver artifacts crafted before the Goblin Wars, and the treasured notes of an ancient wizard, which described a world that seemed utterly fantastical to Lees. Previously, she had believed that magic merely involved transportation from one place to another, explosions, flames, movement, transformation. Now, she discovered that beyond the mere waving of a wand, magic encompassed so many wondrous aspects, particularly potions. The text spoke of brewing glory and miracles, conjuring images of her mother skillfully chopping, slicing, and grinding ingredients before a cauldron. She remained engrossed in the newspaper until the corner grew dim, and only then did she look up to realize that night had fallen. Oh, dinner. If she didn't hurry, she might miss it. Fortunately, Lise had a small pudding in her left hand and a donut in her right. She made it just in time for dessert, which was a delightful turn of fortune. After missing breakfast, sitting in the Charms classroom made Lise exceedingly uncomfortable. For Professor Flitwick had mentioned Professor McGonagall's request for assistance in transforming a silver table back to its original color in the Transfiguration classroom. This underscored the significance of pronunciation and gestures in the standard spells that could not directly aid them. He recounted a tale of a wizard who, due to incorrect pronunciation while using the levitation charm, found himself lying on the ground with an African buffalo standing on his chest. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive man with a suspected fairy lineage, always stacked high piles of books behind the lectern to peer over and address the students. He explained that the table's transformation relied on the complete consumption of its magical energy before reverting to its original hue, emphasizing that this student possessed an extraordinary talent for unalterable charms, a feat few could rival. Well then, let us learn our first spell. Lumos, a very commonly used charm. Indeed. Please everyone lower your wands and repeat the incantation after me, twice. Now commence your practice. Within 2 minutes, a few students managed to produce a faint glow at the tips of their wands. Excellent. Stabilizing that light would be even better. Slytherin gains 3 points. Lise earnestly recalled Professor Flitwick's gestures and pronunciations as she lifted her 14-inch, thick, and heavy wand. Lumos. Lumos. As the class neared its conclusion, only a handful of students, including Lise, had not succeeded. Her hands trembled. Yet where was the light? Surely there should be light. Flitwick had been observing this child mentioned by McGonagall in the staff room, fearful that his classroom would bear a permanent silver stain. Until now, he had felt reassured and planned to start guiding from the front row, correcting the young witch's pronunciation. In an instant he thought he might be blind. The dazzling silver light erupted before the eyes of everyone in the classroom, blindingly bright. Do not move. Stay still. Finite incantatum. Nox. Finite incantatum. Flitwick regretted not having gazed at her a moment longer. Once he regained his sight, he seized the fleeting opportunity provided by finite incantatum to conjure a cloud of Peruvian black smoke around the blinding silver light emanating from Lise's wand. Lying in the infirmary, Lise remained oblivious to what had gone awry. Fixated on the tip of her wand during practice, the damage she sustained was far greater than that of her classmates in the classroom. Now with her eyes opened, everything shimmered with multiple layers of silver reflections. Oh Slughorn. I apologize for summoning you during lunch, but this child requires your assistance. Although my diagnostic charm proved ineffective, examinations reveal that she needs at least 2 types of potions to aid her recovery. Additionally, there appear to be significant issues with her magical control. You are her head of house, perhaps you could assist her. Madame Pomfrey looked to Horace Slughorn, the potions master and head of Slytherin, for help. Slughorn had a penchant for talented students or those from influential families, which was quite normal. However, Starlise Black had already found herself in the infirmary twice within the first week of term, and that was unacceptable. The headmaster had to bear some responsibility. Oh dear Pomfrey. From what I gather from McGonagall and Flitwick, this child's troubles stem more from her incorrect pronunciation and gestures rather than her lackluster magical ability. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, very well. I shall find a suitable candidate to assist this child. Faced with Madame Pomfrey's disapproving gaze, Slughorn felt compelled to propose a plan. As for whether he would follow through, that would depend on whether he could remember. Now, how about a warm cup of butterbeer for lunch and a brief respite? So, enjoy your lunch. I shall ensure the potions are delivered by tomorrow morning. Lise discovered that when she glanced at objects from the corner of her eye, she could at least discern their general outlines, prompting her to turn her head to see better. I'm so sorry, Madame Pomfrey. I must be such a bother to you. It is my duty, dear. I have placed your wand and books on the bedside table. Your lunch will be brought to you shortly. For now, you need to rest your eyes. Bright light has affected them adversely. But fear not. After you take the potion tomorrow morning, you will be well again. Lise touched her wand on the bedside table, no longer feeling the same affection for the wooden stick as she had before school began. Why could everyone else succeed while she could not? Chapter 12. White Essence. Lying in bed, Lise took a deep breath as she heard Madame Pomfrey's footsteps approaching. Madam, the pocket watch you provided helped me immensely. Knowing the precise time allowed me to allocate enough time to locate my classrooms. I have not been late since. Lise held a fondness for the matron of the infirmary, a sentiment that compelled her to share something, to reassure herself of her whereabouts in moments of obscurity. Child, I'm glad to hear that, but honestly, you transformed a harmless charm into one with formidable effects. What material is this wand made of? It appears quite unique. Generally, special wands may signify that their wielder possesses extraordinary achievements. Oh, madam, this is the wand my mother gave me. It is made of oak with a serpent's heartstring core. My father said it might have been produced by Gregorovic. Lise felt a twinge of unease as she lied to Madame Pomfrey. Oh, is your mother a witch from the Nordic regions? No, my grandfather came to England in his generation. A waft of delicious food filled the air as a house elf respectfully laid out the meal on the bedside table, bowing before returning to its kitchen. Madame Pomfrey informed Lise that the utensils were secured to the table with adhesion charms, so she need not worry about spills while eating with a spoon. Before leaving to attend to other matters. Alone, Lise quietly consumed the bread and beef stew in her tray, striving not to trouble the matron further, and then lay back in bed in silence. With her eyes wide open, the heavy silver halo before her throbbed painfully, yet when she closed her eyes, the image of that needle from Evans and Snape, the gentle and radiant glow at the tip of her classmates' wands, and the silver quill nestled in Ibwa's robes incessantly swayed in her mind. It made her heart race. Am I truly akin to what my mother described? A gorilla brandishing a little wooden stick? Lost in such thoughts, she unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to be jolted awake by the oppressive darkness flashing with silver light. It felt as though her eyes were being forcefully pressed into her brain, and Lily nearly retched onto her bed from the pain. Covering her eyes with her left hand and her head with her right, she buried her face into her pillow, enduring the wave of pain. With her eyes slightly squinted, she faintly discerned the washroom she had seen while drinking the dental potion. She felt the urgent need to relieve herself. Before she could reach the door, a somewhat familiar voice approached, belonging to none other than Sirius Black. Quickening her pace, she stumbled into the washroom and locked the door behind her, pressing her head against her hands, waiting for the group to depart. Madame, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you, but James has injured his arm. Could you please apply some Wiggenweld? Madame Pomfrey raised no objections, even praising Remus for the commendable first aid he had administered. Upon learning that James had gotten into a scuffle, she advised him against conflicts with classmates, as such behavior was detrimental to unity. What nonsense is that James Potter spouting? A greasy, brooding little wizard harassing our Gryffindor girls, and he claims to be a champion of justice? Lily had an inkling of who it was, but during their spell class with Gryffindor, she had seen Evans and Snape without any signs of discord, suggesting this was merely James Potter's self-serving complaint. Yet Madame Pomfrey surprisingly commended James for his gentlemanly demeanor, even reminding him to protect himself next time. Lily continued to crouch behind the washroom door, clutching her head, and only emerged after the footsteps of the group had faded away. As she reached her bedside, Madame Pomfrey steadied her arm and helped her back to bed. I was just looking for you. Lie down quickly, and handed her a water bottle filled with liquid. Slightly embarrassed, Lily placed it beside her pillow, not intending to drink. Visiting the restroom was challenging for her invisibility, and her toe, which had just collided with the bedpost, still throbbed. She touched her head, her eyes, and squeezed her arms and legs, wishing she could rub her toes if only it didn't require her to sit up. Why did her entire body ache? Hearing Madame Pomfrey clattering about with potion vials, Lily inquired, "Madam, I heard someone needed Wiggenweld. What is that?" Noticing the anxiety of the unseen child who seemed reluctant to return to slumber, Madame Pomfrey decisively helped her sit up, placing a crystal vial in her hand. "You may open it and take a whiff. This is a basic ingredient for a common potion. Wiggenweld has healing properties for injuries. That little boy will surely excel in potion making or herbology in the future." Lily fumbled to remove the cork, and a familiar scent wafted into her senses, stirring memories of her childhood when her parents were enveloped in the same fragrance while they traversed through dilapidated or opulent houses. She inhaled deeply from the vials, opening once more, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as the essence of Wiggenweld reminded her of her mother. Amused by the child's relaxed expression, Madame Pomfrey found it humorous. Other children typically recoiled from the scent of this potion. Even she sometimes found it somewhat unpleasant. Yet this child seemed to inhale it eagerly, taking in deep breaths before returning the vial to her. "You seem to adore this scent," she remarked, taking the vial back, cautious that Lily might spill the potion on the sheets. "Indeed, madam, for it bears a striking resemblance to the fragrance of my mother." Madame Pomfrey's hand faltered for a moment. This basic potion ingredient was not commonly found among potion makers, whose presence usually lingered with the scent of wormwood. Those who bore such a scent were either healers or the injured. And there were no female staff members with the surname Black at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Tightening the lid on the vial, she placed it beside the neglected water bottle, advising, "If you find it hard to sleep tonight, you may smell it. Since your eyes cannot see, imagine your mother holding you to sleep." Mother, holding me to sleep? She longed for cocoa. The cacophony from outside drew Madame Pomfrey's attention. "Merlin. Dangerous Quidditch. Look at this poor child. His arm is broken. I must discuss with the headmaster about abolishing this perilous sport." She ushered everyone out, insisting, "This child requires rest." Lily heard someone settle into the bed beside her. Madame Pomfrey even drew the curtains between the beds, while the person beside her mumbled that they could still manage a few more laps. TSK a Gryffindor. Having been at school for barely 2 days, Lily believed she had already mastered the art of identifying individuals from each house. She listened as Madame Pomfrey performed various diagnostic spells, forcefully administering at least 3 vials of potions to the groaning student, finding the scene amusing, as it reminded her of when her mother had done the same to her father. With the injured Quidditch player's complaints and mumblings, Lily finally awaited the potion that would relieve her from the incessant silver glow. When she swallowed it, the texture resembled pudding but was unchewable, with a taste that was indescribable, reminiscent of the moldy mashed potatoes from her childhood. Chapter 13. Why aren't they leaving yet? Madame Pomfrey incessantly cautioned, "Child, you have consumed far too many potions these past few days. You must take care of yourself, all right? You need to eat more. You are far too small." After breakfast, she tucked the water bottle and the small crystal vial into Lily's arms, clutching her standard spellbook and reading materials, along with a large water bottle and a wand. She struggled to the entrance of the dungeons, preparing to traverse the corridor back to her dormitory. However, she spotted Sirius Black conversing with the shimmering Narcissa Black from the start of term feast. To approach them, she would have to squeeze through the narrow space between them. "Let me be," she thought. Even a novice like Lily understood that her invisibility was the best means of self-preservation in such a moment. Was the experience of other new students at the start of their academic journey this enthralling? Hidden in the shadow of armor, Lily mused. Evading responsibilities. The disgrace of her family's plight. Her cowardly mother's favorite son, leave me be. Absently picking at her fingers, she lost track of time, wondering how long they would bicker. She needed to return to her dormitory to check the schedule, hoping there were no classes that morning. Severing ties was too impulsive. A powerful lunatic. "I do not require this." As she was lost in her thoughts, a sudden clatter of metal startled her. A small bag slipped from Sirius Black's grip, its contents spilling forth. A considerable number of coins tumbled out, discordantly bouncing across the ground. As the coins continued to cascade, the expressions of the two standing opposite him simultaneously darkened. Lily yearned to inch closer to eavesdrop on their conversation, but Sirius discarded the bag and, with a swish of his cloak, stormed toward her, prompting Lily to shrink further behind the armor in alarm. Watching the exquisitely handsome young prince glide past her, she stole a glance at Narcissa again and again. Why wasn't she leaving? And what of Narcissa? She cast a fleeting glance at the coins scattered on the floor before raising her chin, taking a delicate breath. Lily found herself at a loss to describe the expression on her face. She glanced at Narcissa in front of her. then turned her gaze towards the entrance of the dungeon behind her. It was evident that a few students were lingering about, yet they hesitated to enter, gathering her belongings. Lily approached the glimmering Narcissa, placing her items in a corner before scooping handfuls of gold coins into a small pouch adorned with embroidered greyhounds, swords, and stars. Once she surveyed the vicinity and found no remaining coins, she raised the pouch, offering it to Narcissa, who regarded her with a sidelong glance. Silence enveloped them, as Lily felt somewhat at a loss while holding the pouch aloft. With a stiff smile, Narcissa waved her wand, causing the small pouch to levitate beside her. And with another flick, Lily's stack of books and water bottle floated into her hands. Just as Lily contemplated a swift return to the dormitory, several coins that had fallen into the corner, beneath a suit of armor, soared up and landed next to the bottle of white essence that Madame Pomfrey had provided. Staring at Narcissa, Lily could only catch a glimpse of her elevated profile as she uttered a cool, polite thank you. Days passed with a semblance of tranquility. In the flying lessons, her broom refused to budge. During potions, her cauldron was exploded by Gryffindor, and the defense against the dark arts lessons often left her perplexed. Life at Hogwarts felt rather dull. After all, in the only book she possessed, Harry Potter made countless friends after leaving his territory, and arrived at a land of plenty. Why was Hogwarts so different? No one spoke to her, each day filled with incomprehensible texts, unmanageable assignments, and spells that eluded her grasp. With a sigh, Lily sat at the long table, chewing on a sandwich filled with an unidentifiable meat, contemplating her fear of spellcasting, worried it might land her in the infirmary again. Potions and herbology were indeed intriguing, but they weren't daily occurrences. Most pressing were the professor's demands for a 10-inch paper, which Lily found herself pinned to a corner table in the common room, unable to produce sufficient length. She even resorted to illustrating the monster descriptions in her defense against the dark arts essay, as her meager vocabulary simply could not support the construction of sentences comprehensible to her professors. The potions assignment, returned due to grammatical and spelling errors, was the subject of ridicule among her roommate, Greengrass, who related as a humorous anecdote during their afternoon tea. After breakfast, curled up in the corner of the common room, Lily pinched her left arm. Ugh, it doesn't hurt while reading the newspaper, but it does while doing homework. How bothersome. Observing her quill, whose tip was beginning to fray, she pinched it gently, hoping it would endure a little longer as she inscribed today's assignment on the blank parchment. On the insights of magical history for wizards. Lily mused that the greatest insight was perhaps the absence of insight, for she could discern no difference between contemporary wizards and those of yore. This could also be attributed to her having dozed off during the magical history class. Chapter 14. Transfiguration is so challenging. As she made her way to the great hall for lunch, she spotted a curly-haired young wizard beckoning her near the grand hourglass. After a moment's thought, she recalled the silver quill he possessed. He was Elrond. Hey, do you remember me? Elrond showcased his school robe, with the quill still nestled within. I heard you nearly sent an entire classroom of students to the infirmary. I must say, I am rather fortunate, aren't I? Lily felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, thinking, indeed. Thank you for your most magnificent Merlin. Oh, today's main dish is pork stew with beans. Goodness. I'm not having that. I plan to grab something from the kitchen after mealtime. Elrond's casual chatter was interrupted. Glancing at the Slytherin beside him, Elrond hesitated. Would you care to join me? We could head to the library first and then to the kitchen, though it may be a roundabout way. Perhaps you don't fancy pork stew either. Lily readily agreed, not out of pickiness, but rather because she had long desired to explore the library and the kitchen. The common room often saw students carrying assignments to the library for research, yet Lily had never ventured inside, fearing she might get lost within the vast castle and miss 2 meals in the process. Lily opened her robe to show Elrond the magical history assignment she had brought along. Oh, this is splendid. Let us set off. As they traversed the castle's shifting staircases, bypassing the deceptive false doors, Lily listened to Elrond's complaints and idle chatter. This castle is several millennia old, concealing countless secrets. There are over 100 staircases like these that move at will, suddenly vanishing a step, ensnaring young witches and wizards, and so forth. And those false doors, if you fall for them, will spray water or something similar, before swiftly closing themselves. Lily gasped in wonder. I had no idea this castle was so amusing. I always thought the talking suits of armor were the most interesting. What? Which armor speaks? I've never encountered any. Black after dinner, take me to see. A delightful day commenced with the amiable Hufflepuff, and concluded with a bounty of warm snacks bestowed upon them by the house elves as they exited the kitchen. Curled up in bed, Lily nibbled on buttered bread while perusing the newspaper with her literacy book, occasionally sipping from the water bottle given by Madame Pomfrey. The cozy atmosphere dissipated the moment her roommate entered the dormitory. Greengrass, hailing from a pure-blood family yet lacking in substantial heritage, maintained an air of haughty disdain towards Lily, whose background was even less illustrious. Country bumpkin, lacking in decorum, a tomboy who hardly resembles a girl, move aside. As her roommate left, Lily caught snippets of her complaints with the friend waiting at the door, not bothering to pay heed, though she found it rather annoying that her roommate had left the door ajar. As time drifted by, 2 months into the school year, Lily truly felt overwhelmed by her struggles with spellcasting. Professor McGonagall had begun teaching the transfiguration of buttons, yet she had yet to submit her assignment on transforming matches into needles. Professor McGonagall warned that if she continued this way until the end of term, she would fail. She needed to practice diligently. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick had introduced various spells, requiring everyone to search the library for commonly used incantations and write down their applications to submit to him. The literacy book was nearing destruction from Lily's incessant flipping through its pages, and she barely managed to pass by copying Elrond's assignment. Ah yes. Now whenever she encountered Elrond, she would invite him to the library. Your enthusiasm for visiting the library is akin to that of a Ravenclaw. Yet your assignments are penned like a Gryffindor. That word is not spelled that way. Though the spells and assignments continued to vex her, they seemed less irksome now that she had made a friend. In Transfiguration, you must be bold in your attempts, my child. It is my duty to protect you until you master the knowledge in class, Professor McGonagall stated sternly as she stood before Lily's desk, furrowing her brow. This Black is gravely behind. I have yet to witness any effective transformations from him in this class. What are you transforming? A blinding light to dazzle the class? Silence, Potter. Focus on your own practice. Potter and Sirius exchanged glances, raised their wands, and simultaneously uttered the incantation, transforming the block of wood into a smooth and elegant button. Their gaze then turned towards that Slytherin, Staley's Black. Professor McGonagall did not intervene any further. The professor placed a matchstick before Liz, indicating her to commence. Liz felt a considerable discomfort under their scrutiny, recalling the incantation and the wand movements she had rehearsed in her mind countless times. Cautiously, she uttered the spell once, and seeing that the professor did not correct her, she waved her wand again. The professor remained unresponsive. The transformation was satisfactory, as the matchstick morphed into the small metal rod she had successfully conjured under Lily Evans' guidance. Just as she silently rejoiced at avoiding any fiery catastrophe, Liz noticed the slightly raised eyebrow of Professor McGonagall, which gradually instilled a sense of unease within her. The professor lightly tapped her wand, causing the small metal rod to snap in two, revealing a wooden core at its center. McGonagall stated the facts plainly. She glanced at a few Gryffindor lions, who were nearly ready to toss their heads in amusement. Turning back to Liz, she said, "Child, I will provide guidance after class from 8 to 9 p.m. in my office. Please do not be late." Chapter 15. Senior Narcissa. After class, James Potter awaited Lily Evans as she passed by, only to observe her approaching the Slytherin in need of extra tutoring. Watching Lily converse gently with the Slytherin, Potter felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Evans was referencing the previous guidance she had given Liz beneath the beech tree. Although a month had elapsed, Lily believed it was due to her misdirection that Liz struggled. My previous guidance was insufficient. Professor McGonagall is our head of house. She may appear stern, but she is truly remarkable. Noticing Liz's increasingly despondent expression, Evans continued, "Do not be anxious. Professor McGonagall is exceedingly capable. You missed the beginning of class, where you would have seen her transform into a fluffy kitten." As Liz looked on in astonishment, Lily Evans felt a surge of pride, raising her chin and cheerfully urging Liz to persevere, while Severus stood silently behind her, awaiting her departure. Potter gazed at the slimy Slytherin behind Lily, and then at the imbecile in front of him, thinking Sirius was right. Just look at that outfit. It resembled a coat made of rat fur. Potter felt his temper flaring. He stepped forward and called out, "Lily, stop talking to those Slytherins. They are all evil dark wizards unworthy of your friendship." He regarded the two Slytherins before him with disdain. "You slimy toad. Leave Lily alone. Just look at your disgusting hair. Did you crawl out of an oil barrel?" Liz pondered the odd behavior of Sirius Black and the diminutive one, presumably named Peter, who could only laugh foolishly after Potter's remarks. "If you feel unwell," Liz gestured to her head, "you can seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Her medical skills are quite commendable. However, I must attend my next herbology class now. Severus, shouldn't you be going too?" With that, she turned her back on the Gryffindors and made her way towards the classroom door. "Potter, do not create trouble for no reason. Who I choose to befriend is my own freedom. Please keep your distance." "Come on, Severus. Watching Lily grasp the slimy toad's hand and move away, Potter noticed the toad smirk mockingly at him. And that fellow clad in rat fur, he must ensure they receive their comeuppance. In truth, Liz stood at the doorway, yearning to tell Lily Evans to keep her distance, for that arrogant bespectacled boy and his pompous dog would undoubtedly seek trouble with her for it. During the first 2 months of school, any boy who approached Lily Evans had received warnings from the 4 of them. A little past 7 o'clock, Liz set out with her pocket watch in hand, as she was unfamiliar with the route. As was customary, she first visited the suit of armor in the corner of the dungeon to engage in a brief chat, praising its exquisite joint craftsmanship, before inquiring about the location of Professor McGonagall's office. Upon learning it was just down the corridor on the 2nd floor, she realized she had arrived a bit too early, so she decided to sit beside the armor and repeat her idle compliments about its artistic visage and agile joints. Yes, this visage is unparalleled. Liz was startled into exclamation when a ghost floated out from the armor, just as she was yawning in relaxation. Oh, a little Slytherin snake. Let me see, you must be from the Black family. Just look at your hair's curl and those gray eyes, so reminiscent. The ghost circled around Liz, occasionally passing through walls and brushing against her, causing a chill to run down her spine. Her father had warned her not to provoke the Black family. This ghost's words were not to be shared with others. Hello, yes, I bear the surname Black, but my family has been in England only since my grandfather's generation. Perhaps there are distant relatives from long ago, but it's uncertain. Oh, of course, a pureblood, most likely. The bloodline of the Black family remains forever pure, Liz thought, relieved that he had finally drifted away. Of course it was pure. The Sorting Hat had not even considered her traits, assigning her to Slytherin solely based on her pure bloodline. How she longed for Hufflepuff, to play with Elibois. Checking her watch, Liz rose to head to Professor McGonagall's office, unaware of Narcissa emerging from the corner behind her. Since witnessing those eyes, nearly identical to her brother's, during the sorting ceremony, Narcissa had nearly believed he was a lost descendant of the House of Olean. However, considering her mother's stature, she found it improbable. This ghost had lingered at Hogwarts for centuries. He could recognize any blood of the Black family, and it seemed that this Staley's Black warranted closer observation. Chapter 16, Tutoring. Child, you must understand that charms require both incantations and gestures for effective casting. But what is the source of a charm's power? Noticing that this child was utterly unaware, Professor McGonagall resolved to start from the basics. Beyond your own magical prowess, the target, emotions, and determination are essential. In transfiguration, one must also have a clear conception of the object to be transformed. McGonagall produced a needle for Liz to hold, encouraging her to feel and observe. You must visualize the specific material of the object you wish to transform in your mind. The more you understand, the greater the likelihood of achieving a perfect transformation. This was quite successful. Liz transformed the needle into a firm, sharp implement with a pointed tip. McGonagall then handed her a small wooden block, instructing her to transfigure it into a button. After several attempts, it resembled the buttons on her school robe closely enough for the professor to nod in approval. This indicated that the child's previous struggles stemmed merely from a lack of understanding regarding the object of transformation and insufficient practical knowledge. Although her magical control was weak, it was not a grave concern. You may conclude your tutoring session early. Go and rest, child, and do not forget to practice diligently. Additionally, prepare a paper on the influence of 10-inch materials on transfiguration. Good night. Liz stifled the urge to see Professor McGonagall transform into a kitten, and politely bid her farewell. If possible, she would like to have a cat someday. After all, in the story, Halebo had a serpent as a pet when leaving his desolate territory. This tutoring session had been remarkably successful, after which she was guided by Flitwick. Flitwick's office, perched in the castle tower, nearly faced calamity at the hands of this first-year student. Explosions, color changes, incinerations, and shattering ensued. Professor Flitwick recited restoration spells throughout the night, far exceeding the number he had done in the past month. Oh, be more confident. Your magical level is not low. You do not need to exert yourself fully to cast spells. Imagine your magic flowing like water from a faucet, released in a controlled manner, accompanied by another explosion. Liz remained perplexed. What was magical control, and what was magic? What is the core of your wand, child? Dragon heartstring, Professor. It is said that the serpent's nerve is both meticulous and formidable, possessing high demands for precision in the wielding of magic. Thus, it is evident that your current method of release is insufficient for your wand to harmonize with you and to assist in restraining your magical prowess. Do you recall the surge of power that coursed through your body during the tumult of your magic? Try to recollect and manipulate it. Lilith was at a loss for words. for she could not remember ever experiencing such a magical upheaval. By the conclusion of the post-class guidance, her greatest takeaway was the incantation for restoration. Even though Professor Flitwick had grown disinterested and resorted to silent spells, navigating the troublesome, mischief-making stairs, Lilith darted into the kitchen, preparing to procure some sustenance for a late-night snack and breakfast. Aside from the difficulty of rising early, which often led her to miss breakfast, she was also not fond of the owls that flitted around the dining table during morning meals. These charming creatures, with their long feathers, were too timid to drop anything into their owner's plate, yet they frequently perched upon Lilith's dish or rummaged for scraps. Upon returning to the common room, she found several upperclassmen gathered around the fireplace, encircling the platinum-haired Lucius Malfoy. Sensing the atmosphere, Lilith chose a secluded corner sofa, where she discovered a copy of the day's newspaper. Although she struggled with reading, she managed to peruse the entire page, which featured an article extolling the virtues of pureblood supremacy. The ornate language, though unfamiliar, conveyed notions of glory, purity, and bestowal. What captured her attention was a mention of a prominent figure. The man in the photograph was tall and handsome, and the moving image showcased his commanding presence as he gestured with his wand while delivering a speech, promising to restore the pride and confidence that pureblood aristocrats had gradually lost. However, the subsequent words seemed to suggest that such a powerful individual would have an affinity for the arrogant fools like James Potter and Sirius Black. Yet pureblood and pride, Lilith pondered. Surely these must hold great significance in the outside world. As the fire began to wane, rendering the words of the newspaper indistinguishable, Lilith resolved to retire for the night. Tomorrow evening, she would need to ascend to Professor Flitwick's tower to practice her charms, as the professor feared she might inadvertently find herself in the infirmary again. He insisted that her spell practice must occur in his presence. Approaching the dimming fireplace, Lilith gently tore a piece from the newspaper, recalling Professor Flitwick's movements. Restoration to its original state. Before her eyes, the torn edge of the paper began to mend at a painstakingly slow pace. But before she could savor her triumph, the paper ignited and she flung it into the hearth. She knew better than to harbor hope. At least she had not set the fireplace ablaze. However, Lilith was unable to attend the following day's post-class guidance, for she found herself in the infirmary. Chapter 17. Mental Intimidation. In the corridor, she encountered the Gryffindor quartet and Snape, who were engaged in a heated argument when Sirius Black, spotting her, suddenly recalled the mockery he had endured from that rat during their transfiguration class. His wand aimed at Lilith, who intended to slip away unnoticed, unleashed an unknown curse. Snape, initially reluctant to intervene for fear of penalties against his house, misinterpreted Black's impatience as a cue to retaliate, casting a spell of his own. The two spells collided, failing to cancel each other out, and instead merged into a force that struck Lilith. Lying in the infirmary, Lilith writhed in uncontrollable laughter, drenched in sweat, repeating phrases about how mandrake roots could yield potent restorative potions. "It doesn't hurt anymore, Lilith, don't leave me, dear. Glumbumble, be cautious as the moon waxes. I'm not hungry, Lilith, potions must not contain sugar." This mad rambling, interspersed with advanced potion-making jargon, vexed Madame Pomfrey immensely, as there was no opportunity to administer medicine. The poor child had nearly coughed up her lungs. Currently Lilith bore the effects of at least 2 overlapping curses. Madame Pomfrey could not risk applying any further spells, for a single misstep might exacerbate the magical afflictions. Meanwhile, the quartet and Snape stood in the staff room, awaiting their disciplinary measures. Detention, community service, and written reflections, along with a deduction of 30 points each for causing significant magical harm to a fellow student. "What spells did you employ? The child is in a precarious state. It would be prudent to answer truthfully." The professor's expression darkened as she regarded Sirius Black, who bore the crest of the illustrious Black family, renowned in the wizarding world, and yet had somehow found himself in Gryffindor. "Your detention time will be doubled." Ignoring Black's protests of unfairness, she retorted, "I must once again deduct 10 points from my house for your rudeness. Now be silent and leave my office." In the infirmary, it was surmised that the child was simultaneously confronting past fears while being unable to control her body. "Oh, she must have suffered greatly," Pomfrey lamented, listening to Lilith's incessant murmurs assuring herself that the pain had subsided. "Oh, poor child." Madame Pomfrey's eyes brimmed with tears as she dabbed a towel on Lilith, cleaning the stains from the potion that had splattered upon her. She discussed the situation with McGonagall, pondering what could be done. Is it simply a matter of relying on dreamless sleep potion and time? Perhaps we ought to consult Dumbledore. He may possess a solution. After a difficult administration of dreamless sleep potion, Lilith's state had not entirely alleviated her terror. Her body, which had just been repositioned by Madame Pomfrey, quickly curled into a protective ball on the bed. She was in so much pain, so frightened, her father injured, herself harmed. The night when home was lost. A blur yet so vivid. Madame Pomfrey attempted to change her clothes, but was repeatedly thwarted by Lilith's fierce struggles, ultimately leaving the task undone. Oh Poppy! Spirited children always have their little squabbles to resolve on their own, don't they? Perhaps this child merely needs to sleep a few more days in the infirmary to recover. The following day, Dumbledore, clad in a deep blue robe, arrived and peered at Lilith over the crescent-shaped glasses. He remarked, "Poppy, are you suggesting that this child is currently experiencing past terrors while being unable to control her body?" Poppy's dissatisfaction was palpable. Magical injuries were often the most enigmatic and troublesome. Dumbledore, even with his unparalleled prowess as the greatest of wizards, could not simply render judgments without thorough examination. Yet, observing the weariness etched upon the old man's face, she refrained from voicing any further objections. As the outside world thrived, the ideologies behind it could herald a second war within the wizarding realm, a burden that this elder must shoulder. Lilith, in her dazed state, caught snippets of their conversation and Madame Pomfrey's protests, but fatigue overwhelmed her. The uncontrollable laughter had left her body aching and exhausted. During her convalescence in the infirmary, Elrond came to visit, leaving behind a plethora of treats, including chocolate frogs and exploding bonbons. He had initially intended for Lilith to sample Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Yet she unwittingly selected a super spicy flavor that caused her to cough incessantly, mistaking it for tomato. Elrond was soon ushered out by Madame Pomfrey, who insisted that she needed rest, and that no further stimulation could be permitted. 2 days later, an unexpected visitor arrived to see Lilith, Severus Snape. Observing Lilith in her conscious state, he appeared somewhat taken aback, initially intending to place a token of apology on the bedside table and depart. He found himself compelled to utter something, given that the patient was awake. "I deeply regret your injury, but if your mind has not been severely affected by this incident, if you were to be wise, you would realize the necessity of avoiding conflict, would you not?" Noticing Snape's momentary falter, Lilith surmised that he had become aware of his own brusque demeanor, prompting him to temper his otherwise loquacious nature. "Indeed, after this injury, I believe I shall become a tad wiser. Is that book in your possession a gift for me?" she inquired, addressing the awkward yet slightly suggestive Snape. "Yes, a compendium of modern potion ingredients. It was a gift from my mother. I have observed your adeptness in handling potion materials. You should find it enjoyable," he replied. As she leafed through the voluminous tome, which was more pictorial than textual, roughly the size of a pillow, Lilith felt a surge of joy. Had it not been for Snape's remark about her enjoyment, her delight would have been even greater. "Thank you, I quite like it. I shall certainly endeavor to steer clear of trouble next time." Snape nodded slightly in acknowledgement, turning to leave without a farewell. "Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. Farewell, Snape." Lilith interpreted the rapid twitch of his head as a silent acknowledgement. "I understand. Farewell," even though the brooding boy had uttered no words. Chapter 18. Oh, Furry. Originally, Lilith was scheduled to return to class a week later, but Madame Pomfrey insisted she stay an additional 2 days after a Hufflepuff student brought in a fluffy wolf cub for treatment. Lilith felt uneasy, although the student was promptly advised by Madame Pomfrey, "I am the school nurse, not a veterinarian. You ought to consult the professor of magical creatures or the keeper of keys." The matron noticed Lilith, who was pale and clutching a glass vial, and called her several times before she regained her composure. Upon examination, there appeared to be nothing amiss, and Lilith explained that she had merely been startled by the sight of the furry animal. Realizing this was a residual effect of the mental intimidation spell, Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping Lilith for another 2 days in the hospital wing. Elibwa complained that without Lilith to copy homework, his assignments felt significantly diminished in value. Lilith breathed in the fresh, cool breeze from the castle's sloping grounds, cherishing her fondness for Madame Pomfrey. Yet, during this period, the matron had been bringing her an abundance of food and forbidding her from getting out of bed, leaving Lilith yearning for her release. After a deep breath, she shivered. Time passed swiftly, and now, should one miss the midday sun, the air turned brisk and chilly. "Snow is surely on the horizon," she mused, clutching her cloak as she abandoned the idea of a stroll beneath the beech trees. Professor Flitwick, upon seeing her in class, once again reminded her, after-class tutoring. After a grueling 10 hours, Flitwick finally applauded Lilith for her intact feather. As for making it float, that would be the task for the next 10 hours. In the faculty lounge, the professors rarely heard Flitwick lament about a student being so challenging to teach. After more than 10 after-class sessions, he had only managed to ensure she could refrain from damaging the target of her spells. Professor Sprout, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, I know that child. She spent quite some time in the infirmary, but I believe she is quite intelligent, at least in my herbology greenhouse. That paper, muddled and misspelled, belonged to Black. I know, yes. While her classwork hovers around passing marks, her handling of materials is quite adept, and she possesses a keen sense," noted Slughorn, the potions master and head of Slytherin House. After a moment's reflection, he realized that only in his class had Black shown no progress, for even McGonagall's transfiguration had not stymied her. Flitwick deemed this a test of his teaching prowess in recent years, and resolved not to falter. After her tutoring session, Lilith ventured to the kitchen, exchanging assignments and ideas with Elle, where they indulged in a hearty meal. The enthusiastic house elf had even prepared a table for them, considering their frequent visits. In the painting of the clam gatherer on the 8th floor, there's an old lady who tells jokes. You should take a look when you have time. Why would you go there? There are no classrooms. Just to avoid those Gryffindors. For some reason, wherever I run they follow. Even on the 8th floor. I don't know how they disappeared. Elle, you ought to keep your distance from them. Except for Lupin, who seems somewhat sensible and doesn't bully. The rest of them are trouble, Lilith muttered, stuffing a piece of beef rib into her mouth. After their meal, Elibel led Lilith out of the kitchen, declaring he had something amusing to show her. A fluffy creature that was different from others and often bullied. I bought it from a classmate. As Elle produced the furry ball from beneath his robes, Lilith felt her limbs grow heavy, her blood rushing to her head, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear of furry animals. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Watching Elle tenderly stroke the furry creature with his fingers, she fought against her fear, extending a finger to touch its indeterminate head or rear, which elicited a joyful squeal reminiscent of a piglet. Once her fear dissipated, Lilith found the texture delightful, unable to resist poking it several more times, reveling in her joy. Lilith, if you like it, why not take it home for a few days? Perhaps not. My roommate believes I am not particularly well, elegant, and keeping a pet in the dormitory would be inconvenient. Speaking of which, Lilith, is your roommate that girl from the Greengrass family? You know, purebloods often hold many gatherings. My sister has met her. She seems to enjoy disparaging you to flaunt her superiority. Lilith shrugged, having long been aware of it but never particularly concerned. After all, she found it difficult to grasp the mindset of these Slytherins, and after witnessing the rivalry for top positions among other years, she had lost all desire to associate with the older students. Their thoughts were intricate, driven by self-interest, with power and glory trailing closely behind, qualities she lacked and could not offer. She was destined to remain apart from them. Unlike the friends of Harry Potter in the stories who seemed to find companionship wherever they went. Chapter 19, The Injured Snape. A few days later, Lilith returned to submit her assignments and borrowed a copy of the Compendium of Common Spells from the library. Professor Flitwick had taken his spellwork grading very seriously. Now, her paper was more rudimentary than those of her classmates, even prompting the professor to instruct the student seated beside Lilith to keep an eye on her. After class, she was mercilessly mocked by Potter and Sirius Black, who derided her as trash in the gutter. You might as well return to your hometown. Perhaps you aren't even a witch. Head back to the gutter and pick up coins. You might be able to buy yourself some clothes. With a pointed gesture towards the trio of fools who only laughed, she glanced at the frowning Lily Evans and Snape before darting into the corridor behind Professor Flitwick. As she perused the spell compendium, Lilith struggled to comprehend the distinctions between the severing charm, the splitting charm, and the shattering charm, though the text categorized them into different types and regions. Moreover, the clear water spell was classified as a summoning charm. Where did the water originate? And what happened to the items that were cleaned away? Why did the gestures for the conflagration and explosion charms appear so similar? Clutching the compendium of spells, she gazed up at the ceiling of the hall, adorned with a myriad of flickering candles. Their lights danced in a mesmerizing display, while the overcast magical ceiling made her feel as though snow was imminent, exacerbating the ache in her legs. She waved at Elle, seated at the Hufflepuff table, and took her place to dine. As she swatted away the bats flitting about, she chanced upon the platinum-haired Draco Malfoy, who casually patted Professor Snape on the shoulder as he strolled by. Lily could surmise the reason. During the last 2 potions classes, Professor Slughorn had lavished praise upon Snape's remarkable talent, and she could still vividly recall the professor's beard quivering in delight as he spoke. Before the meal had concluded, several first-year students had gathered around the boy, once as isolated as herself in Slytherin, and even older students were conversing with him, to which he responded with a proud nod. Lily sighed inwardly, realizing she was now the sole misfit left in Slytherin, though it did afford her some solace that they were oblivious to her connection to the elusive Black. and the fact that she was not subjected to the same mockery that Snape had endured previously. In truth, she longed to tear off a leg from the succulent roast chicken gracing the table, but the elegance of her dining companions compelled her to leave the bird whole. Much to her dismay, she resolved that next time, she would first learn the slicing charm. Surely, a more refined approach would allow her to indulge. Upon returning to the common room, Lily had no intention of retreating to her dormitory, for Glenglass would inevitably burst in with her complaints, clattering about and leaving the door ajar, which was quite irksome. Thus, Lily preferred to remain in the common room, where she would occasionally peruse discarded newspapers in solitude. As she lounged on a corner sofa, struggling to decipher the words on the page, she heard the stone door creak open. Peering over the back of the sofa, she spotted Snape limping in, cradling his shoulder. He failed to notice her in the dimly lit room, observing the absence of others. He made his way to a sofa by the fireplace and retrieved a glass vial, seemingly attempting to pour out its contents. After several frustrating attempts, he flung the vial away in exasperation. Snape had pulled his shirt aside, revealing a large area of raw, bloodied abrasions on his shoulder that made Lily wince in sympathy. She picked up the glass vial. It bore the scent of a mild essence of white lily, though not as potent as she remembered. Returning briefly to her dormitory, she retrieved the white lily essence that Madame Pomfrey had given her after that near-blinding incident, and offered it to Snape. Use it sparingly, there's not much left, she advised. It must be that arrogant bespectacled boy and that insufferable dog behind this, right? I reckon they target you out of envy for Evans's beauty. Their actions are akin to those of dark wizards. Snape regarded the crystal vial with a brooding expression, glancing at this classmate, who seemed even less adept at navigating Slytherin than he was, and reflected on her derogatory comments about those individuals, before reluctantly accepting it. I will repay you, he muttered. Very well then, do you require assistance? You have injuries on your back as well. Without waiting for his consent, Lily began to tug down his shirt, dipping her fingers into the essence and applying it to his wounds. A sharp intake of breath escaped Snape, who recoiled slightly, resembling a startled shrimp. Has the lily essence infiltrated your brain? Did you not wash your hands after indulging in that salted treat? Lily recalled her earlier praise for the creativity of that salted egg, a culinary novelty she had never encountered before. An awkward silence enveloped them as Snape leaned forward, half exposed, while Lily hesitated, her hand hovering as if to grasp his slender, pallid shoulder. In that moment, the scene was interrupted by Narcissa, who entered the common room and witnessed the peculiar tableau. After several glances, she coolly remarked, "Mind your appearance." Lily awkwardly propped herself up, waiting until Snape had tended to his wounds before he returned the vial to her. She watched regretfully as he adjusted his clothing, muttering about the monstrous creature that had invaded his thoughts. How astonishing that she had the foresight to utilize white lily essence. She dashed back to her dormitory, clutching the nearly empty vial of essence in one hand and the glass vial Snape had discarded in the other, praying he would remember to repay her more generously. He was akin to that wizard Halberd, who encountered a heart of fur and a bouncing cauldron along his journey, was he not? Lily hesitated, deciding against the comparison. That wizard ultimately chose to remain in the sea, never stepping onto the final shore alongside Halberd. Chapter 20. My mother would never abandon me. The effects of the after-class tutoring began to manifest gradually. Although Lily's spellcasting still bore an inexplicable suddenness and visual impact at the moment of execution, recently, Flitwick's frequency of successful demonstrations had decreased, allowing Lily to perform one in his stead, albeit at the cost of a silver cup and a dazzling yet shattered silver table. The professor was baffled by the factors contributing to the peculiar phenomenon whereby Starly's black seemed to alter the color of objects regardless of whether her spells faltered or flourished. As the weather grew colder, Lily donned a thicker cloak which, while hardly sufficient, at least appeared somewhat improved. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall mention the list of students who would not be returning home for the Christmas holidays, Lily hesitated. Her mother had never broached the subject of returning home for the holidays. What if she arrived at the station only to find that Coco had not come to collect her? Staring at the owls in the owlery, she ultimately tucked the letter inquiring about her mother back into her pocket, recalling her mother's admonition against sending messages via owl. The owlery, perched beside the castle's highest observatory, was a place she seldom visited outside of astronomy class, for the wind here was fierce, stinging her face with its chill. Feeling her cloak billow in the gusts, she breathed out softly, noting that the moon was nearing fullness. She gazed intently at the moon and the distant, twinkling stars, pondering what one could do for Christmas. The following morning, Lily silently rejoiced that she had not sent out that letter the night before, for during breakfast, she received a howler. While it lacked the volume to rattle the dust from the ceiling, Its tone was unmistakably loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Shameful waste of space. Given your illiteracy, I can only inform you in this manner. You are not to return home during the holiday, nor should you send any letters back. Lily watched as the bright red envelope floated in the air, wishing to tuck it away. After all, it was her mother's first letter to her. However, the magical properties of the howler dictated that it would spontaneously combust into a pile of ashes once its message had been conveyed. Clutching the remnants of the burnt letter, she murmured, "Mother, I can read now." The reactions of the students who heard the howler were varied. Slytherins averted their gazes, Hufflepuffs, led by Elle, displayed expressions of pity and concern, while Ravenclaws marveled at the existence of an illiterate classmate, finding it quite reasonable upon realizing it was the one who often blew up their head of house's office. Most vexing were the Gryffindors, who laughed openly, including Sirius Black, who exaggeratedly mimicked her earlier attempts to read from the literacy book in class. "I can't read, perhaps I should go home. But my mother doesn't want me anymore." Recalling Dumbledore's words about the spirited children needing to resolve their own minor conflicts, Lily thought, Mother would never abandon me. She always reaches out her arms to me in the end. How dare he say that her mother did not want her? Sirius Black, you must be aware of my inadequacies. Should my spells go awry one day, I would be utterly unsurprised. Would you? This could certainly be construed as a blatant threat, inciting a murmur of discussion among the students in the Great Hall. The individual next to me pounded on the table, advancing to deliver a scathing retort to Lily. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" he exclaimed, only to be restrained by Remus Lupin beside him. Harry Potter, eager to rush to his best friend's defense, was halted by Lily Evans, who clutched his sleeve. Unbeknownst to them, Severus Snape's brow was furrowed in deep concentration. "It was clearly your fault. You instigated the provocation. Are you not allowed to face retaliation?" Lily fumed. "You fought in the hall last time, and did not even apologize for the injury caused. What more do you want? Another 60 points deducted?" Her anger was palpable. The arrogant braggarts, feeling entitled to attack others, had already cost their house numerous points. The head boy of Gryffindor, upon hearing of the point deductions, hurried to intervene. Lily raised her wand, sneering, "Go ahead, Sirius Black, cast another soul-crushing hex at me." Just as Lupin appeared on the verge of losing his grip on the nearly frantic individual, Narcissa at the Slytherin table interjected, "Enough. It's mealtime. Maintain your decorum and quietness." Lily, uncertain whom she was addressing, glanced across the table, but ultimately lowered her wand and sat down. She shot a glare at the seemingly deaf and provocative Gryffindor headmaster, Dumbledore, and let out a huff through her nostrils. "My mother would never abandon me." Meanwhile, the calm Narcissa pondered the peculiar title of the Owl Postman, wondering if it was a means to conceal one's true identity. What was her connection to her family, if any? It must be said, she had uncovered half the truth. Following this incident, Elibua kept a close watch on Lily, spending nearly all his time in the library and kitchen. He was concerned that the Gryffindors might trouble her, even seeking her out after classes, a vigilance that persisted until the return train before the Christmas holiday. The absence of interference from Narcissa in the Great Hall only deepened the speculation among the younger Slytherins that Starlys Black might indeed be part of the same Black family as Narcissa. Once this rumor spread, even Gringotts employees would remember to close the doors as they returned to their dormitories. "Lily, Merry Christmas. I shall bring you a gift." After bidding farewell to Elle and Lily, who returned home, he felt a sense of relief since the Gryffindors would not be staying at school for Christmas. Chapter 21 Christmas. During Christmas, families either hosted or attended grand dinners, leaving the Slytherin common room, a hub of nobility, eerily quiet. Only Lily lounged on the sofa before the fireplace, a place previously dominated by older students, where she rarely ventured. As she sprawled on the couch, dangling her legs that barely reached the floor, she contemplated what she might do over the next few days. Perhaps a visit to the library to peruse some illustrated books, followed by a stop at Madame Pomfrey's office. Above her, in the dark depths of the lake, a small fish swam in circles, and she mused about a stroll outside. With the others gone, she would not have to endure Elle's insistence to climb trees in hiding, hoping it would not snow. Stepping out of the common room, she was greeted by Snape. "Hello. Snape. Aren't you heading home?" She had anticipated enjoying the room to herself, and felt a twinge of disappointment. If your brain hasn't been devoured by a caterpillar during potions class, you would realize the train has already departed. Surely that is obvious? His typically bright voice was now drawn out and tinged with displeasure, which struck her as peculiar. "Indeed, that is true. I shall see you at the dinner tomorrow, Snape." Snape, feeling increasingly agitated by his separation from Lily, found his frustration mounting. His sarcasm was intended to elicit shared discomfort, yet now it seemed misplaced. Upon leaving, Elle had left behind a plush creature, and Lily, with idle hands, found herself rubbing its fur. She had grown accustomed to the presence of furry animals, due to the creature's charm. Her previous fear of them having diminished to the point where sudden appearances no longer fazed her. This also allowed her to overlook Snape's face, which appeared as if he had consumed a slug. She had tasks to attend to. Elle's mention of gifts reminded her that it was customary to exchange presents during Christmas. With no money to prepare her own, she decided to try her luck in the kitchen. Long ago, Lily had observed how the house elves handled ingredients, reminiscent of the methods used in potion making. Being the only student capable of brewing potions independently, she presumed her foray into the kitchen would be equally fruitful. As it turned out, Lily's assumptions were correct. After retrieving a batch of freshly baked cookies, she popped one into her mouth, though still warm and not yet crispy. The rich buttery flavor was far superior to any confection made with cocoa, prompting her to exclaim in delight. She shared a piece with each of the little elves who had assisted her, graciously accepting a touch of exaggerated praise. Having baked an assortment of cookies, each with distinct flavors, she requested some boxes from the elves and evenly distributed the treats inside. This would be her Christmas gift. She even prepared several boxes for the professors who had provided her with after-class tutoring, particularly for Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey, whose boxes were considerably larger than the others. Once she had wrapped the boxes, she enlisted the elves to ensure they were sent out on time via owl post. And then she happily savored a succulent chicken leg prepared for dinner by the elves as she made her way to the library. At Madame Pance's insistence, Lily washed her hands and face twice at the sink at the end of the corridor to ensure she wouldn't soil the books. Having already finished the illustrated books, she intended to search for more. Where had that volume of magical creatures, a guide to their medicinal properties, gone? While diligently scouring the shelves, she thought she heard someone call her name, yet there was no one around except Madame Pants and a Ravenclaw student engrossed in writing a paper. Turning towards the source of the voice, she spotted a section of bookshelves cordoned off, the floor there covered in dust, and one shelf appeared on the verge of collapse, with an ominous iron chain lying across it. "Starlys Black," came the voice again, mingled with a sigh. Lily strained her neck to see any sign of life, but finding none, she instinctively drew her plush toy close to her chest. After a prolonged moment, she decided to seek help from Madame Pants. "I heard someone call my name, but when I approached, there was no one there. Could you accompany me to take a look?" Skeptical Madame Pants, upon finding no one and hearing no sound, advised Lily to steer clear of that area, as it was the forbidden section, off-limits to students unless accompanied by a professor. Though she did not explain why Lily had heard her name, Lily complied, and for a long time afterward, she kept her distance from that region. Sitting there, perusing the magical creatures, a guide to their medicinal properties that Madame Pants had handed her, Lily lost herself in the world of potion ingredients, wishing she could sneak a couple of cookies when the librarian wasn't looking. For dinner, Lily didn't go to the Great Hall. That chicken leg had satisfied her hunger, and she remained content until she returned to her dormitory, where she indulged in a leisurely soak in the bathtub. Awakening refreshed, Lily picked up the black shirt she had specifically sought out the night before. Though it was her father's old shirt, it was her finest garment, perfect for the special occasion of Christmas. After donning her attire, Lily drew back the bed curtains. Uncertain how to turn off the light, she would simply pull them closed whenever she slept, regardless of whether anyone else was in the dormitory. Grasping her wand, she leaped from her bed, excited to see what she had discovered. Gifts she had never received before. Christmas gifts, piled at the head of the bed. The striking red and green packaging caught the eye. Lily was meticulous as she unwrapped them, ensuring not a single crease marred the delicate paper. The first gift was from Severus Snape, bearing the note, "If you wash your hands, I might show a modicum of gratitude." Inside were 2 glass vials, their labels indicating one contained essence of murtlap, and the other a tooth-strengthening potion. Although the hues differed from those found in the infirmary, it was evident he had brewed them himself. It seemed Snape had not forgotten that fateful night at the start of term. The second parcel was from Al, a black knitted vest accompanied by a note indicating it had an added warming charm. Lily donned it immediately, even though the attire rendered her more boyish. She relished the comfort it provided. After carefully stowing away the potions, she ventured to the common room, though few remained. The industrious house elves had adorned the subterranean space with decorations and a Christmas tree. The star atop the tree twinkled, casting a flurry of snowflakes that settled on the branches, promising the tree would be at its most resplendent by nightfall. At breakfast, only one table remained in the Great Hall, the others pushed against the walls. Surprisingly, a considerable number of students were present, particularly from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, who constituted a significant portion of those staying behind. Lily distastefully avoided the Gryffindor area and sat with Al's friends, who were sharing their freshly baked cookies when she spotted Snape entering. Chapter 22 Christmas 2. It was evident that without the Slytherin long table, Snape found it challenging to accept sitting beside anyone from other houses, save for Lily Evans. "Hey, Snape here. Sit here." His face reflected a moment's deliberation before he granted Lily the honor of his company. "Thank you for the potions, Snape. You remember I needed them. Clearly, your brain, composed almost entirely of sweets, does not consider the health of your teeth, does it?" Lily glanced down at the half-empty box of cookies she had devoured. "Oh, Snape. You are right. I ought to reduce my intake, or I might find myself needing to drink that potion come tomorrow." Yet again, that wretched sense of frustration washed over her. Has your brain ceased to comprehend human language? What is it about my intellect that leads you to believe it is not functioning properly? Before Snape could respond, she turned to her Hufflepuff classmates. "Don't mind Snape's manner of speaking, that is just how he is. Just grasp the meaning." Holding the milk jug, Lily poured a glass for everyone within reach. Madame Pomfrey had advised that drinking milk promotes growth, and she felt rather short. Ignoring Snape's piercing gaze directed at her glass of milk, Lily swiftly consumed 2 sandwiches and a pudding, wiped her mouth, and left the table. Despite the snow still blanketing the hills outside, the day was a rare sunny one, and Lily was eager to play outside. Leaving the cookies on the table, she grabbed her wand and dashed outside, stopping near a beech tree. Like in Ollivander's shop, she waved her wand, captivated by the soothing sensation it brought her. Silver light shimmered and coiled around the bare tree, delicate yet persistent, the entire tree glistening in a subtle luminescence. The enchanting feeling, akin to floating, enthralled her. Taking advantage of the solitude, she attempted the enchanting sensation Professor Flitwick described, as if magic were flowing from a tap. However, she faltered while reciting the incantation. She had yet to finish reading the common spells compendium in her dormitory. No suitable spell came to mind for her experiment. She resorted to crouching and rolling a few snowballs, trying to recall that earlier exquisite sensation. Although it eluded her, she attempted the Levi Corpus spell, and suddenly, the snowballs shot off at an alarming speed, plummeting forward. One hit a second-year Hufflepuff who had come to investigate, initiating a chaotic yet joyous snowball fight that continued until lunchtime, Lily's levitation charm proving quite forceful, causing squeals from those attempting to sneak an attack. After a tiring lunch, Lily returned to her dormitory for a nap. Upon waking, she began reading the spellbook, finding it increasingly perplexing. She abandoned it in favor of the modern potion-making techniques, which she had been using as a pillow. The content captivated her, igniting a desire to rush to the kitchen and experiment with the ingredients. However, the house elves were diligently preparing for the evening's Christmas feast, their anxiety palpable as they scurried about. Emerging from the kitchen, she pondered practicing the blooming orchid spell before dinner. Although the laws dictated that spells could not conjure food or transform objects into food, what about plants that could be cooked? After all, the orchid bloom was a summoning spell. Could other items not be summoned as well? Furthermore, would using the Engorgo charm after summoning yield a greater quantity at the cost of some conditions? Upon returning to her dormitory, she tucked a small pig plush into her bed, wrapped herself in 2 cloaks, and made her way to the beech tree. The silver strands from yesterday still shimmered, resembling flowing silver stars. After admiring her handiwork, she began practicing with her wand. Despite numerous misfires before dinner commenced, a single green leaf appeared at the tip of her wand. Glancing at the starry glow in the night sky and checking her watch, Lily grinned foolishly. Plucking the leaf and stashing it in her robe pocket, she set off towards the great hall for the Christmas feast, recalling the enormous turkey the house elves had prepared, resembling a small lamb. As she took her first step, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Standing still had masked the cold, and only as she walked did she realize how numb she had become, compounded by a twinge of pain in her left leg. In a moment of clumsiness, she had inadvertently tasted snow before the grand feast. Ugh! She spat out the impurities, brushed off the snow clinging to her, and limped into the hall, where most students had already gathered. Scanning the room, she noticed everyone had returned to their previous seats, and she plopped down beside Snape. The snow that hadn't been completely brushed off began to melt in the warmth of the room, and Lily felt overly warm in her 2 cloaks. As she wriggled to remove one layer, her wand got caught, and it was a Hufflepuff student beside her who assisted her, prompting a grateful, silly smile from Lily. Inside, Snape silently wondered, is this person truly meant to be in Slytherin? Chapter 23. Fire Hazard 1. The festive atmosphere in the Great Hall was palpable, with red and green streamers and tiny snowflakes scattered about by flying house elves. Students laughed and chatted, while corners of the hall were adorned with non-melting icicles. A grand Christmas tree stood proudly at one side of the hall, beneath which lay several surprise packages for anyone to unwrap. As colorful smoke and small gifts burst forth, Lily joined the nearby Badgers, watching as a girl unveiled a pointed hat adorned with numerous bows and a feather quill. Eagerly, Lily tore into her own package, hoping for a new quill as her current one was nearing the end of its usefulness. When an object sprang forth amidst a cloud of orange smoke, the rush of adrenaline caused a brief but sharp scream to escape her lips. The joy of Christmas overwhelmed her. But the sudden appearance of a furry creature was quite the shock. It was a cat plushie of such poor quality that it could scarcely be deemed a proper toy. Its fur hopelessly tangled. Nearby, a small badger reached out to pat her, startling Liz, who was enveloped in a haze of colorful mist. The effects of that mental intimidation spell were overwhelmingly profound for her. The memories of childhood trauma, triggered by that wretched fur, threatened to drive her to madness in these unexpected moments. She managed a stiff smile at the well-meaning badger, and with a flick of her cloak, returned to her seat. At the commencement of the banquet, Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, offered a brief blessing before declaring the feast to begin. Until the banquet concluded, Liz's once foolish laughter and expressions had vanished entirely. She did not even touch the turkey before her. Upon returning to the common room, she neglected to admire the beautifully snow-laden Christmas tree. Lying in bed, she traced her left arm, gazing at the silver and green canopy until midnight. The following day, she donned a black shirt and vest and made her way to the library, practicing spells beneath the beech tree that afternoon. Throughout the Christmas holiday, she repeated this routine almost daily. Upon returning to school, her roommate, Greengrass, could scarcely believe her eyes. Here was a girl casually snipping her own hair with scissors in front of a mirror. This made her question whether she resided in a boys' dormitory, rolling her eyes as she exited the room without closing the door behind her. The first thing that odious Gryffindor did upon returning was to seek trouble with Snape. For on the train, Potter had invited Evans to join him for ice skating at the Black Lake, only for her to declare that she would practice potion making with Snape instead. Potter wished to assert that he could join as well, but upon reflecting on his abysmal potion assignment grades, he redirected his frustration toward that insufferable Snovellis. After trailing Lily Evans, they discovered Snape in the empty classroom he typically used for potion brewing. On the first day back from the holiday, everyone was either preoccupied with catching up on assignments or reuniting with friends, making such an empty classroom unlikely to attract attention, except for Liz. A spell gone awry. She had prepared for this moment, practicing multiple times beforehand. Upon seeing Potter, Black, and that ever-present Peter stumble into the classroom, Potter cast an Alohomora to push the door open. Liz hurriedly adjusted her cloak and, crouching around the corner, followed suit. That annoying Peter remembered to lock the door, complicating her plan. Timing her incantation with Potter's loud provocations, Liz cast her own Alohomora, gripping the doorknob to create a narrow opening. Peering inside, she spotted Snape and Evans at the far end of the classroom, a cauldron in the corner. This scent was vaguely familiar, reminiscent of something she had encountered in the infirmary, a healing potion, a concoction reserved for upperclassmen. It seemed Snape was not merely articulate, but also possessed a keen intellect. While Potter was busy provoking Snape, he still managed to touzle his hair to maintain his style, whereas Sirius Black was agitated, mocking Snape with even more fervor than Potter, evidently spurred by some unseen stimulus. Complicating matters was Peter, who stood behind Potter and blocked Liz's line of sight, glancing around anxiously. Nevertheless, as long as she kept her voice low, she could initiate a hair growth charm. Regrettably, the library's books did not instruct her on that mental intimidation spell, but they did contain a happiness charm. Although her version deviated significantly from the book's description, she tested it on herself, achieving a rather touching effect that wouldn't cause harm. Professor Flitwick had praised her spell's resilience, which was unyielding and unalterable. It was time to trouble Pomfrey. Watching the familiar ritual unfold, she heard the incantation. Severus is my friend. You cannot speak ill of him. Potter and Snape had drawn their wands. Excellent. Sirius Black raised his wand as well. But the best part was that Peter had scurried off to the side. Liz aimed her wand at Sirius Black through the narrow gap in the door and, upon hearing the taunt about his nose becoming larger, acted decisively. She had observed that when a wand cast a spell, it emitted different lights, easily diverting a wizard's attention. The spell hair growth charm struck Sirius Black precisely, and then Liz pushed the door open a tad further. The happiness charm required hand gestures, and fearing she might miss her target, she resolved that even if discovered he would have to endure the incantation. As the happiness charm took effect, she quickly closed the door to a slim crack. According to her plan, Liz should have fled, but she was unwilling to abandon her efforts. Having invested so much into this endeavor, and having confined herself in the kitchen for several days, due to her inability to control her emotions, such sacrifices warranted witnessing the outcome today. Chapter 24. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. Potter and Snape's spells failed to strike one another. Potter's wand was knocked from his hand, but too close for comfort. Before Snape could cast a decent counterattack, Potter swiped his wand away with a flick of his arm. The two soon devolved into a rolling scuffle on the ground, while Evans tugged at Snape, attempting to pull him up. Frustrated, Liz muttered under her breath, "Pull Potter off." "Evans, aren't you hindering Snape's performance?" The hair growth charm and incomplete happiness charm were slow to take effect. Once Sirius Black eased his grip, he hesitated to cast any spells, fearing he might inadvertently harm his dear friend. Instead, he attempted to land a punch on the insufferable Snivellus. But what was this? Wasn't that his favorite Muggle motorcycle? Surprised, he reached out to touch it, only to find it scalding hot. And wasn't he supposed to be dealing with Snivellus alongside James? Shaking his head vigorously, although sensing something was amiss, he felt an intoxicating happiness, thinking, my dear friend Sirius cannot lose. What was obstructing his view? Oh, it was his hair. How splendid it looked. Outside the door, Liz and Peter, who stood nearby, recognized that something was distinctly wrong with Sirius Black. Liz crouched outside, stifling her laughter, while Peter, brandishing his wand, pointed at Snape, pinned down by Potter, and shrieked, "What did you do to Sirius?" At the sound, the combatants and peacemakers alike turned their attention to Sirius Black, who was now adorning his waist-length hair with his fingers, wearing a face that could only be described as fervent and content. "Oh James, I told you would win. My friend Sirius cannot possibly lose, especially against a Snivellus, can he?" he boasted while preening his hair, an oddly familiar sight. "Sirius, are you alright, Snivellus? What have you done? Why did Sirius resemble his mother?" Potter refrained from voicing the latter half, as it seemed rather distasteful, sending shivers down his spine. "My friend is the best. Lily Evans, where are your eyes? Why play with a Snivellus if you can't produce a proper Sirius, snap out of it." Potter hurriedly interrupted his friend, failing to notice that Snape had managed to grasp a wand, but Peter remained fixated, and Snape did not succeed in rising. Liz felt a pang of anxiety. Lily Evans was the only one whose combat prowess remained intact. Peter, brandishing his wand for ages, dared not cast a spell. "Why don't you just pull James Potter off, Snape?" Ugh, this was infuriating. Liz contemplated intervening, but at that moment, Potter's face turned toward her, and any sudden movement would easily betray her presence. Moreover, she hesitated to cast an unfamiliar spell, fearing it might accidentally ignite something or explode. All she wanted was to make them uncomfortable, not to cause fatalities. Watching Potter deliver a solid punch to Snape's nose made Liz's own nose tingle. After that punch, Porter stood up and went to check on his friend. "Oh James, don't panic. This is my favorite motorcycle," he said as they watched their increasingly incoherent friend, whose hair was growing long enough to drag on the ground, foolishly grinning. Porter dared not linger, leaving Snape, who was struggling to rise while still bleeding from his nose. He retrieved his wand and, with Peter, hoisted the increasingly peculiar Sirius Black, who was dripping with snot. "How dare you do this to Sirius? Just wait. If so you bully people, and others aren't allowed to use spells? Bullying with magic is a family tradition, is it?" As the three of them were about to emerge, Liz hurriedly sought refuge around a corner, wishing there were more students on the way to the infirmary to mock Sirius Black. Just when she thought the matter had concluded. The following day at breakfast in the Great Hall, Professor Slughorn, wearing a rather odd expression, summoned Liz to the infirmary office, where Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall were already present. Liz blinked, remaining silent. McGonagall nodded toward Slughorn and inquired, "Miss Darlys Black, we have called you here in hopes that you can candidly inform us whether the curse that has afflicted the bedridden Sirius Black," she pointed to a bed outside, "was cast by you." Liz stood still, not uttering a word. After a moment she asked, "Why are you so certain, Professor McGonagall?" "Because the hair growth charm he received has turned his hair progressively silver, and the cauldron stand in that classroom has also turned silver. I suspect that one of your spells did not entirely hit Sirius Black, am I correct?" Liz found it difficult to suppress the impulse to slap herself. "Ta. The truth is out, isn't it? That's because, dear child, regardless of the circumstances, even if Snape and he had a conflict, it should be resolved between them. Or the professors should intervene. You should not have resorted to violence." Slughorn interrupted impatiently, "Now, Slytherin loses 20 points due to your actions. And you are sentenced to a month of community service." He then insisted Liz apologize to the eldest son of the Black family, pushing her towards the bedside. Sirius Black lay quietly on the bed, his complexion healthy and flushed. As Lise observed his smug expression, the apology she had intended to offer transformed into, "Your mother doesn't want you anymore." Furious, Sirius Black sprang up from the bed, only to be hindered by his ever-growing hair, causing him to wince in pain. "I refuse to apologize to him. I've been lying here for a week without receiving an apology from him. Snape is even a victim, although he didn't apologize. He brought me a peace offering. And this person? He even mocked me afterward." Though Madame Pomfrey believed the boy on the bed was in the wrong, she still told Lise, "The damage caused by spells can be complex and unpredictable. You should not have acted this way." "Unpredictable? I've tested both spells on myself. The outcomes were remarkably similar, aside from the color change." Lise stubbornly refused to back down. "Slytherin loses another 10 points for your disrespectful and hazardous behavior. And your community service is now doubled. Child, I hope you recognize your mistakes." Slughorn appeared quite displeased due to Lisa's retort. However, the unpleasantness of the point deduction dissipated upon seeing Sirius Black, who was rendered speechless. The aftermath of a curse. As the professors deliberated on how to treat Sirius Black, Lise was permitted to leave the infirmary, for the two children were glaring at each other. The one in bed nearly ready to leap off. Chapter 25, A Mind Full of Sweets. As Lise walked down the corridor, she encountered Remus Lupin, who was carrying some sweets and peculiar books, presumably on his way to visit his good friend. Lise glanced behind him but didn't see the other two from their group, Potter and Peter. "Did you really experiment with those 2 spells on yourself?" he asked, as if he had been standing in the corridor for quite some time. "Yes, after all, I didn't want to kill him." "Then you shouldn't have done that. The last spell was merely an accident." Sirius didn't expect it to turn into a mixed curse. "Accident?" The wand points at the target. Only the one being aimed at truly knows. "He made me repeat, I'm in pain, I'm suffering, yet you didn't say I shouldn't have done that. Where was he when Snape came to apologize? I even used self-harm to judge whether it would genuinely hurt him." "Listen to what you are saying, Remus Lupin. Am I deserving of this? Get away from me." Lisa's previously good mood evaporated, and her brisk walking made her robes billow behind her as if a gust of wind had suddenly struck. The incident became common knowledge throughout the school. For Sirius Black refused to leave the infirmary until his hair turned black, and his words could be controlled. The first thing he did upon emerging was to warn Starlise Black to be careful. As this news spread among the younger students, Professor McGonagall became aware of it, and issued a warning to Sirius Black. To this, Lise merely scoffed. Now, Lise not only had to attend classes and write essays, but also had to participate in Professor Flitwick's after-school tutoring. And she had community service in potion materials every Monday through Friday. This overwhelming burden made her want to wail. After observing a Hufflepuff classmate cast a spell poorly, she asked Professor Flitwick why that Hufflepuff didn't require after-school tutoring while she did. Professor Flitwick's response was quite acceptable to her. "Because that Hufflepuff's issue lies in low magical power and insufficient control. Your problem is normal magical power but abysmal control. The former poses no danger to others. He merely requires time. You, Miss Black, once you lose control, it will be a disaster for both yourself and others. Also, I am curious as to why all your spells change color. Joy Charm, Mental Magic, dear, they all change color. This is quite unmagical. Now let us review the results. Miss Black, what is the difference between clearing anew and vanishing without a trace?" 2 hours later, Lise sat in the potions professor's office, swiftly harvesting the life of a flobberworm with a small silver knife. Having witnessed such deftness, Slughorn then instructed her to collect toad brains. Although Lise managed well, the smooth, viscous substance reminded her of pumpkin juice, which was somewhat nauseating. After mixing the brains thoroughly, and sealing the container to let it rest, Lise's labor service for the day concluded. On her way back to the dormitory, Lise chewed on the jackfruit preserves Professor Slughorn had given her. Unable to help but agree with the professor's taste, it was indeed sweet and delicious. If she could indulge in such treats every time, she wouldn't mind coming to community service for the entire semester. Thus, time passed, during which Potter had blocked Snape but was stopped by Lily. And Sirius Black had attempted to corner Lise. Thanks to that peculiar joy charm, his emotions became extraordinarily easy to satisfy for quite some time, resulting in his continual, foolish laughter. Potter remarked that he resembled a hapless wizard trying to ward off a boggart with laughter, which greatly embarrassed Sirius Black. However, after Lise evaded him once and after Elle found Professor McGonagall, a flustered Sirius Black lashed out, leading to a deduction of 5 points. Slughorn's earlier point deduction from Lise also incited discontent within Slytherin, and there were whispers in the common room mocking Lise's actions. An absurdity. given that a Slytherin who was gentle and restrained even when retaliating against enemies. Oddly enough, this year's first-year students were few, and among them was one who couldn't even cast complete spells, always mingling with the foolish badgers, and a certain individual who liked to hover around the Gryffindor mudbloods. Are you talking about that Snape? Upon hearing this name, it is evident that it does not belong to the aristocracy. Such individuals, lacking noble distinction, squander even a modicum of talent in potion-making. One cannot help but wonder how the Sorting Hat managed to place these two in Slytherin. Oh, how unfortunate, Lily thought, reflecting on how Potter incessantly declared Snape to be the malevolent Slytherin. Lily, you must keep your distance from him, he would say, oblivious to the fact that Snape himself harbored no desire for company beyond potions class. As for any mention of herself, she chose to feign ignorance. Finally, as Lily succeeded in levitating the feather a full 2 inches, the Easter holiday arrived. The break spanned 2 weeks. Elle left his little pig with Lily and returned home, sending an abundance of sweets via owl. Lily stuffed some candies into Snape's hands, which he derisively referred to as a brain full of sweets. Chapter 26. The Annoying Caro Senior. This holiday saw an influx of students remaining at school, and the Slytherin common room was perpetually occupied. Consequently, Lily retreated to her familiar corner, engrossed in a borrowed tome from the library titled Common Household Magic, Culinary Edition. One by one, she indulged in the creamy fudge and chocolate-filled candies sent by Elle, her wand casually perched between her crossed legs. Since it was a holiday, she donned a deep green shirt layered over a warming vest, and her languid posture on the sofa drew several glances from the senior beside her. The little pig nestled in her hair was humming, and as Lily's eyelids grew heavy from reading, she felt herself teetering on the brink of slumber, her mind conjuring bizarre and surreal images that rendered her sleep uneasy. She envisioned Coco hanging laundry on the rooftop, the fruit trees behind the house bare and devoid of leaves. She mustered the courage to knock on her father's door, intending to discuss the matter of Black at school. But despite the clanking of chains, the door remained obstinately shut. She wished to seek out her mother to inform her that she had learned to read and could write letters, leaving them behind as a testament. However, no matter how she searched, her mother remained elusive. Lying back on her small bed in the kitchen, she felt constrained, and upon turning, she glimpsed her mother brewing a potion, a pink concoction with a pearlescent steam spiraling upwards. Her mother wept, and tears flowed into a large bottle as twilight approached. Soon it shall be a full moon, mother. Suddenly jolted awake by a harsh, grating voice, Lily instinctively grasped the object in her hand, only to realize that Caro, the senior, was violently leafing through the book she had borrowed from the library. Ha! Look at what our little black girl is reading. Common Household Magic, aha! As a Slytherin, do you aspire to be a housewife in the future? Let us see, who here might be your matrimonial target? Are the women of the Black family merely adept at ensnaring men? Still groggy, Lily felt a pang of anxiety. What if the book was damaged? She remained silent, well aware that this individual had a contentious relationship with anyone bearing the Black surname, having previously mocked Narcissa at the start of term feast. Adjusting her posture, Lily gripped her wand and tugged at her shirt, which had bunched uncomfortably around her waist due to her poor sitting position. She fixed her large, expressive eyes on Caro. Senior, my family has only resided in England since my grandfather's generation, having come from Scandinavia. While I am honored to share a distant kinship with the Black family you mention, I do not believe my actions can represent or influence them. Would you kindly return the library book to me? I must return it shortly. The suit of armor by the door had been prepared for this moment. Ever since Professor McGonagall had provided her with post-class tutoring, the ghost's strange words echoed in her mind, causing her sleepless nights contemplating how to respond should someone address her. Scandinavia? Caro squinted. Yes, senior, this wand was gifted to me by my mother. It is said to have been crafted by Gregorovic. Caro, wielding a book on household spells, inexplicably diverted the conversation to wands. Yet this did not deter her from seeking further confrontation. Don't change the subject, fool. Look at your gray eyes. Who would assert that you, with the Black surname, have no connection to that wretched Narcissa Black? Women of the Black family are all wretches, and their men are cowards and traitors. You would do well to understand your place within Slytherin. The Blacks. As Lily pondered her response, a senior intervened with a resonant, elegant voice, halting Caro tirade. Electo Caro, have you lost your mind? Startled, Caro turned to face him. I apologize, I did not mean to speak ill of your family. Enough, be silent, Caro. Do you truly believe that anyone here is unaware of your thoughts? Whether out of jealousy or sheer foolishness? You ought to remember your standing before you speak. He returned her words to her, dismissing the 2 lower-tier miscreants who dared to vie for superiority. Narcissa had never formally acknowledged that Starlise Black was a member of their family. Today's exchange suggested that even this incompetent fool possessed a modicum of sense. Grateful for the return of her book, Lily inclined her head slightly in appreciation to the senior, though he offered no acknowledgement in return. Clutching her sweets and the book, she retreated to her dormitory, ever vigilant for any signs of instability upon re-entering the common room. Chapter 27, Gossip. The holiday passed swiftly. When boredom struck and she felt disinclined to read, she would take the little pig beneath the beech tree to practice transfiguration and spells. On days when even that lost its allure, she would head to the kitchen, wielding a knife to prepare ingredients, which led to some students discovering unusual vegetable remnants in their meals during the break. Meanwhile, the house elves panicked at the prospect of wizards encroaching upon their duties. House elves were meant to serve wizards, and wizards ought not to toil themselves, least of all young witches and wizards. Just as the elves were on the brink of punishing themselves, the holiday drew to a close. Lily took the little pig to visit Elle, who, after hearing her recount the holiday's earlier antics, began to gossip. You wouldn't understand. Pureblood families are hierarchically divided. Among current families, the Blacks and Malfoys are at the top, while that Lestrange family is somewhat in the same league, albeit with a shorter history. That rather dim-witted Caro belongs to a minor family, with no knowledge of her ancestry. What gives her the right to speak of those two families? Perhaps she was simply consumed by jealousy upon learning of Narcissa's impending engagement to Lucius Malfoy. Elle munched on the roast chicken legs that Lily had prepared in the kitchen, exclaiming how delicious they were while continuing to gossip. Moreover, Bellatrix Black from the Black family is engaged to the son of the Lestrange family. They are likely to marry within the next 2 years. Caro's remarks about the Blacks only dig her own grave before the Lestrange family. Indeed, she must be envious. After all, Narcissa is quite radiant. I cannot deny it. But Elle, that Sirius Black is also rather handsome. On Valentine's Day, when I saw him inundated with love letters and chocolates, he seemed ready to soar. As Lily licked the lollipop shaped like a quill that Elle had brought her, she listened intently, thinking, this is all quite amusing. It would be even more entertaining if I were not involved. Deeply intrigued by the gossip, Lily became a keen observer in the Slytherin common room. However, as the evening wore on and they lingered outside, yawning while watching the wall sculptures converse with the portraits, Lily realized it was time to return to their dormitories, for tomorrow held potions class. Before the lounge door, the pure-blooded Lilith uttered the password, preparing to step inside. However, the wall remained unresponsive. After 2 attempts, she concluded that the password had changed on the very first day of the new term. Regrettably, she had neglected to examine the bulletin board upon her exit, and now she found herself in a predicament. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, the prefect had warned the new students that if they were unaware of the password and were left unaccompanied, they might have to spend the night in the dungeons. Lilith tugged at her cloak, surveying the cold stone floor around her. Wrapping herself snugly in her school robe, she perched upon the pedestal of an armor statue, absent-mindedly fiddling with the calluses on her fingers caused by the prolonged use of a small silver knife during potion making. Perhaps she should tempt fate and see if any senior students were wandering back late or taking a midnight stroll. As she pondered how her potion-making service would conclude in a week, and whether Professor Slughorn would still offer her candied jackfruit, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Eager to indicate her presence and request the password, she attempted to stand, only to find her legs numb from sitting too long, causing her to collapse back down. When she finally disentangled herself from her limbs and robe, what she witnessed left her utterly astounded. Senior Narcissa was entwined with Senior Malfoy. Their lips locked in a fervent embrace. Narcissa's lips stretched and reddened after their kiss. Lilith hastily crawled back beneath the armor, wondering if Narcissa had lost the kiss. Yet inexplicably, she did not appear displeased. In fact, she seemed rather elated. It wasn't until the couple, hand in hand, entered the lounge that Lilith finally grasped the situation, mimicking Malfoy's pronunciation to finally gain entry. Chapter 28, The Exploding Cauldron. Having gone to bed late and subsequently awakened by her roommate, Lilith felt exceedingly drowsy after breakfast, which affected her focus during her favorite potion class that morning. The potion classroom, located in the dungeons, was spacious, with the professor at the front outlining important notes, while the center was designated for the students' practical work, and the back housed the storage cabinets for potion ingredients. Typically, due to the odd number of students, Lilith worked alone in the corner of the classroom, but today, 2 Slytherin boys had set up their cauldron there, forcing her to take a seat in the middle, sandwiched between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Mousebile, wormwood, porcupine quills, what else? In a moment of distraction, she altered the sequence of her ingredients. Consequently, she resorted to awkwardly shaking the cauldron in lieu of proper stirring. using the spare moments to prepare the mouse bile. She tossed the bile in, lowered the heat, and awaited the ingredients to catalyze. Placing her potion book atop the cauldron while she tended to the porcupine quills. Believing the quills to be unclean, she decided to wash them at the sink on her right. Professor Slughorn furrowed his brow as he observed this flustered student, who had recklessly abandoned her cauldron. While he had to acknowledge her deftness and innovative approach to handling ingredients, he couldn't overlook her crude, haphazard methods. From the first class onward, she had concocted potions with a seemingly chaotic technique, shaking the cauldron instead of stirring it properly, pouring liquid directly against the cauldron wall rather than using a glass rod for drainage, and carelessly altering the intervals for adding ingredients. Slughorn was perplexed at how her cauldron remained intact with such an unmethodical approach. However, his attention soon shifted as he heard the hissing of boiling liquid, an alarming sound that should not have been present during potion making. He glanced toward the left side of the classroom, where Gryffindor resided, and realized it was too late. With a resounding bang, the cauldron belonging to Potter erupted, spewing a foul, green liquid across the classroom. The potion, intended for treating scabies, now seemed to have decided to create its own victims due to the absence of a target for treatment. Students nearby, exposed to the splattering potion, saw their skin quickly redden and swell into unsightly lumps that developed a milky sheen as they grew. Meanwhile, the instigator, having cloaked herself thoroughly, was now pointing and laughing at a Slytherin student. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I repeatedly warned you to wait until the heat was lowered before adding the porcupine quills. I must deduct 10 points from Gryffindor for the injured classmates. Now, please form a line to receive your scabies potion." Professor Slughorn, with his ample belly, waddled to the front to distribute the potion he had just demonstrated, prioritizing the girls before attending to the other students. As the classroom dwindled to only 3 or 4 students without potion, Slughorn remarked that it appeared they were running low, and a few students might need to seek assistance from Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Lilith had been crouching by the sink, fortunate enough to evade the potion-s splatter, with only a few drops staining her robe. She had just witnessed Snape deflecting and shielding himself, his robe wrapped tightly around Lily Evans. Lilith exhaled a sigh of relief by the sink, feeling envious of the attention and protection that Evans received. Moreover, when Sirius Black collected his potion, he had shoved Snape to the back of the line, ensuring he missed out on the antidote. Consequently, Snape now bore the brunt of the mishap, his face and fingers swollen as if they might burst at any moment. Truly, the Gryffindors were insufferable. She returned to her cauldron with the porcupine quills, lamenting the loss of her potion, only to discover that, thanks to the book covering it, her concoction remained untainted. Although it seemed to have cooled longer than usual, she dismissed her concerns. Lilith flicked the water off the quills and weighed them before tossing them into the cauldron with a satisfying plop. It was time to stir. Observing the glass stirring rod, which resembled green snot, she opted to shake the cauldron instead. A puff of light green smoke wafted up from the center of the classroom. "It appears we have a new potion," Slughorn announced as he approached to inspect, noting the potion's quality was lacking, yet effective. "Simply double the dosage when using it." Lilith quickly grabbed the largest spoon and scooped a generous amount to hand to Evans, who was supporting Snape. After assisting the remaining students, she noticed Lily Evans lingering, using a glass rod to apply the potion to Snape. The tender attention stirred a pang of jealousy within her, causing Potter to grind his teeth in frustration. As the class neared its conclusion, and Snape's swelling showed no signs of abating, Lilith could no longer bear to watch. She approached the pair, took the spoon from Evans, nodded at her, and then led Snape, who was dazed from the pain, to the sink. With one hand holding the spoon, she dipped it into the potion and applied it liberally to Snape's face and ears as if washing his face. Evans gasped, exclaiming that this was unacceptable, as she intended to seek the professor's help. Yet, the professor offered no guidance, merely casting a surprised glance at the 2 students before casting a cleaning charm to prevent further splattering of the potion. Once Snape's swelling subsided, Lilith grasped his sleeve and plunged his hand into the large spoon, her left hand trembling slightly from the prolonged effort of holding the spoon and the potion within. Upon colliding with the festering sore on Snape's hand, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, followed by a profound existential inquiry. "By the stars, what ails your trembling hand?" Observing that Snape had regained his composure, Lily promptly thrust the spoon into his grasp, shaking her own hand as she remarked, "It is quite evident, Snape, that you are simply fatigued from the weight of it all." After cleansing their hands, as class drew to a close, Lily hurriedly gathered her belongings to scrub the cauldron. While others could effortlessly refresh their own vessels, she was left with the laborious task of scrubbing her cauldron, eliciting a resigned sigh from her. However, fortune smiled upon her today, as Evans approached her side, offering assistance in rejuvenating her cauldron. "Oh, thank you, Evans. Otherwise, I would have been left to tremble and scrub for ages." After expressing her gratitude, Lily swiftly distanced herself from the red-haired girl. Acutely aware of Potter's expression when Evans tended to Snape, proximity to such a situation was indeed troublesome. Chapter 29. What? Retention? Initially, Lily deemed this matter inconsequential. Yet during another occasion when Evans aided her in cleansing the cauldron, she sensed an unsettling shift. It appeared that Evans believed such minor assistance was merely a return for the help she had extended to her friend. If it were anyone else, even Snape, she would not have felt so anxious. But Lily Evans, well, that was a different story altogether, especially considering her association with a troublesome individual named Potter. This realization compelled Lily to cling desperately to the lifeline of her post-class charm tutoring, hoping to master the art of rejuvenation on her own as swiftly as possible. "I must confess, Miss Black, you are the most challenging student I have encountered since teaching charm classes, aside from the Hufflepuffs," remarked Flitwick, observing the student attempting to execute the vanishing spell with little success. The goal of the vanishing spell was to organize items according to a wizard's subconscious habits, erasing the presence of dust and dirt, a rudimentary household charm. In contrast, the vanishing spell targeted explicit objects for disappearance, typically employed for clearing rubbish bins or obliterating evidence. Yet this child seemed to possess neither life experience nor the computational skills of a typical witch her age, perpetually lost in a haze of confusion. Despite Flitwick's considerable efforts over time, the child still fell short of achieving a passing grade by the semester's end. This predicament weighed heavily on him, as the exams loomed just a month away, leaving him uncertain of her potential progress. Later, during potions class, when Evans offered her assistance in rejuvenating the cauldron, Lily gently declined, asserting her capability, perhaps under Evans' subtle encouragement, or perhaps due to Snape's personal jibes. He presented Lily with a vial of an oddly colored tooth-enhancing potion, and a potion meant for stabilizing magic surges in young witches and wizards as gifts. Snape, in his derision, had effectively mocked her magical control, suggesting that she was outperformed by a child yet to attend school. Infuriated, Lily retaliated by slipping him a handful of sweets as she passed him in the library, resulting in Madame Pants discovering snacks in the library and promptly ushering him out with her feather duster. As the end-of-term exams approached, anxiety began to creep in for Lily. Although she felt more literate than before and could now articulate her thoughts in written form, albeit clumsily, she was acutely aware that many subjects were likely to yield disappointing results. History of magic and defense against the dark arts were particularly troubling, while her transfiguration practical had gone surprisingly well, transforming a beetle into a button with intricate patterns. Even in astronomy, she was confident she had only misdrawn 2 stars. Reflecting on the challenges of the examinations, Lily sighed, and so did Elle. His sigh was not born of concern for grades. After all, his family were all Hufflepuffs who did not place much stock in academic performance. However, listening to his friend recount the details of the exams was hardly uplifting, even when Lily offered him a package of honey-roasted fish snacks, which were particularly delectable. From a distance, they spotted the 4 Gryffindors, prompting Elle to pull Lily back toward the castle. Chapter 30. Must we fight on the final day? Lily anxiously awaited news of the exam results, only to be met with a notice of the school holiday and a requirement to sign a minor wizard's agreement prohibiting the use of magic off-campus. Elle assured her that signing was unnecessary, as the Ministry of Magic had enchanted every underage wizard's wand with a tracking charm. If an adult wizard was already present in a location, the Ministry's officials could not distinguish whether it was the minor or their parents wielding magic. As long as there was an adult wizard in the home, the agreement was irrelevant. Lily, ever trusting of Elle's words, packed her belongings and followed him onto the train. Initially, Elle invited her to join him and other Hufflepuff friends in their exclusive compartment. However, the compartment housed a magical mirror that incessantly critiqued Lily's outdated shirt, chastising her for her poor fashion choices, and lamenting her unkempt hair resembling swampy red algae. Elle attempted to silence the mirror to no avail. Even when obstructed, it continued to drone on, causing even the most indifferent Hufflepuff to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Although Lily was largely unfazed, the mirror's incessant commentary disrupted the convivial atmosphere. And with her spirits already low, she took her luggage and bid farewell to her friendly companions, seeking a different compartment. Dragging her suitcase from the front of the train toward the rear, she found no empty compartments and ultimately settled down on her suitcase at the junction between carriages. Leaving home had initially filled her with anticipation, as she felt akin to a character in a storybook, leaving behind an unchangeable origin for a world filled with wonders, giant pots, giants, wizards, and a multitude of friends. all bestowing her with newfound strength to prove to her mother that she was not a source of shame or disgrace. Yet now, all she had was L, and they had to stealthily evade others because no one liked Slytherins, and even Slytherins seemed to disdain her. Touching her wand, she pondered, strength? My spells are perpetually ridiculed. They say I might as well be a dud, a failure, a disgrace to Slytherin. Why isn't the world outside as splendid as the tales depict? Those textbooks are utterly detestable, and those spells are so perplexing. Despite my relentless efforts, why does it seem that there has been no progress whatsoever? No one extends a hand to me consistently. L remains ensconced in his compartment, keeping company with his Hufflepuff friend. I can only hope that my mother's hands will reach out to me at the train station. As I gaze out at the fleeting scenery, the lakes, the plains, the woodlands, and the occasional flitting bird, my stomach churns with anxiety. My mother forbids owls from approaching our home. Thus I cannot inform them of my holiday schedule. What if she fails to arrive, or does not instruct Coco to fetch me from the station? Gripping my wand, I lean against the compartment wall, twisting my head as I sit, until the loathsome voice of Potter jolts me from my reverie. Sirius, come and see who this is. Is this not our old friend, the rat, destined to scavenge for coins in our gutter? With a heavy sigh, I rise, clutching my suitcase and preparing to depart. I recall that the Gryffindor prefect is seated 2 carriages ahead. Potter, accompanied by his 3 close friends, had intended to seek Lily out, wishing to invite her to his home for the summer. However, en route he stumbled upon this rat, who his brother remains infatuated with. Potter extends his foot, tripping me, and then gives my luggage a kick. The ancient suitcase, already weathered by time, can hardly withstand such treatment. It starts to crack at the edges of the clasp. Fortunately, I possess little besides my books, a few plain shirts, trousers, and a couple of school robes. Otherwise the sight of my belongings spilling forth would be too dreadful to contemplate. With a silent exhalation, I choose to remain mute, simply closing the lid of my suitcase and dragging it forward. Stop right there, rat. Sirius casts the leg-locking charm, causing me to lose my balance and crash to the ground with a significant thud. To be struck by a leg-locking curse on the first day of term, and the last day of term, is truly infuriating. I draw my wand, aware that I may not win this battle, and escaping is not an option. What else can I do but retaliate? Should I deliver a blow to Sirius Black akin to Potter's strike on Snape? I fervently hope Professor Flitwick's words about becoming a calamity for myself and others do not come to fruition. Yet, in a moment of panic, I cannot recall any offensive spells. I roll over and point my wand at Sirius Black, casting a cooking charm that peels and cleans. To my amusement, his shirt attempts to detach from him in a rather ungraceful manner. Realizing he may soon be left bare, his vanity compels him to cling desperately to his shirt. But the dampness of his hair cascades down, soaking the shirt completely. Though it is June, the white fabric clinging to his form provokes a shiver. In disbelief, he surveys his appearance and abandons the idea of casting a spell, charging forward with his fists raised. After enduring a couple of blows from Sirius Black, I find myself kicked by Potter as well. If the space were not so confined, I suspect that Peter would have attempted to strike me too. Lupin is still urging Black to cease, reminding him that he still needs to invite Lily. Having sustained injuries, I never anticipated being assaulted in such a manner. Even though I had witnessed these individuals bully Snape, and had braced myself for such encounters, experiencing it firsthand leaves me in a state of disbelief. I wield my wand and lash out, the whooshing sound accompanying my strikes against Potter and Sirius Black, landing on their shoulders, arms, and faces. Just as the commotion reaches its peak, the door of a nearby compartment swings open, revealing an upperclassman girl, who, lacking a school robe, is uncertain of her house affiliation. She gazes in astonishment at our peculiar skirmish. With a flick of her wand, she levitates Black away, setting him aside, and follows up with a drying charm, insisting that a dapper young man ought to maintain his elegance and tidiness. Furthermore, your prefect is merely a compartment away, and may arrive at any moment to deduct points from you. Seizing the opportunity, Lupin grips Sirius Black's wrist, urging him to reconsider, as they still need to invite Lily. Should this escalate, it would surely displease her. Sirius Black, nursing the spot struck by that fool, yells that he is fortunate this time to be rescued by his good friends, Potter and Lupin. I remember you. The Slytherin who boldly boasted in the Great Hall about your propensity for misfires. TSK, you are indeed quite different, the older girl remarks. And seeing that the fracas has subsided, she shuts the compartment door and resumes chatting with her friends. I straighten my legs, still under the effects of the curse, leaning against my suitcase until a Hufflepuff upperclassman, emerging from another compartment en route to the restroom, assists me with a couple of spells to clear the path. The upperclassman attempts to restore my suitcase to its original state, but with little success. It still appears on the verge of expelling its contents. I manage to locate a compartment occupied solely by a Ravenclaw, who, engrossed in her book, pays me no mind. I, too, retrieve my own reading material, striving to keep myself occupied. Before disembarking the train, I muster the courage to straighten my clothes and hair, secretly grateful that I am clad in a black shirt, unaware that black fabric, when dust-laden, is equally conspicuous. Standing with my luggage in the very spot where Coco had once delivered me, I watch as others are gradually collected. I spot Snape's mother, a witch with thick eyebrows and a similarly gloomy demeanor, and from a distance, I see L's father take his suitcase, followed by a warm embrace from his mother before she disapparates. I do not seek a place to sit, merely standing beside my suitcase. I continue to wait. Chapter 31. A crackling sound emanates from behind a column, and I glance over. Mother. Grabbing my suitcase, I rush forward, only to halt abruptly before her. A wave of panic washes over me. I have been standing here for a minute, and she has yet to acknowledge my presence. Mother, the station is deserted. Can we go home now? I long to return home. With an oddly scrutinizing gaze, Sana Black regards her detestable daughter, somewhat taken aback. You were bested? On the Hogwarts Express? Look at those footprints on your back and the bruises on your brow. Truly a disgrace. I panic as my mother does not lead me home directly. After a year at school, I have come to understand the implications of terms like disgrace and failure. Father wishes for me to be a Slytherin, a house that values honor and victory, and since mother holds father in high regard, it implies that I have squandered both honor and victory. Mother is displeased. She would never abandon me. Mother, I will succeed in the future, I promise. Please do not be upset. Upset? Enough, I have matters to attend to. Hold my arm tightly. Though she remains oblivious to the foolish thoughts swirling in her daughter's mind, time is of the essence. A mountain of potion ingredients and brews awaits her at the shop. When we apparate to the exterior of a dilapidated manor, I feel a surge of anxiety, clutching the hem of Mother's cloak and refusing to release it. Following her, I watch as she waves her wand, guiding me into a dust-laden, decrepit bedroom. I have a faint recollection of this place, one of several residences mother had taken father and me to during my early years. A storage box flies in as Sana unravels the spell upon it, lifting the lid and snatching my wand from where it is tucked into my trousers, carelessly tossing it inside. She then re-enchants the box, returning it to an inconspicuous corner. Pulling me from the bedroom, she waves her wand, attempting to smooth over the dust and erase the remaining footprints. As they stepped out of the living room and the yard, the actions were repeated. Observing that her mother had no intention of abandoning her, Lise felt a sense of relief wash over her. She even reminded her mother that the grass in the yard had been trampled, and that dust had been scraped off the door frame when they had pushed the door open. Do not inquire how Lise knew. The remnants of that dust now clung to her hair and face. With a raised brow, Shauna endeavored to restore these minute details as best as she could before stepping out of the protective enchantment of the house, once again transporting Lise back home through apparition. With a box in hand, Lisa's heart finally felt at ease. Just before they entered the house's line of sight, Shauna cast a cleaning charm on Lise and her shirt. Although traces remained, they were no longer conspicuous. Subsequently, she pointed her wand at Lisa's brow, attempting a healing charm. However, it was evident that Lisa's mother was not particularly adept at healing magic, and a lingering bruise remained on Lisa's eyebrow. As was customary, Shauna waved her wand to check the household's protective charms and alarm records, after which she paid no further attention to Lise, and proceeded to the doorway of her father's room. Before long, she had apparat away again. Lise gazed at the not-so-abundant ingredients in the kitchen, and, seizing the opportunity while Coco was absent, she set to work with a cauliflower, 3 chicken legs, and a heap of potatoes, concocting a dish never before made in their home. Since her mother had not returned for dinner, the leftover chicken leg was disassembled the following morning to create a salad. Coco, with tears streaming down her face, lamented her failure to care for the little mistress, who was now compelled to prepare her own food. Yet Lise harbored no sympathy, having no intention of relinquishing the kitchen back to Coco. After savoring the fare from the Hogwarts kitchen, Lise could hardly stomach boiled potatoes or fried chicken. However, given that her wand had been left in the old house by her mother, some convenient cooking spells still required Coco's assistance, much to Coco's relief. Little mistress, the master wishes to see you. Coco materialized beside Lisa's bed to deliver the message. Suddenly, Lise recalled a dream she had had, in which her father's door had been inexplicably locked. Shaking her head to dispel the memory, she tidied her clothes and ascended to the second floor. After knocking, Lise opened the door and stood at the threshold, inquiring, "Father, did you call for me?" Coco, fetch a chair for Lise so we can have a chat, her father. Nu instructed the house elf, helping Lise to sit. Observing his daughter from outside the room, he noted that she appeared to have grown significantly since he last saw her. Is school enjoyable? He asked. Yes, it is, father. Which house did you join? Slytherin, father. Have you made any friends? Yes, father. As the father and daughter fell into silence, Nu grew anxious. He had specifically moved a chair closer for a meaningful conversation, yet the dialogue seemed to stall. He hastily sought a topic. I never imagined you would be a wizard, it's astonishing. How are your grades? Not very good, Lise hesitated, fear creeping in. If her father truly valued the glory and victories expected of Slytherin, would he be displeased by her poor academic performance? No worries. Which subject are you struggling with? Swallowing nervously, Lisa's voice was barely a whisper as she confessed, only transfiguration. Nu, unsure of what to say next, reflected on the hardships his child had faced. From birth, she had not received a quality upbringing or education. Shauna had even complained that Lise couldn't recognize letters before starting school. However, was that not to be expected? Shauna's bias against the child was evident, and Nu, due to his past mistakes, had been hesitant to engage with her. He had scarcely seen Lise in nearly a decade. She had been so small at birth, cradled by the house elf like a doll, and now she had grown into such a young lady. He recalled the harm he had inadvertently caused her that fateful night. Does it still hurt? He asked. Not anymore. Father. Looking up at his daughter, he noted her red hair, a gift from Shauna, and his own gray eyes. Her petite face made her eyes appear large and expressive, albeit she often averted her gaze, seeming somewhat evasive. I am truly sorry, Lise, my little star. It's all right. If you have questions, you can ask your mother. Her results on her NEWT were quite impressive, barring her charm score, of course. Lise was somewhat taken aback to learn that her mother had also struggled in charms. Come now, Lise, take out your wand. Let me see you perform some magic. All these years, I thought you were a non-entity. Lise hurriedly checked her usual hiding spot for her wand, only to find it empty. Her mother had left it in the old house. At that moment, Nu recalled that a minor wizard's wand would be affixed with a tracking charm during their first year signing, and Shauna must have thought of this. To prevent any lingering threats from tracing their child to their current residence, she had hidden the wand, creating the appearance of a well-behaved student who refrained from casting spells at home. Realizing how astutely his wife had planned ahead, Nu handed his wand to Coco, instructing her to pass it to Lise for a trial. The dragon heartstring wand felt foreign in her grasp. Lise hesitated, recalling a professor's warning against using another wand. Doing so could lead to considerable harm, especially since she had never successfully cast even a basic Lumos. What if? How about trying the levitation charm? Float the picture frame on the table to your hand. I'd like to show you what you looked like as a child, Lise. Gripping the wand tightly, Lisa's nerves frayed. She feared that her father was wholly unaware of her dismal academic performance. What if she broke the frame, or turned the photograph silver? As she felt her right hand tremble around the wand, and wiped her forehead with her left. It seemed she was sweating, her frequent swallowing reminiscent of Shauna's guilty demeanor after sneaking a drink. It's all right, perhaps this wand simply isn't suitable for you. When Shauna returns, I'll ask her to help you find one, Nu suggested, raising an eyebrow as he reclaimed his wand from Coco's tray. Your face is injured. What happened? At this, Lise swallowed audibly, so loudly that Nu could hear it clearly. Did Shauna hit you? No, it wasn't mother, Lise exclaimed, her shock causing her to deny it twice. Nu was uncertain whether to believe her, as Shauna had left that morning, still suffering from a hangover. He stared at Lise, saying nothing, his frown heavy with concern. The chair beneath Lise felt as though it had sprouted teeth, making it impossible for her to sit still. I got into a fight on the Hogwarts Express. Ah, so this child is indeed like her mother. This tactic works on her just as it did on Shauna. Yet. He pondered, child, were you bullied? Although he asked, what could he truly do? Storm into the school and confront the culprits? Stand up for his daughter? He couldn't even manage that. Even when Lise introduced him to others, she fabricated a non-existent Alan Black to obscure the truth of her survival. He felt trapped, unable to leave his bed. Lise, clutching the hem of her clothing, mentioned that it was James Potter and Sirius Black from Gryffindor. That Black said mother didn't want me anymore. I cast 2 spells on him during Christmas, and now I've been cornered on the train. Father. I won't lose next time. I promise I'll win. Please don't be angry with mother. Not angry. I am not angry, Lise. Your mother, and I merely wish for you to take care of yourself. Nua, in distress, reached out a hand to scratch his head. After all, she is his daughter. Did you just mention that a Black is in Gryffindor, alongside that Potter boy from the Shampoo family? He doubted his own hearing. Sirius Black, if memory serves, is the eldest son of the Black family and would be the future heir. Gryffindor? Absurd. The Black family is an eternal aristocracy, forever pure, eternally Slytherin. How could there possibly be a Gryffindor among them? Indeed, the Slytherin classmates and Senior Narcissa were equally astonished, mirroring your expression. Lise dryly remarked. I also saw him arguing with Senior Narcissa Black. He scattered her galleons everywhere. Noah could not fathom this and was shocked, yet he was at a loss for words. Having been out of touch with the outside world for quite some time, it was evident that Lise was reluctant to continue discussing those boys who had clashed with her. Noah, feeling somewhat fatigued, could no longer remain seated. Their father-daughter conversation drew to a close. During lunch in the kitchen, Lise unearthed a peculiar bunch of parsley, intending to chop it for a salad. However, upon slicing into it, she was struck by an odd taste. It bore no hint of the herb's aromatic flavor. Instead, a bitter amalgamation reminiscent of wormwood and tuberous roots wafted towards her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not a vegetable, but rather a potion ingredient, likely mixed up during her mother's procurement of supplies. This material required root processing and sun-drying before it could be utilized. Lise hastily treated it and laid it out to dry on the kitchen windowsill, while Coco prepared mashed potatoes and braised beef. After their meal, Lise began perusing a tray of books her father had given her at the conclusion of their last conversation. Origins of Darkness and the War of Black and White Magic were incomprehensible at first glance. She flipped through only to find the latter half equally perplexing. Switching to the elements of curse casting yielded no better results. After perusing 4 or 5 books, she finally stumbled upon one entitled A Guide to Minor Hexes, which featured several spells she had seen Potter and Sirius Black use against their classmates. Munching on some dried fruit, which Coco had somehow procured, Lise reclined on her small bed, engrossed in her reading. Thus half a month of vacation slipped by, filled with cooking, dining, reading, and slumber. Chapter 33. One day, her mother burst into the kitchen, flustered, tossing aside an owl before rummaging through the cupboards, scattering items everywhere. After discovering nothing, she summoned Coco, inquiring about a package resembling potion ingredients. Coco indicated it had been taken by the young mistress. Upon observing the processed potion materials, Shauna was slightly taken aback. While the processing was not overly complex, it demanded a swift and deft approach. A moment's delay could lead to loss of potency and quality. Did you handle this? Given the peculiar nature of potion ingredients and potions themselves, one could not employ magic while managing them. Thus, even the most skilled potion masters often squandered considerable time preparing ingredients before brewing. Unable to concoct high-level potions, and with the external atmosphere tense, a potion master would certainly attract the attention of various factions. Nua still required her care, and exposure was not an option. Therefore, she could only brew mid-tier potions for sale, occasionally dealing in contraband to support Nua's potion expenses and her own research costs. The dilemma lay in her processing and brewing speed. If it did not keep pace with customer demand, she would earn insufficient galleons. If this waste could prove somewhat useful, it would not entirely squander nearly a decade's worth of provisions. Lise, holding the unconscious owl her mother had tossed into the kitchen, obediently nodded. However, Shauna, deep in thought, did not notice. She inquired again, did you process this? Lise assumed her mother was displeased with her silence, responding, yes, mother. What other potion ingredients can you handle? Lise recited a lengthy list of materials she had processed, alongside those she theoretically could, but had yet to encounter. Shauna expressed her satisfaction, surprised that her little waste had indeed become somewhat useful after a year of schooling. Mother, the owl you threw in, Lise said, extending the owl by its wing. Shauna glanced at it, noting a parchment envelope, and casually tore it open, casting the owl aside. After reading the letter, Shauna felt the stirrings of anger. Yet it seemed somewhat normal, even a touch joyous, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. It was Lisa's report card for the semester. Dear Miss Starlise Black, your grades for your first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are as follows. A. Exceeds expectations, acceptable. Poor, dreadful. Troll, astronomy, transfiguration, herbology, potions. Defense against the dark arts, flying, charms, history of magic. Please have your guardian correspond with Professor Slughorn, head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, regarding your request for a retake of the first year. We await your reply. Shauna glanced at the grades again, incredulous that Lise had actually managed to pass so many subjects. She could pass, even receiving an exceeds expectations. Upon seeing the poor grade in charms, she felt it was justified. A rare complexity stirred within Shauna. Aside from her hair, this child surprisingly bore similarities to herself. But to retake the first year? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. A Slytherin needing to repeat a year would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule, and word could easily spread, leading inquisitive individuals to trace the lineage of the fallen Black family. Had it not been for the true name magic on the enrollment list at Hogwarts, she would never have allowed her little waist to attend school under her actual name. However, it mattered little, as long as she did not have to retake the year. Only the headmaster and the house head were privy to this information, and requesting confidentiality from these two should pose no significant issue. Gather your things in 10 minutes and come with me, Shauna said, tossing the report card onto the stove as she addressed Lise. Uncertain of what to do, Lise retrieved the suitcase she had brought home for the holidays. Coco, witnessing the seemingly about to burst suitcase, cast a repair spell, but to no avail. Instead, she fetched 2 sturdy ropes to bind it. She then placed the books Lise had been reading into a large bag for her to carry. Seeing Lise burdened with her belongings, Shauna furrowed her brow, contemplating scolding her to set the items down. Yet a thought seemed to cross her mind, and with a somewhat cheerful expression, she took Lise and Apparat away. When they materialized, they found themselves in a dim, dilapidated house, partially underground. Lise caught a whiff of the mingled scents of potion ingredients, reminiscent of the potions professor's office. Within the room, 2 cauldrons bubbled away, brewing potions Lise did not recognize. Shauna approached to inspect them, then crushed and weighed the ingredients she had brought from home, adding them to the mix. Turning to Lise, who was scanning her surroundings, Shauna tossed her a large, masked hat, which teetered precariously on her head. Shauna cast a shrinking spell, but it was too small, necessitating a size increase. After some fussing, Shauna appeared noticeably impatient. Mother, it's fine now. It won't fall off, Lise exclaimed, as it snugly fit her face. To her surprise, she noticed her voice sounded somewhat akin to a house elf, shrill and high-pitched. Welcome to Nocturne Alley, little waist. Without my presence, you are absolutely, unequivocally forbidden from stepping outside this door. Absolutely forbidden. I hope you can take some responsibility for your life. Lise nodded vigorously, responding, Yes, Mother. Mother is concerned about me. Chapter 34. After establishing a series of regulations for Lys, such as wearing masks in the presence of outsiders, and referring to her mother as Miss Ram instead of Mama, Lys found herself ushered into a small compartment to tidy up her belongings. Observing the cramped space that served as a bedroom, kitchen, and storage area, she noted the scattered dirty laundry, unwashed dishes from previous meals, and the chaotic arrangement of potion ingredients. It became apparent to Lys where her mother had been during her absence, and why she had mixed up potion ingredients with vegetables. After placing her suitcase and bag of books in a corner, Lys began her task, first gathering the dirty clothes and depositing them into the laundry basket by the door to clear a path on the floor. She then soaked the dishes in the sink and stuffed the garbage into the overflowing trash bin. Finally, she swept the remnants of food from the bed to the floor and replaced it with a fresh bedspread from the cupboard that had yet to be unwrapped. Meanwhile, Shauna, who was outside brewing potions, thought of the little scraps she had brought that still needed to be eaten when she caught sight of a room that, while still not pristine, had at least become somewhat presentable. Shauna had initially intended for Lys to tidy her own things, but this result was acceptable. Approaching the cooking area, she ignited the flames, preparing to fry a steak for their combined lunch and dinner. Despite her short stature, Lys, undeterred by her inability to reach the stove, implored her mother to allow her to take over the cooking duties. Shauna was genuinely astonished to discover that her daughter had culinary skills. She had never known that Hogwarts offered cooking classes. With a flick of her wand, Shauna transformed a chair into a shorter step stool for Lys. Leaning against the doorframe as she watched her daughter cook the steak, pouring various spices into the pan, even managing to wash a few plates in her spare moments. Unbeknownst to Lys, her mind was racing with panic. Mama's watching me. This anxiety caused her to slightly overcook the steak, but Shauna was thoroughly pleased with the result when it reached her plate. Although Lys now resembled a house elf, she had undeniably brought a semblance of order to Shauna's previously haphazard lifestyle. If that unfortunate incident had never occurred, Shauna mused, perhaps she would have taken pride in her daughter's progress. Meanwhile, at the shop on Nocturne Alley, life seemed relatively tranquil, but the atmosphere at home was oppressive. With Coco weeping outside Nua's door, her eyes covered. The source of her distress was a letter carelessly left by Shauna, which had caused the male proprietor to spill all the food. Nua discovered a piece of parchment beneath the tray Coco had brought, detailing the dismal report card of his daughter, Starlys Black. The abysmal grades suggested she might need to retake courses. Retake? How could a Black family find themselves in such a predicament? No faltered. Realizing that a child who could not read before starting school had only managed to achieve a satisfactory grade, silently Nua used his wand to clean up the spilled food. Depositing it into the trash bin, and glanced at the poor grade in the charm subject, recalling the child's inability to even perform a levitation charm. He sighed heavily. Ordering Coco to bring another meal, Noah contemplated discussing their daughter's academic issues with his wife, Shauna. Initially, he had thought that if their child could place in the top 3, it might help restore some semblance of connection with the Black family, allowing him to leave and ensure that Liz, with her promising lineage, could enjoy some protection, alleviating Shauna's burdens. However, now he was left to ponder whether their child could even navigate life in the wizarding world. Retake. Liz had been unable to sleep the previous night, too exhilarated at the prospect of sleeping alongside her mother, which nearly led to her being kicked out of the shop. Shauna had no intention of subjecting Liz to the back-and-forth commute, as it would significantly heighten the risk of exposure, particularly when there was only one bed in the shop. The following day, Liz awoke with swollen eyelids and dark circles beneath her eyes, embarking on her journey of managing potion ingredients. Meanwhile, Shauna sent a letter to Liz's headmaster, rejecting the idea of retaking any courses. Upon realizing Liz could independently handle most materials to a commendable standard, Shauna began brewing a variety of potions, including restorative elixirs and blood-replenishing potions. Once her stock was sufficient, she turned to the production of some illicit concoctions, significantly boosting the shop's revenue in just half a month. She even entertained the notion of conducting her own potion research, fantasizing about having Liz brew the blood-replenishing potion. But the batch Liz produced was so unappealing that it was unsellable, compelling Shauna to abandon that idea. Chapter 35. That evening, at a crucial moment in her research, Shauna instructed Liz to don her mask and attend to customers in the shop. "Good day, I am looking for Miss Ram. I would like to request her assistance in brewing some potions. Is she available?" A man clad in a black robe and silver mask entered the shop, his voice smooth and feeble, his tall stature making the already cramped space feel even more confined. Putting her book down, Liz cautiously rehearsed her response in her mind before softly replying, "Miss Ram is currently brewing potions. If you need," before she could finish, a sudden explosion of the cauldron echoed from the back, accompanied by a woman's boisterous laughter. "Haha, I did it. I told you the mandrake was effective." Shauna emerged, holding a bottle of dark liquid that seemed to absorb the light, her excitement palpable even behind her mask. Once she realized there were customers in the shop, she quickly stored the crystal vial in the cabinet behind her, noting the man's keen interest in the potion. "This is not for sale. Are you here to purchase potions?" "I presume you are Miss Ram," he replied. "I wish to commission a potion." He gestured toward Liz, who stood to the side, indicating he would like to discuss it with her. "Yes, what potion do you require?" "A soul stabilizer." "I cannot brew that." Shauna firmly shook her head. "It is far too advanced. You will need to seek out those elderly potioneers or the scions of those cursed potion families. I don't even possess the recipe for a soul stabilizer." Unperturbed by Shauna's outright refusal, the man remained calm. "What if I can provide the recipe and materials?" The compensation would be 500 galleons per potion, regardless of quality, he proposed, presenting his terms for consideration. Shauna was hesitant to engage further. Such a niche request typically came from extreme dark wizards or researchers, individuals whose minds did not operate within the realm of normalcy. Moreover, this was a long-term requirement. Accepting this order would imply ongoing supply, and those clients would never allow any leverage to fall into another's hands. She understood that accepting this could lead to her being thoroughly scrutinized. "I cannot assist you. I merely make a living on this street, dabbling in minor projects to satisfy my interests. A soul stabilizer is beyond my capabilities, and I will not attempt it." It was crucial to recognize one's limits in order to survive in this business. Concerned that he might persist, Shauna suggested, perhaps that cursed bandaged man across the street could be of assistance. Before departing, the man cast a lingering glance at the cabinet holding the potions, his gaze laden with meaning. Previously, Shauna had always worked alone, closing the shop while brewing potions. With Liz's presence, she realized she had become careless. It seemed she could not afford to cast a silencing charm on the door again in the future. 3 days later, after carefully instructing Lilith not to respond to any knocks at the door, not to converse with anyone, and to refrain from stepping outside, Shauna performed several phantom shifts to ensure she was not being followed home. She tended to her husband during the full moon, checked on the household, and delivered provisions. Upon her return, Shauna was astonished to find herself burdened with a multitude of second-grade textbooks, as No harbored the audacious hope that this little misfit might achieve at least 4 distinctions in the upcoming semester. Thus, Lilith tragically embarked on her morning by grappling with materials, followed by an afternoon immersed in tomes on curses and origins, and concluded her day with her mother imparting the essentials of a second-grade curriculum. In pursuit of practicing the relevant magic from her studies, Shauna even managed to conjure a wand for Lilith, its origin a mystery, which had inexplicably disarmed itself at some point. Lilith found the wand, crafted from the wood of a blackthorn tree, surprisingly easy to wield. However, she still struggled to cast a standard spell. For instance, while attempting to tidy the floor, she inadvertently removed 2 large sections of it, transforming the exposed ground into a glimmering silver, ultimately necessitating the transmutation of a piece of clothing into a rug to cover the mishap. One day, as Lilith diligently recited transformation incantations in the shop, a man with pitch-black skin entered, dragging a small cart and calling out for Ram. He was an African wizard engaged in various trade activities. Believing that his longtime customer in the alley might have struck gold, having ordered a considerable quantity of snake eggshells and snake venom the previous night, Shauna had pulled an all-nighter brewing potions, and now, after sipping a vitality elixir, she was yawning uncontrollably. After a quick inventory, she separated the defective items and other creatures' eggshells, then turned her gaze to the snake venom. This old trader was not being entirely forthright. While the quantity of venom was adequate, its quality left much to be desired. Shauna fiercely haggled, insisting he couldn't pretend not to understand English, demanding, "At this price, will you sell or not?" Fine, Ram relented. "But after all these years as business partners, can't you offer me something worthwhile in return?" Noticing Ram's lackluster enthusiasm, the African wizard prepared to deliver his goods elsewhere, but upon turning back, his heart nearly stopped. The little fairy-like shop assistant had reached into the snake's cage. Chapter 36. That was a species of highly venomous snake, a living creature brought out due to a mishap. Yet this little fairy had dared to extend her fingers into its territory. "Ram, if he bites her, you must ensure that it does not affect our friendship and transactions. Do not touch recklessly." As the fairy was sent sprawling by Ram's spell, the African wizard exhaled a sigh of relief. "I must quickly deal with this snake. This has happened twice before, and last time it nearly escaped." Shauna observed the snake's triangular head and upturned tongue, and its caterpillar-like slithering prompted a shrewd calculation in her mind. Perhaps she could keep this snake as a gift, especially since her assistant seemed quite taken with it. It might even help salvage the reputation jeopardized by this batch of snake venom. "Are you interested in snake venom? I must caution you, the Gabon viper is exceptionally dangerous. If you are certain, I will give it to you, but you must guarantee that your next order will come from me." As the two engaged in a discussion about the risks and rewards of smuggling, Lilith brushed off the dirt from her fall, crouching beside the cage and repeatedly exclaiming, "Crackle! Crackle!" The African wizard, with his accent, assumed Crackle was the name of the snake. "Crackle! Goodness, this snake is simply adorable. Approximately 10 inches long. It turns its amber-like eyes toward me without hesitation, no matter which direction I call it." This singular focus makes Lilith feel extraordinarily fulfilled. "Look at me, only at me." Meanwhile, the African wizard began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, surrounded by a green-faced, slack-skinned fairy with donkey ears, who gazed at her goods with an obsessive yearning. While Africa had no fairies, his years of smuggling in England had taught him the troubles that a greedy fairy could bring. He set a future transaction date in a tone that signaled agreement, instructing Ram to inform him if he needed anything, before hurriedly handing over the cage containing the snake. Tightening his cloak and swiftly darting into the next shop, Shauna placed the cage aside, intending to take a nap before addressing the extraction of snake venom. The collection process could be either live or dead. Although the latter presented complications and poorer quality, she lacked the time to keep a snake. Yawning, she cautioned Lilith to avoid touching the snake, and to be wary of its bite, casting a dual protection spell over the cage before retreating for some rest. Ever since the little misfit had arrived, her bedding had remained pristine, which was quite agreeable. When Shauna awoke, the sky had darkened, yet she detected no aroma of food, which puzzled her. Typically, the little creature, resembling a domesticated house elf, would have prepared a meal by now. Cautiously approaching the front of the shop with her wand drawn, Shauna discovered that nothing dangerous had transpired. Rather, the child was squatting on the ground, engrossed in watching the snake, likely having forgotten to cook in her fascination. "Cooking? I am hungry," she said, nudging Lilith's foot with her toes. "What, do you adore this snake? Is it to be your pet? That way. No one keep giving me those disapproving looks as if I were mistreating you." Shauna initially jested, but upon catching a glimpse of Lilith gazing up at her with an expression radiating desire and incredulity, she realized that Lilith was indeed earnest. "Mama is gifting me a pet. My very own little snake," Lilith exclaimed, lifting the snake's cage and beaming, "Thank you, Mama. I promise to take good care of it. From now on, its name shall be Crackle. Mama, I'll go prepare dinner now." Her excitement led her to repeat "Mama" several times. Holding the cup of water, Shauna remained puzzled until Lilith had served dinner, unable to comprehend why this normally cautious little misfit was so elated today. Nevertheless, keeping a venomous snake as a pet was not out of the question. It seemed she would need to arrange for its care. If it were to bite someone, No would surely be upset. She rummaged through a few books on contracts, examining spells such as the Heartfelt Loyalty Charm and Blood Pact, finding them unsuitable. Shauna, alongside Lilith, who was perusing a magic dictionary, leaned over the counter to read. Before discovering a method to ensure the snake would not bite indiscriminately, Shauna instructed Lilith to avoid actions that might provoke the snake. "Mom, can I feed it? It's hungry." "Hungry? How do you know? Did it tell you?" Shauna casually replied while flipping to the next page. "No, the little snake doesn't talk. But I can feel it's unhappy," Lilith earnestly responded, still grappling with the nuances of humor and casual remarks. "Feel?" Shauna closed her book and inquired again. "What do you mean by feel?" Though puzzled by her mother's question, Lilith endeavored to articulate that she could vaguely sense whether someone bore hostility toward her. Animals posed many challenges, yet prolonged companionship could foster an indistinct awareness of their feelings. Although Lilith's explanations were somewhat muddled, and her words imperfect, Shauna grasped the essence of what the little misfit was attempting to convey. Wizards are inherently gifted. Some possess foresight into the future, others are hopelessly addicted to potions, while some are born as innate communicators with magical creatures. Indicating that Lilith could proceed to feed the snake, Shauna suggested slicing a portion of the raw steak from lunch for it, but instructed her to use a glass stick to handle the food, cautioning her not to come too close. It seems that the little wastrel has inherited some extraordinary intuition from the tangled lineage of her bloodline. However, such gifts tend to wane and eventually vanish as one matures. This ability is an adaptation developed by weaker creatures to ensure their survival. The frail must excel at evading danger, and once they grow strong, such instincts become unnecessary. Why not speak of the hereditary lineage of the Blacks? Aside from her husband, the remainder of the Black family is comprised of lunatics. They come close to marrying siblings in their pursuit of the most unblemished bloodline, rendering their ancestry far from intricate. Chapter 37. Shauna rolled her eyes at the thoughts that had just flitted through her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder why, after all these years, this child was unafraid of her. After all, she had never harbored murderous intentions in front of the child. Turning her gaze to the small snake in the cage, she noted its frail appearance due to its abnormal hatching, yet this should not diminish its potential threat. According to the research she had conducted, this gaboon viper was exceedingly dangerous. The gaboon viper is an exceptionally venomous creature, renowned as the most formidable snake in the smuggler's homeland, capable of growing up to 2 meters in length and weighing 9 kilograms. Shauna calculated that, based on these figures, the snake would ultimately possess a robust physique. It bore 2 small protruding horns on its snout, a broad head, and a striking pattern of rectangular and triangular shapes in shades of pale yellow, brown, and purplish hues, suggesting it thrived in forested regions, its pattern serving to camouflage it amidst fallen leaves and other natural elements. Furthermore, the book on serpents emphasized that this species possesses the longest fangs and the most potent venom in the world, aside from magical varieties, along with a venom output that far surpasses that of other snakes. While the text described this snake as relatively docile, its occasional bursts of astonishing agility rendered Shauna unable to lower her guard. Pets are certainly to be brought to school, yet precautions must be taken with such a venomous creature. Otherwise, it risks confiscation by the school, and should a child be bitten, Nu would undoubtedly be furious. Shauna flipped through her book once more in search of a suitable contract. Time passed slowly until an owl, propelled by a warning charm from outside, heralded the end of Lys's shopkeeping duties, prompting Shauna to note that this second-year school notification had arrived far too early. Given the current level of the little wastrel, it was utterly inconceivable that she would achieve 4 excellent grades by the semester's end, which would surely provoke Nu's ire. Grasping the nonsensical spell essay that Lys had penned the previous night, Shauna threatened her that if her grades did not improve satisfactorily by the end of the term, the snake would be used for venom extraction, and she should not expect to see it again. In her search, Shauna found herself unable to locate any feasible contract in her book, and ultimately returned home to inquire whether Nu had any suggestions. However, upon learning that his wife had procured a world-class venomous snake as a pet for their daughter, Nu truly felt the urge to shake his wife's shoulders and question whether she had ingested some potion. Yet he did manage to propose an idea. The owl messenger, aside from its magical bloodline, also bore the constraints of a contract and a locating charm. This snake, though begrudgingly, met the requirements of the ownership contract. This matter was negotiable, but another issue was utterly intolerable for Shauna. As a member of the Black lineage, she did not demand excellence from her. But at the very least, 2 outstanding grades could not be compromised. Grades! Grades! Liz hurriedly dragged one trunk and hoisted another. Laden with books her father insisted she read. Books that were not available at Hogwarts, which she must understand and know, for it was imperative. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, due to the sheer weight of her belongings, Coco, who had accompanied Liz to the station, had cast a levitation charm on her luggage. Anxious about encountering a few bothersome individuals on the train, Liz quickly found an empty compartment, slipped inside, and closed the door, placing the small snake on her shoulder in an attempt to establish a mental connection with it. However, despite Liz's eager gaze, she felt nothing, causing her to despondently pull out a book to read instead. As the train journeyed onward, a knock at the door announced the arrival of the snack cart. Although her mother had given her a small amount of pocket money, Liz politely declined the vendor's offers and continued reading. Before disembarking, she changed into her school robes. But an unsettling feeling lingered, as if she had forgotten something. But she could not ascertain what it was. Gablon, what do you think I've forgotten? Gablon, resting on Liz's shoulder, merely stared at her, unresponsive, akin to a lifeless prop. Upon disembarking, Liz initially assumed she would accompany the towering gamekeeper by boat to the castle. But to her surprise, Air informed her that only first years were permitted to take the boat. A tradition meant to allow newcomers to experience the path once traversed by the 4 founders of the school. Meanwhile, returning students could enter the castle via the grand doors in carriages, allowing them to arrive at the Great Hall slightly earlier than the first years. While seated in the carriage, Air shared tales of their summer adventures with a fellow Hufflepuff. They inquired about Liz's summer activities, to which she lamented her poor academic performance that led her mother to enlist a tutor. Oh, you're truly unfortunate. By the way, have you heard? One of our classmates almost failed a year, but their parents disagreed. I wonder who it is. Liz was equally unaware of the identity of this student, as after Shauna's lamentation regarding her grades, she had not shown Liz the letter, and had merely set it aside, leaving Liz entirely oblivious to the suggestion of remedial studies noted on the report card. After indulging in this piece of gossip, the carriage arrived at the castle, where the luggage was entrusted to the house elves for delivery to each student's dormitory. Liz, hands empty, took a seat at the Slytherin table, eagerly anticipating the feast following the sorting ceremony and a chance for a good night's sleep, hoping that her first day of school would pass without incident. Chapter 38. As the first years chattered excitedly at the entrance of the Great Hall, a poised and elegant little boy with black hair caught Liz's attention. He resembled a prince straight out of a history of magic, a radiant marvel in his own right. Yet he struck her as somewhat familiar. Liz strained her memory, and suddenly recalled, he looks just like that arrogant Gryffindor. During the sorting ceremony, Liz made a point to observe the little boy. Regulus Black, indeed. A member of the Black family, likely a sibling, she mused, and upon this realization he seemed considerably less handsome. Slytherin. Oh ho ho, not Gryffindor. Liz glanced at the head table, and noted the proud expression on her sister Narcissa's face. Regulus. Are you a coward? Why do you not dare to oppose that old hag? Are they forcing you into Slytherin? They're all decrepit lunatics. You should rebel like I do. This was the voice of that arrogant Gryffindor. Liz's inquisitive gaze shifted to the faces of the 3 members of the Black family. The boy with downcast eyes, the boisterous and furious Gryffindor, and the cold-faced Narcissa, gesturing for Sirius to be silent. But I too am a Black. Lowering her head and pretending to be invisible, Liz listened to the nearby noble ladies discussing how to attract the attention of several handsome boys, as well as which families Lord Voldemort had chosen to visit this year. The boy seated at the Slytherin table caught the attention of his prefect, Malfoy, who patted his shoulder, indicating he should sit beside him, while also giving Narcissa a reassuring look, signaling that he would take care of him. During the remainder of the sorting, Liz found her thoughts wandering, until she noticed that Slytherin had the fewest new students. Both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had more than half again as many members as her own house. After the sorting concluded, the interim headmaster, Dumbledore, stood up, his purple robes adorned with twinkling stars, and began to applaud. Welcome, dear children, to Hogwarts. Here, we shall embark on a wondrous journey through the realm of magic, and revel in the joys of friendship. Now, my beloved pupils, please take heed. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in 2 weeks. Those interested are encouraged to consult with your house head for further information and registration. I wish you all a fruitful semester filled with knowledge and camaraderie. Let us commence our meal. After dining, as they approached the entrance to the common room, Liz overheard the head girl announcing if anyone wished to challenge the second-year champion this year. What about the third year? A fifth-year student had attempted to challenge the champion of the current academic year, but, alas, was ensnared by a serpent summoned by the spellserpent sorcerer and conceded defeat. When the serpent was conjured, Lise felt a slight stirring on her shoulder from her companion, Gabong. Once the head girl signaled that everyone could return to their dormitories, she tossed a remark to Lise, "Your dormitory has been moved. Do remember not to take a wrong turn, and go watch the first years compete for their champion." Lise was taken aback, as she had not been informed of any dormitory changes at the beginning of term. However, observing the sardonic smirk on Gringlass's face as she entered their previous dormitory, Lise surmised that Gringlass had finally put into action her oft-repeated plan to expel Lise from their shared quarters. Pushing open the door to her new dormitory located at the corridor's extremity, Lise found it sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, signifying a solitary existence henceforth. Due to the corner's configuration, the room had an irregular shape, and the washroom had also shrunk considerably. Apart from the toilet, there was only a minuscule shower space. The absence of a bathtub left Lise somewhat disheartened, yet she found solace in the thought that, despite the room's diminutive size, it was exclusively hers. She could arrange her books on the shelf, allowing Gabong to roam free at night, rather than remaining confined in a cage. This was indeed a positive outcome. While organizing her belongings, Lise placed the 2 vials of dental elixir and a potion for magical stability that Snape had given her beside her pillow, as she adored the scents they emitted. In regard to the bottle of white fresh essence, she set it on her desk, mindful of the indelible stain it would leave if spilled. As Lise busied herself with her items, Gabong slithered down from the bed to survey their territory and signaled at Lise. Uncertain of Gabang's wishes, Lise's toothbrush and mouth set out the meat strips and water bowl. If it was warmth Gabong sought, then she could only cuddle with it at night. The dormitory, being situated at the lake's bottom, was cold and damp, a predicament she could not remedy. At the moment she removed the toothbrush from her mouth, Lise suddenly remembered her oversight, her wand. She had neglected to bring her wand to school. The blackthorn wand had been left at the shop, as her mother insisted it was unsuitable for school. Yet her mother also failed to retrieve her old wand from the dilapidated ancestral home. What was she to do? The class schedule on her desk indicated that the first lesson tomorrow was transfiguration. Could she possibly threaten her targets into transformation with Gabong in lieu of her wand? Cuddling Gabong, Lise fell into a troubled slumber. The following morning, beset by anxiety, she awoke early and arrived at the Great Hall in anticipation of breakfast. On the first day of term, owls flitted about the hall, delivering forgotten items and reminders to careless young witches and wizards. During this commotion, a strikingly dark owl captured everyone's attention, not clutching a letter as expected, but rather grasping a wand in its talons. Witnessing this spectacle, the students began to murmur, as none had ever seen a wizard attend school without their wand, relying instead on an owl for delivery. Spotting her wand, Lise quickly extended her hand to attract the owl's attention, offering a piece of bread as a reward. However, after dropping the wand, the owl remained fixated on Lise's shoulder. Just as she pondered this bizarre behavior, the owl suddenly flapped its wings and lunged forward, aiming to capture Gabong. Lise felt a flurry of feathers collide with her face, her hair becoming a tangled mess, while the owl's beak pecked at her shoulder. In a frantic attempt to shield Gabong, she groped her shoulder but found nothing, desperate to throw the bird away. Yet it was no easy feat. Her hair was firmly gripped by the owl, leaving her trapped within its range of attack. The other students instinctively retreated, deeming a tussle with a bird rather undignified. Once Lise realized Gabong had safely nestled within her shirt, she redirected her focus to the owl, clutching its head and refusing to let go, while the bird clung to her hair with tenacity. Ultimately, it was the professor responsible for magical creatures at the staff table who intervened to resolve the chaos. Consequently, Lise was left to attend her transfiguration class on the first day of term, her hair in disarray and her face marred with scratches. "Oh, beleaguered child, perhaps you ought to attend to your appearance." Professor McGonagall had not dined in the Great Hall, and thus missed the spectacle of the Hogwarts bird skirmish. The objective of this lesson was to learn how to transform living beings into inanimate objects, such as changing a mouse into a goblet. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed the podium into a pig, then back again. When the pig scampered a few steps, she levitated it back into position. With another wave of her wand, a mouse on the desk morphed into an exquisite cup. Lise found herself perplexed. Could the transformed pig be roasted and consumed? Would the mouse goblet be suitable for drinking? Could one not transform other inanimate objects instead? Lise pondered the absurdity of a wizard discovering they lacked slippers, and opting to transfigure a rabbit into footwear. It all seemed rather peculiar. "Who can answer me this?" McGonagall inquired, snapping Lise from her reverie. This was a question she could answer, having just studied it during the holidays. Her correct response earned Slytherin 2 points. Moreover, she was among the students who achieved noticeable transformations swiftly, although the goblet still emitted the mouse's pitiful squeaks. Before the lesson concluded, Lise endeavored to revert the mouse to its original form, poking it gently with her wand to ensure it was in good health. After collecting her belongings, she prepared to attend her next lesson in herbology, which would be shared with Hufflepuff. Perhaps she would even be paired with Elle. Aside from her morning skirmish with the owl, the day had been nearly flawless. As Lise snipped away at the tangled strands of her hair, she resolved to keep it short, ensuring she could protect herself in the future. Just as she had this morning, the little serpent perched on her desk, fixated on her. While a content Lise brushed away the hair and opened a book her father had requested she read, embarking on the lengthy journey through a magical dictionary. Elle had been experiencing quite the headache lately, as her Slytherin friends had developed an obsession with cooking, claiming they wished to prepare a meal for their mother during the next holiday, and required taste testers. While most of the dishes were delectable, there were some notable missteps. Lise, ginger root is an ingredient for cough potion. You should not throw it into the soup pot. Oh, honestly, I wouldn't swallow a drop of that soup. Wow. This smells divine, she exclaimed, finishing a large bowl. Starlise, dental elixir is not a seasoning. You should not mix it into your drink. Oh, this is truly refreshing. Isn't it? She replied, downing a sizable cup. Elle fully embodied the whimsical, food-obsessed attitude, fretting one moment about potential poisoning, only to marvel at the deliciousness in the next. Lise, how did you end up in Slytherin? You ought to be with me in Hufflepuff. Oh dear, Lise, please keep that snake away from me. Little Pig is nearly terrified to death. Perhaps you should remain in Slytherin. Occasionally, Lise would even send Elle home with a little something for her roommate to sample. Lily's meager allowance swiftly diminished due to her purchases of essential potion ingredients. Subsequently, even the Hufflepuffs would resort to offering her some money in exchange for her culinary creations. Chapter 40. On this particular day, Lily set forth from the kitchen, cradling a pot of succulent chicken stew, intended for Mrs. Pomfrey to sample. Half a month into the term, the matron had yet to check in on her well-being. As she traversed the corridors, she unexpectedly encountered Remus Lupin, pallid and reclining on a bed in the infirmary, his exposed arms marred with scratches and bite marks. Casting a fleeting glance at Mrs. Pomfrey, she announced, "I've brought you some chicken legs I made myself. They're quite delicious." Upon seeing the diminutive child balancing a pot that was a third her height, Mrs. Pomfrey hastily relieved her of it, placing it on the table. She took Lily's hands in hers, inspecting her face. "Oh dear. What happened to the scars on your face?" Before Lily could elucidate the tale of the recent skirmish with the creatures, she found herself smeared with ointment by Mrs. Pomfrey. "This is for scar removal. Apply it daily for a week, my dear." "And what about the calluses on your hands? What have you been doing every day during the break?" Lily hesitated, contemplating whether revealing her potion-making endeavors would divulge too much about her home life, and thus remained silent. Mrs. Pomfrey, interpreting her silence, tenderly caressed Lily's hand. "Oh, such a thoughtful child, remembering to bring me treats. But truly, this is rather excessive." Upon lifting the pot's lid, the aroma overwhelmed her senses. However, ginger root? After plating the chicken legs, Lily realized she had indeed prepared in abundance. She had no intention of returning with any leftovers, yet the infirmary was hardly a fitting place for such fragrant dishes. While surveying her surroundings, her thoughts turned to Lupin. And with determination, she filled a large plate and brought it to him. "Try this. It's exceptionally delicious." Wishing for Lupin to indulge, she even adjusted his pillow to help him sit up. At that moment, Lupin was indeed craving meat, but Mrs. Pomfrey insisted that patients maintain a light diet. Having served him vegetables for breakfast and lunch, the sight of the plate of meat made him swallow hard. "What happened to you? Did you venture into the Forbidden Forest? You look quite disheveled. Didn't your friends accompany you?" The headmaster expressly warned against it, especially during the full moon. Many magical creatures are particularly sensitive then. Gryffindor truly dares to go anywhere. As she bit into a chicken leg herself, she pondered that apart from the Forbidden Forest, she couldn't fathom any other creatures within the school capable of causing harm. Noticing Lupin's reluctance to eat, she playfully pressed a chicken leg into his mouth, stating, "Mrs. Pomfrey said you can eat, so go ahead." Lupin glanced up at the classmate who had been bullied by his friends just a few months prior. "Aren't you angry?" Previously James and Sirius. "Oh, I am furious, very much so. But what does that concern you? You've never harbored any malice, have you? Though I still don't particularly like you. Now hurry and eat. I have a class soon and must be off." After bidding farewell to Mrs. Pomfrey, Lily dashed away, chicken leg in tow. Mrs. Pomfrey observed as Lupin finished his meal, collecting the plate. What a good child he is, isn't he? He must have had a tough time. After satisfying his hunger, a drowsy Lupin failed to catch Mrs. Pomfrey's remarks, but he undoubtedly found the chicken leg delightful. Recently, Lily had been troubled by her unsatisfactory academic performance. Her essays often teetered on the brink of passing. This year, a new defense against the dark arts teacher had taken over, one who disapproved of illustrations in place of textual descriptions, regardless of their clarity or detail. This had led to her consistently failing assignments in that subject. Moreover, Professor Flitwick expressed considerable dissatisfaction with her performance in class, even contemplating reinstating after-school tutoring. Most importantly, Professor Sprout had discovered her use of ginger root, which was intended as a reward for her efforts in herbology, for cooking the chicken. Mrs. Pomfrey had mentioned this during their conversation. The herbology professor initially hoped that students with a natural affinity for plants would cultivate some themselves to further appreciate their allure. But Lily's choice to cook them had resulted in a month of frosty interactions. As for history of magic, the specialized terminology and historical figures lulled Lily into a deep slumber during class. By the time the ghostly professor nudged her awake, the classroom was empty. Silently apologizing to the elderly specter, she gathered her belongings and stepped outside. However, just as she took a step, she retracted her foot upon witnessing 4 Gryffindors blocking Evans and Snape in the corridor. Lily pouted. The other Gryffindors were jovial and amiable. Though they wouldn't extend any kindness toward Slytherin, they were not nearly as detestable as these 4. Hiding behind the door, she awaited the dispersal of the 6 students outside when she overheard Evans exclaim, "Oh my, Severus, you're hurt." Lily rolled her eyes. It was hardly surprising. Was there ever a time Snape encountered those 3 without sustaining injuries? Wasn't he at her doing that brought this calamity upon him? Well, calamity was perhaps the right term to use. Yet, to her dismay, the group lingered longer than anticipated, with Evans growing increasingly agitated. "James, you shouldn't you're too. How can you say Snape is a good Slytherin?" "Yes, my friend." This remark irked Lily. Did that imply all other Slytherins were inherently bad? They were merely overly concerned with honor and victory. Slytherins did not go around bullying others. So what was there to criticize? Peeking outside, she was suddenly alarmed to see Snape with a bloodied head, his already greasy hair plastered to his face. It looked dreadful. Meanwhile, Potter obstructed Evans from assisting Snape in leaving. As the first person to speak to her at Hogwarts, Lily held a favorable impression of Snape, especially since he had gifted her a Christmas present. Despite his often brooding and sardonic demeanor, and his tendency to stare without speaking, Lily had never perceived malice in his awkwardness. Before stepping out, Lily contemplated the dynamics. Lupin typically played the peacemaker, while Peter refrained from escalating conflicts unless he held the upper hand. Thus, she deduced that venturing out should pose minimal risk. She had promised her mother to succeed, and even if victory eluded her, she could not afford to lose. "Evans, Snape is bleeding. He needs to go to the hospital wing. Let us not dally here with them." As she passed by Peter and Lupin, she attempted to sidestep the arrogant dog, tugging at Snape's sleeve to pull him along. Evans, upon her reminder, also ceased her quarrel with Potter. "Lily, Gryffindor's next class is herbology. You must attend. You wouldn't want Gryffindor to lose points, would you?" As Lily prepared to accompany that insufferable rat to the infirmary, James Potter interjected hastily. "If anyone should lose points, it should be you for injuring a fellow student." Lily's frustration simmered as she noted Evans hesitating. Hadn't she declared Snape to be her best friend? And now she was simply abandoning him? Just leaving him in her care? Chapter 41. Watching Evans storm ahead, followed closely by Potter and his 3 merry companions, Lily supported Snape, her thoughts muddled. Turning to glance at the injured boy, she noticed his deep black pupils fixated on Evans' retreating figure, only breaking his gaze once her silhouette vanished entirely. Before shaking off Lily's grip and solemnly making his way to the infirmary, concerned, Lily followed him until he entered, then departed. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Lily found herself gazing at Crumb. His amber eyes remained fixed on her, and gradually, her feelings of jealousy began to wane. Now I find myself possessing a gaze solely fixated on my own concerns, akin to the way a mother regards her father, or how Coco attends to household chores. Reminiscent of the way Snape scrutinizes Evans. Indeed, I have developed such an inclination. Joyfully, I fed Gabbing some meat strips, replaced the water in its bowl with warm water, and snuggled with Gabbing as we drifted off to sleep. During Halloween, Lise prepared some little mice to feed Gabbing, celebrating the occasion with fine fare. Yet little did we know that after indulging in live food, Gabbing refused to eat meat strips any longer. Although Gabbing did not consume much. Why should one endure hunger when satisfaction is attainable? In the ensuing days, Lise, aside from immersing herself in her studies, found herself scouring for mice. After one transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall took notice of Lise. The mice she returned after the lesson were always in the best condition, prompting her to inquire, "Miss Black, do you have a particular fondness for this mouse? If so, I could gift it to you, as you have cared for it quite well." To which the professor responded, "Not particularly. I used to prefer furry creatures, but ever since that mixed curse incident, I find it challenging to look at them suddenly. Oh. My apologies for the consequences caused by our house's children. But why have you managed to keep this mouse so healthy?" Professor McGonagall was genuinely curious. Having taught for many years, even the kind-hearted Hufflepuffs seldom exhibited such meticulousness, especially considering Lisa's current aversion to hairy animals. "I'm not entirely sure why it arrived in such good condition to me, and it ought to leave just as well. I have no need to harm it. I do not wish for it to suffer, Professor." McGonagall seemed to grasp her meaning. "Then, Professor, if you were to gift it to me, could I feed it to my snake?" Since Professor Sprout had reprimanded her for misusing an after-class reward, Lise had become quite cautious. McGonagall paused before responding. "I believe it still has a purpose as a teaching aid, does it not?" Although Lise, for various reasons, struggled to articulate certain expressions at the age of 12. She understood well. One may disregard its survival, yet if it lives, it should thrive. Even if enduring pain is a prerequisite for existence, living should not equate to suffering. Gabbing was extraordinarily lethargic, only climbing onto her shoulder in the morning and marking its territory in the evening, remaining otherwise motionless. Lise avoided the kitchen, as the house elf perpetually felt it had not performed adequately, often banging its head against the wall while she worked. Now both she and her snake languished on the bed, chewing on bread pilfered from the dining table, engrossed in a book gifted by her father. However, the author of this book dismissed the foundational aspects as too trivial to mention, suggesting that those in need should consult another volume. Lise indeed required that other book for clarification, so she adjusted her attire and carried Gabbing to the library, lamenting how Gabbing seemed a tad heavier. In the corridor leading to the library, she encountered Snape, who was absorbed in a potions book and notes, his demeanor appearing rather displeased. Stepping closer, she noticed Evans tugging at his sleeve, engaged in conversation. As it were, Snape had no need for companionship, and no one would approach him. His patience seemed reserved solely for Evans, and perhaps that platinum-haired Malfoy. At all other times, he wore a perpetually sullen expression, walking away without a word. "Severus, you should make new friends," Evans earnestly suggested, still clutching his sleeve. Lise stood in surprise, glancing down at her own tattered and ill-fitting attire that mirrored Snape's. "New friends? In Slytherin, we are hardly worthy of such a privilege." Lise recalled the perplexity expressed by her upperclassmen. A pure-blooded waste, a half-blood with barely any merit. Mingling with a pair of inept Hufflepuffs or associating with mudbloods from Gryffindor, such a disgrace to Slytherin. Snape's mixed heritage was ridiculed, leading to an increasingly difficult existence within Slytherin, where he was mocked as refuse reeking of Muggle filth. The patronizing expression on Evans's face incited a sense of nausea in Lise, prompting her to veer into the library. She carefully searched the shelves until discovering the desired book, then settled at a table in the corner, only to find an open potions notebook before her, its tightly packed script inducing a headache at a mere glance. After placing Gabbing on the table to rest, Lise commenced her attempts to read and comprehend the text. It proved challenging yet surprisingly engaging. After a considerable time, a shadow fell nearby, prompting Lise to shift slightly, anticipating the return of the notebook's owner. While engrossed in her reading, she yearned to experiment with the content, but could not borrow the book, as the last one she had taken remained in her dormitory unreturned. Rising, she approached Madame Pants to acquire a quill and parchment, intending to transcribe a passage. Upon her return, she noticed a figure with black hair scrutinizing the book she was reading, drawing closer to realize it was Snape. "Are you also interested in this book? If so, you'll have to wait. I'm copying this passage down, and then you may take it, alright?" Although phrased as a question, Lise promptly sat down and began her transcription. Her chaotic and error-ridden notes caused Snape to furrow his brow. "If your muscle hasn't reached your brain, this section on the experimental process does not include that part." "But Snape, I want to see what would happen if I included it." "Rest assured, I will transcribe an original version on the back of this paper. Don't interrupt. I'll lose my inspiration." Gabbing, where have you gone? We must leave now." Finally, beneath Snape's chair, she discovered her sunbathing lazy snake. Ignoring Snape's astonished gaze at her snake, Lise clutched her papers and wand, heading toward the beech tree to test the spell. Chapter 42. Standing beneath the tree, Lise tightened her cloak. realizing she might need to don the knitted sweater enchanted for warmth that Elle had gifted her, as the air had grown somewhat chilly. After recalling the instructions from the book, she attempted the spell over a dozen times, ultimately coaxing a wisp of black mist from the tip of her wand. However, this dark vapor felt as though it extracted something from within her, causing her complexion to pale and her limbs to weaken as she collapsed to the ground. After a long while, Lise mustered the strength to slowly crawl back to her dormitory, vowing never to experiment with such matters heedlessly again. Her arm ached terribly. It felt as though her left arm had undergone the same torment once more. The pain was unbearable. Forcing herself to feed gabbing a bird she had caught by the Black Lake, Lise curled up in bed, relieved that the following 2 days were the weekend. When she reappeared in class, Lise startled Snape, who had anticipated failure from someone with a mind filled with sugary distractions. Yet he had not expected the severity of her condition. Despite her struggles, Lise managed to endure the class but resolved to seek Madame Pomfrey afterward, as she feared she might soon lack the strength to eat. Eventually reaching the infirmary, Lise collapsed at the door, gasping for breath, only to be met with Madame Pomfrey's shrill exclamation. "What happened to you? Why are you so weak?" In truth, the matron did not require an explanation. She quickly deduced that Lise was suffering from magical exhaustion. 3 vials of restorative potion were poured down her throat. Magical exhaustion. How could this happen? Prolonged magical deprivation can lead to damage to your magical core. This could jeopardize a young witch's future. You should have come sooner. Drink up. Lise found herself puzzled. Exhaustion? Was the essence extracted from her body indeed her magical energy? After a while, Lise, with the lingering scent of potions on her breath, drifted into a deep slumber on the sickbed, her frailty rendering her sleep profound. Upon awakening, she discovered it was already afternoon. Noticing that her body felt relatively well, she bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and prepared to gather food for Gagung. Indeed, it was Lise who had previously provided sustenance for Gagung. Earlier, Elle had accompanied her, but now she found herself alone in the small grove by the lake, with no one around. Lise resorted to the faintly familiar coma curse that her mother had once attempted to teach her for her newfound endeavors, inflicting harm on the small creatures regardless of the spell's success. However, today felt different. As she cast her spell, an unusual sensation surged within her, reminiscent of the refreshing delight she had felt the first time she grasped her wand. It coursed through her, mingling with the incantation and gestures, flowing into the instrument in her hands. To her astonishment, the targeted little bird's chest rose and fell, alive yet motionless, and upon closer inspection, it remained unscathed. Oh, a successful spellcasting. Was this what Professor Flitwick referred to as her own magical prowess? Elated, Lise returned to the infirmary, feeling weak from her repeated spellcasting, and was promptly admonished by Madame Pomfrey, who firmly placed her back onto the bed. Later that night, she clandestinely used the levitation charm to summon a cup from her bedside, relishing in the success that felt both unfamiliar and yet entirely natural, filling her heart with joy. She rolled around with Gagging in her embrace, grateful that the creature, resembling a faux snake, remained unperturbed despite her playful antics, even too lazy to bare its fangs in a show of intimidation. After all, it had acquired enough venom to take down a young wizard. Though she had begun to master her magical abilities, Lise's performance in class remained lackluster, as she often felt weak at times and on the verge of nausea at others. Madame Pomfrey explained that this was due to her body struggling to recover quickly after multiple instances of depleted magical energy, advising her to refrain from casting spells during this period. Consequently, Lise found herself inundated with a mountain of homework from transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts. Each of her teachers sensed her unstable magical energy and refrained from allowing her to practice in class. While she could skip lessons, she could not neglect Gauging's meals. Lise endeavored to control her spellcasting precision, aiming for a single, accurate strike, limiting herself to a few spells each day. Once again venturing into the grove, Lise failed to hit the little bird with her spell, only to be spotted by a Hufflepuff student. The look of fear in their eyes upon seeing her Slytherin robes elicited a click of her tongue. Just as she intended to explain that she was merely preparing food for Gagung, the student fled, as if they had encountered a brutal killer. Recent newspapers had reported unsettling news. The Dark Lord had initiated a clear campaign of purging, with many pureblood families from Slytherin publicly declaring their allegiance. They wielded their wands against families and individuals who yearned for peace, neutrality, or opposition, leading to skirmishes that culminated in the unexpected death of a Hufflepuff family. The Dark Lord's proclamations and invitations left no room for refusal. It was merely a warning. The students from all houses, already prejudiced against Slytherin, thoroughly distanced themselves from the house, with all Slytherins tacitly deemed as his reserves, as if merely standing alongside them was a statement in itself. Since that day, Elle had seemingly vanished from the kitchens, as did his family, the illustrious Hufflepuffs, who wished to sever ties with Slytherin. Lise, I am truly sorry. But that adult is becoming increasingly authoritarian. My parents have strictly forbidden me from associating with any Slytherin students. I apologize. Elle had ceased to seek her out for play, no longer accompanying her in the library, and today he officially bid her farewell. The friend who once deemed her assignments worthless if she did not copy his had said goodbye. Although Lise occasionally sent treats through her owl, she had not received a reply. On the train during the first-year holiday, she reflected on the truth. The world outside this home was not a storybook. And she was not Harry Potter, devoid of numerous friends and miracles. All she could do was ensure her mother was satisfied and her father pleased, making certain that her mother would still reach out to her. Chapter 43. Recently, Lise had been feeling quite dismal. The uncontrollable surge of her magic left her body uncomfortable, causing her to eat poorly and sleep restlessly. The only moments of joy came when she fed Gagung, sharing brief glances with the creature. As she trudged back to her dormitory, her mind muddled from history of magic class, she inadvertently stumbled into an argument between two blacks. As she approached the dungeon corridor, she overheard a heated exchange from a small passageway. Once fully alert, she found herself standing at the door of a cell, where the Gryffindor black was vehemently accusing the Slytherin black of confinement. It's all because of the motorcycle, Regulus. Mother is always so harsh with me. And what good does her insistence on my studies do? Mother and father still crawl at that madman's feet, kissing his robes. Brother, Regulus. After days of confinement with barely a morsel to eat, they force me to obey, monitoring my every move. What's the point? I refuse, I will not. Family honor? It's all nonsense. You are my brother. You should be brave with me. Escape that twisted family while gazing at your silent brother. Regulus, you disappoint me. Lise turned to leave, considering it a dull gossip, for even if Regulus was undeniably handsome, a boy with drooping eyes and a face marred by indifference could hardly captivate anyone in such a setting. Stop, rat. What are you doing here? Just to watch the show? Ah, you're a black too. You must agree with that whole notion of superiority, right? Honor, bloodline, victory. That should free you from your filthy family, even if it means selling your soul. Answer me, you scheming Slytherin. He raised his wand and unleashed a bat bogey hex towards Lise, though it missed its mark. He had refrained from unleashing malice upon his brother, instead venting it on Lise, whom he had previously clashed with. Let me guess, your parents, being blacks, must value power above all else. Otherwise they wouldn't have labeled you a disgraceful waste. Did they even want you before knowing you were a wizard? Lise blinked in disbelief, as if she had only just noticed the presence of Sirius Black. If your mind is deranged, do not attempt to infect others with your madness. Do you hear the words you just spat at your brother? Your mother can only confine you and deny you food. After all, your intellect is hardly distinguishable from that of a dog. Dodging another spell, Lise continued. And my grandfather hails from Scandinavia. Do not associate me with your family. Observing Sirius Black, now restrained by his brother's grip, Lise was suddenly overtaken by a wave of jealousy. This boy was so unabashed, living as if he were a fool, freely expressing his thoughts. He grew up under the watchful eyes of elite parents, and even in his madness, he had a brother who gazed at him with adoration. Sirius and Regulus argued about confinement and lack of food, about air education and fondness for Muggle items. He mocked Lise for knowing nothing, yet she had her own experiences, having endured confinement in a sealed room during each full moon. Meanwhile, Coco was compelled by her mother to ensure Noah's life and needs were met, while Lise languished in darkness and hunger for days, with no one ever thinking to check on her. Sirius found himself confined due to the concern of his family, whereas he felt utterly invisible both before and after his imprisonment, merely a means to avert trouble. Only the house elf remained devoted to the principle of serving its master, caring for him in the aftermath. Coco, too, managed the household chores while attending to its own needs, having never truly acknowledged him. Lily reached out to touch the scales of her companion, Gargan, feeling a slight relief as the blood in her head receded. The three black brothers stood in the abandoned dungeon, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, emotions inscrutable. Eventually, it was Sirius Black who, in a fit of anger, shook off his brother's hand and departed first. In recent days, Lily struggled to find sleep, her mind incessantly occupied by a haunting thought. Before they knew you were a wizard, did they even want you? This phrase would abruptly surface in her mind, no matter what she was engaged in. Indeed, prior to receiving the letter from Hogwarts, even her father had refused to see her, and her mother had never once cast a glance in her direction. Yet, after that fateful letter arrived, her father's conversations, albeit brief, demonstrated a newfound attention towards her. Her mother even allowed her to share a bed with him, helped her with her studies, and gifted her a pet. As she stroked Gargan, Lily murmured, "If I were not a witch, would my mother have abandoned me?" However, Gargan, being merely a snake, could only gaze steadfastly at her without offering any response. But that singular gaze was sufficient, one that focused solely on her. Chapter 44. Subsequently, Lily spent her weary days immersed in the library, while Gargan entered its first shedding phase. The book titled How to Properly Care for a Snake had nearly been worn to tatters in her hands, and she had almost memorized the instructions on how to assist with shedding. When Gargan joyfully slithered across the table, freed from its old skin, Lily was overjoyed. On the weekend, both Gargan and Lily rested on the library table, while she continued her research on the spell that had exhausted her magical energy. Severus Snape approached her side. "Miss Black, may I discuss a matter with you?" he articulated, struggling to express himself without embellishments. Standing in the library corridor, Snape held a piece of parchment and said, "Regarding your snake, I have discovered that it is an exceedingly rare breed in England. I wish to exchange an analysis of this spell for its shed skin and venom." "Are you referring to Gargan? It is indeed not a native snake, and its first shed is a treasured possession of mine that I shall not part with. However, subsequent sheds can be given to you." "What do you intend to do with the venom?" "To brew an antidote. What else would I do? Do you think I wish to confront that arrogant bespectacled boy and that haughty dog?" Snape could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie with someone who shared his disdain for those Gryffindors. "If your memory serves you correctly, your snake is venomous. I do not wish to be expelled." "Then it is settled. You provide me with the spell analysis, and I will give you the next shed. Furthermore, you must acquire the venom through massage. I will not accept any other method." After a pleasant negotiation, the two stood in the library corridor, delving into a discussion about the spell. Lily could not help but marvel at Snape's eloquence beyond mere speech, his exceptional talent in potion-making, and his remarkable aptitude for spells. As the parchment was densely filled with meticulous details regarding its principles, targets, precautions, and ultimate effects, Lily mused that once her health improved, she would give it a try. Noticing Snape's enthusiasm in their discussion, she tentatively asked, "I have 2 more books that contain spells similar and quite intriguing. Would you care to take a look?" Learning them early would surely please them. As they stood by the window engrossed in conversation, they failed to notice the commotion behind them. Suddenly, the parchment in Lily's hand was snatched away, startling her. She turned to see Potter, muddy and wielding a broomstick, standing behind them. After glancing at the parchment, he quickly raised it high and shouted, "Lily, come look. The little Snevelis is actually researching dark magic. This is evidence." Snape visibly panicked, and Lily quickly stepped on his foot, exclaiming, "No, this spell is even documented in the library. We are merely studying academic research. Oh, look at Lily. The little Snevelis has befriended a cunning and deceitful Slytherin, such a treacherous liar." When that tactic failed, Potter swiftly altered his approach, inciting Lily's fury as she stomped on Snape's foot again, saying, "Why don't you speak up? Aren't you known for your eloquence? Afraid Evans will get angry and disappear on you? You need me to defend you." Last time, Evans encouraged Snape to make new friends, and this was Snape's way of heeding her advice. "Potter, you wish for Evans to be enraged. You disregard everything she says." In a fit of anger, Potter began repeating phrases like cunning Slytherin and dark magic, lamenting about the pitiful Snevelis, his voice rising to a volume that brought Madame Pants with her feather duster to shoo them away. Lily was utterly exasperated by the whole affair. "Evans, can't you simply deal with that insufferable Potter?" She was fed up. Yet, when Evans glanced at Snape and then back at Lily, she remained silent. Lily noticed Snape glaring at her, seemingly displeased despite her efforts to assist him, and in a fit of anger, she snatched the parchment from Potter's hands and stormed off. With her chin held high, she passed by that arrogant dog, merely a spoiled fool, telling herself she would have her victories in time. In truth, it was due to Madame Pants's presence that no one dared to escalate matters. Recently, Lily had spent little time in the common room, as the heirs of these noble families seemed to lack harmony amongst themselves. At times, even Regulus, a platinum-tier individual, would be subjected to ridicule and mockery. That foolish dog would also linger at the dungeon entrance, telling Regulus to inform him if anyone bullied him, oblivious to the fact that Regulus's embarrassing situation stemmed from having such a brother. The family motto of the Black family, always pure, had become a source of ridicule. As a daughter from a collateral branch married a Muggleborn, and the head of the family's eldest son, the future heir of the Blacks, was sorted into Gryffindor. Thus, even the most exceptional son of this family bore a flaw that could be exploited. Moreover, the different noble families would attack one another, boasting about whose father or family made a favorable impression on a certain esteemed individual, or condemning who failed in their duties. Recently, the common room had been rife with such disparaging remarks. As a lower-tier member of Slytherin, Lily sought to avoid becoming a target for their frustrations, preferring to remain in her dormitory. This isolation underscored the advantages of living alone, despite the smallness of her room, reminiscent of a cramped space in her mother's shop. Yet Snape was not afforded such luck. His roommates, Avery and Selwyn, were children from fallen pureblood families, crude and arrogant, possessing an almost instinctual drive to elevate themselves while trampling others. Snape had been enduring a difficult time lately. Aside from Potter's incessant harassment, the presence of those two fools made it impossible for him to find peace upon returning to the dormitory. His time for reading and studying had been significantly curtailed. Previously, that Starlys Black had mentioned possessing books on dark magic, and had inquired if he wanted to see them. He indeed wished to, but Potter's interruption prevented him from responding. Taking this opportunity to deliver food for Gargan, he hoped to glimpse those books. After cornering Lily in the library, Snape intended to discuss the matter of obtaining snake venom, but upon seeing her ghastly pale face he halted. Chapter 45. Lily was plagued daily by unstable magic and unrelenting emotional turmoil, weak pale, and even the slightest exertion to cast a spell would result in a torrent of blood gushing from her nose. Is that spell truly so harmful to you? It has been 2 weeks. Why are you still so feeble? Lily rested her head on the desk, making a valiant effort to respond. Her body in dire need of recuperation due to the prolonged depletion of her magical energy, an affliction she scarcely understood, as Mrs. Pomfrey had explained. Ultimately, Severus had no choice but to escort Lily to the infirmary, for she was beset by a relentless nosebleed that rendered her appearance alarmingly lifeless. Mrs. Pomfrey, too, was taken aback. She had assumed the child had long since recovered, yet here she was, reduced to such a state of weakness, truly a remarkable feat in its own right. Lily spent several days in the infirmary, and since Mrs. Pomfrey insisted that her pet could not accompany her, Lily entrusted the cage containing her beloved Nagini to Severus. Little did she know that calamity would strike during these very days. At last, Mrs. Pomfrey declared Lily free from her ailments, and with uncontainable joy, she clutched a potions book, an escape from boredom, and dashed back to the dormitory, exclaiming, "Nagini, I'm back!" Imagining the triangular patterns on Nagini's sides writhing like a caterpillar. Inching closer to her as they read together, Lily felt, for the first time, that Mrs. Pomfrey had indeed exaggerated, forbidding Nagini from being by her side. Ignoring the peculiar glances and disdainful expressions from upperclassmen, Lily resolutely squatted at the staircase of her crush's dormitory, eagerly awaiting Severus. She was impatient to see Nagini. However, to her surprise, Severus did not emerge from the dormitory but returned from outside, carrying a snake cage. Upon catching sight of the little serpent, Lily's excitement overwhelmed her, and she called out to Nagini, "Did you miss me?" Though Nagini was obscured by the bars of the cage, Lily could clearly discern Severus's expression. He averted his gaze, his long black hair cascading down to obscure his brow, but not enough to hide the embarrassment that lingered in the air, palpable to Lily. She abruptly reached for the cage, and Nagini coiled at the bottom, hissing softly. This was the first sound she had ever made since the day the pet shop owner helped establish their bond. It was the second time Lily had heard Nagini hiss, the first being when she sensed her distress. Nagini was distressed. Hurriedly, Lily unlatched the cage and inspected her companion. Nagini had lost weight, and was not moving properly. Although there were no visible injuries, it was evident that a rib was broken. Lily was on the verge of tears, a spectacle that drew the attention of several passing upperclassmen who paused to gawk. Seeing Severus silent and red-faced, Lily shoved him, demanding, "How did Nagini get hurt? You said you were just extracting venom." Severus remained stoic, his head turned away, lips pursed in apparent annoyance. The commotion attracted the attention of students leaving class, including 2 of Severus's roommates. Their laughter echoed as they observed Lily cradling the snake, tears welling in her eyes. "I told you when Avery and I tried that spell on the snake." Severus, that half-blood wretch, was furious. He has been carrying it around ever since. Turns out it's his pet. A fitting match, really. A wretched thing paired with a worthless creature. Although the surrounding audience found the crude remarks offensive, they harbored no doubts about the implications, with some even chuckling in agreement. The legacy and class distinctions of nobility should not be sullied. A half-blood with a worthless creature was still preferable to a mudblood. Yet, Lily paid no heed to the ridicule. With her right hand clutching Nagini and her wand in the left, she discarded the book onto the ground and seized Severus by the collar and a strand of his hair. Although Severus maintained his usual impassive demeanor, a flicker of guilt betrayed him in his slightly trembling eyes. He might not have realized the stark contrast of his deep, dark irises, which became conspicuous with the slightest movement. Lily released her painfully clenched grip and tucked Nagini into her shirt, a gesture that elicited disgust from nearby upper-class women. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lily cast a leg-locking charm, sending the mocker, Selwyn, sprawling to the ground. A bat bogey hex was unleashed at her feet, cast by Avery, who had tormented Nagini alongside Selwyn. Lily recited her spells with swift precision, albeit with imperfect aim, prompting her concerned classmates to shield themselves and the beautiful ladies nearby with protective charms. Lily did not hold back. Fresh from the infirmary and still invigorated by the restorative potions she had consumed, she deftly dodged an incoming hex. The incantations taught by her mother during the holidays flowed from her lips, one after another, leaving her audience of upperclassmen furrowing their brows at the unexpected intensity of her youthful skirmish. Seeing her foes incapacitated on the ground, Lily steadied her breath, stepping forward to deliver a decisive stomp. The familiar sound of bones cracking resonated, allowing Lily a moment of calm. Adjusting her slightly tattered clothing, she became aware of the apprehensive glances from her peers, who regarded her with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Why were they appraising her with such judgment? Chapter 46. A spectacular duel accompanied by the echoes of applause. The platinum-haired prefect leaned against the armrest of the sofa, straightening his posture. In Slytherin, we believe that might makes right. Surely, this was merely a typical student interaction, was it not? He gestured toward a younger student, indicating that he might need to escort two unfortunate classmates to the infirmary. The indicated student nodded, consenting to assist, and with a levitation charm, he floated the two groaning, bruised first-years toward the infirmary. The platinum-haired prefect then rose and departed the common room, signaling the conclusion of the spectacle, prompting the onlookers to disperse. Only Lily and Severus remained, and observing Severus, who seemed as if he had forgotten how to speak upon feeling any emotion, Lily, despite her tight grip on her wand, ultimately relinquished the prepared spell. Instead, she tidied his disheveled hair, ignoring his hesitant gaze, and retreated to her dormitory with Nagini in her embrace. Severus had known to carry Nagini with him despite her mistreatment. Lily begrudgingly acknowledged that he was not entirely at fault. The true error lay with her, entrusting Nagini to someone else. Had she not spent those days in the infirmary, all would have been well. After feeding Nagini some dried mice from her stockpile to help her regain strength, Lily sighed, her thoughts turning to Nagini's diet. She needed something more nourishing for her injured companion. But winter had settled in, and the nearby grove offered little in terms of small prey to capture. With a resigned sigh, she resolved to flout the school rules. The expansive forest adjacent to the school, long deemed forbidden due to its dense vegetation, was a place the headmaster had strictly prohibited first-years from approaching. Surely, it would harbor suitable game. Exhausted from her recent altercation, Lily collapsed onto her bed for a moment of rest, her mind lingering on the fact that she had potions class that afternoon. Groggily, she grabbed her cauldron to rinse it out, relieved that there was still enough time to salvage her ruined homework. Stinging nettles, cut finely. If your brain isn't muddled by a troll, you should know that this potion ingredient requires grinding rather than chopping. Severus, reluctant, had been compelled by Evans to warn Lily about her improper methods. Turning to see Lily Evans's gaze upon her, Lily felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had been feeling unwell, and the thought of that dim-witted yet infuriating Potter fixating on her was disheartening. After 2 months of relative peace, she had no desire to confront those bothersome individuals again. Without acknowledging Snape, she turned away, giving Lily Evans and Snape the cold shoulder. Infuriated, Snape curled his upper lip and retreated to stir his cauldron. In the end, Liz submitted a barely passing assignment. Professor Slughorn, who was shaking and observing the potion, even spotted pieces of sneezewort that had not fully reacted and dissolved. He decided to have the child redo it in his presence, and discovered that the remnants had transformed into root fragments this time. As an adept in potion making, he quickly grasped the underlying principle. He couldn't help but marvel that this child had managed not to explode a single cauldron over the past 2 years. She certainly possessed a certain talent. This child had always relied on instinct rather than the procedures left on the blackboard for potion making. If she were to achieve greatness in the future, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual. However, without sufficient education and financial support to deepen her instincts and facilitate further research, her journey in potion making might halt at barely successful endeavors. Observing her attire, even if she wasn't from a noble family, any average household would have put in some effort to groom their daughter with a proper wizarding robe or an appropriate long dress. Yet this child wore disheveled hair, tattered clothing, and ill-fitting trousers, reminiscent of those seen only in the most wretched of places. It seemed there was little value in investing in her. With a touch of regret, Slughorn handed Lys 2 vials of restorative potion, noting that Pomfrey had been requesting them daily during her stay at the hospital wing. And judging by Lys's lethargic demeanor, she likely needed a boost as well. After recording the dosage, Lys expressed her gratitude and departed the potions classroom, making her way to the kitchen. Having spent too long brewing potions, she realized that even in a hurried dash to the Great Hall, she would likely only catch dessert. It was better to head directly to the kitchen for something she enjoyed. In the stillness of the midnight common room, Lys quietly slipped out of the dormitory, with Gablon perched on her shoulder as they stealthily made their way from the dungeons. Earlier, she had inquired with the suits of armor around the corner, learning that the portraits and armor in the castle would not spill secrets. They typically teased night-wandering students rather than reporting them. Thus, Lys believed she could sneak into the Forbidden Forest tonight, helping Gablon catch prey as long as she remained uninjured and undetected by patrolling teachers. As she approached the castle gates, Gablon affectionately nuzzled her cheek, prompting Lys to quickly crouch into the shadows. Sure enough, she spotted Madame Hooch, lantern in hand, emerging from around the corner. Seemingly alerted to something, she paused at the entrance, casting her gaze around before continuing up to the second floor, reassured that all was normal. Directly heading to the Forbidden Forest would expose her, given the vast clearing directly ahead, where the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw dormitories were situated at the castle's pinnacle, facing the expanse. Lys decided to take a side route, skirting along the edge of the Black Lake. Although she would still pass the clearing, this detour would render her less conspicuous. Having meticulously planned her route, Lys grasped her wand and cautiously stepped into the forest's perimeter, mindful of her surroundings. She recalled the sight of Remus Lupin in the hospital wing, covered in scratches and bites. Chapter 47. The nighttime Forbidden Forest exuded a unique eeriness. With the moonlight shimmering silver among the trees, the distant shadows of branches swayed, creating the illusion of lurking entities. Unlike the castle's labyrinthine corridors, the forest required vigilance only in the front and back. Every step in the open expanse demanded caution. Gablon seemed a bit chilly, coiling around Lys's neck, causing a slight chill at her nape. As Lys focused intently on locating prey, she suddenly felt something brush against her hair. Swiftly, she pointed her wand to the side, only to find nothing but a scraggly little dead tree. Holding her breath and scanning her surroundings for a considerable time, she eventually realized that it was Gablon's tail inadvertently sweeping through her hair. With a sigh of relief, Lys stroked Gablon, noting that she needed to act quickly. The serpent felt a bit cold. Just as Lys was about to catch 2 birds and a nest of mice to place them in a cage fashioned from stone, she sensed Gablon tense around her neck, its muscles coiling tightly before it suddenly leaped away. Lys instinctively reached out to grab it, but she underestimated Gablon's speed. In 2 swift bounds, Gablon disappeared from her sight. Anxious, Lys disregarded the need for caution and hurried in the direction Gablon had taken. Apart from the occasional hoot of an owl, the forest was filled only with the sound of her footsteps, her heavy breaths, and the rustling leaves crushed beneath her feet. A sudden hissing noise startled Lys, making her jump, but she quickly turned toward the source. Almost lying flat against the ground, she peered closely and discerned Gablon's white head and the light spots on its back among the dead leaves. Wiping her forehead with her robe, she noted that even in the bitter cold, the fright and chase had made her sweat. Had she known, she would have learned a few tracking spells before venturing out with Gablon. Lys squinted to see what Gablon had caught, illuminating her wand with a flicker of light. The brightness momentarily dazzled her, and she quickly adjusted the brightness, blinking to inspect Gablon's catch. According to How to Care for a Snake, Gablon's breed was large and required a significant food intake, consuming almost anything, although some items needed careful consideration, as improper feeding could lead to various ailments and even death. After a prolonged gaze, Lys realized that Gablon had caught a small snake, the earlier hissing sound having emanated from it. Now, even if Lys wished to prevent Gablon from eating it, it was futile. Gablon never released its catch, and at this point, only the tail remained outside of its mouth. Lys could only wrap her cloak tightly around her and pick up the cage she had nervously dropped, awaiting Gablon's meal to finish. Once at ease, Lys sensed something amiss. The commotion from the owl seemed to grow louder, almost directly overhead. Raising her wand, the glow illuminating her surroundings, Lys furrowed her brow, recognizing the familiar grayish-black owl. Before she could recall where she had seen it, the owl suddenly swooped down, circling before diving straight at her. Startled, she quickly crouched to evade the initial attack. A thought racing through her mind. As the owl descended again, Lys instinctively shielded Gablon. This was the very owl that had delivered her wand, the one that had attempted to prey upon Gablon on the first day of term. After enduring several scratches from the owl's talons on her arm and face, Gablon finally finished its meal and crawled back over to her. Keeping a close eye on it, Liz hurriedly grabbed Gablon and took off, only to dash back a few steps to retrieve the cage. The moment they stepped out of the woods, the owl at last relented, allowing the girl and her serpent to escape. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liz checked her scalp in the mirror, swearing that the owl must have yanked out a tuft of her hair, leaving a patch of scalp that was still oozing blood. When Liz appeared in Charms class, she caught Flitwick's attention. Even the most mischievous Gryffindor students had never seen someone arrive with a face marred by scratches and hair tangled with twigs and leaves. Before the lesson officially commenced, Flitwick swiftly healed Liz's facial wounds. Seeing this kindness, she eagerly rolled up her right sleeve, hopeful for more assistance, which Flitwick graciously provided. Professor Flitwick enjoyed being close to his students and didn't mind small requests, even taking the time to tidy up Liz's hair. When she extended her left arm, he noted her posture while clutching her book, indicating she likely had injuries there as well. The result was that this student, joyfully brushing her hair, thanked him before finding a seat. In this class, Flitwick was particularly jubilant, for the Slytherin student who had struggled with spells had finally made a breakthrough. A quill danced unsteadily at her command, without changing color. Delighted, he promptly awarded Slytherin 5 points. After class, he retained Liz for a brief conversation, and learned that her recent physical discomfort was due to improper spellcasting, which had severely depleted her magical energy. However, after experiencing the stark contrast between magical deficiency and abundance, Liz began to grasp the essence of what the professor had articulated regarding magic. Observing Liz cast her once catastrophic and dazzling spells with a newfound normalcy, Flitwick felt a twinge of disappointment. But can you still perform color-changing charms with such tenacity? Or can your spells retain their previous potency under controlled circumstances? This was something Liz had not considered, but she glanced at the professor, prepared to test her limits. Recollecting her previous uncontrollable technique, she executed a levitation charm, which resulted in the feather quill exploding into a cloud of silver ash. "Ah, well done, Miss Black. I foresee you becoming an exceptional witch," Flitwick proclaimed from atop his chair. "Oh, and do remember to exercise caution in your future spell experiments to avoid injury. At your age, young witches are in the midst of magical development, and any harm could yield unpredictable consequences. Magic is indeed a mysterious force, is it not?" Bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Liz felt exhilarated, especially since he had initially intended to discuss after-school tutoring at the beginning of term. But now that topic would thankfully remain unmentioned. She would finally have ample time to prepare delectable treats for gagging, and experiment with the spells from her father's books. As for her homework essay, she resolved to apply herself diligently. Chapter 48. A week later, however, she found herself sentenced to community service, tasked with assisting Professor Slughorn in preparing potion ingredients. The professor, recognizing her efficient handling of materials, had a rather pragmatic view of her punishment, despite not wishing for her to err. "Isn't it preferable to spend that time savoring a glass of aged fire whiskey?" As for the reason behind her punishment, it was none other than Potter and his miscreant friends, which incensed Liz. Gagging had recently become somewhat finicky with its diet. Upon discovering this, Liz endeavored to procure some novel delicacies, even attempting to capture a common pest known as the snake-haired creature, typically found in wizarding households, to tempt gagging. However, her excursion into the Forbidden Forest extended longer than anticipated, resulting in her returning to the castle after curfew. In the Great Hall, she encountered Potter and his companions, who were momentarily free of their invisibility cloak, believing themselves undetected. Upon spotting Liz, they hastily threatened her against revealing their presence. And what ensued? Sirius Black, while dragging Peter away, collided with a suit of armor, causing a cacophony that resonated throughout the castle, filling Liz with despair. The group fled, and Liz made her way back to the Slytherin common room, relieved, only to be summoned to Professor Slughorn's office the following morning. To her astonishment, those Gryffindors had been apprehended. Not only were they caught, but they had also implicated Liz in their mischief. Seated in Slughorn's office, Liz lamented that Gryffindor had become her bane. Surely, the sorting hat had gone awry, considering whether she might belong there. Mechanically sorting through fire lizard scales, she recalled the sorting hat's words about looking forward to exploring the world alongside young witches. With a sigh, Liz received a piece of candied jackfruit from the potion professor, who presented her with another ingredient. "But Professor, I've only seen this ingredient in pictures within books. Could you demonstrate its use?" "Of course, my oversight. This is a 7th-year material. Allow me to teach you." As she departed, Liz took with her half a bag of candied jackfruit. having strongly appreciated the professor's taste and fervently praised the delightful confection. "Oh, I am delighted that you possess such a discerning palate. The only other which I've encountered in this school who appreciates sweets as much as you do is Dumbledore himself." Despite her life being consumed by community service and essays on transfiguration, charms and dark arts, Lee still ventured into the Forbidden Forest occasionally to acquire items that Gagang favored. Gradually, she discerned its peculiar eating habits. After several days of mundane fare, Gagang craved something more stimulating, magical creatures or items not typically on a snake's menu. Concerned about Gaging's health, Lee hesitated to offer it anything too exotic, opting instead to consult 2 volumes on magical creatures from the library to identify suitable prey. Recently, Gagang had taken to a new pastime, enjoying having Lee's release prey within their dormitory for it to catch. Initially, Lee felt disheartened, fearing that Gagang no longer favored her. However, her research revealed that although Gaboon vipers were notoriously lethargic, they instinctively honed their hunting skills during their youth to survive in complex environments. Lee wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, finding joy in watching Gagang thrive, unperturbed by the occasional scurrying mice, birds, or insects around her dormitory. Having nearly lost Gagang on its first outing, Lee retrieved the hefty tome on common spells from the library. Having previously lost interest after failing to properly cast spells, she now approached it with renewed fervor, experimenting with various incantations. To her delight, the spells she had diligently studied began to manifest successfully after practice. The charm that had once only summoned a single leaf now could conjure a full bouquet of flowers. Enthralled, Lee filled her room with the blossoms she summoned, enveloping the space in a gentle, fragrant aura. At this moment, she pondered her earlier query: from where did the summoned objects originate? If she could summon orchids, could she also conjure lilies or roses? She approached Professor Flitwick for clarification, but he merely suggested that the origin of such summoned items was a matter for her to explore independently. However, he encouraged her to experiment with summoning other flowers, noting that the blooming of orchids was a mature charm requiring specific gestures and incantations. Beyond your own magical essence, you must consider the target, your emotions, and your resolve. Additionally, you must possess a clear understanding of the object you wish to summon. Should you achieve that clarity, feel free to visit my office. We can explore this together. Lee found this sentiment oddly familiar. It seemed reminiscent of a remark made by Professor McGonagall during her first year. After parting ways with Professor Flitwick, she realized that her next class was herbology. Although she had faced some discontent from Professor Sprout after accidentally boiling ginger root, the professor remained warm and welcoming towards young witches seeking assistance, particularly those eager to learn about planting. Chapter 49. How about this lily bulb? A singing lily, though I must admit it can be somewhat noisy at times, is robust and inedible, making it quite suitable for you, my dear. With the help of her herbology professor, Lee received a pot filled with soil and a bulb buried within, instructed to ensure it received sunlight once it sprouted. However, as it was too cold outside, she was advised to place it in the greenhouse, where she would need to care for it and water it regularly. Lee agreed, finding no objection to balancing her time between hunting and practicing spells. Content. Lee returned to the castle with Gagang nestled in her arms. The chill in the air had intensified lately, and as a snake accustomed to warmer climates, Gagang struggled to maintain its energy in the frigid temperatures. Consequently, Lee often tucked it into the warmth between her enchanted vest and shirt. Days passed as Lee immersed herself in the joy of successfully casting spells, and soon Christmas arrived. Without hesitation, she signed the application to remain at school during the holiday. Lily felt a twinge of headache over the Christmas gifts, yet she quickly found solace in the realization that she possessed nothing at all. What other recourse did she have, aside from retreating into the kitchen? As she held a plate of oddly aromatic cookies, she found herself momentarily entranced. After all, she had merely juiced the fruits she had foraged from the Forbidden Forest to use as ingredients, so how could they have turned out so hard? The little sprite assisting her in tasting the cookies, unable to successfully bite into one, resorted to banging its head against the wall in frustration. With her right hand restraining the sprite from further self-harm, and her left hand gripping the cookie she was reluctant to waste, Lily could only implore the sprite to help her package the cookies for future bait in the Forbidden Forest, for they truly smelled delightful. After producing a new batch of cookies that were somewhat more palatable, she prepared them as she had the previous year, and instructed the sprite to deliver them later. As she departed the kitchen, she remained oblivious to the still figure of Elrin standing around the corner. Seated in the library, she pinched the tip of her quill, lamenting the poor quality of the writing instrument. Her handwriting was already a chaotic scrawl, and the split tip made it nearly impossible to decipher. There was no doubt that her essay on defense against the dark arts would receive a failing grade if submitted in such a state. Pouting slightly, she stowed her assignment and pulled out the large flask gifted to her by Madame Pomfrey. Taking a hearty swig, she felt the refreshing coolness wash over her brain, enhanced by the few drops of the dental potion Snape had given her the previous year, reviving her focus amidst the haze of reading. Madame Pants had become somewhat lenient with the girl who seemed almost to inhabit the library, considering she was there every day. Indeed, perhaps she ought to hand over her position to Lily. Clutching a tome on defense against the dark arts, she noticed the words within danced chaotically, permitting access to the next chapter only if one successfully cast the spells from the preceding one. This peculiar book could be enchanted after registration. Squatting beneath a beech tree, despite the chill in the air, Lily chose this spot to practice her spells. After the last incident, where she had accidentally blown off a leg of her bed while practicing powerful spells in her dormitory, she had refrained from casting anything too formidable indoors. It was an intriguing book, yet why did the section on dark magic within it mirror so closely the volumes her father had given her? Those professors were notoriously silent on the subject of dark magic, as if it were some abhorrent beast. Lost in contemplation, Lily's wand remained active. As she raised it to cast a spell from the book, upon careful reflection, she discerned none of the ominous, malevolent emotions described. Rather, she found herself engulfed in curiosity. So engrossed in her thoughts, she failed to notice two upperclassmen from Gryffindor nearby exchanging small cards. One of them, upon witnessing Lily's magic, stood up in shock, scattering the cards across the ground. Dark wizard. I told you, all Slytherins are evil. Even the students excel at dark magic. Before the boy could finish, the girl beside him covered his mouth. Crossweasley, are you trying to get yourself killed? How rude. She rebuked her friend fiercely, then composed herself to address Lily. I apologize for his outburst. He was just a bit excited to see you. I hope you can forgive him. As she glanced around, still holding the boy's mouth shut. He meant that dark magic isn't good for the body, generally affecting emotions, and when it delves deeper, it can be harmful to the soul. So he got a bit worked up. Please don't misunderstand. He just perhaps realizing her words were entirely at odds with the boy's frantic struggles. She quickly shifted her tone. I know you, you're a black, right? Yes. Family traditions, I suppose. I hope you have a pleasant day. Lily, taken aback, could only respond, thank you for your concern. I wish you a delightful day as well. The girl tugged her friend away, leaving the scattered cards behind. From a distance, Lily could still hear the girl admonishing her friend. She's just a child. Curiosity shouldn't be met with such severe reproach. The last remark was nearly a shout. Lily gathered the cards and tucked them into her book. They were the collectible cards that accompanied the chocolate frogs, featuring portraits and biographies of renowned wizards, which many young witches and wizards collected and traded. During dinner, she placed them at the entrance to the Great Hall. Chapter 50-50. After finishing the tome on defense against the dark arts, Christmas arrived. The feast was once again held at a long table shared by the four houses. But this year, no Hufflepuff students were willing to sit with her, prompting her to claim a corner seat early on. While indulging in a box of delectably sweet cookies, Professor Slughorn appeared at the staff table. Holding up the cookies Lily had gifted him in affirmation. With crumbs on her face, she beamed a radiant smile at the professor. Then she turned back to her cookies, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the turkey. Last year, her focus had been consumed by plotting against the blacks, leaving her little appetite for turkey. This year, she intended to make up for it. With a fierce incantation, she cast a slicing charm at the turkey, elegantly maneuvering a massive turkey leg onto her plate. Finally, she savored the turkey she had longed for. It tasted good, albeit rather tough and dry. It wasn't until the feast concluded that she recalled the gifts at her bedside. She had hesitated to look, fearing there might be none, but upon discovering 3 gifts, her heart soared with joy. The first was from Snape, containing 2 spell analyses and a vial of magical stabilizer, with a note that read, Snake Molt. Lily sighed heavily. She shouldn't have limited her spell usage to a mere cleaning charm on him. He deserved a 2-day visit to the hospital wing. The second gift was from Elrond, devoid of a note but containing a set of quills and ink, featuring a silver feather quill that delighted her. Though they had grown distant, they remained friends. The third gift left Lily momentarily perplexed regarding its sender. Upon opening it, she found a packet of biscuits, extremely hard, yet not as unyielding as her own failed cookies. As she managed to bite off a corner, the note read, Thank you for your cookies. I hope I can be of assistance. Hagrid. Oh, Lily recalled. She had intended to use that packet of cookies as bait for catching some creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but upon entering, she had been chased around by a large, gray owl. Emerging from the boundary in a flustered state, she had spotted Hagrid standing before his hut, his beetle-like black eyes fixed on her. This is no place for students. The Forbidden Forest is exceedingly dangerous. I must escort you back to your professor. Desperate not to be subjected to labor, Lily hastily concocted an excuse. Yes, I was looking for you, but I was shy, yes shy. I wanted to ask for your help. Here, this is a gift. A Christmas gift. Her mind was a jumble as she spoke, ultimately thrusting the nearly indestructible biscuit packet towards him. Hagrid appeared wary of Lily, dressed in her Slytherin robes. Though he accepted the bag, he said nothing. Anxious, Lily remained silent for a minute before fleeing. Back in the castle, she clung to the hope that she hadn't shattered his teeth. Little did she know, he had reciprocated the gesture, likely via a sprite. As he seemed unaware of her identity, and mentioned the nonsensical request she had made for his assistance. What could she, a mere half-blood, possibly need from him? A half-giant residing on the forest's edge? On the second day of the holidays, Lily ventured to Hagrid's hut with a bag of cream fudge given to her by a sprite. Standing before the small door of the hut, she marveled at how it appeared both diminutive and expansive, the doorknob nearly taller than herself. After politely knocking and receiving no response, she settled down on a pile of wood beside the door. Feeling a slight chill emanating from the confines of his cloak, he tightened its embrace around himself. Deciding to wait for 2 minutes, should he not return, so be it. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Hagrid emerged from the nearby woods, resembling a great bear with his tousled hair, and clad in a black fur coat. Initially, he had no intention of inviting Liz into his abode, but upon witnessing her shiver as she clutched her stomach, he hesitated and ultimately extended an invitation. Please take a seat. Just a moment, I'll light the fire. It will be a tad warmer, Hagrid murmured as he busied himself with the hearth. Liz retrieved a piece of hard fudge from her pocket, hardened by the cold. The last batch of cookies was rather tough, so I brought you some fudge this time. Perhaps it will soften a bit with the warmth. Ah, those cookies. I must admit, I found them delightful. They suited my palate perfectly. Other foods tend to be so soft and crumbly, Hagrid continued to mumble, pulling a box of cookies from beneath the table, and popping one into his mouth. It was indeed delicious. Liz was astonished to see the cookie in his mouth crumble effortlessly, akin to the most ordinary of custard biscuits, while the frozen fudge crackled with each bite. The fire's glow made Liz feel less cold, prompting her to inch closer to the flames. Chapter 51. Little wizards ought to dress warmly. You're underdressed, Hagrid remarked, positioning himself cautiously in the farthest chair. Liz understood his caution. Being a Slytherin, she recognized the prevailing wariness amongst peers, unlike the rarer breed of Gryffindor like that senior girl. Hagrid, sir. I have a snake, Liz declared, reluctantly extracting the squirming creature from her clothing. He is rather finicky. He only consumes live prey and occasionally requires a change in diet. Casting a glance at the surprised Hagrid, she continued, I have classes and labor duties, and I must admit, my homework grades are abysmal. She placed the wriggling snake beside the fire. He is quite lazy. He won't wander off, I assure you. Nervously, Liz glanced around, unsure of what to say, when a glimmer caught her attention. Mr. Hagrid, what is that? Hagrid diverted his gaze from the little plump snake to a peculiar object hanging from the rafters. Oh, that's a gift from my, friend from the woods. It's probably a snake's shed skin. He rose and handed the skin to Liz. You can have it, I have plenty. Hagrid was taken aback by the child's act of retrieving a snake from her collar. It was quite astonishing. Something he had never witnessed before, and he felt a surge of joy. Surely, someone fond of small creatures could not be a villain. I am Starlise Black. Liz suddenly realized she had accepted a gift without introducing herself. You may call me Starlise or Liz, whichever you prefer. Ah, very well, Starlise. I'm aware you are a girl. Just call me Starlise. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's beetle-like eyes widened significantly. A girl, he exclaimed, mimicking the motion Liz had made while retrieving the snake. He scrutinized the young witch more closely, struggling to reconcile her appearance with traditional notions of femininity. With her unruly, rust-colored hair, large gray eyes, prominent nose, thin lips, and loose-fitting clothing, he found it difficult to perceive her as a girl. Shouldn't she wear a dress? Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation. Starlise, you mentioned needing assistance last time? Hagrid hastily shifted the topic, recognizing that misidentifying a lady's gender was not a matter to linger upon. Yes, indeed. My snake has a large appetite and is quite picky. He only eats live prey and occasionally magical creatures. It's quite vexing as I cannot procure satisfactory food for him. Could you assist me? Liz admitted she lacked a concrete plan but knew Hagrid, residing beside the Forbidden Forest, would be more familiar with those creatures. Oh, that is easily remedied. A trap set beside your hut will do nicely, and won't cause any damage. I, too, have been plagued by these furry nuisances. Hagrid waved his enormous hand dismissively. Observing the snake's gleaming scales, he recognized the effort Liz had invested, and this small favor seemed trivial in comparison. Relieved to have resolved the food issue for her snake, Liz felt elated and promised to return with cookies at a later date, before preparing to leave. But where was her snake? Ignoring the cold and dust, she knelt down, searching beneath the sofa and table, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who discovered the snake, comfortably nestled atop a pile of varied fur, having not strayed far from the warmth of the hearth. Once the snake was tucked back into her clothing, Liz firmly resolved to master the tracking spell upon her return. The thought of losing her snake was far too frightening. Hagrid frowned as he watched the girl conceal the snake within her clothing, but hesitated to voice his concerns. After escorting Liz to the door and bidding her farewell, he handed her another piece of snake skin. Upon returning to her dormitory, Liz first released the snake, providing it with a small bird to play with before locking her dorm room, and heading to the abandoned classroom frequently visited by Snape and Evans. Knocking before entering, she found Snape, as expected, alone and brewing something. The cauldron stand was even the same one he had used when concocting the silver potion meant for Sirius Black, which reminded Liz of her own lack of precision in magic. Snape, typically sullen and impatient, only showed a flicker of amusement when Evans was present. This time was no exception. He glanced at Liz's shoulder, noting she had not brought the snake, and his expression twisted slightly. "What do you want?" Snape inquired succinctly. Liz, undeterred, placed the shed skin on the floor. "This isn't Gargantua S. You can take a look," she said, turning to leave. "Wait," Snape said, stirring with his wand while avoiding eye contact regarding the snake. "I apologize," he muttered before resuming his potion brewing. "All right, I accept," Liz shrugged. Feeling no particular emotion about the apology, she recognized that Snape was at fault, but she bore the greater responsibility for having put Gargantua in an unsafe position. Moreover, this apology was likely prompted by Evans. Hurrying back to her dormitory, Liz locked eyes with Gargantua for a moment before producing an egg radiating magical energy from her pocket. She had found it while passing through the small woods after leaving Hagrid's hut, though she had no idea what magical creature it belonged to. However, it was clear that Gargantua was fond of it, as he no longer fixated on the bird, and instead crawled over to begin eating. Chapter 52. Liz took out her book and began practicing the tracking spell, casting spells at the small bird in the corner of the window. The incantations had some effect, but the results were not as clear as she desired, leaving her dissatisfied. With Gargantua in tow, she ventured to the library. During the Christmas holidays, even the Ravenclaw students were not particularly industrious, yet Liz arrived punctually at her usual spot, causing Madame Pants some irritation. She intended to tidy the restricted section while it was less crowded over the holiday, as it was covered in dust, and one of the shelves had collapsed. This child had disrupted her plans, but since Liz was always quiet while reading, she decided to proceed with the cleaning. After all, there would be even less time once classes resumed. Liz set Gargantua on the table to play on his own while she began searching through a few books for suitable tracking spells. It soon became apparent just how challenging it had been for her mother to find a contract. One spell was harmful, another overly demanding, and yet another yielded unsatisfactory results. However, upon reflection, if a spell were to exist that perfectly met all criteria, it would undoubtedly be readily available. Every relevant tome would certainly elucidate its merits. Liz, determined to persevere, continued her search through the pages, hopeful that she might uncover a relatively suitable enchantment. The contract she had commissioned from the proprietor of the Diagon Alley pet shop had been hastily transcribed from an owl delivery contract, resulting in its ability to inform Gargle of his whereabouts while leaving her utterly powerless. As she retrieved her parchment and quill, engrossed in her copying, she was suddenly startled by someone calling her name, Starlise Black. Dismissing the call, she muttered, "Just a moment, let me finish this." Yet, when she looked up, there was no one in sight. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting beams into the air, with occasional motes of dust swirling momentarily before settling into silence. Lee scanned her surroundings and swiftly tucked Gargle into her clothing. "Is anyone there, Mrs. Pants?" she inquired, cautiously making her way to the usual spot where Mrs. Pants would sit, but found the library devoid of any presence save for her own breath. Resolute to retrieve her notes from the table and exit the library, Liz was once again interrupted by the sound of her name, accompanied by a sigh that sent shivers down her spine. Who is calling me?" she wondered, instinctively moving toward the source of the voice, though hesitating momentarily. Suddenly she recalled Mrs. Pants's admonition from the previous academic year. Do not approach there unless you possess a teacher's signed permission. Yet if she were to obtain consent, surely it would not be so perilous. Gingerly stroking Gargle nestled in her arms, Lee steeled her resolve and crept toward the dust-laden area. The air was thick with dust, obscuring the tilted shelves even in the absence of light. As she held her breath and ventured inside, a chill ran down her neck, accompanied by the sounds of labored breathing, moans and silent screams. Overwhelmed by an unsettling familiarity, Lee felt compelled to retreat, but was met with the sight of Mrs. Pants lying behind two nearby shelves. Peering in, she impulsively tossed a book toward the librarian, but there was no response. In a panic, Lee snatched a large, unwieldy tome from the adjacent shelf and held it defensively before her. It was a book devoid of a cover, grimy and exuding an unpleasant odor. But she had no time for qualms. She crouched beside Mrs. Pants and pried away the volumes obscuring her face. Lee gasped as the dust-filled air choked her. Help! Mrs. Pants is injured. One of the books appeared to be a spellbook, its pages concealing a series of vicious teeth, and the cover bore a faint inscription hinting at some creature. It had inflicted a deep gash upon Mrs. Pants's neck. The other book lay heavily beside her, soaked in blood. Her movements startled the toothy tome, which lunged at Lee's. With a swift motion, she brought the hefty book crashing down upon it. Despite her efforts, it managed to rise once more, and with determination, Lee struck it again, scattering several pages as it flailed about aimlessly before falling to the ground. She pressed the large book atop it, feeling the weight of the struggle, and finally, she crouched atop the book for stability, checking to ensure Gargle was still safe. Lee began to contemplate her next steps. She could not move, for the powerful book would surely lash out if given the chance. Yet, Mrs. Pants's condition required immediate assistance. She had lost so much blood. Help! Someone please! Lee cried, but in the silence that followed, she noticed the precariously tilted bookshelf beside her rattling ominously as a book writhed. The chains above began to clatter violently. Panic surged through her. What if another book of biting horrors emerged? Should she place a foot upon one? She quickly silenced herself, caught in a dilemma, and began to recall her mother's teachings. Apply pressure to the wound, cast healing spells, potions and blood-replenishing drafts. The injury was grievous, flesh torn and blood pooling, starkly contrasting against the unblemished skin surrounding it. Yes, stop the bleeding first. Lee removed her only scarf, part of her school robes, and pressed it against Mrs. Pants's wound. Her actions were cumbersome, as she also needed to keep the malevolent book at bay. Next came the healing incantation. What was it again? The last time Professor Flitwick had used it on her. With trembling hands, she grasped her wand and cast the spell once, twice, while precariously crouched above, her weight threatening to topple her onto Mrs. Pants. Watching the librarian's face pale further, Lee cast countless healing spells until, at last, the bleeding ceased and her breathing stabilized. Joy surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears. What is happening? I merely wished to visit the library, and now the librarian is nearly lifeless before me. Though her tears threatened to spill, the dust was suffocating. Lee began to pat Mrs. Pants's face, hoping to rouse her. Otherwise, she might have to remain crouched there all night, as closing time approached, with no one likely to come to the library. Suddenly, to her shock before Mrs. Pants could open her eyes, she began to scream, perhaps from pain or fear. But Lee could hardly focus on that now, as the books on the nearby shelf rattled, the chains threatening to snap. Please don't scream, Mrs. Pants. I beg you don't. Her own tears of panic were nearly spilling over. In desperation, Lee cast a spell to render the recently awakened librarian unconscious once more. The area, once eerily silent, erupted into a cacophony of chaos, as if malicious whispers filled the air, coupled with the frenzied clanking of chains as if driven by madness. Fear gripped Lee. She longed to escape and call for help, but the moment she lifted her foot, the struggling book below writhed fiercely, poised to break free and bite down hard. She was utterly trapped. To divert her attention, Lee repeatedly cast healing spells upon Mrs. Pants, occasionally checking on Gargle through her clothing. In her frenzied state, the spells became erratic. Although the wound showed signs of healing, a silvery sheen glimmered ominously. What did that silver sheen mean? If only Mrs. Pants could awaken, Lee would gladly transform her entirely into silver. Sniffling, Lee remained crouched for what felt like an eternity, fearful of any change in Mrs. Pants's condition. Covering her with her cloak and a warm shawl while she tucked Gargle between her abdomen and shirt, shivering despite her fatigue, too frightened to sleep. After expending her energy and repeatedly casting spells, Lee felt her magical reserves deplete, compounded by the cold and hunger. In her dazed state, she found herself back in the familiar confines of her small dark room at home. A sliver of light flickered toward her. Mother! I hope I haven't caused any trouble? Yet the only opening that allowed a hint of light quietly closed. Leaning forward, Lise was jolted awake by the restless book. Swallowing hard to gather her composure, she realized that the flickering light was indeed real. Help. Someone please. Help. Tonight, Professor Flitwick was on patrol, and his heightened sensitivity to emotions led him to emit a sharp scream, causing the nearby books to rattle their chains ominously, teetering precariously above Lise's head. Terrified, Lise shouted, "Don't scream. Please just help me. This book is biting." By the time Lise managed to think clearly, she found herself standing in the hospital wing, clutching Gargle against her abdomen with one hand while her other hand gripped Flitwick's collar, refusing to let go, her wand nowhere in sight, and her nose running freely without a thought to wipe it. As Lise stirred with great difficulty, Flitwick hastily retrieved a vial of calming potion and administered it to her, gently pressing her onto the nearest hospital bed and covering her with a blanket, while clearing away the dust and tears that marred her face. Merlin knew the extent of terror this child had endured. Her outburst of strength was astonishing, and Flitwick found himself unable to pry her fingers apart, too apprehensive to use magic on the frightened child. Oh, poor child and poor Mrs. Pants. Within moments, Professor Slughorn and Headmaster Dumbledore arrived. Upon witnessing the child in the bed, unwilling to release Flitwick, with bloodshot eyes and a disheveled expression, Slughorn, the portly potions professor, extracted 2 pieces of chocolate from his robe pocket and placed them in Lisa's mouth. Chapter 54. As Lys devoured the chocolate voraciously, she turned to request another piece, only to find a large, furry creature thrust before her. After a moment of panic, her fragile nerves finally shattered. Lisa's eyes widened as if to cast her eyeballs away to avoid the distressing sight before her. The objects around her trembled and jolted, the kettle and teacup on the bedside table shattering in a cacophony of explosions. Sensing the disturbance, the headmaster and professor began to suppress and channel Lisa's runaway magical energy, but they found they could contain it yet failed to redirect it. As Dumbledore glanced up, he noticed Lisa's gaze had not shifted from the doll he had conjured. With a snap of his fingers, he made the small dog doll vanish. Yet the child named Starlys Black showed no signs of relief, only a slight lessening of severity. Hissing, the child's shirt bulged momentarily, revealing a small, plump snake that slithered out, its broad, white triangular head nuzzling against its owner's face. As the objects floating nearby fell to the ground with a resounding thud, the liquid from the shattered potion vials released a fragrant aroma. Lys took a deep breath, anxiously patting her snake, gagging, reassuring herself not to harm it. Gagging was indeed hairless, which was quite fortunate. Just as Slughorn had begun to feel slightly at ease, he was horrified to see the child smiling through her nosebleed, her eyes appearing bloodshot and crimson. Casting a glance around, he realized the only one exhibiting such chaotic symptoms was Flitwick, while Pomfrey was undoubtedly tending to Mrs. Pants. It seemed he alone, among the 4 present, could care for this child, especially as Professor McGonagall had also arrived. Sighing, the resigned potions professor quickly examined Lys's condition, discovering her magical reserves were critically low. He retrieved 2 vials of restorative potion and a hemostatic potion from the remaining supplies, followed by a vial of dreamless sleep potion, administering the latter to the poor child. A thorough examination and treatment could only wait until Pomfrey had stabilized Mrs. Pants. Professor McGonagall arrived a tad late, and anxiously inquired about the events, simultaneously raising her wand to perform cleaning and repairing charms. Upon learning that the child had completely unraveled after encountering a plush toy, her expression soured. She distinctly remembered Lys mentioning her fondness for small animals. Yet ever since the children from her own house had inflicted harm upon her, she could no longer bear the sight of anything furry. Oh, how ironic it was that this child was now accompanied by a snake, a creature devoid of fur. Those children would certainly face consequences upon their return. McGonagall extended her hand to assist the child in changing into comfortable sleepwear, only to be met with Gagging rising up, baring its fangs in a warning for her to maintain her distance from its owner. As Gagging moved, the sleeping Lys stirred slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. Observing this, Slughorn hastily stopped McGonagall, waving his wand to ensure the child's blanket was snugly wrapped around her. With Lys now being cared for, Flitwick and Dumbledore retreated to a private room. Flitwick had witnessed the devastating scene in the library and was concerned for his colleague's safety, while Dumbledore felt a twinge of embarrassment, having frightened the child into a magical upheaval while attempting to console her and conjuring a doll. The thought of that incident reaching the ears of others would be mortifying for one of his age. Pomfrey's expression was grave. "It's not looking good, Albus." Dumbledore immediately inquired about the matter. "Pants appears to have fallen victim to a curse or enchantment from one of the books. Her mental state is unstable." compounded by severe blood loss from an attack. The wounds are extensive and exceedingly difficult to treat. I shudder to think, had it not been for that child, we may have truly lost her, Albus. That night, Flitwick, Dumbledore, and Pomfrey diligently researched Pans's condition. Meanwhile, Professor Slughorn, alongside Professor McGonagall, addressed the issues within the library's restricted section, reinforcing the magical barriers and spells to prevent any unwarranted intrusions by wayward students. The following morning, upon returning, Slughorn found himself bitten by that very book, which had finally plummeted to the ground when Flitwick had escorted Lys and Pants away. While treating his wound, Pomfrey cast a glance at Lys. The snake beside her was far too alert, making it impossible for him to examine her. It seemed for now that the child simply needed rest to recover from her fright. McGonagall placed Lys's belongings, a sheaf of parchment and her wand, upon her bedside table before swiftly retreating beyond Gagging's protective perimeter. Pomfrey had noted that the snake was not native to the area, and since the antidote in the infirmary had been shattered the previous day, everyone was advised to keep their distance to avoid being bitten by the protective serpent. Although some professors expressed their discontent regarding a child bringing a venomous snake to school, as the enrollment letter clearly stated that only owls, cats, or toads were permitted, McGonagall rebuffed their objections. Let it be. Our oversight has already caused this child considerable distress. Must we also take away her pet? Chapter 55. When Lys next awoke, it was from hunger. She had subsisted on little more than a breakfast and 2 pieces of chocolate over the past 2 days. The sight of the green vegetables on her plate ignited her appetite. She even picked out the scant meat to offer to Gagging, who refused to eat. Lys scraped her plate clean, consuming 2 servings. Once Gagging resumed its lazy demeanor, Pomfrey finally had the opportunity to examine Lys. The nosebleed was a result of the tumultuous fluctuations in her magical energy over the past 3 months, which had severely compromised her health. Had it not been for the timely restorative potion, Lys might have suffered irreversible vitality loss due to insufficient magical release, a perilous situation indeed. Is Mrs. Pants all right? She inquired, her mouth still full of food. That book was terrifying. I've never encountered anything like it. I think I might have torn a page out. Is she all right? Pomfrey reassured her that Mrs. Pants would likely return to her duties by late January, and there was no need for concern regarding the book. I want another serving, please. Flitwick, who had come to check on Pants, marveled at how swiftly the child was recovering. She had previously clung to him in fear, but now only thought of her 3rd helping. Lys found herself hospitalized once again. Recounting the events of the library and her actions to several professors, including the incident where she had knocked Mrs. Pants unconscious, uncertain of how the spell would affect her subsequent treatment. This left the professors pondering whether to classify her as panicked or resolute. When discussing the voice that had called her name, Pomfrey explained that the book contained dark magic and strange incantations, which could induce hallucinations upon close proximity. Yet Lys refrained from mentioning the distance she had been when it occurred. She was simply eager for another meal. During this period, Madame Pomfrey refrained from mentioning the prohibition of pets accompanying their owners in the hospital. Instead, she kindly brought beef treats for Lys to feed Gabber. Over the past few days, Lys had not been idle, with the mistress forbidding her from using magic and confiscating her notes and wand. She persistently questioned Madame Pomfrey about various healing spells, and the principles and ultimate effects of diagnostic magic. When her magical energy became overwhelming, she could only pace the floor each night, hoping to find some comfort. She had thoroughly examined every column and window in the ward, and Lys sincerely wished she would not have to stay in the hospital again. No more hospital stays, madam. It is far too disheartening, she lamented. Dressed in the school robes and scarf provided as compensation, while clutching the large bag of her personal belongings that Madame Pomfrey had organized. As she donned the thermal vest she was to reclaim, she noticed it felt a bit snug. I too hope so. You must keep your word and avoid another hospital stay, my child, Madame Pomfrey replied with a wink. After bidding farewell to Madame Pomfrey, Lys prepared to enjoy her final day of vacation. After some contemplation, she decided to bake a batch of cookies to take to Hagrid, having missed their previously arranged time. Hagrid's demeanor was markedly warmer than before. Oh, I've heard about you, Lys. It's hard to imagine what poor Pants would do without you, she heard him exclaim. Sitting on Hagrid's enormous sofa, Lys retrieved Gabber from her pocket and placed him on the familiar fur, drawing it closer to the hearth. The recent chill had rendered Gabber quite lethargic. Although he had always been rather lazy, Lys remarked as if arranging Gabber's position in her own dormitory. Hagrid, being his usual unperturbed self, mumbled for her to wait a moment before leaving the room. Shortly after, he returned carrying a cage, gesturing for Lys to inspect the meal he had prepared for Gabber. Lys was utterly delighted to find several magical creatures inside. feeling guilty for having fed Gabber only beef treats these past few days, since Madame Pomfrey had instructed her not to use magic, and had yet to return her wand. Liz simply took the cage and informed Hagrid that she would return it during her next visit. Before leaving, she took several hearty sips of the steaming tea, only to realize that she could not finish the generous drink, leading her to abandon the effort and bid Hagrid farewell before returning to her dormitory to read. For the time being, she had no desire to visit the library. It felt daunting. As Liz became engrossed in her reading, she felt a pang of hunger. Checking her pocket watch, she realized it was time for lunch. Upon entering the Great Hall, she found only a solitary seat in the middle that was not adjacent to anyone else, so she settled there. A glance across the room revealed that the Gryffindor upperclassmen with whom she had exchanged cards on the hill were whispering to each other. Occasionally, that Weasley fellow shot her a glare, prompting Liz to hurriedly consume 3 chicken legs, a plate of salad, and a glass of milk before making a swift exit. Their gazes were unsettling. Chapter 56. Why are you stopping me to question that malevolent Slytherin? Perhaps it was he who caused Mrs. Pance's troubles. Such deeds are well within the capability of Slytherins, but he is enough. That child is only in his 2nd year. Are you out of your mind? Even if you were in 7th year, could you contend against Mrs. Pance? Cross, baseless accusations only make you appear foolish. Such dialogues frequently transpired among the numerous students at Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, albeit while avoiding the parties directly involved, hence Liz remained somewhat oblivious. With the holiday concluded, Liz resumed her life of pending assignments, which weighed heavily on her mind. After class, she discreetly inquired with Professor Flitwick whether this would impact her final grades. Not significantly. As long as you can successfully demonstrate your abilities at the end, the professor will not hesitate to award you a satisfactory grade. What about an outstanding? Liz asked. But Professor Flitwick merely smiled and remained silent, shaking the paper she had submitted for her spell essay, which was smudged and nonsensical. Liz panicked. For although there was still a considerable time before the final exams, if she continued in this manner, she would surely fail to meet her father's expectations for 2 outstandings. All her essays were similarly subpar. With a newfound sense of urgency, Liz began to observe her classmates whose papers received commendation, shamelessly asking them to share how their assignments were written. However, they all evaded her. Those few Slytherins with excellent grades were of high nobility, and considered it beneath them to converse with Liz. Meanwhile, the other 3 houses scattered as soon as they saw her approaching, leaving her with no one to turn to. Desperate, Liz clutched the snake shed she had exchanged with Hagrid and sought out Snape. Evans was also present, seemingly in an unhappy mood. But that did not deter Liz from making her request. Snape, here, take this. Could I borrow your essay for reference? Liz forced a stiff smile as she offered her token, noticing Snape raise an eyebrow, his expression shifting from complete impatience to one of intrigue. She sensed an opportunity. If only you could teach me how to write my paper as well. However, Liz had offered too much. The amount was sufficient for Snape to conduct numerous experiments. Thus he did not acquiesce to her second request. Evans, standing nearby, disapproved of Snape's behavior but was unwilling to involve herself further with Liz, a Slytherin. Having heard about Mrs. Pance's situation during Christmas, Evans felt it improbable, yet deemed it necessary to remain cautious. Ultimately, Liz was granted access to Snape's assignment sheets distributed after each class. Though not all, it was undoubtedly superior to her own, following Snape's logic and format. After 2 months of struggle, Liz's essays in all subjects finally reached passing standards, except for defense against the dark arts. It seemed that the teacher harbored a unique perspective on Slytherins. He was particularly displeased with students who excelled in dark magic compared to those studying defense against the dark arts, especially the likes of Black, who failed to conceal his fascination with dark magic. Every lesson, this child would inquire about dark magic, lamenting the lack of related material in his textbooks. How could dark magic affect emotions and souls? Merlin's beard. I detest these spawn of dark wizards. As the long separation from her wand came to an end, Liz's first order of business was to diligently complete all her outstanding assignments for every class. In her haste, she accidentally transformed a pear's color, but the demonstration of her spell earned her a satisfactory. Professor Flitwick, struck by inspiration, sliced the pear open, discovering that the color change had infiltrated the flesh as well, displaying varying shades of silver. Oh, the mysteries of magic. It seems Pance's neck will forever bear a silver hue. On her final visit to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey could not help but exclaim that Pance had recovered faster than Liz. You must take care of yourself, dear. Congratulations on your recovery. Liz beamed at this news and that evening ventured into the Forbidden Forest, gathering bird eggs for Gabber as a snack. Although he would eat anything offered, Gabber was occasionally finicky, yet overall he was easy to care for. Cradling Gabber in her arms, Liz began to sprint through the woods again. Wasn't this owl supposed to deliver messages for wizards? Why did she always encounter it in the forbidden forest? The owl was far too agile for Liz to successfully cast a spell against it, forcing her to protect her hair and Gabber while searching for a way out. However, the situation felt amiss. Where was she? According to her estimations, she should have been near Hagrid's hut by now. Looking up to assess her surroundings, Liz froze in confusion. Utterly lost, and the owl had vanished from sight. Damn that owl. I detest owls. Climbing the tree on one side, Liz glanced around, barely discerning the edge of the forest, while Gabong perched alertly on her shoulder, his head raised in vigilance. Noticing Gabang's keen sensitivity and heightened alertness, Liz refrained from making any sudden movements. It was only after the revolting full moon in the sky vanished that Gabong finally relaxed. Returning to the dormitory empty-handed, Liz could only retrieve a six-legged mouse from the cage for Gabong to play with and feast upon. To make matters worse, on the last day of the week, that owl had the audacity to confront Liz in the Great Hall while delivering shop parcels to a senior Slytherin. It seemed to have mastered the nuances of Liz's spellcasting, consistently tearing at her black shirt at the most inconvenient moments, determined to expose the snake concealed within. As the confrontation wore on, Liz ceased her attempts to fight back, curling up protectively around Gabong, who, mildly annoyed, hissed in readiness to retaliate against the bird. Malfoy, as the head boy, managed to land 2 spells on the owl and, somewhat disgruntled, remarked about the origins of the mad bird and its need for handling. The bird was not killed. As a messenger among wizards, the consequences of slaying such creatures were severe, so the platinum-haired head boy merely stunned it. Professor Flitwick, arriving late to the staff table, retrieved the bird from a Slytherin student, halting Liz as she prepared to cast a healing charm on herself. Your injury is on your face. You wouldn't want to leave a permanent silver scar, would you? After erasing the wounds, he cast a cleaning charm on Liz's hair, which was now speckled with feathers. Thus, Liz attended her biology class with her hair in a fluffy, pristine state, and her shirt marred by 2 rips. Chapter 57. Her singing lily was now budding, and she believed it would bloom soon. Extracting Gabong from her shirt, she placed him in the pot to bask in the sunlight. Just as she intended to depart to continue her pot-moving practice, she noticed Gabong lifting his neck and opening his mouth in displeasure. Although no sound emerged, Liz intuitively understood. Gabong was angry for not being allowed to confront the bird. Indeed, that morning, the bird had been excessively audacious. Yet, Gabong, you are but this small. Liz gestured to indicate approximately 40 centimeters. And that bird? It was much larger. Wait a moment. When you grow up, I shall take you to battle it, all right? After exaggerating the size comparison, Liz comforted Gabong, who despite not comprehending her words, could still sense her soothing emotions. Consequently, Gabong nestled back into the pot, stretching his body and ignoring his owner. In this class, alongside Slytherin were Hufflepuffs, who observed the ragged, disheveled girl conversing passionately with a snake, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. During potions class, Liz remarkably produced a potion of standard quality, earning Slytherin an additional 2 points. When Professor Slughorn inquired about her newfound progress, Liz promptly attributed it to Snape. I've been copying Snape's assignments, Professor. Accepting the cookie Liz offered, the professor smacked his lips. Ah yes, Snape, a remarkable talent in potions. If you can achieve this by copying his work, then so be it. Slytherin earns another 2 points for your potion's advancement. March was a particularly busy season for Madame Pomfrey, as many students fell ill and visited the infirmary for cold remedies, with steam visibly emanating from their ears after consumption. Occasionally, students with superior potion-making skills were called upon by Professor Slughorn to assist in brewing invigorating potions and cold elixirs. That day, Liz emerged from class with steam escaping from her ears, feeling rather dispirited, only to witness her charming little prince from Slytherin being bullied. 2 Gryffindors, clad in cloaks and brandishing themselves as knights, spewed a mishmash of conspiratorial nonsense, declaring the Black family to be nothing but a pack of mad dogs. Regulus, attempting to leave, found himself cornered as they unleashed spells against him. It was quite shameful for Gryffindor. These 2 appeared to be in their 3rd year, yet were unable to best a first-year student. However, a wizard's magical prowess requires time to mature, and soon Regulus found himself at a disadvantage. Just as a jinx was about to strike his handsome face, Liz intervened, casting 2 leglocker curses and 2 Tarantella jinxes, causing the 2 inept bullies to dance away in a tangle of limbs. Once the figures disappeared around the corridor's bend, Liz emerged and glanced at Regulus. Thank you for your assistance. I merely exhausted my magic and needed a moment's rest. given Lys's status as a young witch with a volatile magical reserve. Madame Pomfrey insisted she carry a restorative potion at all times to safeguard her future magical growth. Lys rummaged through her 4 pockets and finally produced an unopened vial to hand to Regulus, who accepted it with a smile and drank it without hesitation. Before Regulus could tidy himself, an irate voice erupted from behind. "Mouse Skin, what are you doing to my brother?" It was Sirius Black. Perhaps he had no interest in an explanation, as he immediately swung a fist at her. "Have you been using your brain as a breakfast platter, you foolish dog? I was merely chatting with your brother." After uttering this, Lys marveled at her own eloquence, pleased to consider the little prince's feelings. Surely, he wouldn't want his brother to know he was being bullied by Gryffindor. Noting the look of skepticism on his face, Lys, wishing to avoid further trouble, retorted, "Step aside. I'm going to be late." Still under the potion's effects, steam billowed from her ears, giving her a slightly foolish appearance. "Brother, yes. I know she is also a black. I simply wish to have a casual conversation with her." Lys donned an expression of, "See?" as she walked past Sirius Black. Ever since the astronomy professor introduced the constellations, she had been aware that Sirius Black's name was derived from the brightest star in Canis Major. Isn't he just a dog? I previously had no qualms about calling him an arrogant mutt. The little prince's name was equally intriguing, as it was the brightest star in Leo. She had once pondered why her name was related to stars, only to realize it was her father's homage to the Black family. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, she was still at the bottom of Slytherin, and inching closer to the Black family would only bring her misfortune. Surely, her mother would not approve of inviting potential dangers into their home. The defense against the dark arts class was nothing short of a calamity for the new professor, who explained that creatures dwelling in dark environments were akin to pests. If encountered, one should not hesitate to eliminate them. This prompted Lys to pose a rather vexing question after class. "Professor, if that is the case, can I feed the dark goblins from the wold to my snake?" When told no, as they were deemed harmful, she questioned why they couldn't be repurposed. However, if permitted, it presented a moral quandary regarding humanoid magical creatures, which was challenging for many to accept. Ultimately, Lys received no answer, only a paper marked with a poor grade. Chapter 58. Almost daily, Lys found newspapers in the common room, gradually familiarizing herself with the wizarding ideology and worldview. However, she struggled to reconcile the behavior that praised the sun, while concealing the darkness beneath. On one side stood the Dark Lord Voldemort, leading the Death Eaters, unabashedly proclaiming their desires. "We want wizards to reign supreme. We crave power, we seek wealth," without a hint of subtlety. On one side, Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic advocate for the equality of all beings, asserting that Muggles are entitled to protection under the law. They oppose tyranny, denounce oppressive measures, and reject the notion of bloodshed. The two factions remain steadfast, unwilling to yield an inch. Lily finds herself perplexed. Akin to a banquet where some partake of the meat while others abstain. Why must both sides compel the other to acquiesce? Unable to find answers, Lily immerses herself once more in the library, peeking cautiously before entering. Since Madame Pants returned to her post, her demeanor has grown rather neurotic, manifesting in stricter library regulations. Idle chatter and any behaviors unrelated to reading are no longer permitted, should one be caught. Madame Pants wields her inkpot or any nearby object to thump the offender on the head and expel them from the library. After nodding a greeting to Madame Pants, Lily noticed the faint silver trace visible beneath her high collar, causing her to swallow nervously. She chose a book and settled in the farthest corner from the restricted section. Severus Snape's mother has passed away. Lily did not eavesdrop intentionally. For days, she had sought to borrow a paper from him, but he was nowhere to be found, neither in the common room nor in the abandoned classroom where he brewed potions. With a deadline looming on Monday, she began to search for Snape everywhere. Eventually, she discovered him behind a tapestry on the 8th floor. Her wandering feet had led her here, having strayed from her path to find Professor Sprout. The 8th floor boasts few classrooms, only an intricate maze of hallways that are exceedingly vexatious. Lily had to open each door, hoping for some assistance, when she heard Snape's muffled sobs emanating from behind a tapestry. Stuck in the corridor, she was at a loss regarding how to approach the situation. Should she offer him tissues for his tears and runny nose? The duration of Snape's weeping was mirrored by her own lingering outside, the fragments of his grief for his mother echoing through the air. All for someone unworthy. To abandon her child for a man unworthy? Would a mother truly forsake her offspring for her husband? This revelation struck Lily like a thunderclap, shattering her already tenuous grasp on reality. Would her mother abandon her for her father? Yes, Lily knew the answer. Almost in a trance, She wandered about until a ghost pointed her back to her dormitory. In the weeks that followed, Lily divided her time meticulously between practicing spells and studying, yet her heart remained lodged in her throat. Did they not intend to keep her before they knew she was a witch? Startled awake from a restless dream, the words of that foolish dog haunted her, echoing like a nightmare. Over the past 6 months, those words had lingered alongside her physical discomfort. Only the sharp gaze of a friend offered her some solace. At around 3 in the morning, unable to sleep any longer, Lily sat at her desk, poring over her books. As long as she remained a witch, as long as she could prove herself worthy of Slytherin, her father's approval, she would not be cast aside. Recently, the Slytherin common room had been devoid of Draco Malfoy, and Snape had ceased to follow him around to his dormitory for studies. Lily then overheard the reason from a senior with a raspy voice. Malfoy's father had died from a disease contracted while serving the Dark Lord abroad, one that was deemed incurable. Dragon pox. The skin turns a purplish hue and rots before death. Truly, this was a fitting end for the Malfoys. Good riddance. Abraxas Malfoy, gone in a fortnight. How swift. Then, this senior, lacking any sense of decorum, was discovered unconscious in the restroom after class. It was rumored that Narcissa had been the one to act, and Lily believed it as well. The illustrious Malfoy, now bereft of support, must bear the weight of his vast family legacy alone. It was a daunting prospect for a barely graduated, underage wizard. Narcissa would never allow anyone to insult her fiancé, even if she did not strike the blow herself. After all, assaulting someone in a restroom hardly seemed fitting for a noble. While she might not deliver the punishment herself, she would certainly orchestrate it. The thought that illness could so cruelly rob someone of their support filled Lily with dread. She had always believed that potions could save anyone, even those with flaws. But it seemed that was not the case. With many 7th-year students graduating, clubs around the school began to seek new members, especially the highly anticipated Quidditch tryouts. This event stirred excitement among almost all the boys and half the girls in the school. Lily found it perplexing. Every Quidditch match was a grand spectacle, with even Slytherins donning cheering accessories in the stands, faces flushed with excitement. Yet, what was the appeal? Watching a group of individuals soar through the sky, vying for a non-flying ball, chasing off another flying ball, only to seek a golden one? What was entertaining about that? Having attended a match once, she deemed it a waste of time. The conclusion of the game relied on the seeker catching the golden snitch, and she had heard of matches lasting up to 2 weeks. During that match, she had spotted the tiny golden ball 3 or 4 times, yet neither seeker seemed to notice, their eyes akin to those of a scarab beetle. Lily left before the match concluded, unwilling to squander her time that could be spent reading. However, the selection of Quidditch players was not a matter of choice. With Slytherin's exceptional seeker Malfoy graduating, they needed to find a suitable replacement. Almost everyone was dragged to the Quidditch pitch by the prefect, where the team captain extolled the importance of a seeker, as it was intrinsically linked to their victory and the glory of the House Cup. Thus, everyone, mount your brooms and demonstrate your thirst for glory. Take flight. Even those who deemed broom riding quite undignified made a valiant effort to ascend. Yet Lily's broom hovered stubbornly a mere foot off the ground, refusing to climb higher. She tugged at the broomstick, but the height remained unchanged. It was not that she lacked motivation, although she indeed did not wish to participate. Longing instead to return to her books, her flying class results from the previous year had been abysmal. The prefect and the Quidditch captain dismissed her with barely concealed disdain. Due to her altercation with Sirius Black, Lily had been sentenced to a day of community service on Saturday, yet her nimble hands had allowed her to complete all the tasks by noon. "Child, do me a favor and fetch Snape for me, will you?" After circling the castle several times, Lily learned that Snape was accompanying Evans to the Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts, not participating in her own house's events, but instead accompanying someone with a lineage deemed dubious by Slytherin. She was bound to face ridicule and exclusion. Chapter 59. Lily struggled to ascend the stands, inching her way toward Snape. After finally delivering her message, she intended to return to her books when she overheard a nearby boy exclaim, "Potter flies remarkably well. If he becomes the new seeker, I wouldn't be surprised at all." The arrogant, bullying, troublemaking Potter, now destined to become the seeker. One could only hope he would fare better than the previous bespectacled seeker. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she heard the booming voice of Gryffindor's towering captain proclaim, "We have a new seeker, undeniably gifted. Indeed, the remarkable James Potter." Lily's expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Severus's at that moment. Before departing, the results for Lily Evans had been announced. She had failed to qualify, not even securing a position as a reserve player, which visibly dampened her spirits. Severus offered her some words of comfort, explaining that the potion's master had summoned him, necessitating a return to the castle. As Lily Evans noticed Potter approaching her, she hurriedly followed Severus back to the castle, sincerely hoping that the Quidditch captain could delay Potter for a while longer. Lily had left 2 minutes prior, encountering the hasty Black rushing out of the castle. He caught sight of Lily Evans's vibrant red hair from a distance, realizing that the tryouts for the Chasers were scheduled later than those for Seekers, and with Evans's trials concluded, it seemed he had missed James's Quidditch selection. Mouse skin. It's all your fault for making me miss my best mate's tryouts. Their argument was swiftly interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who had come to inquire about the selection results. But the animosity between them only grew. After a few minor squabbles, Lily began to openly refer to Sirius Black as the foolish dog. Finally, the end-of-term examinations arrived. Due to the mounting stress, Lily's left hand began to spasm uncontrollably. Without Elle by her side to listen to her anxieties and regrets, she climbed up the beech tree, where she often practiced her spells. The gentle June breeze was soothing, and the sky was a rare, cloudless blue, reminiscent of the wings of a curled-up magical creature depicted in books. Lying on the branch, she fought to suppress thoughts of the history of magic exam. Ever since the magical upheaval, she had often found herself too anxious to sleep, resorting to studying instead. However, the history of magic, what a cursed subject. Many young witches and wizards, after completing their first year at school, found their initial excitement waning, transforming their studies into a tedious burden. But not Lily. She genuinely believed that charms and those intriguing materials illuminated her life with the promise of a bright future. They were fascinating and practical, serving as her greatest assurance of returning home. This year, she was determined to see the photograph on her father's desk. Lily levitated a branch with a floating charm, achieving a stable and flawless result. Throughout the year, her magic had been uncontrollable, fluctuating between scarcity and excess, with worries that plagued her sleepless nights. Those restless hours were dedicated to her studies. Now she had mastered numerous spells, even some from higher years, which would surely please her mother if she helped her with upcoming lessons during the holidays. Patting her familiar, Gaggen, who had grown considerably over the year, she mused that he was no longer suited to be tucked away in her shirt. Hagrid had gifted her a bag made from the skin of a transformed lizard, and it was better for Gaggen to remain in the bag than to have him awkwardly extracted from her collar, especially since he had become rather rotund. As she lay on the branch, Lily squinted her eyes, reminiscing about her academic achievements, when a cacophony of voices startled her awake. Peering down, she spotted Severus and Evans, and as she contemplated jumping down, she noticed their apparent displeasure, realizing that descending now would be quite awkward. Severus, Slytherins are destined to become dark wizards. You should cultivate friendships with students from other houses. Lily overheard Evans say. But Lily, my mother is a Slytherin. Please don't be angry, Severus replied. From her perch, Lily observed a tiny, spinning flower blooming in Severus's hand, adorned with a leaf as vibrant as Evans's green eyes. Yet after offering him comfort, Evans departed, and the flower floated away. Lily tilted her head, watching Severus standing there, sunlight dappling his face like it had during their first year in Transfiguration class, dancing and twinkling. Yet where had that joy and innocence gone? And where was Lily Evans? All seemed lost. Once she had gathered her belongings, she awaited the Hogwarts Express to take them home. On the train, Lily had claimed a vacant compartment early on, casting an ignoring charm around her, and buried herself in her books until they reached their destination. Standing at the train station, she felt as anxious as she had the previous year. Mama, she murmured, glancing at her mother, who now stood at her chin, and then at her ankles, which peeked out from her pants due to her growth spurt. Shauna, her mother exclaimed, casting an enlargement charm. Lily nearly found herself exposed in the desolate train station. Unlike last year, Shauna did not take her home but instead brought her directly to the shop in Nocturne Alley, a stark contrast to the previous semi-basement environment. Lily gazed blankly at her mother, who evidently was not in the mood for small talk. I hope your grades satisfy Nua this year, otherwise, beware of your snake. Upon seeing Lily drape the snake around her neck like a scarf, Shauna realized the creature meant more to her daughter than she had anticipated. Go prepare dinner, she commanded, as if instructing a house elf, leaving behind last year's blackthorn wand and the incantation before stepping out. Lily rummaged through the space, gradually discerning the layout of the various areas. Her mother was exceedingly particular about household chores and the living environment. Skillfully wielding her magic, she cleared the food remnants from the bedroom, dealt with the dirty laundry and the nearly overflowing trash in the kitchen, and finally organized the scattered potion ingredients into the designated storage room. Lily ventured into the kitchen, and thanks to her adept magical skills, her cooking progressed swiftly. When Shauna returned, carrying a brown paper bag. She looked momentarily astonished at her daughter, who was waving her wand, but merely smiled slightly without comment. Once inside, she bellowed, "Where's my rack?" "Mama, it's in the storage room," Lily replied. After a pleasant lunch, Shauna hesitated before presenting Lily with a metallic mask and an oversized cloak. "Every few years, I move my shop to avoid those pesky little troubles. Be grateful, this year. You won't be a little fairy with donkey ears." Lily took a swig from her large water bottle, musing silently that perhaps it was due to her height that she could no longer masquerade as a fairy. "What are you drinking?" Shauna, accustomed to brewing potions, caught the faint flavor. Holding up her water bottle, Lily replied, "A magical replenishment potion, diluted with water, Mama." Noticing her mother's frown, she quickly added, "I experienced a magical surge during Christmas. The school nurse recommended it to prevent adverse effects on my future magical development." "You? A magical surge? After all those years from birth to school, you never experienced even a single surge, not even in extreme circumstances. And I was unaware that you could have a magical surge." Shauna gazed at Lily with a mixture of astonishment, as if she were observing a talking orangutan, and urged, "Do tell me how such a remarkable event could lead to a wand-waving orangutan experiencing a magical surge." Lily swallowed the sip of water, rapidly recounting the sequence of events that led to her magical turmoil. From the psychological trauma inflicted by Sirius Black in their first year, to her experimentation with dark magic resulting in a depletion of her magical energy, and finally, to the harrowing incident in the library that culminated in Dumbledore's fuzzy fright. It took half an hour to satiate her mother's curiosity. After listening, Shauna said nothing but lifted her chin slightly, as if she were seeing a living person for the first time. Then she spoke of something entirely unrelated, tidied up, and descended the stairs to examine your potion proficiency. Turning to walk down the staircase, Lise stood momentarily stunned, raising her wand to make the tableware march in orderly fashion into the basin, each piece gliding across the dishcloth for a thorough cleansing. Glancing down at her hands and the dark, thorny wand of blackthorn, she wondered if her mother was dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Shauna, now downstairs, silently seethed. The Blacks were all mad, and their own little one was no exception. The majority of what she uttered, when taken individually, could incite a magical upheaval, and yet it was only after a cumulative buildup that it erupted. Such a little lunatic. Aside from her husband, the entire Black family was composed of eccentrics. After half a year of transcribing Snape's assignments, Lise had made considerable progress in potions, approaching this particular concoction with utmost diligence. The final product shimmered with a pearlescent glow, pleasing Shauna immensely. It seemed there was no need to fret over this year's report card, at least in charms and potions. The child's grades would be commendable. Noticing her mother's improved mood, Lise eagerly retrieved a bag from her suitcase. Inside were potion ingredients exchanged with Hagrid. She could only wonder who Hagrid's friends were to procure such rare items. Surely her mother would appreciate this gift. Shauna accepted the bag, casting a cursory glance before tossing it onto the supply shelf without further inspection. Had she done so, it might have resulted in an onslaught of maternal affection throughout the holiday, but that was not the case. Remove that snake from around your neck, it's too conspicuous. In Nocturne Alley, the greatest taboo was to exhibit too much personality while lacking strength. Danger lurked in the shadowy corners of this wizarding world. After a dark wizard caused a ruckus in the shop, Lise, emulating her mother's methods, expelled him from the premises, leaving Shauna to abandon her responsibilities, either lost in potion research or napping after meals. The figures in Nocturne Alley were always in a hurry, and the environment was perpetually grimy. One day, unable to resist, Lise took advantage of the torrential downpour to cast a cleaning charm on the filthy shop windows, and scrub the ancient stains from the entrance carpet. This act caught the attention of a dark wizard lurking at the street corner. A newly opened potion shop might yield some benefits, even if there were none to be had. Upon entering, he discovered the proprietor was a diminutive figure, clad in the standard garb of Nocturne Alley. Ignoring his own sodden robes that sullied the floor, he brandished his wand, threatening, "Hand over your galleons, or your life is forfeit." Following her mother's directive of never parting with her wand, Lise incapacitated him before he could complete his incantation. A wizard unable to articulate his spell could no longer pose a threat. Lise then released the spell and calmly inquired, "What can I assist you with?" Startled, the wizard hastily cast a hex, but Lise's preemptively conjured 3 suits of armor blocked the attack. "What potion do you require, good sir?" After being met with yet another curse, Lise swiftly waved her wand, confidently reciting 3 spells before flinging the wizard outside with a levitation charm, simultaneously casting a cleaning charm on the floor. Sipping from a mug of diluted stability potion, Lise looked up to see her mother gently applauding. a smile creeping onto her lips. Next time, remember not to give others the chance to wield their wands. I'd rather not find myself cooking after a flash of green light. At this, Lisa's smile faltered. Returning to the counter, she continued to peruse the books her mother had brought, the power described within them drawing her into deeper exploration. Much of it eluded her understanding. But that did not deter her curiosity. She yearned to comprehend power. Sweeping away the crumbs from her mother's cookie snack that had fallen onto the pages, Lise closed the book, preparing to bake another batch of cookies. As it appeared her mother had quite the fondness for them. Releasing a freshly cleaned mouse from a cage behind the door, she fed it to gagging before slipping into the kitchen. Lately, her mother had been bringing home increasingly peculiar items, many of which could not be transformed into the recipes they originated from, leaving Lise to improvise. While enjoying ginger root stew with chicken legs and moonlight orchid salt-baked eggs, a stray owl flitted in, having been flung through the protective magic set by Shauna. After retrieving the letter from the owl's leg, and offering it a piece of bread as thanks, Shauna opened the envelope. Dear Miss Starlise Black, your academic performance in your second year at Hogwarts is as follows undoubtedly. This was Lise's report card. Chapter 61 Dear Miss Starlise Black, your academic performance in your second year at Hogwarts is as follows. Outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, very poor, dreadful. Transfiguration, astronomy, herbology, potions, charms, defense against the dark arts, history of magic. Please correspond with Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House, regarding your elective courses for the upcoming semester, along with the Hogsmeade permission slip. We look forward to your response. Upon seeing the 2 circles at the top, Lise let out a sigh of relief, vigorously petting Gagung twice. Shauna felt similarly. Though the subjects differed from her expectations, 2 was surely enough to satisfy Noah. As for elective courses, perhaps her husband could provide this little lunatic with some useful advice. Shauna returned home, clutching the report card and a large pot of chicken legs that Lise had just cooked. However, her husband had little to offer regarding course selection. His opinion was that all those subjects were equally worthless, a waste of time, and that Lise should choose at her discretion. Yet he hoped she would, at the very least, select 4. Your proficiency in magic will certainly not be penalized, so let me guess your essays. For essays, just copy from the books. Upon returning, Shauna did not immediately address Lisa's current predicament, but instead seized her by the collar and berated her. With a flick of her wand, she sent the troublesome wizard out of sight, clutching 4 or 5 books and a bag. Shauna pushed Lise back into the shop, casually marking 2 subjects on the elective form, divination and care of magical creatures. Upon seeing Lisa's chaotic handwriting and the messy parchment, Shauna resolved that the first order of business would be to teach Lise to maintain a clean presentation, and the second would be to perfect her cursive. The magical slate gifted by the second-hand shop owner at the start of her first year was unearthed from the bottom of her suitcase. Lise had scribbled circles and loops in elaborate cursive on it, while an open book lay beneath the table. Shauna did not bother to expose her little ruse, as long as the final presentation met the standard. Whether it was due to the shop's unfortunate location in Nocturne Alley, or the stark contrast of a clean storefront, business was dismal, and the funds for potion research were dwindling. One day, taking advantage of the rare fine weather, Shauna packed a parcel and, accompanied by Lise, operated to a street in Diagon Alley. Lise adjusted her slightly askew mask, and checked the bag containing Gaging's transformed lizard skin. She observed her mother laying out a cloth on the ground and dumping a haphazard assortment of potions, healing draughts, invigorating potions, and glory potions among them, upon it. They found themselves situated between a clothing shop and a magical florist, where passers-by occasionally glanced in their direction. Miss Lamb, what are we doing? Lise, ever mindful of her mother's instructions from the previous year to keep herself covered while outside, referred to her mother as Miss Lamb. Setting up a stall. Haven tea, you ever seen one? You truly haven tea, Shauna remarked, leaning against the wall behind her. This little lunatic had hardly ventured beyond their home. Even the books for the upcoming term she had procured herself. Lily adjusted her robe and, employing her transfiguration skills, transformed her metallic mask into a soft, emerald green visage adorned with a delicate depiction of a singing lily. She crouched down to meticulously rearrange her potions by type, eschewing the haphazard appearance of a mere heap of potatoes. Her adept and flawless transfiguration caught the attention of a nearby lady, burdened with a multitude of garment bags. Oh, what splendid transfiguration! Might I inquire the price of your illustrious potions? This elegantly attired woman, radiating opulence and sporting cascading waves of hair, retrieved her wallet, eager to purchase several bottles of potions that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, indicative of their superior quality. Such exquisite potions are rare treasures indeed. Miss Ram, uncertain if the pricing matched that of the shop, glanced back at her mother, awaiting a signal, only to find her frozen in place, unresponsive. Sensing the lady's hesitance as she began to retract her wallet, Lily sighed and spoke. Dearest lady, the finest illustrious potions, a rare delight when concocting brews, are, I believe, priced quite reasonably, would you not agree? Maintaining her customary manner in Diagon Alley, Lily gestured a number with her hand. The woman, clearly aware of such a practice, shot Lily a glance before decisively completing the transaction and departing with her purchases. Where did you learn that? Have you truly spent the entire year at school? Shauna remarked, taken aback by the somewhat unfamiliar, timidly slick tone and phrasing, momentarily mistaking her daughter for her husband when they first met. I learned it from the common room and from those classmates, Lily replied softly to her mother's inquiry, recalling the older students who always held their heads high, striving to maintain their most charming appearances, along with their affected dialogues. Living among them, even as an invisible presence, had cultivated in Lily a distinctly different aesthetic sense from her mother's. Then Shauna observed as Lily swiftly sold all her illustrious potions, and a portion of her dreamless sleep elixirs. Adequate and high-quality sleep is essential to ensure your skin remains in its natural, optimal state, madam, Lily shared, drawing from her own experiences, as she had endured a semester of sleepless nights, perpetually burdened with dark circles and pronounced eye bags. She also managed to sell a few invigorating potions. Though the blood-replenishing elixirs were not in demand among the sunlit clientele of Diagon Alley, resulting in only a single sale. Chapter 62. Shauna was astonished when Lily even produced a lunchbox that had been shrunk with a spell, containing 2 sandwiches. Apologies, Miss Ram. I left in such a hurry this morning that I was unable to prepare lunch, but I assure you, it is quite delicious. By the time Lily had finished speaking, Shauna had regained her composure. Her daughter bore an uncanny resemblance to her late husband. Before his downfall, Noah had also possessed a similar timorous charm and attentiveness. It seemed she required no effort to receive the utmost care. Miss Ram? Noticing that the lady, masked and gazing at her without taking the food, Lily offered a gentle reminder, adjusting the angle of the lunchbox to facilitate her mother's reach. So much like Noah, as Shauna munched on her sandwich, she briefly lost focus. After finishing, she instructed Lily to remain there and wait for her return as she needed to visit the owl post to send some items. Upon her return, Shauna realized there was no longer any need to squander time at the stall. She collected all the items, glanced at Lily, and instead of using apparition to return to the shop, she entered a nearby clothing store. Choose her an outfit in a larger size. She's growing too quickly, and I lack the time to constantly take her shopping, Shauna declared as she stepped inside. The shop owner, a discerning woman with arched eyebrows, was displeased by the 2 setting up shop at her entrance. However, considering they had indeed attracted some new customers, she inquired, what style do you prefer? Perhaps this year's trend in satin dresses? Given that the visitor was swathed in a heavy black robe, she could discern nothing beyond height. Even the gender was only inferred from their address, prompting her to ask about their preferences. Go try it on, little madcap. Having shed her black robe, yet still concealing her head, Lily emerged, only to be met with Shauna's disdain. The past 2 years of finally being well-fed at school had instilled in Lily an appreciation for food, and her stature had significantly improved. Observing her striding confidently with broad shoulders and long legs, clad in Nua's shirt, it resembled a boy donning a woman's attire. Pants. Fetch her some pants. Merlin. That dress looks dreadful on her. Ultimately, Lily received 2 well-fitted black shirts and 2 ordinary pairs of black trousers, though it incited the shop owner's dissatisfaction. Madam. As a young lady, while she may not wear dresses, she certainly requires a few fitted garments, does she not? In the end, Shauna purchased a few utterly unremarkable pieces of undergarments, piquing Lily's curiosity. Upon returning to the shop, Shauna observed Lily rifling through the undergarments and couldn't help but exclaim, is there something wrong with raising a boy with such a physique? With broad shoulders and long legs, that pair of gray eyes, little madcap. Has the color of your eyes lightened? Having grown accustomed to her mother's address, Lily replied uncertainly, I don't know. She shrugged and proceeded to the kitchen. I'm hungry. Very well, dear. Lily placed the clothes into the wardrobe and suitcase before diving into the kitchen. That evening, Shauna indulged in whiskey, consuming more than half a large bottle. She gazed into those gray eyes, identical to her husband's. Oh, Nua. My Nua, yes, my potions. I shall surely revive you, Nua. Shauna tugged at Lily's robe to wipe her eyes. You love me, don't you? Failing to receive the anticipated response, Shauna's sobs reverberated, causing dust to dislodge from the chandelier above. Once Shauna had settled her tear-streaked eyes, resembling a walnut, Lily flicked her hand to cast a cleaning charm on the chandelier, unexpectedly causing a candle to explode, transforming the chandelier into a silvery hue. Internally, Lily felt far from the calm exterior she projected. Her mother had always longed for her father's recovery. Through Lily, she glimpsed her husband. She pondered love. What is love? Why does mother gaze at her so? When her magic fluctuated, her left arm throbbed with sharp pains. Cradling her left arm, Lily steadied her emotions and tidied the remnants of their meal. Upon returning to the bedroom, she refrained from lying beside her mother, instead conjuring a makeshift small bed through transfiguration, and fell asleep, clutching her stuffed toy. The next morning, when Shauna awoke, she felt no discomfort, for Lily had administered invigorating potions and stockpiled illustrious potions, ensuring she was energized for her shopping expedition for new potion research materials. Before departing, Shauna suddenly turned to Lily, who was struggling with her calligraphy, saying, "You come with me, you can choose something as well." Once again enveloped in her black robe, Lily reverted her mask to its original metallic hue and accompanied her mother to the shop of the bandaged man specializing in potion materials. Having delivered their pre-ordered potions, Shauna began to browse within the store. With a generous supply of galleons this time, she could afford to experiment with more peculiar combinations. "Miss Ram, may I purchase this?" Lily eagerly tapped the pocket containing her stuffed toy. Lost in thought, Shauna absent-mindedly nodded, continuing to calculate what materials she still needed to replenish. Lily grasped the corpse of an unidentified creature with wings and partial scales, alongside her stuffed toy peeking from the bag, marveling at the wondrous potion ingredients, many of which she had never encountered in books. Upon returning home, Lily performed several cleaning charms on the creature, even prying its mouth open to cast another spell, feeding it to her stuffed toy. The food had a surprisingly wide body that bulged in the middle, ensuring that it wouldn't require feeding for at least a fortnight. On this particular day, after dispatching a troublesome wizard, Liz was chastised by Shauna. "I have warned you before. Never allow anyone's wand to be pointed at you. The incantation for the killing curse is alarmingly brief, more so than you can possibly imagine. You will never truly comprehend the depths of madness a foe may possess until your ability to resist is utterly stripped away. You fool." As Liz sat before her, head bowed in silence, Shauna gradually calmed down, the memory of Nua's attack weighing heavily on her mind. This little lunatic wouldn't even be in her third year until next year. How could her expectations be so unreasonable, given the current circumstances? What was wrong with being a bit demanding? In addition to practicing her penmanship, handling materials, tending to daily life, selling goods, and reading, Liz now had a new task, facing stimuli. "I had never formally studied dueling. It had merely been a decade of raising my wand against others. However, the peculiarities of magic and the terrors of the human heart are not matters I could elucidate with my scant experience over the past years." Shauna led Liz into a dark, musty bookstore, its shelves lined with grotesque and eerie tomes. The proprietor, wearing dragonhide gloves, recommended several books, all of which were dismissed by Shauna. "Do not think to play tricks. I have been running this shop for quite some time. What a pity about the human skin magic." The old wizard, with a large nose and decayed teeth, shuffled back to the counter, casting a disdainful glance at the few books Shauna had picked up. "Those books are meaningless. The most fascinating tome is right here. Behold, my dear. This is the book one must study to educate a child." After a moment's hesitation, Shauna purchased the book. Accompanied by the wizard's cackling laughter, they exited the shop together. Once home, Liz opened the book to find it was a record of experiments. Before long, her face flushed as she drank the magical stabilizer. The pages filled with bizarre and bloody descriptions of experiments involving souls and bodies, including clear images of incomplete beings struggling on the preceding pages. I do not show you these to encourage you to learn from them, but to make you aware of the depths to which you may fall in the wizarding world once you lose your capacity to resist. The materials for these experiments are not even the most extreme cases. Starlice, every battle could be your last. Never allow yourself to be targeted by a wand. Chapter 63. Although the educational purpose had been achieved, Shauna felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Upon witnessing Liz once again with a mottled complexion as she poured the magical stabilizer into her mouth, she intervened, halting Liz's self-destructive behavior. The way to redirect her attention was to introduce her to another seemingly impossible skill. "Very well, this is what I wish for you to understand. But you are still too young. Now we need to practice something else, the Patronus charm." Observing Liz's complexion brighten, she continued, "I have always believed that the black family members are mad, with the exception of your father. Their inherent insanity prevents them from casting any coherent Patronus. The most critical elements of the charm are magic, intention, and emotion. Your teacher should have mentioned this to you. However, the Patronus charm is somewhat unique. It requires not the wizard's power above all else, so do not fret about insufficient magical strength. What it needs most is joyful emotion and a fierce will to protect. Any one of these will suffice, but it must be overwhelmingly joyful and intensely strong. Mother, what is the effect of this charm? The effect? There is no remarkable effect. A standard Patronus can only repel Dementors, and they are all holed up in Azkaban. The more advanced ones can convey messages, but that is all I know. However, Shauna glanced at Liz, who seemed to be drifting off. Little lunatic, this charm is related to the soul, a taboo area of study. Merlin knows what other purposes the Patronus charm may hold, but regardless, learn it. I wish to see you reflect the qualities of your father from the Black family, not just as a little lunatic. After leaving behind a book on the Patronus charm, Shauna returned to brew her potions. Liz, remaining in place, recited the incantation for the Patronus twice, but her mind remained tangled in the images from the research notes, and her wand showed no response. Watching from the staircase, Shauna's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. This was it. Only a challenging goal could extricate her from her earlier emotions, just as it had for herself. Her amber eyes glanced at the stirring rod in her hand, her expression turning blank. Even if hope seemed fleeting, what was the point of not struggling and not deceiving oneself? How could one muster the strength to continue living? As the holiday drew to a close, Shauna returned to Diagon Alley with a plethora of potions, fully aware of which concoctions would pique public interest. Indeed, madam, this is an exceptionally exquisite draught of levitation. A mere spritz on your lovely robes will suffice. It is more ethereal and extraordinary than the levitation charm, is it not? Liz still couldn't shake her habit of gesturing to indicate prices. Shauna, in the back, munched on the cookies Liz had baked, sipping mint water mixed with strengthening potion. Relishing the rare coolness of August. This accursed black robe is utterly stifling. As she watched Liz enthusiastically hawking the potions, pausing only to treat herself to an ice cream, Shauna held her own nut-studded ice cream and asked, "Have you ever had ice cream?" Liz adjusted the dark green mask on her face to obscure her confusion. "No, Miss Ram, but here is the payment." After selling her wares, Shauna did not use apparition to return to their shop, but instead dragged Liz to the ice cream parlor, allowing her to choose a flavor. Liz selected the same ice cream as Shauna. Upon returning to the shop, Liz eagerly lifted her mask, ready for a taste. Earlier, she had watched her mother struggle with heat, eyeing others with their treats, and thus she had purchased one for her mother. But as for what this delicacy tasted like, Liz had truly never experienced. That evening, Shauna indulged in drink, finishing off the remaining half-bottle of wine. The following day, she pulled Liz by the collar to retrieve her wand from the old manor. When they arrived at the train station, the train was already nearly departing. Carrying even more books than the previous year, Liz squeezed into the nearest carriage. When she turned to glance back at the spot where she had just stood, her mother had already operated away. Searching for a compartment to settle in, she found one occupied by a Ravenclaw. After knocking on the door, she was met with a pair of piercing blue eyes that made her feel somewhat uneasy. Since reading that book, Liz had an incessant feeling that someone was about to knock her unconscious. Deciding to turn and look for another compartment, the other student opened the door and invited her to join. Ravenclaw, Lovegood, the student introduced themselves, and Liz quickly shared her surname, though it felt odd. Slytherin Black. Sounds like that foolish dog. The other student held a book on magical creatures, staring intently at it. "Oh, you must have many worries lately. The pesky boggart surrounds you," they remarked before lowering their head and ignoring Liz. Perplexed, Liz glanced at the blonde head across from her. This older student was peculiar. Did all Ravenclaws become so engrossed in their reading? Adjusting the food, Liz began to read as well. "You should not take it out. This will lead to your exclusion. Being different is the root of the problem." The other suddenly looked up at Liz. Liz, confused, glanced at the food. "Are you afraid of snakes?" "No. I do not discriminate against any pet preferences, not even the alchemy." Lily, whose literary pursuits are vast and varied, couldn't help but reiterate her inquiry. "What is a thunder beast?" She pondered how she had never encountered such a creature before. However, it was evident that the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. It was of no consequence. If one did not mind, the significance of Gablon outweighed the opinions of others. Observing her companion nod in agreement before returning to their book, Lily wiped her forehead, bemused by the peculiar senior. Upon disembarking, the individual had not even donned their school robe. Clutching that book while stepping off the train in their striking purple attire, Lily hurriedly changed into her own robe, managing to board the last carriage. As she exited the train, rain began to fall. She raised her wand and cast a drying charm along with a waterproof enchantment. Noticing a Hufflepuff beside her, she kindly extended the same spell to him. The carriage ride was anything but smooth, jostling about, even threatening to toss the little badger out during a particularly rough patch. Chapter 64. The Aftermath of a Chilling Tale. A flash of lightning split the sky, and an image from her research notes flashed through Lily's mind, an unfortunate soul, eviscerated and struck by lightning, merely seeking to uncover trivial truths. She vigorously shook her head, redirecting her thoughts to whether tonight's dinner would feature any novel dishes. She hoped it would not include pumpkin. Ever since her first day at school, she had harbored a distaste for its flavor and texture. Yet her focus proved elusive. Just as she envisioned baked tomatoes with sausages, her mind wandered back to the unidentified organs submerged in a solution. Deciding to retrieve a small book from her robe, she began to read. It was a tome of magic, one that required intuition. The Hufflepuff beside her watched as this disheveled wizard, whose hair obscured her eyes and ears, began to nod thoughtfully, occasionally tilting her head in contemplation. Upon disembarking, he did not express gratitude for her drying and waterproof charms, but hastily joined his fellow housemates, never to part again. Slytherin was simply terrifying. As the boy prepared to glare at anyone who dared intimidate his fellow students, he recognized it was Lily and quickly averted his gaze. He explained to the younger wizards, "Oh, that is Starlise Black from Slytherin. She is quite amiable. But if you feel frightened, it is best to keep your distance. Also, that snake is venomous though docile. Do not attempt to touch it, understood?" Seated at the Slytherin long table, Lily continued to peruse her book. As for the sorting ceremony, she merely cast a few glances, raising her head when whispered conversations arose. If there was no chatter, it indicated that the individual posed little historical concern. The seating arrangement at the Slytherin table was never merely by year, but rather by one's abilities and status. Snape had taken a seat toward the front, likely due to Malfoy's patronage before graduation. Investing in talented witches and wizards, bloodline was inconsequential when faced with opportunity. Nonetheless, Snape maintained his usual brooding demeanor, as though attending the feast was a waste of his existence. The banquet commenced after Professor Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts instructor, followed by a brief 5-minute address. However, Lily found herself unable to swallow any morsel, as images from the experimental records incessantly danced before her eyes. Ultimately, she hastily consumed half a chicken leg and, during the interval of the school song, made her way back to the dormitory. Placing the gablon on her bed, she entered the washroom to gaze into the mirror. Her pale visage, coupled with dark circles and bags beneath her eyes, betrayed her physical and mental state, both alarmingly poor. After organizing her belongings, Lily cast a glance at her class schedule and frowned. This year's courses were indeed numerous. She restored all the books in her trunk to their original sizes on the bookshelf, only to discover that it was insufficient, resulting in a stack atop her desk. With a sigh, she lamented the missed opportunity to view the photograph on her father's desk, having not even crossed the threshold of her home during the holiday. After sorting through her wardrobe, she realized she had forgotten to purchase a sweater. The one gifted by Elle was now far too small. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the thought that she had heard they could visit Hogsmeade this year, and her mother had bestowed some money upon her, along with a few galleons from her first year, gifted by Senior Narcissa. Slytherin had produced 3 brooding figures: Severus Snape, Starlise Black, and Barty Crouch. These 3 were truly peculiar. As Lestrange would say, one was a half-blood with a talent solely for potions, and an emotional quotient below 0. Another was a reclusive bookworm shrouded in shadows with a serpent in tow, and the last was a fervent pureblood aberration. Despite generations of Ravenclaw lineage, it was absurd. Even as a lifelong Slytherin, she did not harbor such obsessions. At the beginning of term, there was little for the students to do. Aside from minor frictions arising from the escalating inter-house rivalry, the rest of the time was relatively peaceful. Lily prepared some seasonings and, taking advantage of the afternoon free of classes, slipped into Hagrid's hut. As usual, Hagrid expressed his disapproval of her Slytherin robe. "Lily, if I hadn't known you for half a year, I truly wouldn't have invited a Slytherin into my home." Lily had heard this sentiment several times and paid it no mind, offering the prepared biscuits as she stood before Hagrid's large iron pot, incanting to ignite the fire and begin stewing the meat. Hagrid intended to share the meal with a friend, though to this day, Lily remained unaware of the identity of that friend, likely due to her lack of inquiry. Gablon slithered over to the cage to inspect her sustenance for the coming month. Hagrid rarely saw the lazy serpent move. Observing the alternating patterns along its sides, he chuckled. "Lily, your snake seems like a flobberworm." Lily chose not to engage. How could he mock Gablon? Even if Gablon resembled a worm, it was undoubtedly the most exquisite one. This large man, who favored imposing creatures, would never comprehend such sentiments. Once the stew was ready, Hagrid glanced at the sky and then at Lily's pale complexion, scooping a bowl for her. "You're too thin, and you look rather unwell. You must eat properly. Don't follow those girls with their dieting nonsense. Yes, that's the word." He muttered something else and produced 2 green fruit, saying, "You weigh less than this pot of stew." Who could have predicted that such words would prompt Lily to retch? As thoughts of the temperature's effect on a wizard's internal magical circulation from her notes surged into her mind, nauseated, she returned to the castle under Hagrid's concerned gaze, clutching the 2 green fruits. Tonight, they had astronomy class, specifically star charting, a subject in which Lily excelled. Adjusting the telescope to observe those wondrous celestial bodies would help her rid her mind of troubling images. Awakened in the dead of night, Lily's thoughts were consumed by the notion that they must have known she was a witch before they decided to accept her. Along with the haunting images from her notes, she glanced at the clock and rose from her bed, shouldering Gablon as she made her way to the common room. In the early hours, the common room was deserted save for herself, staring into the nearly unquenchable fire, her countenance shadowed, the rusty red of her hair appearing like dried blood cascading down her face, obscuring her features. Suppressing her turbulent thoughts, she sipped from a cup of water laced with a magical stabilizer, then opened the book on the Patronus charm. It wasn't until dawn, as students began to trickle out for classes, that Lily returned to prepare for her defense against the dark arts lesson. The previous year's instructor, who held an unconventional view of Slytherin, had encountered a group of dark wizards during his travels, and was still recovering in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies. This year's teacher was quite intriguing. He consistently emphasized that practical experience outweighed theoretical knowledge, a perspective that delighted Lily. Perhaps this year's defense against the dark arts class would yield an excellent result. Please turn to page 109, discussing the practical advantages and disadvantages of wearing armor. As the vanguard of a successful release, Lise garnered 5 points for Slytherin, and additionally secured 3 points due to her superior spell intensity, outshining most of her peers. However, Lise was unable to answer the professor's question, resulting in a deduction of 1 point. The book she held was missing pages, leaving her utterly bewildered by the professor's discourse. Chapter 65. In the subsequent class, the defense against the dark arts professor was profoundly impressed by Lise's magical prowess. It is noteworthy that while some students could only conjure a useless beam of light from the same spell, perhaps causing a slight nosebleed, others could inflict severe bodily harm, or even claim a life. Lise, known as Starlise Black, possessed a magical strength far exceeding that of her contemporaries. Her spellcasting capabilities should have been far greater. Yet, it appeared as though she was unable to unleash her full potential, consistently maintaining a steady performance that seemed to be suppressed to a standard level. He suspected the child was concealing her true abilities. A third-year student, brooding and self-aware of her own restraint, presented a significant concern. The current professor of defense against the dark arts, ousted from the Auror ranks due to excessive curiosity, found himself greatly intrigued by Lise. Consequently, he would often keep her behind after class for brief discussions. Yet, it was evident that even as a third-year student, Lise struggled to grasp the nuances of humor and casual conversation. The professor's initial reason for detaining her was, "I noticed you haven't been taking notes in class. Do you comprehend the material? If not, I may have to deduct from your assignment score." His teasing far outweighed any genuine intent to penalize. But Lise failed to discern this. Thus, from that day forth, the defense against the dark arts class received a unique boon. Starlise Black, diligently taking notes, albeit in a handwriting resembling that of a very young child. During their conversations, he incessantly probed into Lise's circumstances. She was exceedingly guarded when it came to matters concerning her family, remaining silent even when the topic merely grazed the surface. Strangely, however, she exhibited no caution regarding the current tensions surrounding dark and light magic. When he informed her that she could consult him with any uncertainties, she promptly brought forth a book, earnestly inquiring about the impact of dark magic on the soul. More alarmingly, a subconscious inquiry revealed her extensive knowledge of magical experiments typically known only to the most deranged of individuals. The professor, disregarding Lise's pale complexion akin to his own, concocted an excuse to discourage her from seeking further consultation. What on earth? Was she not merely 13? Which family would be so deranged as to teach their child such things? As a faculty member, he pondered the situation and ultimately decided to inform the headmaster. The situation was thus. This child possessed a magical reservoir more potent than her peers and a disturbingly skewed educational background. While he could not discern any immediate inclinations, one could not ignore the fact that, as you know, that individual was currently amassing followers. It was difficult to assert that the professor had conveyed the entirety of the situation. But the implication was unmistakable. This child was likely to align herself with the Dark Lord in the future. Dumbledore stroked his long beard, the bells binding it jingling softly with the motion, yet he remained silent. Peering over his glasses, he seemed to observe something through the professor and the wall, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly picked up a jar of sweets and popped one into his mouth. Forgive an old man for occasionally losing focus. It has been quite exhausting of late. If there are no further matters to address, I believe we could all benefit from a restful night, could we not? The professor of defense against the dark arts was thus coaxed out of the headmaster's office. By the second month of the term, Lisa's spirits had begun to lift slightly. Having escaped the inexplicable disdain of the defense against the dark arts professor, this was largely due to her singing lily, which after a 6-month budding period, was on the verge of blooming. She often brought books to observe it, allowing it to bask in the sunlight. Initially, she had intended to experiment with summoning spells to see if she could conjure the lily, but that notion had waned significantly. Watching the bulb sprout under her care, the leaves unfurling after watering, and the flower stems trembling after pest removal brought her a sense of solace. The experimental notes could easily evoke her fears, preventing her from sleeping, yet near the singing lily, she always found a measure of relaxation. Lise even managed to doze off on the flowerbed steps, only to be startled awake by a first-year Gryffindor entering the warm room for class, prompting her to hurriedly rush to Transfiguration class. The workload for third-year students had significantly increased, with each subject now requiring 3 to 4 classes within a week. Professor McGonagall was known for her strict demeanor, displaying zero tolerance for student mischief. However, since last year's library incident, she had consistently shown Lise a degree of leniency, watching as the red-haired girl, carrying a snake, dashed into the classroom just as the bell rang. Professor McGonagall merely requested that she quickly find a seat, and did not elaborate further. Gagong was becoming increasingly heavy. Lise shook her shoulders, placing Gagong on her desk. A glance into her book bag revealed a motley assortment of books, yet conspicuously absent was the Transfiguration textbook. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall explained for less than 5 minutes before allowing everyone to continue practicing the previous lesson in Transfiguration. As a student of considerable aptitude in the subject, Lise swiftly accomplished Professor McGonagall's classroom objectives. Given that she had not eaten lunch and had been jolted awake from her dreams, Lise found herself lacking in energy. She contemplated resting her head on the desk, confident that Professor McGonagall would not mind. Due to the desk's height, she propped the book on its edge. Just as the book settled, a beam of transfiguration magic struck it. Lisa's eyes widened behind her thick hair. She quickly shoved Gagong, who had been hidden behind the book, into her robes and turned to look in the direction from which the spell had originated. It was merely an accident. Sirius Black, swaying nonchalantly, wore an expression that seemed to say he intended it all along. What could he do? Your snake looks just like our practice tools. Chapter 66. Lise, upon sitting down, had not noticed that she was right behind the notorious Gryffindor quartet. Sirius Black raised an eyebrow, brandishing his wand at Lise. Although she was aware that this was a school, Lise could not contain herself. The sight of a wand gesturing towards her reignited the nauseating fears in her mind, along with her mother's words. I told you never let anyone point their wand at you, excluding your weapon. Unable to resist, Lise retaliated. Surprised that this mouse dared to act in class, Sirius flipped over the desk and attempted to charge at her. However, he was intercepted by Potter, who shouted, Professor McGonagall. Starlise Black is openly attacking a fellow student in class. Professor McGonagall, who was addressing the unfortunate side effects of transfiguration among the students in the back, looked up to see Lise trembling, wand raised toward Sirius Black. Oh, put down your wand, child. What happened? Stepping closer, McGonagall gently pressed down on Lise's wrist. Snape, positioned in the center of the classroom, remarked to the professor, the foolish Gryffindor prince attempted to ambush another's pet and failed, Professor. He never missed an opportunity to ridicule the dim-witted Gryffindor quartet. Casting a sidelong glance at the flustered Gryffindor, Snape curled his upper lip. The 4 self-proclaimed marauders had truly lost their dignity, resorting to attacking others' pets in class, and then playing the victim. McGonagall assessed the tense atmosphere among the 5 individuals and hesitated. It appeared that the situation indeed aligned with Mr. Snape's account. Thus Gryffindor would lose 2 points. This is unjust, Professor. The mouse also cast a spell on me. Another point deducted, Potter and Mr. Black. I expect you both to maintain silence and refrain from provoking your classmates. I deem this request entirely reasonable, McGonagall sternly admonished the 2, who were seething with indignation. These 4 children seemed oblivious to the chaos they stirred. McGonagall turned her gaze to Lise, brushing aside the hair that fell over her forehead. Her bloodshot eyes and dark circles stark against her pallid complexion. You do not appear well. Would you like to return to the dormitory, or perhaps visit the infirmary? She recalled how this child had swiftly regained her composure after that terrifying incident in the library last semester, clamoring for 3 meals the very next day. Yet now, this gaunt, weary and anxious visage was far from appealing. Go rest. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. With the afternoon free from classes, Lise wrapped herself in her robe and languidly made her way back to the dormitory. She placed the mouse on her bed and began to search from head to tail. Glancing at the book that had been struck, the charred damage seemed to strike at some nerve within Lise's mind, relentlessly kicking and thrashing. Kneeling by the bed, she cradled her head against the mouse's belly, feeling it nuzzle her hair gently. The Black family, her father's relentless ambition, the ever-increasing academic expectations, the glory of Slytherin, the gruesome images in those books, and her mother's obsession with wanting her father to stand again. The filthy, dangerous back alleys and the breezy Diagon Alley churned in her stomach, leaving Lise retching repeatedly. Recently, the demand for magical stabilizers had risen significantly. Lise often awoke in the dead of night to find her magic surging erratically, her left arm throbbing with pain. Sometimes, the diluted potions proved utterly ineffective. To avoid Madame Pomfrey insisting on hospitalization or examinations, she needed to brew some herself, but in her current state, merely not blowing up the cauldron was already a challenge. Thus, Snape, I need these materials. I require a magical stabilizer. A stable transaction emerged between Lise and Snape. He did not inquire. It was of no concern to him. And she did not divulge. It was of no concern to him. Recently, the singing lily hinted at blooming. When close enough, one could hear its faint, distant hum. The gaps between the petals emitted a fragrance that enveloped Lise, offering her a rare moment of relaxation. Gently caressing a bug-eaten spot on a leaf, a flicker of relief crossed Lise's face, recalling her discovery during the last holiday. That bug must have been some magical creature, slippery and impossible to catch, until the mouse, unexpectedly coiled around the pot, seized it from midair and swallowed it whole. Initially, Lise worried that the mouse might fall ill from indiscriminate eating, but subsequently realized it was unharmed, and even developed a penchant for hunting such bugs in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout welcomed the mouse, as those bugs reproduced rapidly, and due to their magical properties, were exceedingly elusive. Young witches and wizards needed to utilize the greenhouse for lessons, and pesticides could not be used indiscriminately, a concern that had plagued the professor for quite some time. Tomorrow, the school would host a Quidditch match, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Lise had never held much interest in such events, with over a dozen individuals circling on broomsticks around 4 balls, and wand usage prohibited. She found it perplexing how the Slytherins, who prided themselves on their elegance and timelessness, could become so fervent, including even that platinum blonde who was the Quidditch captain before graduation. Perhaps it was because Lise had never experienced the allure of flying, always remaining within 20 centimeters of the ground. Nevertheless, tomorrow she could take advantage of the sparse crowd to let the mouse play by the lake. Her dormitory lacked a bathtub, and the mouse had grown to about 60 centimeters, rendering the wash basin inadequate for its enjoyment. The following day, after digging a puddle by the Black Lake and frolicking for 2 hours, Lise could still hear the cheers and the commentators' excited exclamations from the Quidditch pitch. She decided to check on her Lily once more. The greenhouse door was slightly ajar, not properly closed, and the moisture and compost scent wafted around, prompting Lise to sense something amiss. Professor Sprout was a meticulous witch. She would never neglect to tidy the greenhouse, and such carelessness that could drastically reduce temperature and humidity was unlikely to be her doing. Perhaps it was merely a careless young witch. As Lise pondered this, she stepped into the greenhouse to adjust the magical humidity regulator, inhaling deeply to savor the aroma. The scent of the singing lily was so gentle, lacking the overpowering intensity of ordinary lilies that could overwhelm one's senses. Listening intently, she noticed the absence of the usual distant humming. As she opened her eyes, which had been slightly squinted in enjoyment, Lise froze. At the far end of the greenhouse, the pot was empty, save for a broken stem, clearly severed with a rough hand, causing Lise to feel as if her throat was constricted as she scanned her surroundings. When she failed to spot her lily, which was supposed to bloom in the coming days, her heart sank. The mouse climbed between the pot and Lise's hands, seemingly searching for the elusive plant. Lise placed the pot deep behind the flower stand. There were still bulbs within. Perhaps next year she would have another chance to see it bloom. Yet she remained deeply disappointed. Would the flower that grew back still be the same? From the day she buried it in the soil, she had longed for this moment. Throughout the entire holiday, her anticipation had been unyielding, Even the furniture in the shop and the masks on her face were imbued with her imaginations of it. And what was the result? Do not let me discover who is responsible. Lise rubbed her throbbing temples as she crossed the grass, intending to search for Professor Sprout at the Quidditch pitch. The cacophony of the stands only exacerbated her headache, and from a distance, she spotted Professor Sprout at the referee's stand beside the Gryffindor section, engaged in conversation with Madame Pomfrey, who was serving as the medical personnel. Chapter 67. As she wove through the excited and noisy Gryffindors, she noticed Snape sitting next to Evans, his expression dark. What a sacrifice Snape has made, Lise thought to herself. Just as she was about to reach the professor, a grand eruption of cheers and groans filled the air. The commentator's voice soared another octave, exclaiming, Gryffindor seeker, James Potter, has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor earns an additional 150 points, securing victory. Casting a glance at the boastful bespectacled boy celebrating below, Lise navigated through the throng of departing Gryffindors, struggling to reach the professor. Professor Sprout. But it was too late. The professors, having witnessed the match conclude, began to disperse in small groups, some in disappointment and others reminiscing. Lise found herself jostled amidst a crowd of Gryffindors, seeking refuge in a corner to wait for the throng to thin before searching for the professor in the castle. Rubbing her sore left arm, she adjusted the mouse around her neck, and just as the crowd dwindled to a few kittens, she caught a whiff of a familiar potion scent. Snape. Your potion will be ready in 2 days, he remarked, glancing at Lise as she stared at him. Misinterpreting her gaze, Snape continued, Blake hopes I can brew some reserve potions for her. Evans seemed disinterested in the matter, offering Lise a smile before preparing to leave, while Snape followed, persistently calling Lily. Lily. Lise lowered her head, focusing on the tip of the mouse's tail, hoping the tumult in her mind might settle. Hey, Lily Evans, don't rush off. What's so amusing about that sniveling mess? Why not join us this weekend? Sirius Black emerged from the staircase with a swagger that was both charming and flamboyant. He tossed his slightly curled black hair and jested, Snivellis, do not cling to Lily like a pitiful wretch. Trash is trash, and even under the sun, your filth and stench remain glaringly evident. As Snape attempted to retort, Sirius swiftly mocked him again. This is not your greasy territory, Snivellis. Potter has something to say to Evans today. You would do well to recognize your place. In the corner, Lily's friend, Liz, stifled a sniffle, seemingly lost in reverie over a song Lily she had never seen, as the scent of it wafted through the air, calm and soothing. But wait! A melody drifted forth, distant yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Liz abruptly lifted her gaze to see James Potter soaring up on his broomstick, wand tucked into his belt, clutching a lily as he halted abruptly before Lily Evans. With a tousle of his hair, made even more disheveled, he declared, beautiful flower of Gryffindor, Miss Lily Evans. Accept this bloom. Will you join me for the upcoming weekend in Hogsmeade? Liz inhaled sharply, unable to discern what Potter had said behind the flower. Its familiar wormholes in the leaves, the shimmering trails on the petals, the very Lily that once thrived in a carefree manner, humming soothing tunes. Her cherished song Lily was now shrouded in sorrow, held by that accursed Potter. She had failed to protect it. Ignoring the scowling Snape at her side and the smug dog nearby, Liz raised her wand, her left nail slicing into her right palm, staining the wand with her blood. As she invoked the most malevolent curse she knew, Potter, caught off guard, tumbled from his broom, crashing against the railing and toppling down from the stands. The flower slipped from his grasp, teetering perilously on the edge of the stand. Chapter 68. Liz disregarded Evans's screams and the dog's curses, racing toward the flower. In a final moment of desperation, as she reached for it, it was inadvertently crushed beneath the foot of Remus Lupin, who had rushed to peer down at Potter's safety. Something in her mind felt as though it were about to explode. She could scarcely hear the cacophony around her. Through a gap in her hair, she caught sight of Evans, hand over her mouth in shock, older students brandishing wands, Snape reveling in malicious glee, and Sirius Black, wand raised against her, alongside Lupin and Peter lurking in the shadows. Seizing the flower, she tucked it into the buttonhole of her robe, dodging the first curse hurled her way and launching her counterattack. Unlike the petty jinxes of the past 2 years, Liz unleashed dark spells wielded by the vile wizards of Nocturne Alley. The enemy's fragmented curses, including the severing charm, were no gentle magic either. As the bloodthirsty shadows enveloped the foolish dog, Liz's cloak was shredded in half. Quickly concealing her left arm, she swung her wand with a flourish, releasing a silver gleam without incantation that entwined her left arm, slender yet radiant. A serpent coiled tightly around her neck, biting into the lily that emitted a mournful tune. Raising its head near her ear, the blood-stained lily, now sullied and marred, juxtaposed against Liz's rust-red hair, appeared as if it had emerged from desiccated blood. tenderly safeguarded by a venomous serpent. Clad in tattered black robes, with her arm ensnared in silvery light, Lys incapacitated Peter, who had attempted a sneak attack from the corner, and limped toward Lupin, intent on confronting him. Such actions were unforgivable. Provocations without bounds, disrespectful behaviors, and the infliction of harm and theft, all deserved retribution. The approaching upperclassman, a Slytherin student, was initially struck by the sheer ferocity of the third year's assault, then quickly realized the need to prevent any rumors of murder from reaching the Slytherin house. The atmosphere was already tense. They could not afford to let any interhouse gossip emerge. He cast a levitation charm to slow the falling Quidditch player's descent, ensuring he would not meet his demise. Then, rushing closer, he attempted to dispel the bloodthirsty dark mist. Though his efforts bore little fruit, it jolted Evans awake, who began casting stasis charms on the dark mist, urging Snape to assist her. Lys was oblivious to all of this. The wand clutched in her hand, pointed toward herself, and the faint, sorrowful melody resonated wildly in her mind, images flashing before her of "I no longer want you. I told you, do not let anyone point their wand at you." Something trapped within her seemed desperate to break free. Lys's vision began to redden, blood from her hairline and the ends of her hair mingling, revealing her eyes, large and longing. Once so eager for attention, now radiating madness that sent shivers down spines. Lupin gasped for breath, his weakened body struggling to sustain the rapid incantations of protective and offensive spells. Seizing an opportunity as Lys reached for the serpent's position, he hastily released a series of dazzling red signals into the sky. He understood that this was no longer the same person who had sought to experiment with retaliation without harming others. The one who would bring him chicken legs while he lay in bed. He needed help, even if it was from mere students. And he ducked behind the stands to evade further attacks. Professor McGonagall, just having lifted her gaze from the joy of the Quidditch team's victory, caught sight of the crimson signals from her window. As the castle forbade any form of apparition, she frantically summoned a broomstick with a summoning charm, propelling it toward the stands. Chapter 69. The sight that greeted McGonagall was alarming. Starlys, that child, was exhibiting unstable magical fluctuations while launching frenzied attacks, with one child already unconscious and another pale and weary. Meanwhile, 3 children were persistently casting stasis charms on a swirling mass of dark mist. "Osis! Stop, children!" she exclaimed, wielding her wand to swiftly transfigure a chair to shield Lupin. Next, she transformed Lys's garments to bind her wand-waving actions. However, the effect was minimal. Lys recited her spells with both speed and precision, her magic output so potent that even if it lost its original effect, it remained dangerously formidable. McGonagall was compelled to transfigure her hat to bind Lys's chin and mouth, silencing her incantations. This had to be stopped. If this continued, it would not be magical energy flowing away from Starlys, but his very life force. As the situation teetered on the brink of stabilization, the regretful Slytherin student, having interfered, hurriedly reported, "Professor, quick, this is a bloodthirsty dark mist. We cannot halt it, and there's another down below. We don't know if he has survived the fall." "Oh, my Merlin. Release 2 patronuses to summon Slughorn and Madame Pomfrey. If Dumbledore is around, it's best to call him too." After considerable effort, McGonagall and Slughorn finally dragged the bloodied and unconscious Sirius Black from the dark mist. He was pallid and unresponsive, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Madame Pomfrey summoned a stretcher to carry the injured quartet back to the infirmary. As for Lys, still thrashing against her restraints, McGonagall was at her wit's end. The serpent on her was fiercely protective, hissing warnings while clutching a somewhat battered Lily. Slughorn, intent on stunning the serpent to take his student away, found his wand restrained by McGonagall as he attempted to aim it at the creature. McGonagall discovered that whenever a wand attempted to point at Lilith, the child's magical energy would surge dramatically. Should she witness her serpent being attacked, it would spell the complete departure of her magical prowess for the day. Hagrid's head peeked out from the staircase of the exit, hoping he had not arrived too late. "What has happened to Lilith?" he inquired. In a somewhat distracted manner, he lifted the child from the ground, brushing the dust off her back, while casting a bewildered glance at McGonagall, whose expression was a mixture of shock and delight. Lilith was then bound hand and foot, her mouth covered, and carried by Hagrid to the infirmary, where she was placed in the innermost area. Upon seeing Potter, her eyes bulged with fury, her magic thrumming restlessly, as if she wished to bite him. Hagrid, instructed to pry open the fabric covering her mouth, administered 3 vials of a magical stabilizing potion. Pomfrey lamented, "What on earth is happening, Minerva? Is Lilith truly so affected by Gryffindor's victory in Quidditch? Or have these 2 rascals provoked her again?" McGonagall sighed, "I do not know. But I suspect the issue does not lie solely with Lilith. After administering 2 vials of blood-replenishing potions to Sirius Black, Madame Pomfrey continued her healing incantations, stating, "Yet this is an excessively severe approach. Had you not intervened in time, this child could have been in grave danger, indeed, more so than Pants." McGonagall and Pomfrey exchanged a knowing glance, but said no more. The vampiric black mist was a hallmark of dark magic, with its scars lasting a lifetime. Madame Pomfrey examined Potter once more and suggested, "It would be prudent to summon Flitwick. I suspect this may be a curse of connection, though it appears incomplete for some reason. At present, there seems to be no immediate threat to life. Tonight, a dose of bone regrowth potion should suffice to mend any fractured bones." The child had struck with lethal intent. Yet fortunately, there remained a chance for recovery. Nearby, a weakened Lupin sipped a restorative potion, slumped beside Potter's bed, yearning for the comfort of unconsciousness, utterly fatigued. "That Starlise is quite formidable," he mused. Meanwhile, Hagrid, burdened with a question as large as his own head, sat quietly by the window of the unconscious Lilith's bed. Madame Pomfrey would not allow him to leave, for no one else dared approach that serpent, save for Hagrid himself. After clearing the chaos of the scene, Professors McGonagall and Slughorn returned to the infirmary to inquire about the events that had transpired. The already awakened Peter squeaked, "Professor, she is a lunatic. She attacked James and us without warning." Given that this conflict involved students from 2 houses, for the sake of fairness, it was necessary to hear the account from the opposing house's students. Snape was also brought in, but he too was at a loss, only able to recount what he had witnessed. Starlise had appeared near the stands, presumably waiting for the crowd to thin before exiting. Upon seeing her, I had even exchanged words with her. At that moment, she appeared untroubled, albeit not particularly cheerful. Evans observed the tension in Snape's facial muscles, and struggled to articulate her next words, eventually adding, "Professor, we were all about to leave when Sirius Black blocked our path on the stairs." She glanced back at Snape. "Then we had a minor disagreement. Cough, James Potter was flying up from below the stands on his broom, inviting me to Hogsmeade later, but before he could finish, Starlise Black launched her attack. She was like a madwoman." At this point, Evans became agitated, exclaiming, "Professor, this is far too dangerous. The stands are so high. If James were to fall and no one were there to save him, it would be catastrophic. Her attack was excessively harsh. Sirius Black is also lying here now. You must address this matter." Unbeknownst to her, as she referred to Potter as James, Snape's complexion paled even more than Lupin's beside him. "No, that simply cannot be. Starlise has spent so much time in my infirmary. While I cannot speak for everything else, she would never assault another without provocation. There must be more to this," Madame Pomfrey remarked, somewhat displeased. Chapter 70. Bobby, while that may be the case, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Potter and Black previously attempted to attack Starlise's serpent during Transfiguration class. Furthermore, Starlise appeared exceedingly tense at that time, McGonagall stated, feeling somewhat awkward, given that the incident had occurred in her own class. Slughorn remained silent, producing 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket and offering them to Hagrid, who had been staring at him intently, suggesting he place them on Lilith's bedside table. "I have been meaning to ask, what is the significance of that lily? Should the serpent not be made to relinquish it? Its venom is highly potent, and should it come into contact with its venom glands, it could spell disaster." Hagrid spat out the whiskers that had gotten stuck in his mouth. "I tried, but it wouldn't budge. It wouldn't let me take the flower. That must be the flower Lilith planted, for she once boasted about it to me." Hagrid rolled his eyes slightly. "She mocked me for not being refined, claiming I only liked large and imposing creatures." "What did you say?" Snape interrupted Hagrid. "Are you implying that this flower belongs to Starlise Black?" "Oh, perhaps so. Lilith did show it off to me. She said she had a magical lily that could sing." Hagrid scratched his ear and sniffed the air. "It smells about right. She mentioned her flower was about to bloom, and she had been eagerly awaiting it for almost a year." "Huh." Clearly, Professor Snape's expression twisted. Foolish Potter stole Starlise's flower to curry favor with Lily, and was caught red-handed. Lupin, hiding his face in embarrassment, thought, "How humiliating, to be nearly killed over a stolen flower, and end up in the hospital wing." Yet he had to admit, this was getting closer to the truth. In reality, it was Sirius who, having caught a whiff of the lily scent on Starlise, had encouraged James to use it to flirt with Lily Evans, as her name bore a resemblance to that of the lily. Thus, both the girlfriend of his best friend and his loathed rival were accounted for. He had wanted to advise against it, but they were his only friends at school, and he did not wish to appear unsuitable for their company. As Lupin, on the verge of tears from embarrassment and frustration, caught Snape's attention, Snape inquired, "What is it, Lupin?" Perhaps you have a different perspective? Lupin, wishing to faint from his own embarrassment, struggled to silence Peter's shrill interjection that it wasn't he like that. But it was like that, he said, resigned. Sirius asked me what Starlease Black smelled like, and I told him it was singing lilies. Perhaps it was the disdainful expression on Snape's face, and the incredulous look on Evans's that prompted Lupin to abandon pretense. Sirius despises Starlease Black. So he and James went to, well, the word still eludes me, he fidgeted with his fingers, continuing to pick that flower to present to Lily Evans. However, Starlease had never shown any interest in Quidditch before, and we had not prepared for the possibility of being discovered. Then she attacked James from somewhere, and I sighed deeply. Conceding, Starlease did not directly attack anyone else. It was me who accidentally stepped on the flower when I went to check on James, accompanied by Hagrid's gasping. Lupin continued in a moan. Then Sirius and I raised our wands. Oh, and Peter as well. And then you all began to fight? Slughorn found it difficult to fathom that some of the more promising students of the year had ended up in this infirmary, all because of a flower. Although the brawl had left onlookers on edge, thanks to Professor McGonagall's timely intervention, aside from Lilith sustaining a few deeper injuries, none of the others bore any significant lasting effects. As for Sirius, he was rescued from the brink of death due to blood loss, and in the days to come, he would bear only a faint scar as a reminder. Lily Evans listened in disbelief as Professor McGonagall and Professor Slughorn deducted 20 points from their respective houses. She pointed at the row of 4 beds occupied by Gryffindor students, yet found herself at a loss for words. That insufferable Potter! How dare he steal a flower? After dismissing the irrelevant children, Professor McGonagall awarded 10 points to the Slytherin student who had cast the levitation spell on Potter. Pomfrey attempted to change the clothes of the unconscious Lys, but as always, Gagong would not allow anyone to touch her. The child lay there, covered in blood, with her hair matted against her forehead, looking tattered and worn. McGonagall cast a spell to remove the tattered cloak that hung in tatters and transformed Lys's shirt and trousers into loose-fitting pajamas. Gagong, resting on her pillow, seemed to sense something and lifted its head, but with a brain no larger than a walnut, it quickly returned to its slumber. Before departing, Hagrid wiped Lys's face with a towel the size of his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, what a deep wound!" he muttered as he returned to his hut. In the dead of night, Lys awoke, Gagong curled around her left arm, which was still entwined in shimmering silver light. Who is standing there? The lights in the infirmary had not been entirely extinguished, and amidst the dimness, Lys discerned a tall figure bending over to inspect something at a distant bed. Who? Lys fumbled for her wand beside the pillow. Who are you? Her voice, sharper than before, pierced the silence. Suddenly, the light from Madame Pomfrey's office illuminated the room, casting a glow on the figure's silhouette. A tall man in a deep purple robe and pointed hat, revealing a twisted nose as he greeted Madame Pomfrey. It was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. His weary expression bore an air of solemnity as he implored Madame Pomfrey. The portrait had informed him of the incident. Now, Poppy, I've operat several times, and perhaps you wouldn't mind helping me find some energy potions, would you? Watching Madame Pomfrey search for the potions, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Lys. Child, engaging in dark magic is perilous, not only for you but for your classmates as well. Dumbledore peered down at Lys over the rim of his glasses, the reflection rendering his expression one of undeniable authority. I must say, your actions this time were serious, child. Your magic has harmed them. You need to apologize. Lys clenched her wand tightly, her eyes fixated on the left side of her body, deliberately avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. I hurt them? Lys's tone was tinged with incredulity. Dumbledore, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, yes, you did. Where? At her question, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and illuminated the adjacent bed with his wand. With a flick of his wrist, the images materialized before Lys. Potter with fractures and a concussion, Black marred with scars, and the pale, weakened Lupin. Child. Do not call me child. Lys glared at Dumbledore, her focus unwavering on her wand. What keeps me from clarity is not the dark magic, but the relentless pressure, the fear, and their injuries. Their actions compelled me to make my choice. They should not be forgiven. The provocations without boundaries, the utter disrespect, the harm, the theft, they all deserve to be taught a lesson. And you, headmaster, your negligence, if you truly cared for each of your students, why did you not appear when they hurt me, causing me pain and taking away what little I possessed? You would say that the squabbles among young wizards should be settled on their own. Yet when I address my own conflict, you admonish me for harming my classmates. Is my suffering and sorrow of no consequence? Am I deserving of this? Are you awake? Lys had once uttered this phrase when she was subjected to a mental scare in her first year, believing the child had already fallen asleep. Yes, I am awake. Yes, I am awake, and I have come to realize that this school is not the idyllic place I once believed it to be. The beauty that can be found here must be fiercely protected." The different choice of words prompted Dumbledore to regard Lys with deep contemplation. Chapter 71. The prolonged congestion in Lys's eyes made them feel dry and weary. She slowly turned her gaze towards Madame Pomfrey. "Madam, if it is not necessary, may I return to my dormitory?" Madame Pomfrey sighed, furrowing her brow as she regarded Lys. How can this situation be clearly explained? Those boys see it merely as a flower, while the girl believes that the pain is not even the worst punishment. "Madam, they know that it is more than just a flower to me. They revel in the misfortune and sorrow of those they dislike, laughing heartily as they stand in the corridor, watching someone being pranked into misery. Can you truly claim ignorance of their actions? The esteemed master of this school, Mr. Dumbledore." Lys, whose magical powers felt unstable, found herself overwhelmed by the conflicting emotions emanating from the two individuals present. The dissonance made her uneasy, and her words carried a hint of provocation. Bullying the weak, taking advantage of the vulnerable. Surely you, Mr. Dumbledore, are not oblivious to this? Lys seized a vial of a magic stabilizer from the bedside table, and drank it down in one gulp. The surge of magic caused Dumbledore to frown. He was indeed aware of this issue. Ever since his youthful impulsiveness, he had always wanted to observe and analyze further. "Rest here. Poppy will provide you with more suitable care." He stepped back slightly. "I am sorry for not understanding your pain, child. Good night." Lys watched as the headmaster departed. The experiment notes were indeed correct. Dumbledore. The greatest arrogance lies in making dictatorial judgments through a narrow lens. Good night. Nonsense, Lys could not possibly sleep. She sat upright in bed, facing the waning moon outside, embracing her left arm, still encased in silver light. Pain mattered little. One day, she would make these individuals experience the sensation of losing their cherished possessions, and those they held dear. Today, she had been so disoriented that she forgot her wand was cloaked in a disguise. The curse had failed, but perhaps it was for the best. If Potter were to die, she would surely be expelled, which was hardly a worthwhile outcome. Seeing that Lys had awakened, Gagong finally expelled the flower, which had fallen silent and transformed back into an ordinary lily. Madame Pomfrey brought a vase to place it in, patted her shoulder, and returned to her office. The following day, disregarding Madame Pomfrey's advice, Lys resumed attending her classes. As she traversed through the common room towards the dormitory, she noticed several upperclassmen nodding in her direction. Lys momentarily paused, scrutinizing them, yet offered no response as she entered her dormitory. After this incident, when Snape saw Lys, his expression was no longer one of impatience. She had transformed from a mind clouded with sweets and muscle-bound foolishness into a clearer-headed individual. The change was evident in that Lys no longer needed to bribe him for potion ingredients. He would willingly lend her the assignments he distributed after class. "Well then, if I may be so fortunate, regarding the book you previously mentioned about your research." Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the wizarding world's perspective on dark magic from this altercation, Lys finally pieced together the prevailing notions regarding dark magic. This was not Nocturne Alley, thus all dark magic was inherently evil, regardless of the circumstances. Therefore, for Snape to study these matters, he would first require guiding texts. Although such a request could not be explicitly stated, this history of magic lesson was shared with Ravenclaw, and even the most diligent of students clearly succumbed to fatigue, leaving the two in the corner unnoticed. Lily gazed at Snape in silence, the boy no longer radiating the anticipation, yearning, and forced pride he had displayed at the beginning of their schooling. His complexion remained as pallid as ever, with his facial features developing in a way that accentuated his nose, exuding a deeper layer of restlessness and gloom. Adjusting her tattered robe, which mirrored Snape's, Lily replied nonchalantly, "Feel free, I have already finished that book. I'll retrieve it from the common room after class." Subsequently, she leaned over her desk, perusing the tome on the Patronus charm beneath it. This book chronicled the exploits of Patronus users since wizards first encountered Dementors, systematically detailing the origins of the charm, its possible evolutions like those of ancient languages, and the requirements for casting it. Lily had nearly memorized the first half, yet when attempting to perform the charm, her wand merely produced a wisp of silver smoke. This left her perplexed. Lately she had been avoiding crowds, her nights were restless, and now she found no solace for a brief nap during the day. As long as there were people nearby, she could feel their intermittent emotions, a cacophony that exacerbated her agitation and tension. Even while seated in the library, she was plagued by distractions and irritations regarding her assignments. Thus, she often took borrowed books to the beech tree or its branches to read in solitude. When Snape cornered her in the common room, asserting that he had thoroughly studied the book, Lily sensed a genuine joy emanating from him, akin to the pure delight she felt while baking cookies in the kitchen. After exchanging a few casual remarks about the book's content, Lily hesitated, extending her hand for another book yet gripping it tightly. "Teach me." Snape cast her a sidelong glance, remarking, "I believe our Miss Black is already quite accomplished, and does not require guidance from a novice such as myself. Does she?" The implication was clear. He was reluctant to teach. "Perhaps I meant, if I could find you, miss," Lily insisted, refusing to relinquish her hold. Eventually Snape relented. The news of Potter and his friends being discharged from the hospital had initially gone unnoticed by many, who assumed the notorious troublemakers had simply injured themselves in their exuberance over Gryffindor's victory. However, rumors soon circulated from Gryffindor, as Sirius Black claimed that if Starlys Black had no connection to the eternally pure Black family, he would not believe it. He declared that Starlys Black was a lunatic, akin to his mother. Thus, Hogwarts became the stage for a farcical tale, with Sirius proclaiming, Starlys Black is his mother. Yet they lacked the audacity to argue, for such a debate would ultimately require revealing the truth. How could they explain it? By stealing a flower from Slytherin, and nearly causing a fatal incident during their victory celebration? As for weaving another lie, they were not so devoid of decency. By the time the truth emerged, the matter had lost its significance. After consulting Professor Sprout, Lily retrieved the bulb of the singing lily, her reward being the task of catching slippery pests in the greenhouse for the entire weekend. After a day of chasing them in the empty greenhouse, she found herself considerably uplifted. Occasionally, she would engage in discussions with Snape in the abandoned classroom, delving into the esoteric theories and magic within those books, which often prompted Snape to question her motives. "From what I observe, Miss Black, you do not possess a genuine love for learning. Rather, you seem to have arrived at this point instinctively. If learning brings you such distress, why do you torment your mind, so filled with primal instincts?" His words hinted at a probing nature. Although Lily did not catch the underlying meaning, she chose to ignore him and flicked a few strands of his potion-laden hair aside. As she ladled out the stability potion she had brewed for herself, she posed an unrelated question. "Is there a spell that can hinder the perception of feelings?" Downing an excessive dose of potion, Lily glanced at Snape, who appeared displeased. "Do you wish to hear that I don't want to receive news of you being hospitalized due to an overdose one day?" He turned away, bottling the potion before adding, "The brain-locking spell, the only known defense against memory intrusion." Seeing that Lily remained unresponsive, Snape tossed the bottled potion into her arms, stating, "This one will suffice. I know nothing of the others." As Lily turned to exit the classroom, she called back, "Oh, of course, Snape, I will give it to you tomorrow. Though that spell you mentioned isn't suitable for me." She had tried it, but it had only resulted in heightened alertness and increased headaches, yielding no fruitful outcome. Chapter 72. On her way back to the dungeons, Lily encountered Regulus Black, who resembled his name, the brightest star in the constellation, academically exceptional, elegant, and poised. He was also quite handsome. After stealing a glance, she was startled to find Regulus approaching her. She instinctively sidestepped, hoping it was merely an illusion, as he was always surrounded by clusters of eager girls. The overwhelming fervor was enough to irritate her. It was admirable for a 12-year-old to be so perceptive. Regulus signaled to the girls behind him that he needed some space, requesting they momentarily step aside. The girls, with wide eyes, blushed and either politely or excitedly scurried away. Lily managed a strained smile at Regulus, recalling their only previous interaction from the last semester when he had intervened on her behalf. Now, faced with the prospect of becoming the target of female animosity, she felt it best to avoid conversing with the prince. "Excuse me, but I still wish to apologize for my brother's actions." She thought she could leave after her apology, but to her surprise, he gentlemanly knocked on a door that had been pretending to be unoccupied, gesturing for her to enter. Lily did not mind sharing a room with this boy, whose emotions remained stable and would not trouble her. After a moment's thought, she decided against refusing, considering it might be beneficial to resolve the annoyance posed by that foolish dog through him. Using a transfiguration spell that exceeded her own abilities, albeit still somewhat rudimentary, the boy conjured 2 wooden chairs. Lily waved her wand to add cushions to them. After a dull discussion about the inconsequential happenings in the Quidditch pitch, Regulus finally remarked, "Regarding that day, Galen, the only Slytherin present has already informed me." Lily rolled her eyes. "You already know what you're asking?" As her hair obscured her eyes, Regulus was unaware of her reaction and attempted to clarify. "Our families have a cooperative relationship, hence there will be some interactions between the children." Lily felt that he was probing for something, particularly regarding her family's history dating back to Scandinavia. She deflected all inquiries, claiming ignorance and asserting that it was irrelevant to him. Nevertheless, he pressed further, prompting her to shove her chair back and leave. Once outside the classroom, Lily healed the wound she had nervously picked at on her finger. She despised these clever individuals. She had achieved none of her objectives, and yet felt unsettled by their incessant questioning. After confirming that her injury had not turned silver, she contemplated visiting the library, where she searched until she found a book titled Advanced Healing and Restoration Magic to peruse. However, as she had not returned the book she borrowed earlier, Liz found herself searching for a spot in the library. After scouring the vicinity without luck, she could only rub her temples while attempting to read. To her dismay, a Hufflepuff nearby was audibly munching on biscuits, the crunching sounds aggravating Liz's irritation and tempting her senses. Fortunately, it was not long before Madame Pants, wielding a feather duster, silently approached, binding the child's belongings with a spell and unceremoniously ejecting both the child and their possessions from the library. As she passed by Liz, she patted her shoulder, signaling her to follow, and led Liz to a door next to her office. After tapping the round eagle-head door knocker, they entered a room containing 2 desks and chairs that appeared long neglected. Liz cast a sideways glance at Madame Pants, who had noticeably thinned since the previous year. Both Madame Pants and Liz exchanged knowing looks, a silent acknowledgement of mutual understanding. Thus, Liz discovered a clandestine reading nook within the library. Whenever she encountered difficulties with medical texts or practical applications, she would even seek Snape's counsel, only to be dismissed with the remark, "Why not consult the more specialized Madame Pomfrey for such inquiries?" Liz was reluctant to visit the infirmary, as Madame Pomfrey frequently expressed her opinion that Liz's erratic magical control warranted hospitalization. Thankfully, Liz had nearly become desensitized to the stabilizers, thus evading being confined to a hospital bed. Nevertheless, Madame Pomfrey still managed to slip her numerous doses of sleeping draught, citing her conspicuous dark circles. To date, while Liz's bags under her eyes had diminished, the dark circles remained unchanged, as she struggled with insomnia, often waking in the early hours to read. The potted singing lily perched on Liz's desk was faring poorly in her dormitory. Situated beneath the Black Lake, it received almost no sunlight, resulting in its pale shoots and elongated leaves, a far cry from health. Reluctantly, Liz would carry the pot outside whenever the sun shone, even acquiring a larger pot to accommodate the expanding root system, while allowing the lily to bask in the light. Chapter 73. Hogwarts boasted over 100 staircases, which would unexpectedly shift, transporting students to entirely unrelated floors, much to their frustration and the mockery of the portraits nearby. Liz found herself in such a predicament. During a brief intermission between classes, she ventured to the restroom, only to return and be whisked away to the 2nd floor, far removed from her intended destination on the 6th. After 5 minutes of frantic running, Liz finally entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. For her tardiness, Slytherin lost 5 points. Now that we have grasped the characteristics of this creature, it is time to translate theory into practical skills. Please stow away your books and follow me. Just as Liz had retrieved her book, she promptly returned it to her bag, securing her wand around her neck, as she followed the professor back to the 2nd floor. Feeling somewhat unfortunate, Liz entered an abandoned classroom, which with Dumbledore's consent, had now become their practical training base. The professor pointed toward a large tank in the room. The enormous tank filled half the classroom, its surface reflecting shimmering lights from the waves, the stark contrast between the dark water and the overly bright ceiling making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Within, a creature with azure skin, sharp fangs, and webbed feet thrashed about, its claws robust beyond its body's proportions. The Grindylow, a creature that was exceedingly fragile on land yet perilous in water. Liz was perplexed by the professor's mention of this creature, as it possessed no magical abilities and was sometimes kept as a pet or hunting tool by merfolk. How could it be classified as a dark creature? Was it merely because it attacked any being encroaching upon its territory, including humans? Liz found herself lost in thought. If that were the case, what did that make wizards regarding the creatures listed in their culinary recipes? If such wizards were deemed blameless, then the Dark Lord mentioned in the newspapers could also be viewed as a hunter. Why was there resistance against him? Had he not directly taken lives? While Liz was momentarily distracted by her musings, the astonished gasps of her peers broke her reverie. Standing at the edge of the crowd, she looked up to see a Grindylow being pulled onto land, entangled in a mass of water plants for the students to observe up close. After instructing the students to observe, the professor provided various strategies for safely escaping encounters with these small creatures, and urged them to come forward and test their approaches. Next, we have Starlys Black. To ensure no student refrained from participating due to timidity, The professor had organized them according to the first letter of their surnames. As Liz stepped forward, she noticed the Grindylow before her already bore 2 wounds, yet it remained fierce, baring its teeth at her. Liz raised her wand, recalling the professor's instructions, and cast a levitation charm. With a flourish, she spun her wand to disorient the Grindylow, causing it to tumble back into the tank with a splash. As the sound echoed, Liz quickly cast a healing spell, tending to the creature's substantial wound on its thigh, before retreating from the center of the crowd without a backward glance. A nimble attacking method. Slytherin gains 3 points for maintaining the equipment, plus an additional 2 points. A slight frown creased Liz's lips at the mention of equipment. The professor then elucidated her approach, explaining that attacks need not solely result from spells that inflict direct harm. Conserving magical energy, while effectively diminishing the opponent's capabilities, was equally potent. After all, there had been instances where a dark wizard, having lost an arm, still managed to cast spells and escape from an Auror's pursuit. Yet, a wizard who was spinning to the brink of unconsciousness would struggle to articulate spells accurately or aim at a target. Liz found this lesson peculiar. As a water-dwelling creature, the Grindylow was markedly vulnerable on land, as the professor had previously stated. What, then, was the purpose of attacking from such an unfavorable environment? Observing the jubilant young wizards celebrating their successful attacks, Liz pondered what they would do if they ever encountered a Grindylow in its natural habitat, underwater. Would they, like that Gryffindor using a blazing fire spell, find themselves in dire straits if the Grindylow had not yet been harmed and their wand-wielding hand was already scalded? Evidently. A nearby Slytherin shared similar sentiments, snickering in response. When Liz noticed a Gryffindor glaring at them, she quickly retreated to a corner, wishing to avoid any trouble. One could hardly expect a group of Gryffindors to refrain from attempting their own displays of prowess after witnessing others perform. Soon the next student stepped up, their spells predominantly dazzling and potent. Despite the professor reiterating multiple times that these were aquatic creatures, and that spellcasting must consider the environment and their magical reserves, the class continued to revel in showcasing grandiose spells, with even some Slytherins joining in the fray. After a chaotic uproar, the professor waved his wand to repair the damaged corner of the tank, cleansing the classroom of the black lake water that had flooded half of it, and wearily announced the end of the lesson. After class, Lilith, having consumed her stabilizing potion rather swiftly, intercepted Severus Snape in the corridor, wishing to convey something. However, she was met with the vigilant gaze of Lily Evans, while Snape attempted to elucidate matters, albeit with merely a call of Lily's name, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Each time she witnessed the two of them together, Lilith would be reminded of the flower that had fallen from Snape's palm. With a keen sense of propriety, she feigned that she was merely navigating through a less crowded passage, and brushed past them. Chapter 74. Potions class always rendered Lilith quite anxious, as each session presented her with the opportunity to achieve an outstanding. Yet, she perpetually fell just short, often grappling with the uncertainty of where her execution faltered. This lingering feeling of being so close yet so far from excellence left her unable to relax, driving her to discern precisely where her mistakes lay. In a moment of determination, she even brewed the potion anew in front of Snape, who, though visibly impatient, remarked that her technique was sound, and that she ought to have produced a cerulean potion instead of the current peacock blue. Resolved to perfect this potion, which was likely to appear in the final examinations, and grateful for Hogwarts' decades-long consistency in examination content, Lilith resolved to brew it until she could attain an outstanding. After all, she was still at a loss regarding her father's demand for 4. As for her elective in divination, she harbored deep regret. The care of magical creatures class, on the other hand, allowed her to learn about various mundane yet notable creatures in the magical realm, aiding her to identify what was edible, what was uncertain, and what was absolutely to be avoided. Divination? A gypsy witch perpetually clutching a deck of cards, incessantly muttering predictions. Today, the girl from the Brown family has a fated connection. Tomorrow, the dark-haired boy will encounter troubles. The class often devolved into sipping tea, examining the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup, and fabricating ludicrous tales to pass off as divination. Yet, Lilith had ample reason to believe that her father, who dismissed all elective subjects as rubbish, would never deem this practice as worthwhile. She could only strive in her core subjects, repeatedly brewing and practicing, yet her potion supplies dwindled. Hagrid had plenty of exotic or rare ingredients, but the more basic ones were lacking. Hagrid, I must say, your friend has quite the appetite. This was already the second batch of meat Lilith had prepared for him, and he was currently butchering a third cow. With Aragog's recent brood, he was working tirelessly to ensure the little ones were well fed, and she hoped she could assist him in some way. As for Gub-Gub, Hagrid had procured a rather large trough for it, which was immense even for Hagrid, a man of considerable stature. The trough housed some small prey, and Gub-Gub leisurely selected its meals. Though Lilith endeavored to maintain cleanliness, she still found it somewhat unkempt, and even while holding food for Gub-Gub, she lacked enthusiasm. Eventually, numb to the monotony, she began to relinquish the joy of cooking, resorting to stirring with magic rather than a spoon. When at last she overheard something that piqued her interest. Previously, after the growth of a patch of sun orchids, those night stallions had ceased visiting. I was so close to success, Lilith believed. Trust me, I shall become the first in all of Britain to tame a night stallion. They are truly magnificent. The sun orchid, the most sought-after ingredient for the potion she wished to practice. Days of incessant rain had thwarted her attempts to explore the forbidden forest, as this particular ingredient only revealed its distinctiveness during the sunniest of times. Saturday dawned with perfect weather, and with Hagrid absent, likely dispatched by Dumbledore for some errand, Lilith decided to venture into the forbidden forest, with Gub-Gub perched about her neck and her wand in hand. Over the past 2 years, she had traversed the forest numerous times, and familiarity had dulled her sense of danger, aside from the risk of becoming lost. However, with a newly learned guiding spell, she felt emboldened. The forest, bathed in sunlight, was a veritable delight, the earthy aroma of damp soil mingling with the scent of tree trunks and grass. Occasionally, the chirping of birds would punctuate the tranquility. Standing still, Lilith noticed an eerie silence had enveloped her, save for the babbling brook nearby. Turning back, she realized she had ventured quite deep into the woods. Raising her wand for a thorough inspection revealed no immediate threats. Chapter 75. Lilith resolved to press onward, for while danger was not guaranteed, neglecting her potion practice would certainly preclude her from achieving an outstanding. Professor Slughorn was lenient enough to permit most students to pass without excessive scrutiny, yet he still upheld certain standards. For safety's sake, she layered 2 additional protective charms atop her basic shield, and upon lifting her head after completing her incantations, she discovered the source of the surrounding quietude, a wild boar. She had encountered this creature in her readings. It was notoriously troublesome, with formidable magical resistance, thick skin, and a vengeful disposition towards any trespassers. However, its hide could be crafted into protective gloves, its tusks and bristles used as potion ingredients, while its blood and flesh served as excellent catalysts for magical plant growth. Yet upon encountering it, Lilith's instinct was to climb a tree. Forgive her. While she could easily best her peers in duels, this formidable creature was beyond her capacity for direct confrontation. A single charge from the wild boar could fell a tree as thick as a person, and this one was undoubtedly an adult, weighing no less than 400 kilograms, a conclusion drawn from her limited grasp of weight. Nevertheless, burdened with Gub-Gub, Lilith managed to scale a sturdy branch, escaping the fate of being unceremoniously thrown aside. Exhaling deeply, she found it oddly fitting that this was precisely the location where the weary defense against the dark arts professor ought to appear. A blinding curse. Given the boar's powerful magical resistance, combined with a sensory deprivation charm, might render it vulnerable, though she was unsure if a binding spell could restrain its hooves. As for slicing curses, she was painfully aware that they would scarcely even graze its tough hide. Perched upon the tree branch, she unleashed 3 blinding curses, which caused the boar to momentarily lose its aim, ceasing to shake the branch beneath her. Yet it seemed only enraged, and when struck by her next incantation, the impact caused the tree to tremble. It became clear that a slow, methodical approach would not suffice. At least not if this tree was to withstand her assault on the boar. The overlapping binding spells finally manifested their effects on the pig's trotters. Seizing the opportunity, Lys descended from the tree and cast a cleaving spell, striking at its eyes and the joints of its forelegs. Although Lys was reluctant to come down, there was simply no way to aim at those vulnerable spots from her perch. The frenzied Thibaut wild boar began to charge recklessly, leaving Lys no time to select another tree to climb and wait for the beast to leave. She could only cast barrier spells while seeking cover, occasionally striking at the wounds she had already inflicted. She was injured. Was it from a branch, a stone, or perhaps from the near miss of a collision? She was unsure. But her left leg was proving increasingly difficult to maneuver swiftly. At this critical juncture, Lys surprisingly took the time to toss Gaben into a pile of fallen leaves, hoping that, should she be struck, Gaben could adapt to hunting independently. Nevertheless, she dodged the wild boar with 2 agile rolls. Exhaustion rendered her incapable of further flight, ironically allowing the blind boar to lose track of her. Taking advantage of the moment, Lys crouched low to search for Gaben. However, this proved to be an unrealistic endeavor. Gaben's mottled skin was designed to blend seamlessly into the forest's leaf litter, and at such a low angle, it was impossible to locate him. She simply could not find him. The boar stood in the stream, shaking its head as if trying to dislodge something. For the time being, Liz ignored it and cast a silencing spell on herself. The pig was resistant to magic. Surely she was not as strong? With each few steps, Liz cast another silencing spell on herself and the surrounding environment, squinting to locate Gaben while remaining vigilant for other dangers. She never once considered fleeing to safety first before searching for Gaben. But where could Gaben be? Liz felt the sweat trickling down her brow as she limped along the slick, uneven path by the stream. Who knows how many times she had stumbled? Yet, having cast another silencing spell on herself, even calling out Gaben's name would be futile. Moreover, Gaben was a snake, and vibrations in the ground would alert him far more effectively than sound. After a loud grunt, the boar collapsed into the water, prompting Liz to investigate. If it had truly lost its mobility, she could afford to search for Gaben more freely. What she discovered was a snake embedded in the shoulder of the Tibo wild boar. It was Gaben. Perhaps it was Gaben's first experience sinking his fangs into a large prey. Or perhaps it was his instinct to never release until every drop of venom had been injected into the victim. In any case, Gaben's fangs were firmly lodged in the pig's neck. Ultimately, Liz had to pull him free. The venom of the Gaboon viper was potent and abundant, ensuring the boar's demise was inevitable, even if not immediate. Liz inspected her leg. She had a minor injury, but it seemed more serious was the re-emergence of an old wound. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, for she felt she had caught a whiff of orchid fragrance. She resolved that if she did not find it within a few minutes, she would leave, as the blood the boar had shed could attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, around the bend of the stream, Liz spotted a patch of sunlight orchids. Alas, they appeared to have been foraged by the recent boar, many of them with broken roots and branches. Liz quickly gathered several handfuls and cast a floating spell to scatter dirt over the traces she had left behind. With haste, she exited the forbidden forest. She and Snape had attempted brewing potions numerous times, yet all efforts had ended in failure, with only the cerulean hue being consistently achieved. She felt an urge to smash the cauldron in frustration. They even experimented with whether the issue lay in the lighting or temperature of the brewing environment. But Snape confirmed that these factors posed no problems. Although most potions require low light and low temperatures, this particular potion had minimal requirements in that regard. After contending with essays and assignments from other subjects, Liz dedicated substantial effort to mastering the creation of a cerulean potion. Aside from the color, the potion's efficacy was flawless, which piqued Snape's interest. The dynamic shifted from Liz threatening Snape with a book while he observed her potion making, to Snape compelling Liz to repeatedly brew the potion, ultimately leading to the discovery of the underlying issue before their outing to Hogsmeade. Chapter 76. The Unraveling of Liz's Magic. It is well known that from handling potion ingredients to the brewing environment, and finally to the storage of potions, magic must not be employed. The fluctuations caused by magic can induce unknown changes in the potion's properties, rendering it unstable or even ineffective. Liz's magical control had been spiraling out of hand since the previous year, and it had only worsened. During this phase of rapid magical growth, she had to rely on magical stabilizers and enhancers to balance her power, the excess magic she emitted far surpassing that of her peers. This affected the reactions of the potions during their final stages of brewing, and the solution required her to maintain a distance from the cauldron in the latter stages of the process. Although the problem was resolved, it left Liz feeling frustrated. She had long believed it was her technique or the handling of ingredients, only to find it was her own magic that was causing the potion to spoil. At the next potion class, she finally presented a potion that Slughorn found satisfactory. Subsequently, Slytherin earned 10 points due to Snape's helpfulness. With one concern alleviated, Liz turned her attention back to the tome titled Advanced Healing and Restoration Magic. While she had grasped many of the theories within, practical application remained a significant hurdle. She lacked a subject for experimentation. After consuming a large dose of magical stabilizer, Liz brought the book to Madame Pomfrey's office, where the matron was organizing her potions. Once she emerged from the storeroom, Liz approached with the book and posed several inquiries. The matron kindly offered milk and cookies, inviting Liz to sit and chat. Few young witches your age delve into healing magic. Most prefer the more perilous branches, much like that Gryffindor sprawled out over there. Merlin knows why he chose to cast fireworks at his own teeth. The matron, seated in her sunlit office, remarked, I seldom invite others into my space. They often prove quite reckless. Drink your milk, dear, she added, squeezing Liz's wrist. You truly are too thin. Indeed, Liz found it challenging to swallow food. Previously, she could conjure images from the experimental manual, but now it was the same, compounded by an unsettling new habit. She avoided dining in the Great Hall. Instead, She would casually raid the kitchen for something to eat, consuming it in trees, classrooms, or any secluded corner, leading to irregular eating patterns. She offered the matron a faint smile before resuming her inquiries with the book. However, many questions transcended verbal answers. Numerous spells were like that. Mastery of the theory did not guarantee proficiency in practice. I recall my first attempt. I was well prepared. Yet that little elf's toe still misaligned, the matron shrugged. So, Liz, if you are genuinely interested, I recommend beginning to practice these spells in your 5th year. It would be safer, not just for you. Casting a glance at the milk, which glimmered with a holy aura in the sunlight, Liz drank deeply and then asked, Madam, may I place my lily in your office? I will take care of it. My dormitory lacks any sunlight. Liz lowered her head to wipe the milk stain from her lips, feeling uneasy about leaving it in other places. Raising her gaze with hope towards the lady, she suddenly realized that the lady could not see her eyes at all due to her excessively long hair. Hastily, she tucked her hair behind her ears, yet failed. As it fell back down again, the child before her, who seemed to be in a playful tussle with her own hair, managed to elicit a smile from the lady. Of course, the child mused, my office could certainly benefit from a touch of greenery, couldn't it? Furthermore, there was another matter. In truth, Lilith felt a bit timid, for she still remembered the lady's response when a young wizard had come to inquire about a pet. I am the school nurse, not a veterinarian. I did consult the teacher of magical creatures, but he always seemed to vanish after class. Gagong's tooth is swollen. Could you take a look at it? Gagong opened wide. Just like me. Observing the child attempting to communicate with her snake, the lady once again marveled at the innocence of this child. Ultimately, after Gagong's indifference towards Lilith, she forcefully pried open its mouth. This time, she beheld the complete set of Gagong's venomous fangs and Mrs. Pomfrey realized just how courteous this snake had been towards her and others. Those long fangs. And this was still not even the mature form of such a serpent. The slightly reddened gums indeed differed from the surrounding healthy tissue. Given that Mrs. Pomfrey lacked experience in this area, she suggested that if Gagong could tolerate the taste of a dental potion, perhaps it would be worth a try. Gagong was displeased at being forced to consume the potion, for even a snake would not wish to endure its flavor. It coiled around Lilith's shoulders and neck, using its short, thick tail to touzle one side of her hair, giving her the appearance of a ruffled red-feathered chicken. However, the outcome was favorable. Gagong's swollen tooth, twisted by external force, swiftly regained its health. Those were Gagong's 2 most vital fangs. No errors could be permitted. Chapter 77. This weekend marked the visit to Hogsmeade Village, a wizarding settlement nestled on the outskirts of Hogwarts. Though predominantly comprised of shops catering to students, the environment was still open, imposing age restrictions to avoid unnecessary hazards. Only 3rd years and above were permitted to attend. Lilith was quite eager, as this could be deemed her first true venture outside alone. So much so that she had even slept in until 5 in the morning, rather than waking early. She prepared her coin pouch, the signed permission slip, and her shopping list, with a sweater at the top of her priorities, hoping to purchase some candies. Aside from the magical sweets gifted to her by Elle during her first year in the hospital, Lilith had not indulged in those wondrous confections since. She intended to buy a few to taste and later bring some back home for her mother and father. And of course, there should be some for Coco as well. Little Madcap, do not retain those dreadful habits while in the shop. She recalled her mother's admonition. This was something Shauna had said when they went to Diagon Alley together to sell potions on the final day of holiday. Although wizards were aware of such habits, having visited Nocturne Alley, it did not mean they would remain unperturbed upon encountering dark wizards in their ordinary lives. To that end, Lilith had even rehearsed normal shopping dialogues she had overheard in Diagon Alley multiple times before getting out of bed. Feeling a bit anxious on her first outing, no? Very anxious. She had even buttoned her shirt incorrectly until an upperclassman raised an eyebrow at her. Clad in black trousers, a dark green shirt, and a deep green cloak, Lilith appeared quite sprightly, save for her hair. Ever since Gagong had ingested a bit of the dental potion, it had taken a liking to wreaking havoc on Lilith's hairstyle. When she stood at the school entrance checking her permission slip, she felt a flicker of joy, an emotion she had not experienced in quite some time. Your permission slip is acceptable. Though it lacks a clear name, it certainly possesses magical efficacy. Proceed next. The professor's pause was subtle. Yet he understood that many wizards preferred to keep their signatures from falling into uncontrollable hands. So as long as a guardian of the wizard provided a mark, it sufficed as their signature. Following the majority, Lilith trod along the muddy path to Hogsmeade, her first independent journey to a wizarding village. She adhered to her customary habit of surveying every place she arrived at. Yet this locale was not as bustling as she had envisioned. Some shops were even closed. Once she confirmed her objectives, Lilith first entered a wizarding clothing store. The shopkeeper expressed surprise upon hearing Lilith wanted to purchase a sweater. For ever since a wizard published a book teaching others how to knit them, nearly all clothing shops had ceased selling sweaters. Although there were garments imbued with various enchantments, such as color-changing and temperature-retaining magic, those were quite costly. This little witch, though appearing neat and tidy, seemed distinctly outdated, clearly lacking the means to afford such a sweater. Ultimately, Lilith left the shop feeling somewhat bewildered, clutching a packaged household book and a large bundle of black and green yarn. Contemplating her purchases, Lilith scratched her head and petted Gagong before stepping into a candy shop named Duke of Bees. Inside, the noise of voices filled the air, as both upperclassmen and younger students nearly overflowed the space. Yet, when Lilith entered, no one dared to jostle her, primarily due to the snake coiled around her neck, its sizable triangular head unmistakably denoting a venomous serpent. Another reason was the rumors circulating in school. It was said that this Starlies had sent the Gryffindor quartet to the hospital during a Quidditch match. The family of that madman, Sirius Black, was said to produce individuals with issues, and indeed, she rarely appeared in public, only attending classes and avoiding the Great Hall even on non-holiday days. A peculiar being. Setting aside those thoughts, although Lilith found it a bit strange, she nevertheless pulled Gagong's head closer into her embrace, hoping to keep it from being too curious about the jumping candies in the box, which looked as if they were trying to catch bugs. Calculating the savings from not purchasing a sweater, Lilith decided to buy a few extra pepper imps and some super bubblegum. She intended to gift some of the small imps to Hagrid. After all, she had trespassed into the forbidden forest he tended and plucked his flowers. Even though Hagrid was not fond of those blooms, possession was possession. As for the bubblegum, Lilith truly adored that peculiar blue hue. It was simply beautiful. And the bubbles could remain on the ceiling for days. If only Gagong wouldn't snatch the fallen remnants of the bubblegum from the ground, that would be even better. She even purchased a small quantity of the hopping bug candies that piqued Gagong's interest, though not too much, as candies infused with magic or magical materials were significantly pricier than those creamy soft sweets and chocolates. Oh, and she bought a bit of jackfruit preserves to present to Professor Slughorn. Chapter 78. She also browsed a typical potion shop, where the potions seemed exceedingly mundane to Lilith. Given her experiences accompanying her mother at the apothecary in Nocturne Alley, the shopkeeper was even brewing a large pot of scabious potion, a topic covered in her first-year potion classes. After surveying the shop, Lilith purchased nothing, and even offered a parting remark. Your hedgehog quills are covered in dust. It will affect the final reaction. You should clean them beforehand. The shopkeeper found this amusing and stopped her. Although she appeared to be merely a lower-year student, her attention to such details indicated a certain talent for potion making. In truth, the shopkeeper was not incapable of brewing, rather, the monotonous repetition of such tasks over the years had dulled his enthusiasm. Although most individuals have graduated from Hogwarts, how many of them would keep a stock of potion ingredients and cauldrons at home after their graduation? Consequently, these commonly used potions tend to be the most sold. However, what truly caught her attention was that this child, despite her desire to remain inconspicuous, exhibited the unmistakable mannerisms of someone who had handled potion bottles in Nocturne Alley and maintained an ever-watchful vigilance, quite evident to the adults around her. While he was reluctant to intervene, this child had nevertheless prompted him. A gentle nudge here or there was hardly a matter of great concern. Once again, Lily found herself dazedly exiting a shop, where she had been informed that her habits were overly conspicuous, and that if any adults at home were proficient in potion making, they had a list of items for purchase. After perusing the parchment twice, she discovered it contained only the most basic potions, which she promptly tucked into her woolen pouch. Pondering what exactly her conspicuous habits might be, what had they discerned? She could not fathom it, and with no shops left in Hogsmeade that piqued her interest, she set off on her return journey. From a distance, Lily spotted four Gryffindors hiding behind a tree, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Lily Evans was embroiled in a one-sided argument with Severus Snape. Snape's words seemed to vanish before the fiery-haired girl as he implored, "Lily, I'm merely curious. Magic is powerful, and dark magic, Severus. You should not delve into such matters. The books declare it evil. The professors warn it is perilous. What do you hope to gain from such studies?" What could he possibly gain? Perhaps a sense of stability, like now, when he could walk boldly past those four bothersome individuals, who despite their agitation, would suppress their instinct to act. Lily appeared oblivious to the presence of others on the path as she hurried by, yet Evan seemed unwilling to let her go. "Starlies Black, please wait. We need to talk." "Discuss what?" Lily was taken aback, for she had always perceived Evans as someone who only sought to resolve issues with Snape. You cannot continue to learn dark magic with Severus. You shouldn't. The current circumstances outside are far from favorable, and dark magic is inherently harmful to both body and soul. Perhaps she was unaware that ever since Severus Snape had gained access to those tomes, Lily had been left far behind. It was now Snape who was guiding Lily in her studies. Yet she remained silent, diverting the conversation to other matters. Tell me, if I had not pursued magic beyond their capabilities, would you have accepted that stolen flower, and would I have been beaten while reclaiming what was mine? Evans. You are rather unlikable. You only accept what you deem acceptable. Ignoring Snape's glare, Lily continued. Surely you've noticed how those 4 fools torment others behind that tree. Magic amplifies such cruelty. Though potions may swiftly mend the physical wounds, who will address the insults and injuries we endure? Who stands up for us? Starlys Black, be quiet. Snape nearly ground out through clenched teeth, feeling humiliated before Lily. He neither needed nor desired her pity and support. Lily disregarded Evans's admonishment and pressed on. Severus, your emotions have become less pure than they were in first year. Now they carry a hint of Lily's tale, causing chaos in your mind. Evans, I have no time, and you have no right to lecture me. I hope Severus finds your reprimands enjoyable. Lily even offered a polite farewell gesture, leaving a visibly troubled Snape and a glaring Evans behind. With her head held high, she walked down the deserted path, feeling a sense of exhilaration. She had longed to express her thoughts to Evans. Ah, the flower that fell from her palm to the earth. Snape had initially pretended too well with Evans. Even a glimpse of his true self had drawn skepticism from her. Moreover, Evans was unwavering in her convictions, embodying the quintessential Gryffindor. Passionate, courageous, steadfast in her sense of justice. And so forth. And what of Potter? He barreled through like a wild boar, pausing only briefly to display his worthiness to Evans, earning a treatment free from severe ostracism. Shaking the bag of bouncing candies, she pulled the crinkled head from within, clutching her wand as she returned to school. After this, Snape would likely sever ties with her for Evans's sake. He had found another source of books and no longer required her assistance. Perhaps it had merely been a fleeting partnership between 2 individuals seeking power, one to avoid abandonment, the other to prove their worth. Back in the abandoned classroom, Lily began to tidy her cauldrons and materials. Turning around, she noticed that Snape's cauldron contained a stabilizing agent. Without hesitation, she bottled it up and took it with her. Goodbye. Indeed, as Lily had surmised, Snape never sought her out again, whether for potions or studying. Chapter 79. Seated in Hagrid's hut, Lily stared entranced at the giant face that had turned crimson from the effects of the candy, flames erupting from his nostrils and singeing his beard. Quickly, she doused the flames with water, and Hagrid, seemingly startled, burst into hearty laughter. Oh Lily, this is simply delightful. When I was in school, Duke B had not yet invented such candies. I am truly grateful for the surprise you've brought me. He stuffed another peppery confection into his mouth, and after singeing a portion of his beard, he continued to laugh heartily. Once the flames subsided, Hagrid gazed with interest at the magical candy darting about the freshly cleaned floor, which Lily had meticulously cleared multiple times. He always found the plump serpent to be rather foolish. However, his amusement quickly faded, replaced by a sigh of despair. Hagrid, do be gentle with your sighs. My books are being blown about, Lily pointed out, prompting another weary exhale from him. What troubles you? Did your errands not go well? I did not venture out for errands. I merely went to purchase a potion for the carnivorous cabbage. Hagrid, you do not even grow cabbages. But that is of little consequence. How may I assist you? Given the rare magical ingredients and his untainted attitude, Lily was certain that if Dumbledore were to speak ill of him, Hagrid would immediately lose his current amicable disposition. It's the little creatures, he lamented. Oh, those large beasts, Lily thought. They are sick and injured. A large boar had died in the stream. The cool environment delayed its decay, yet it spread illness through the water. By the time I discovered it, it was already rotting away. Hagrid sniffled. Several little creatures have fallen ill and become weak, leading to broken legs. All I can do is splint their legs with boards, but there is little else I can manage. Lily licked her lips and pretended to be engrossed in her book, only to find she was reading advanced healing and restoration magic. If you are willing, perhaps I could give it a try. She raised the book in response to Hagrid's skeptical gaze, just to see. However, the results exceeded Hagrid's expectations. Had he not feared suffocating Lily, he would have likely embraced her. While she could not remedy symptoms akin to food poisoning, she did experiment with the broken leg. She carefully cleared away the shattered flesh and arranged the bones neatly, then aligned the flesh and cast the healing spell. Hagrid rushed into the medical room, nearly seizing a vial of bone-repairing potion. He administered it to the small creature, which he referred to as a mere fluffball, yet was actually a formidable beast. Within a day, a leg unblemished and devoid of any complications appeared before Lise. Ignoring Hagrid's enthusiastic expressions of gratitude, Lise gently caressed the restored limb. A notion, albeit audacious yet stubborn, took root in her mind. Subsequently, all the injured fluffballs received Lise's meticulous attention. She examined the bones closely, pondering their intricacies. At times, Hagrid caught a glimpse of her peculiar expression as she held the bones against her blood-streaked face. Ultimately, every creature returned to the forest intact, though two bore silvered wounds and bones. Yet this was the best outcome Hagrid could envision. Otherwise, a disabled creature, no matter its former prowess, would struggle to thrive in the wild with a limp or worse. This prompted Hagrid to bestow upon Lise a collection of assorted roots, feathers and various horns, which, once processed, would serve as excellent potion ingredients. Lise prepared some of these and, along with a jar of preserved jackfruit, presented them to Professor Slughorn, who showed her leniency, given the recent decline in her paper's quality. Beyond these matters, Lise remained mindful of her mother's wishes regarding the Patronus charm, striving to prove she was not a madcap like the Blacks. However, her progress was stagnant. Each attempt yielded but a fleeting wisp of silver mist that vanished almost instantaneously. Before a charms class, she approached Professor Flitwick with her book on the Patronus charm, but his explanations mirrored those in the text, offering no new insight. As the lesson commenced, they were to learn how to make a vase sing, yet Lise, having flipped through her book in vain, discovered that it was also missing pages. She silently resolved never to purchase second-hand books again, as the missing pages hindered her ability to prepare adequately for class. Consequently, this marked her first encounter with such magic, leaving her somewhat flustered. Although many students struggled to elicit a sound from their vases, Lise, previously a commendable performer, found this unacceptable. In her frustration, she cast spell after spell, ultimately shattering the vase with a surge of magical energy. Before class ended, she presented Professor Flitwick with a distinctly different silver vase. "Ah, my dear child, I believe we should have a word following this," remarked Professor Flitwick, who hadn't witnessed such defiance in a long time. He reminisced fondly as he reiterated the charm's objectives, emphasizing the significance of emotion, determination, and clarity. "Your magical prowess is already quite formidable among your peers, but your emotional intensity lacks strength, and your conviction falters. You must have faith in yourself, and perhaps you struggle to envision what a vase might say?" Lise nodded, acknowledging his words, yet she understood that translating knowledge into action required time. "This is why I am willing to mentor you. You harbor no extreme notions, rather, I sense you feel compelled to learn rather than genuinely desiring it." Such feelings often manifested in Hufflepuffs, who studied merely to pass examinations. Flitwick perched on a chair, gazing up at the red-haired girl, as he sifted through her assignment. It was evident that she had exerted effort into her writing, yet there remained room for improvement. "Please, strive harder, my dear. If possible, I would not mind awarding you an outstanding at the end of term." The astute head of Ravenclaw understood well that motivating a child to invest effort in a subject they disliked was a pursuit for a specific grade. "Oh, and if you are truly interested in the Patronus charm, do consult your defense against the dark arts instructor, as he is the expert in that area." Upon returning to her dormitory, Lise clutched the vase she had used for practice, reflecting on Flitwick's words. What did he mean by her emotions lacking intensity and conviction? Hadn't she nearly shattered the vase in frustration? Rolling onto her bed with a thump, she was grateful that her pet, Crunch, hadn't eaten anything, lest he regurgitate it. As for the exhausted defense against the dark arts teacher, who conducted practical classes, she found it hard to trust him. Chapter 80. The absence of Snape's guidance. Lise's progress in her studies of the books her father had given her had come to a standstill without Snape's guidance. Occasionally, she found herself unable to resist glancing at Snape and Evans from afar, not out of concern, but purely for gossip. Snape's situation had grown increasingly precarious. Malfoy had elevated his standing within Slytherin, yet there seemed to be no individual favor granted. When he was with Lily Evans, their meetings took place in neutral settings. But that was no longer the case. He was often seen seeking her out in Gryffindor, where the flower of Gryffindor appeared less amiable than before, further providing fodder for ridicule from the Slytherins who disdained him. He appeared disheveled, having retreated to the infirmary after enduring mockery from 4 Gryffindors. As Lise passed by, her wand lowered and books in hand, she even heard Sirius grit his teeth and mutter. One day Lise couldn't be bothered to respond. Lise maintained her habit of perusing newspapers in the common room, ensuring she remained attuned to the outside world. A wizard's lifespan is over a century. With just 7 years in school, she needed to be informed about the world she would soon enter. While engrossed in the gossip column, she overheard Caro and her brother's raucous laughter. Their laughter was akin to the croaking of toads in the Black Lake, boisterous and unsightly, the sort even Crunch would disdain to consume. Hagrid had mentioned that he would catch some to feed to the owls during the holidays. At that moment, Lise wished she could silence them, as their laughter was unbearable. An abominable half-breed, she sneered. Is there truly nothing novel to say? The Gryffindor lions had unearthed old grievances, mocking her with cheap birthday gifts. Did birthdays even warrant gifts? The scornful gaze of Malfoy, the derided, was also directed at them, for he was evidently the target of their jibes, along with his sister, Narcissa, who seemed poised to marry soon after graduation. Snape, enduring the humiliation, struggled to maintain his composure. Before departing from the abandoned classroom where they had once studied together, he had even begun to alter spells from those books. How could such an astute mind now stand there, the subject of ridicule? The infamous Barty Crouch, known alongside Snape and Lise as one of Slytherin's 3 enigmas, had clearly taken note of this. His reaction to a Slytherin seeking out a Gryffindor was explosive, particularly upon learning the latter was a mudblood. He launched into a fervent diatribe about the importance of blood purity, brandishing a newspaper, his demeanor bordering on fanaticism. It appeared Snape was in need of funds. Lise had previously wondered where he procured the materials for his potion experiments, but it was evident he was now seeking ways to earn money. As Lise turned a corner, she spotted him handing a vial of pink potion to a Slytherin girl who looked down on him, in exchange for a pouch of coins. Despite racking her brain, Lise could not recall what the potion was, and it was clear that Snape had noticed her. What are you doing? Passing by. Why do you make it seem as though I'm eavesdropping? Not much, here you go. Lily suddenly recalled the list for potion ingredients she had tucked into her yarn bag. I'm not entirely sure, but you could always inquire. Snape wore a perplexed expression that conveyed, you have a question, which caused Lily to feel a bit flustered. She truly hadn't intended to eavesdrop. This is for you, of the potion list. Caught in her own nervous babbling, it was clear that Lily had yet to overcome this habit. Snape cast a glance at the parchment, intent on grasping it for a closer look, but then narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Lily instead, ultimately deciding against it. Fine. With her mind preoccupied with escaping, Lily hardly registered what Snape said. She seized his sleeve and stuffed the list into it before turning to leave. Her sweater was still unfinished, and she had yet to create a talking, singing vase, the Patronus charm, all those books, papers, and the imminent shedding of her pet Gablon. There was so much to do. Her studies in dark arts had stagnated, which only exacerbated her anxiety, and every time she awoke in the dead of night, she felt an urge to smash that vase. If only she could study the spells from her father's books more effectively. It would be so much easier. Lily reluctantly downed 2 vials of magic stabilizers, though she could not fathom why they seemed ineffective. She began to ponder the favorable conditions for successful spellcasting, concluding that her explosive desire to vent her frustrations was the primary hindrance. Upon realizing this, Lily felt somewhat lost, especially after she had just mocked Dumbledore for claiming that it wasn't the dark arts that clouded her mind, only to discover that indeed, a more restless disposition facilitated her spellcasting. After rising in the early hours, she sat at her desk for an extended period, fixated on that book while her thoughts spiraled. It wasn't until Gablon nudged her calf that she snapped back to reality, placing him on the table to inspect his skin condition. Noting that he still had some time before his official shedding, her mind remained in a whirl. Her father desired her to excel, while her mother wished for her to prove she was not mad. Thus, engaging with these books on dark arts could not possibly lead her to madness. Her mother had always placed her father above all else. Therefore, her expectations could not contradict his beliefs. Furthermore, her father had often remarked that her mother was a formidable witch, as evidenced by her long-standing success in the Nocturne Alley shop. So where was her line of thought going astray? Where? Chapter 81. From that moment until Christmas, Lily remained perplexed, and even as Christmas approached, she remained in a state of confusion. This year, her Christmas gifts included not only the bizarre baked cookies, but also a pair of oversized socks knitted during her practice sessions, which were far too large to fit into shoes. Nevertheless, she decided to give them away, presenting them to several professors, to Mrs. Pomfrey, Madame Hooch, Elle, and Snape. For Hagrid, she crafted a yarn hair tie, as she feared there wouldn't be enough yarn left if he were to receive socks as well. As for her own sweater, it was hideously ugly and barely wearable. On the very first day of its completion, she accidentally burned a hole in it. Her overly potent magic inadvertently scorched a hole in the hem, while she merely intended to cast a warming charm. Lily downed another vial of magic stabilizer, wondering why the contents of these glass vials seemed so ineffective. Her magic surged, causing her arms to ache. The taste was equally dreadful. Nothing seemed amiss. At the Christmas feast, Madame Pomfrey proudly displayed her green socks, a delightful gift for her as a fellow Slytherin alumna. Observing the professor's compliments about the thoughtful gift, Lily considered the cold climate of Hogwarts, perched atop a mountain. A pair of thick socks, albeit large, would surely be appreciated, especially by wizards of such notable stature. Surely, they could manage a simple shrinking charm. To her surprise, Dumbledore, clad in his moonlit robes adorned with twinkling stars, glanced at Lily and gave her a couple of inquisitive looks, as if he felt somewhat wronged. Since her solitary visit to Hogsmeade, which had proven to be starkly different from her expectations, Lily had refrained from returning, though she had observed Snape frequenting the place. Sitting beside him now, she caught a strong whiff of potion ingredients, indicating he had likely visited the apothecary. After a meager dinner consisting of a salad and half a serving of mashed potatoes, Lily retreated to her dormitory, unwrapping her Christmas gifts with the same cautiousness as in previous years, carefully tucking the wrapping paper beneath her bed. Elle had gifted her a long out-of-print cookbook, accompanied by 2 silver quills. Snape's present consisted of a multitude of magic stabilizers. Hagrid received a portable bag for Gablon, as last year's was now too small to serve any purpose beyond being a coin pouch. Lastly, there was a gift from Madame Pomfrey, a copy of Strange Cases from St. Mungo's. The following day, when visiting Hagrid, Lily noticed the yarn hair tie had been affixed to his beard. "Lily, your gift always aligns perfectly with my needs. This will prevent my beard from getting messy at mealtimes." As long as you're happy," Lily replied, cradling Gablon. She had knitted him a round yarn cover, with delicate, uniform stitches, enhanced by 2 warming charms, and adorned with a Slytherin serpent emblem protected by an additional charm. This had become her newfound pastime during a period of stagnation in her spellcasting. The simplest enchantment from basic alchemy, to imbue small trinkets with triggers. She had also crafted a transforming lion badge for Hagrid, which cast illumination, a spell she had completed just the night before. You can use it when venturing into the Forbidden Forest at night. It's far superior to a torch. Lily observed the giant wipe his eyes. "You shouldn't be in Slytherin, you're a good child." "That's enough, Hagrid. I am Slytherin, pursuing power and the glory demanded by my ancestors. That is the reality." Hagrid appeared taken aback. He had likely never witnessed Lily express such fervor. "Well, Gablon seems a bit chilly, so I'll take him back now. Goodbye, Hagrid." Although Lily recognized this was Hagrid's highest compliment, she felt a lingering discomfort. Suppressing her emotions, she retrieved a vial of magic stabilizer from her pocket and gulped it down, but to no avail. The discomfort caused by her turbulent magic only intensified her agitation. After some contemplation, she decided to visit the infirmary. The singing lily had once again sprouted a stem, and she had brought along some of Professor Sprout's fermented dragon dung, which could potentially accelerate its blooming. Perhaps it would blossom before the semester concluded. As she prepared the fertilizer, she personally inhaled its scent, which bore no odor, appearing remarkably pure. Carrying the fertilizer, Lily expressionlessly exited the common room. The common room had become increasingly unsettling. Her recent conversation with Regulus had revealed that Slytherin operated under specific rules. Previously, she had remained inconspicuous. But since her unrestrained altercation with Potter and his friends, she had drawn the attention of various investors. Any verbal exchanges, the acceptance of gifts, or even similar sentiments expressed in different locations could unwittingly categorize her into certain factions. As a result, Lily opted for silence, refraining from responses or even appearances. Over time, they would lose interest in her, for those in power would not linger in anticipation of a lower being's reply. Chapter 82. Upon entering the infirmary, Professor Slughorn was present. Noticing Lily's attire and hairstyle, he frowned slightly. "Oh, Merry Christmas, dear child. I must say, your cookies are absolutely delightful." After politely acknowledging his compliment, Lily scratched her face, as her overly long hair always seemed to brush against her skin whenever she bent down or moved, which was quite uncomfortable. After expressing her intentions, Lilith entered the office, focusing intently on administering fertilizer to the lilies. Upon her exit, she overheard Madame Pomfrey and Professor Slughorn discussing the rapid depletion of the bone-replenishing potion. It was evident that Hagrid and Lilith had played a role in this. One must admit that Lilith was a natural healer, having successfully mended all of Hagrid's monstrous creature's broken limbs. Consequently, the increased usage of the potion was understandable. Madame Pomfrey, in her admiration, almost reached out to pat Lilith on the head. "Madam, I believe I require a bit of a magical stabilizer. For some reason, the one I am currently consuming seems to have little effect." Lilith produced the remaining glass vials of stabilizer. Professor Slughorn casually took one, inspecting its quality before unscrewing the cap. It appears satisfactory. You didn't brew this yourself, did you? It must be from young Snape? Yes, Professor, Lilith replied, unfazed by the professor's candid remark. However, as he took a deep whiff, Professor Slughorn's brow furrowed with concern. To confirm his suspicions, he even took a sip himself. Adding sugar renders most potions ineffective. I trust you two wouldn't make such a fundamental error. Yet this contains sugar, I am certain of it. This is quite serious. Potions are a precise and critical aspect of healing. Who would dare to sweeten your concoction? Madame Pomfrey's voice was laced with ire. If this child failed to grasp the gravity of the situation or completely disregarded it, given her current magical control, it could lead to significant consequences, especially with her penchant for reckless behavior. Lilith's expression turned somber as well. Snape was passionate and dedicated to potion making. He would never treat it frivolously. If he had grievances, he would express them directly. This misstep could likely have been the doing of that troublesome quartet. Yet without tangible evidence, she hesitated to voice her suspicions. She could only soothe Madame Pomfrey, suggesting it might have been a result of her recent sleepless nights, leading to a momentary lapse in judgment. After Madame Pomfrey handed her 2 sleeping potions and a vial of the water of life, Lilith hastily exited the office. On the final night of the holiday, Lilith contemplated a venture into the Forbidden Forest, for the cookie fruit was ripe for picking. She intended to gather some to bake hard biscuits for Hagrid. However, with Hagrid present during the day, she risked being caught. But who could tell her who the wizard nearby, clumsily casting an invisibility charm, was? Snape. If my nose hasn't completely failed me, your scent is overwhelmingly potent. The aroma of absinthe was difficult to comprehend. How many calming potions had he brewed to imbue himself with such a fragrance? Seeing Starlys boldly draped in a black cloak as he approached the Forbidden Forest, Snape silently cursed the foolishness of the reed grass, while also involuntarily sniffing his own sleeve, acknowledging the heavy scent. Ignoring Lilith, Snape continued into the Forbidden Forest. Observing his lack of response, Lilith decided to head straight for the fruit trees. Their coincidental path side by side prompted Snape to momentarily halt, but seeing her remain unperturbed, he eased his suspicions slightly. After they each completed their respective tasks without interference, they tacitly diverged their paths on the return journey, both thinking the same thought, reed grass. Upon encountering each other before the hourglass of points, they exchanged silent curses, their expressions tight-lipped as they made their way toward the dungeons. At a corner, Lilith suddenly seized Snape by the collar, pulling him into a dark, torchless cell. Just as Snape was about to wrench himself free, intent on creating distance between them, they heard Peeves' voice. Aha! The blood traitor Barrow is not home. Let me see what mischief I can find in Slytherin's common room tonight. Peeves, the most vexatious and troublesome ghost among the castle's spirits, delighted in tormenting students. Should he spot them, he would surely make it known throughout the castle. Since ghosts could pass through walls, they had no way of knowing whether Peeves lingered in the common room, or had already departed. But they could not afford to take risks. Reluctantly, Lilith led Snape to the kitchen. She had previously noticed his profound respect for food. Every morsel on his plate was consumed thoroughly, regardless of his preferences. The house elf responsible for the nighttime cleaning, seeing 2 young wizards enter the kitchen, naturally assumed they were hungry and presented them with an enormous platter of food. When Lilith indicated they could not finish it all, the elf brought several containers for them to take away. As Lilith stuffed the boxes into her robes, she realized her garments could not accommodate them all. Unable to withstand the dejected gaze of the house elves, she glanced around and tossed 2 of the boxes into Snape's robes, even as he forcefully attempted to reclaim the captured corners of his cloak. Chapter 83. 2 Young Wizards. The esteemed professor of divination has appeared in the first-floor corridor. I suspect he has come to warm some wine in the kitchen. If you 2 wish to avoid him, it would be prudent to leave now, remarked an older house elf, adorned in a Hogwarts tea towel. Lilith's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly moved to exit. Snape, perplexed by her urgency, followed suit, reasoning that accompanying her was preferable to risking an encounter with Peeves. As for Lilith's haste, it traced back to the previous divination class. Ever since she realized the subject bore no practical merit, she often found herself daydreaming during lessons, fixated on the tea leaves at the bottom of her cup, contemplating various matters: the progress of spells, the growth of lilies, the boundaries between light and dark magic, and the influence of emotions on spellcasting. This distracted state led to her being called upon by the professor to interpret the shapes formed by the tea leaves. She inadvertently read from the textbook on transfiguration instead, only realizing her error halfway through. The gypsy witch, reeking of alcohol, took a sip from her cup, and Lilith suspected it to be Sherry. The professor fixed her with a peculiar, dreamy gaze for an extended period. As Lilith, feeling increasingly anxious under the scrutiny, a hand suddenly brushed her hair aside before retreating. "Ah, sit down, child. There is nothing to worry about. In divination, we can only determine the existence of potentialities based on historical precedents. What I am teaching you now is merely a means to identify those rare individuals with inherent talent and insight. Clearly, child, you are not suited for this path." Though she spoke thus, the professor herself had only taken a tentative step down this road. She could not definitively ascertain Lilith's future. However, as she spoke, the professor produced a deck of cards from somewhere, and solemnly ignited a sprig of white sage above them. After observing Lilith's expression, she shuffled the cards rapidly and instructed Lilith to select one. Lilith, still vexed over allowing someone to touch her head, recognized that even for a wizard, a direct blow to the head, whether from a spell, weapon, or fist, could render one defenseless. She randomly pointed to a card situated at the edge, uncertain of its significance, especially since she had spent the previous lesson drifting in thought. After the professor drew the card and examined it intently, she reached out as if to lift Lilith's hair again, but this time Lilith evaded her touch. The professor's demeanor shifted, her tone became sharper. "What I see is not promising. The divination reveals only possibilities, but child, what I perceive is rather grim." The professor's eyes, once clouded by the effects of alcohol, now bore a strange intensity. "What I see is a resolute executor." After speaking, she hiccuped, causing nearby students to discreetly cover their mouths and noses, for the scent of fermented wine was far from pleasant. Seated beside Lys at the adjacent table, the Ravenclaw student appeared distinctly impatient. Once again it was the same refrain. "If we have been deemed unworthy for several months, why not allow us to pursue other subjects rather than squander our time here?" It was evident that the prior assessments of talent had been reiterated countless times. The professor, however, paid no heed to the young man's grumblings, instead turning to seize the teacup that Lys had just placed on the table, twisting left and right, pondering with a mix of determination and trepidation. Was that a thorn? Suffering? Hardship? Oh, and what is this? Thankfully, there remained some leeway. The professor clicked his tongue. He glanced at Lys, seemingly inclined to whisper something into her ear. However, much to his surprise, her pet, a magical dormouse, tumbled from the brim of her hat. The surrounding classmates and the professor remained unfazed. Such occurrences were commonplace in previous classes. After conversing with a student, the professor would typically return the creature to its perch atop his hat to continue its slumber. But this was no ordinary student. This was Lys, who habitually bore a snake with her, and this particular serpent had an unusual interest in devouring magical beings. As the dormouse lifted its head from Lys's ear, she instinctively swiped the professor's pet off the table, sending it flying far away. Grabbing the short, stout tail of the dormouse as it bounced away in pursuit of its quarry, she pulled it back. "Gah! You cannot eat." Although no tangible harm was inflicted upon the dormouse, the professor was evidently furious. Even during the Christmas feast, upon seeing Lys, a flicker of anger would cross his features. Thus, Snape could be seen by the divination professor. For a professor who openly violated school rules by drinking in class would not trouble a student who merely ventured to the kitchen at midnight out of hunger. But Lys was another matter entirely. If she were caught tonight, she might find herself in Professor Slughorn's office the following day, sentenced to detention. The divination professor bore a particular grudge against her, especially after the incident involving the dormouse. Chapter 84. As Lys dashed down the corridor towards the staircase on the second floor, she sought an empty classroom for solitude. Yet, as the staircase began to shift and carried her further away from her intended destination, she hesitated momentarily before seeking refuge in a familiar spot. And as for Snape? She hoped he would not be caught. If he were, it would be of little consequence, as long as he did not, like Potter and his friends, implicate her in the process. She certainly did not wish to face another detention. She had already completed all the assignments given by Professor Slughorn. This floor housed the library, and Lys's memories of that night in the restricted section remained vivid, though her fear had somewhat abated, though it paled in comparison to personal experience. That experimental notebook had raised her threshold of terror to unprecedented heights. Upon entering the library and settling down in the vacant reading room adjacent to Madame Pants, Lys found her taut nerves unable to relax, leading to a headache and unstable magic. To alleviate her anxiety, she randomly selected a book from the nearest shelf by the door. However, before she could even knock on the eagle-headed door knocker, she sensed Gau's subtle warning signal. The knocker would emit a sound, so she quickly concealed herself beneath a table. The cacophony of footsteps suggested at least two individuals. and the absence of lantern light indicated they were not patrolling professors. Peering outside, Liz discerned no shadows, not even a hint of suspicious figures. Perhaps they were cloaked in invisibility, or perhaps they employed advanced disillusionment charms. The restricted section's alchemical tome is truly fascinating, brother. If my spells were not so dismal, forcing me to rely on you, perhaps you could enjoy a restful night. The soft, melodious voice of a young boy resonated from between two rows of tables. Liz was certain it was a disillusionment charm. The other voice was considerably more mature, its hushed tone laced with caution. Do not speak. Liz felt a wave of conflict. They were intent on entering the restricted section. She did not wish to meddle and risk being discovered. Yet if another incident akin to Madame Pances occurred, could she remain indifferent? Ultimately, she resolved to cast a silencing charm upon herself and observe quietly with a book in hand. Liz attempted to squeeze herself into the narrow space between the shelves, but it proved challenging. Her long legs trembled slightly as she crouched. In the end, she abandoned that cramped spot and instead settled at the base of the first shelf in the restricted section, as it appeared relatively secure. The thick chains binding the books above her offering some semblance of safety. Crouched there, Liz soon heard the sound of pages turning, accompanied by the soft exchanges between the young boy and his brother. The Ravenclaw library lacked such intriguing tomes, although some experiments might not be embraced by those narrow-minded individuals. Brother, is it not an honor for these test subjects to sacrifice for the sake of knowledge? Liz distinctly heard her brother inhale sharply. I do not wish to debate this. If you have had your fill, we may leave now. Suppressed anger emanated from the deep voice. Seizing the opportunity while the silencing charm was still in effect, Liz reinforced her protective charms and cast another silencing charm upon herself. She dared not move carelessly after hearing those words. Chapter 84. Although the experimental notebook purchased by her mother did not contain photographs or sketches of the experimenters, the recorded language and perspective were undeniably mad. Unlike the survival-driven hunting, these experimenters revealed a more deranged pursuit of amusement within their words, indifferent to the consequences. One individual's remarks mirrored those of the young boy with alarming accuracy. Liz, exhausted from her crouched position, felt a surge of anxiety, her head throbbed, and her magical fluctuations intensified. If she were to consume a stabilizing potion, the scent might escape, thus she needed to redirect her focus. After layering herself with several silencing charms, Liz began to scrutinize the nearby bookshelf. Wooden. Liz could glean little else, but on the second tier of the shelf, a particular book caught her eye. It was the very tome she had clutched to her chest for courage the night she rescued Madame Pances. A large, thick, coverless book, grimy and exuding an odd odor. Her footprints still marked its surface. This book seemed harmless. Perhaps she could take a look. Mustering her courage, she cautiously extracted the book, casting a silencing charm upon it as well. She was genuinely afraid of the madman, akin to the dark wizard across from her mother's shop, who would capture muggles for experimentation. As she opened the book, Liz yearned to revisit the first-year reading primer, hoping to decipher its contents. But what was written was utterly unrecognizable, not even in English. Frustrated, she flipped further, wishing for something she could comprehend or perhaps an illustration. Quickly, she was captivated by a moving illustration depicting a monkey evolving from foraging for insects to using tools for hunting. The subsequent image showed the monkey seemingly modifying a weapon, while donning what resembled a house elf's tea towel. The next page revealed an even more astonishing scene. The monkey had constructed a hut, forming a community, complete with division of labor. Seizing the moment of shock, Liz cast another silencing charm, and listened intently to the murmurs nearby. The young boy continued to murmur to himself as he flipped through the pages, while his brother's breathing, though faint, remained steady. Lily continued to read, observing as a solitary monkey transformed into a multitude of simian beings. Within a rudimentary village where an upright figure emerged, the other monkeys prostrated themselves on the ground before this singular entity, which held a branch aloft, adorned with what appeared to be intricately painted leaves, likely of willow wood. A frenzied speculation ignited within Lily, causing her breath to quicken as she turned the page. To her astonishment, as the monkey raised the willow branch, its visage began to morph, ultimately transforming into that of a human. Lily couldn't help but pinch her own arm, pondering if she was, in fact, a monkey that had been transformed. Was it her parents who had captured her in the woods and used a wand to transmute her into a young witch? She reassured herself that perhaps this book's text was beyond her comprehension, possibly a tale from a foreign land? Yet, by the following day, seated in Professor Flitwick's classroom, her thoughts remained ensnared by this narrative, particularly the photograph on her father's desk that she had yet to see. Could it possibly depict her former self as a monkey? Chapter 85. Lily grappled with the notion of whether wizards could indeed be transformed from monkeys, particularly given Professor McGonagall's remarkable ability to transfigure between two animals. Furthermore, the advanced transfiguration curriculum included a subject termed human transfiguration, suggesting that humans could be altered by magic. This lent a semblance of understanding to the zealous experimentalists, akin to her own past actions of extracting bones from ferocious beasts for study, conducting her own spellcasting with no remorse. A shiver coursed through Lily. Perhaps it was best not to delve too deeply into these thoughts, as her own potential fate could render her a subject of their experiments. Preoccupied with other matters, she mechanically waved her wand towards a vase, reciting incantations. Presently, only Potter and Evans had succeeded. Their vases were vociferously boasting about Quidditch being the greatest sport in the wizarding world, while one recited the history of magic. Lost in thoughts of monkeys, Lily was suddenly startled by her own vase, which screamed incessantly, "Monkey! Monkey! Monkey!" The shrill voice permeated the classroom, effectively drowning out the Quidditch and magical history discussions of the two vases, even causing Goyle to bury his head in Lily's robes. Professor Flitwick was taken aback. For at this beginner's level, a vase's utterances would reflect the most vivid impressions of the spellcaster. But monkeys? Whose monkey? What was the significance of monkeys? Just as Flitwick prepared to wave his wand, he witnessed Lily swiftly cast a silencing charm on her peculiar silver vase. Ah! The spell was executed with both speed and precision, the tone just right, and her wand movements were succinct and efficient, remarkably adept. Excellent, Slytherin earns 3 points. If you could manage its volume, it would merit 5 points. Keep it up, my child. Flitwick then cast a spell to restore the vase to its tranquil silver state. Snape, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, his greasy hair obscuring his expression as he continued his spell practice. He was not incapable, rather, he would not allow the spell to succeed until he could guarantee control over what it would say. Yet monkeys? What had that brainless Reed encountered the night before? After class, Lily appeared somewhat disoriented, while Potter bellowed, imitating her vase, "Monkey! Monkey!" Perhaps it was the rumor that Slytherin resembled a monkey? Noticing the displeased glances from the Slytherins, Potter even raised an eyebrow in provocation. Lily, standing at a distance from Evans, remarked, "Oh, by the way, Snape, I forgot to mention, the potion I asked you to brew for me, the one to stabilize magical energy, was discovered by Professor Slughorn to contain sugar." He was quite irate, yes. Yet she did not specify who had been angry. Perhaps Professor Pomfrey would be incensed as well. Who knew? He might deduct 20 points from the prankster if he continued to misbehave. Oh, and surely Professor McGonagall would dock points for disrespecting the founders of the house. As she observed Evans glaring at Potter with her fiery red hair, Lily lifted her chin and departed the corridor. She stood a half-head taller than most of her fellow young witches, making her flowing hair all the more conspicuous. Chapter 86. On a Sunday, Lily nestled against a beech tree, engrossed in a tome on the Patronus charm. A few senior girls descended the hillside, conjuring a yellow checkered picnic blanket, where they began to chat. "I've already flunked my exams, but it doesn't matter. My mother doesn't care. After graduation, I'll marry into a pureblood family in Germany. Oh, I'm in a similar boat. My father has found me a suitable husband. So I must maintain at least 2 exceeds expectations grades, though he seems a bit older than I'd prefer." As the conversation shifted from unsatisfactory suitors to hairstyling woes, one senior tossed aside a book titled Trendy Hair Guide. The book had been fine a year prior, but now appeared rather outdated. "Does anyone want it? I don't need it anymore." Sitting together, the girls, concerned with appearances, were unlikely to accept something deemed obsolete. As their afternoon tea drew to a close, Lily leapt from the tree and pointed to the book, asking, "Excuse me, could I have that book?" The girl with lovely curly hair shot Lily a surprised glance, shrugged, and left the book on the ground beside her. The senior girls then performed a few household spells to tidy up the hillside before departing. The book revealed an abundance of illustrations showcasing handsome and beautiful models demonstrating hair charms and potions. Lily returned to her dormitory's washroom, gazing into the mirror at her tousled, rust-red hair, reminiscent of that James Potter's unruly style. After testing a spell on the curtain tassels and finding it satisfactory, she turned the wand upon her own hair. However, the difficulty of working on herself versus an inanimate object was immense. She struggled to achieve the desired results, ultimately trimming and adjusting. The bad news was that her hair now barely reached 3 fingers in length atop her head. The good news was that even if it stood on end, it no longer resembled that arrogant Gryffindor's hairstyle. Satisfied, she continued to peruse the book, discovering a potion called Swift Smoothing Serum, which depicted a model with long hair shaking her locks wildly, yet in a moment of stillness, Her hair fell into a sleek, shiny, and well-groomed state. Remarkable. Yet as she glanced further down the page, she noted, ugh, Potter's family invention. How utterly unnatural. It looks completely false. Disregarding the book, she tossed it into her toiletries basket. Looking into the mirror at her visage, Lily felt a pang of regret for having cut her hair. Her complexion was pale, her cheeks gaunt, and dark circles framed her already large eyes, giving her an appearance that resembled someone unwell. In reality, she simply hadn't been eating or sleeping well, compounded by the stress weighing heavily on her mind. Searching her pockets, she found a lunchbox prepared by a house elf and nibbled on its contents. With astronomy class scheduled for the evening, Lily decided to bake Hagrid's notoriously hard biscuits. This time, she even increased the fruit content, resulting in a batch that was firmer than the previous one. None of it crumbled under the knife's edge. Moreover, the aroma was absolutely divine, wafting through the bag even from a distance. Before leaving the castle, Lise spotted Dumbledore standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, smiling as he watched several Hufflepuff badgers exchanging food and toys. As Lise passed by, he cast several glances her way. Ah, the castle's house elves mentioned you. A young Slytherin girl with a passion for cooking. It must be you, Lise. They adore you. That bundle of yarn you gifted them brought them immense joy over the holidays. When Dumbledore began to speak, he glanced at Lise, but his attention quickly returned to the bag of cookies as if he were intensely curious about their contents. Out of courtesy, Lise opened the bag to let him sample one, but before she could warn him about their hardness, he popped one into his mouth. The loud crunch startled Lise. She recalled the little snakes in the common room mentioning that Dumbledore was nearly 100 years old. Surely he couldn't risk breaking a tooth. These are for Hagrid. He prefers them a bit on the hard side. Dumbledore covered his mouth with his hand and said nothing, merely nodding with the cookie still in his mouth, before quickly departing with the other 2 cookies in hand. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Lise found him absent, unsure of where he had gone. Initially, she considered hanging the cookies on the doorknob, but feared that their enticing aroma might attract some creature. Recalling how Hagrid's neatly cut meat had mysteriously vanished from outside his door last time, Hagrid had claimed it was a thestral. Yet she had not seen any animal come by. The meat had simply disappeared into thin air. After contemplating, Lise tightly secured the crunchy yarn bundle, preparing to wait for Hagrid's return. This way, Gagging could roam freely in Hagrid's room, playing in that absurdly large food trough until she had to attend her astronomy class. She had even prepared her paper and quill for that purpose. After a while, Hagrid returned, his hair adorned with twigs and dried leaves, as if he had buried his head in a pile of autumn foliage. Oh, it seems you've been waiting a long time. Your face is all red from the cold. Why did you cut your hair? The girl Hagrid was addressing seemed to recall their last encounter, where Lise had shown a dislike for being defined by others, and thus swallowed her unfinished thought. Oh, it's nothing. My hair was obstructing my vision, making it inconvenient. And it was uncomfortable brushing against my face. Most importantly, I can't look like Potter, it's just too unattractive. As for whether a girl should cut her hair this short, it didn't matter. Lise had never paid heed to such things. Her mother didn't care either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bought her trousers typically worn by boys. The room was quite cold. A recent snowfall had left Lise's boots coated with snow, both inside and out. Although a thorough cleaning could remove the accumulation, it could not dispel the biting chill. Sensing Lise's discomfort, Hagrid quickly tidied the fireplace and arranged the firewood. Oh, where's my beard tie? He exclaimed. Ah, here it is. He fished out a black hair tie from one of his inner pockets and secured it to his beard before retrieving a piece of peppery candy from another pocket. After grasping his beard, he popped the candy into his mouth. Lise, still puzzled, wondered why he hadn't started the fire yet. Her feet were growing numb. Who would have thought Hagrid would tilt his head back, pinch his nose, and then blow a jet of flame into the fireplace? Witnessing this spectacle, Lise's eyes widened even more in astonishment. Oh, Lise, I wanted to show you this last time, but the fire was already lit. What do you think? Doesn't it look magnificent, like a dragon? Oh, I must admit, Lise, dragons are simply enchanting. They are the most delightful creatures in the world, aren't they? As the conversation veered towards dragons, Hagrid savored the surprisingly well-textured cookie, expressing his desire to one day raise a dragon, while Lise sprawled on the sofa, watching Gagging chase the liberated mouse toy. The fluffy creature was remarkably adept at evading capture, often startling Lise with its sudden appearances. She cast a Lumos charm upon it, making it more visible. After Hagrid had finished extolling his dream of owning a dragon, he prepared to brew Lise a cup of tea with the recently boiled water. However, as he moved, some twigs and leaves tangled in his hair threatened to tumble into the pot. Hagrid, let me freshen up your hair for you. This gentle giant always exhibited a peculiar mix of aversion and longing whenever he saw others using wands. So Lise would either cast her spells when he was distracted or announce her intentions beforehand. Sipping from the large pot of red tea, Lise finally felt her feet regain some sensation, albeit accompanied by a prickling sting due to the earlier cold. She lay there, watching Hagrid slice meat and ramble on, occasionally sharing a silly grin with his sole audience. Lise surprisingly felt a bit drowsy, reminiscent of the lethargy she experienced when the lily in the greenhouse had been humming. Chapter 87. Yet before Lise could truly succumb to slumber, a chorus of boys called out, "Hagrid, we've come to play. Remus has discovered a gigantic spider you'll love." Hagrid dashed to the door with an unusually bright and enthusiastic smile, but just as he opened it a crack, he seemed to recall something and attempted to close it again, though it was too late. Two boys slipped through the narrow opening, and as Hagrid tried to catch them by their collars to push them back outside, two others took advantage of the distraction and squeezed in as well. It was Potter and his friends. Remus was holding a metal cage containing a spider larger than a hand, frantically trying to escape. Sirius Black, sporting a nonchalant grin, poked at it with his wand. Perhaps it was Lise's sudden upright posture or Remus Lupin's unmistakable embarrassment that prompted Hagrid to vividly recall the unpleasant incidents involving these 5 students this term. He transformed from a flustered guardian, trying to manage the situation, into a bewildered figure standing in the center of the room. The impact of such a large man wearing such a perplexed expression was quite formidable. Furthermore, Sirius Black was loudly informing Hagrid, "This is a Slytherin. A master of dark magic, a dark wizard. Hagrid, you shouldn't let such a person near your hut. Just look at that ghastly creature. It's like something out of a drug-induced stupor." Lise at that moment, indeed, looked quite unwell, with prominent dark circles under her eyes. The consequences of an unhealthy diet and rapid growth contributing to her robes hanging loosely around her. The tattered sweater peeked out from the seams of her robe. Having been jolted awake, she felt somewhat disoriented, her appearance certainly not normal. The abrupt awakening was more exhausting than never having slept at all. Forcing herself to regain composure, Lise fixed her gaze on Hagrid, who was nervously clutching his clothes, muttering about how they were all good kids. "Gagung. Let us go." Lise tugged at her robe, which had crumpled from her relaxed position on Hagrid's sofa, which resembled a bed. Hagrid adored Gryffindor, and as a Slytherin, she always felt the need to retreat when they were enjoying themselves. Yes, Lise reassured herself. It was akin to how her mother would disappear silently when she was distressed, as if her absence was the most helpful support she could offer. Carefully tucking Gagging into the yarn bundle, Lise checked the warmth charm before gathering her cloak and stepping into the snowy outdoors. From behind the door that Potter had closed, she could hear exclamations like, "Oh Hagrid, your cookies are really hard," and Peter's sharp inquiry, "Oh, Hagrid, what is this? The glowing mouse, what a marvel." Without a backward glance, Lise made her way to the library. After exchanging greetings with Madame Pants, she sought out 2 books that were tenuously related to the guardian charm. However, her restless spirit prevented her from conjuring even a wisp of silver smoke this time. With a tinge of irritation, she forced herself to nibble on a sandwich before ascending to the observatory at the highest point of the castle. Arriving a tad too early, she found herself alone, as the biting wind swirled around her, carrying flurries of snow from the open expanse. In an effort to combat the chill, Lise cast a warming charm on her beloved Gabbler, for she was deeply concerned about the little creature's well-being, especially since its native habitat was a much warmer place. Battling against the gusts that threatened to topple her, Lise leaned against the railing and gazed down at the scene before her. The billowing black fabric of her robe offered little solace against the cold, even tugging her backward slightly, evoking memories of her first night at Hogwarts. The robe, heavy with water from the Black Lake, was both cold and cumbersome. Snape, Madame Pomfrey, Hagrid, each had more pressing matters to attend to, and she ought to be more discreet. Shouldn't she? No more careless moments of relaxation. What did the book say? Harry's friends believed he would lead them to a promised land. But what land could she possibly offer them? Her own barren soil. She should strive harder. Shouldn't she? Chapter 88. As the astronomy class commenced, both professors and students trembled, their hands shaking as they grasped brass telescopes to observe the celestial bodies. Lise felt as though her fingers had become glued to the cold metal of the telescope. The ink showed signs of freezing, and upon submitting a smudged chart of star trajectories, she tucked Gabbler closer to her chest, still tender from its recent molt. Lise had previously contemplated leaving Gabbler in the dormitory to play on its own, but after her belongings had been haphazardly tossed into a new dormitory at the start of her second year, her trust in the security of the dormitory had waned significantly. By the time class ended, it was already midnight. Apart from the students leaving astronomy, even the portraits in the corridors had begun to doze off. Liz deviated from the crowd to head to the kitchen, feeling unwell. Perhaps a cup of warm milk would alleviate her discomfort. Anything would suffice. As long as it wasn't a sleeping potion, or the draught of living death. The last time Madame Pomfrey had given her a potion during Christmas, she found that waking from the dream was nothing short of an escape. In that dream, she was unable to awaken, witnessing her father's disdainful remarks about her inadequacies. While her mother lamented, "If you cannot win your father's affection, then perhaps we should part ways," waving a wand adorned with willow leaves, transforming her back into a monkey. Then, she saw another monkey turn into a child, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Regulus Black. That Saturday, Liz did not leave her dormitory. The dream had filled her with such rage that she wanted to burst out of her door and confront Regulus Black with all her might. This also intensified her anxiety regarding her academic progress, as she struggled to assimilate both school knowledge and the wisdom from her father's books. At the conclusion of one book in the library, the author had lamented that the emergence of an exceptional individual is contingent upon a certain elusive quality, often referred to as talent. In another book, her father had inscribed a similar sentiment with a quill. What use is diligence? In the realm of magic, talent is Merlin's final decree. Talent is the true path to greatness. Liz was genuinely terrified at the prospect of lacking this so-called talent. What would she do then? Sipping the warm milk from the pot, Liz felt her hands, feet, and stomach escape from the brink of freezing. Accepting the handkerchief offered by a house elf, she wiped her mouth and complimented it on the exquisite craftsmanship of its knitted bow tie, which seemed to send the little elf into a frenzy of excitement upon receiving the milk jug. Now warmed, Liz decided to return to her dormitory early. Gabler had been unusually quiet for a while, likely fatigued from their earlier escapades in Hagrid's hut. As she opened the door to the common room, she was met with a scene that took her by surprise. Snape was being confronted by the upperclassman, Caro, who had her wand pointed at him. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed while it was Caro who appeared to be sweating profusely. Liz attempted to feign ignorance, adopting a demeanor of "I see nothing. This does not concern me," as she made her way back to her dormitory. However, it was evident that the two had other thoughts. Caro, seemingly inebriated, swayed her wand between Snape and Liz, floundering in her threats. Recognizing her inability to pose any real danger, given her abysmal academic performance, Liz was nonetheless influenced by the deeply ingrained notion that one should never be pointed at by a wand. With a surge of determination, she disarmed Caro, sending her oily wand flying aside. Balancing Gabler's knitted cylinder in her arms, she retreated to her dormitory, feeling Gabler growing heavier. Though uncertain of what transpired between Snape and Caro afterward, it was evident that she would no longer confront Snape in the common room, nor would she dare to insult Evans's lineage while attempting to curry favor with Snape alongside Malfoy. Even upon seeing Liz, she had lost much of her audacity. It seemed she had spent a week in the hospital wing, due to an inexplicable rash that had taken root on her face. During those days, Liz felt that Snape's peculiar blend of pride and insecurity had lessened considerably. Perhaps those earlier classmates who had so maliciously undermined others had also been suitably dealt with. In Charms class, whether it was the haunting image of the screaming monkey vase that lingered in Liz's mind, or perhaps she simply could not shake the memory of the monkey, every subsequent Charms lesson found her vase emitting the cries of the monkey. The only difference lay in the volume of its screeches. After class, Professor Flitwick retained a few students who were making little progress, and Liz decided to stay. Feeling her own vase had not been a resounding success, the professor stood atop a chair, observing the students, explaining that while many children participated in the ultimate wizarding examination with poorly cast spells, graduating without the ability to effectively wield a complete charm, he remained steadfast in his commitment as a charms instructor. He wished for his students to possess a means of self-protection in these tumultuous times, be it potions or charms. They must have at least one skill that could save them from the threat of death, whether by resisting or succumbing to coercion. He reiterated the significance of emotion and conviction when casting spells. At last, one student managed to elicit a sound from his vase that expressed a pitiful, "It's too hard. Why is it so difficult? I'm hungry. I want a chicken leg." Although weak, it was a success. Liz sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. When she had succeeded for the first time, her mind had been more preoccupied with the shock of the previous night's vision, while this student's emotions were steeped in irritation and hunger, neither of which conveyed a clear desire for his vase to speak. Did this mean that any strong emotion could enable one to cast a spell, regardless of its nature, be it swift healing or something darker? And what of those deranged individuals who relished the use of dark magic? If they were merely reveling in excitement, could they wield dark magic too? holding her wand. Liz felt nothing but frustration. No other emotion stirred within her, not even the fear that had once surged when recalling that experimental notebook, as she sat in her dormitory, motionless for an entire afternoon. The more urgent one feels, the more one finds oneself devoid of any useful emotions. Lisa's frustration led her to tug at her hair as she made her way to the infirmary. It was time to rid the lilies of their pests. Chapter 89. Standing before the flower pot, gazing at the round holes on the leaves, Lise was overwhelmed by an impulse to excavate the lily bulbs, cleanse them and repot them. Surely, this soil harbored insect eggs. How could the leaves become riddled with such numerous voids in merely 2 or 3 days? That slippery creature was once again gulped down. And Madame Pomfrey praised Lise for her excellent care of the snake, noting its amiable and pristine nature. Indeed, the Gaboon viper was inherently docile and lethargic, and prolonged exposure to the magical realm had bestowed upon Lise a deceptive sense of its almost sentient demeanor. Its broad, rotund body was adorned with patterned markings, giving it a wholesome, almost comical appearance in the sunlight. Essentially, it appeared to be a bumbling, plump creature. This physique was utterly unique among serpents, leading former classmates to mock Lise for having raised a snake that resembled a pig. Lise could only wish those students would immerse themselves more in their studies. After all, the Gaboon's characteristics were simply what they were. They should cease their daily fantasies of soaring through the skies on those wretched brooms, competing for a ball, for perhaps then their grades might improve. Professor Slughorn would not need to labor tirelessly to concoct plausible excuses for each little wizard to pass their final assessments. As she passed Madame Pomfrey's storeroom for potions, Lise recalled Sirius Black's mocking taunt, reminiscent of one addicted to a euphoria-inducing potion. Joyous? The essence of happiness was fundamental to the Patronus charm. Perhaps she could experiment. After all, in her current understanding, emotions seemed to serve as both a breach and a key. If only she could harness sufficient emotion, she might explore the influence of feelings on spells. Thus commenced an afternoon a week later, when half the school beheld Slytherin's Starlise Black clad in a shirt and pants so dazzlingly gaudy they strained the eyes, parading with her snake throughout the castle over the course of 2 days. This included, but was not limited to, her deriding defense against the dark arts teacher for his subpar instruction, storming onto the Transfiguration classroom podium while shrieking and vigorously ruffling Professor McGonagall's animagus form, a tabby cat, during class, and exhibiting an exuberance in charms that left her incapable of uttering anything beyond raucous laughter. Additionally, she had transformed Sirius Black's hair into a cascade of shimmering silver locks. She had cast a hair enchantment on that foolish dog, ensuring his hair became the most ostentatious in the crowd, as he had mocked Lise for her crystalline ensemble. Professor McGonagall remarked that if the child did not harm anyone, such antics were surprisingly endearing. Sirius, however, saw it differently. He viewed this as an insult, a matter far graver than a mere brawl. His pride was at stake. Ultimately, as Lise prepared to break through the ice of the Black Lake, eager to frolic with the giant squid, she was forcibly ushered into the infirmary by Hagrid, who could no longer tolerate her antics. He had spent countless hours rescuing her from the depths of the forest, convinced that her behavior was decidedly abnormal. Initially, he believed she was simply elated by some good news, yet it appeared she was suffering from a potion-induced euphoria, not a grave issue, merely a side effect of heightened traits and muddled thoughts. As Madame Pomfrey administered the antidote, she couldn't help but admire Lisa's radiant smile. It seemed she had never witnessed the child smile so beautifully before. Lisa's hair was perpetually uneven, always draped in her father's old garments, moving through life in a shadowy corner, concealing her soft heart while fiercely retaliating over trivial grievances. Now, with her hair freshly cropped, her previously hidden large eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance, wide open and vibrant, nourished by good food and rest over the past couple of days, rendering her somewhat stunning, a young lady, rather than a girl. Aside from the ostentatious shirt, Madame Pomfrey swore she had never seen such a garment in her years at the school. Adorned with an array of crystals that refracted light into dazzling colors at the slightest touch, rendering Lise nearly unapproachable. It was utterly extravagant. Even though she could not remain quietly seated on the hospital bed, Lise still maintained her respect for Madame Pomfrey, inhaling the potion before promptly swallowing it. This was one of the reasons the matron favored Lise. Regardless of a potion's appearance or efficacy, they often tasted remarkably vile, sometimes even provoking coughing fits, leaving messes in their wake. Yet Lise was different. She managed to consume any potion with poise, cleanliness, and decisiveness. As Lisa's smile gradually faded, the matron realized the potion was taking effect. A little while later, observing no complications, the child would be ready to attend her classes. The Patronus charm, still a feeble, silvery mist, wafted from Lisa's wand, and the eagerness of her experimentation had yielded this outcome. Truly, the direction of her efforts had gone awry. Although disappointed, Lise returned to her dormitory to change into a more appropriate shirt and don her school robe for class, standing at the door unprepared for what awaited her. Chapter 90. Following her usual habit, Lise settled in a corner, opened her textbook, and awaited the professor, her mind inevitably clouded with disappointment. Despite diligently practicing spells, she had achieved little success, and her alternative methods had proven futile. Had she perhaps overdone it with the sunlit orchids? Or was it the proximity of her potion intake? How could she have succumbed to a euphoric potion? After 2 days of turmoil, the Patronus charm remained elusive. She smacked her lips, but on the bright side, even during her 2-day madness, Gabon had been well cared for, his belly now round. Perhaps she could visit the infirmary to procure some digestive potion for him. Patting Gabon's head, she noticed a collar around what could be considered his short neck. Wait, a collar? Who would adorn a snake with a collar? Hastily, Lise removed the object, discovering it was embellished with a delicate ring of shimmering crystals. Bringing it to her nose, she detected a faint scent reminiscent of magical rose essence. Where had she acquired this? Stashing the collar away, Lise realized she had never acknowledged her fondness for sparkling objects, which invariably brightened her spirits. As each student entering the room cast a glance her way, suppressing their amusement, Lise sensed something awry. Sifting through her chaotic memories of the past 2 days, had she done something noteworthy? Why were they all regarding her so curiously? When the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor entered, pushing a cage through the door, Lise's South memory clicked into place. The same professor, the same spot. Even the cage was identical. As the professor released the dark creatures and boggots for the students, she had loudly derided such conduct. Releasing boggots that dwell in the gloomy forests and marshes, relying on wizards' fears for their deception. Professor, this utterly fails to showcase their true power. What would these students do in the face of a genuine attack? As Lise reflected once more, she felt as though she had lost her sanity. She had actually projected the images from that experimental notebook. Once attacked and rendered incapable of retaliation, we can become like this. When Lise uttered those words, she appeared somewhat bewildered. But what should we do, Professor? Shouldn't you teach us how to cope with such situations? Stop acting like a useless being and demonstrate some real skills. Professor Flitwick declared that you are an expert. Following this statement, the class bell rang. And although the professor seemed momentarily stunned, he said nothing. The mess that Lise had left behind at that time was now hers to rectify. Lise made a concerted effort to shrink into herself, hoping fervently that everyone present was blind, particularly the one standing at the podium. Oh Black, has your euphoric potion addiction subsided? Mrs. Pomfrey's abilities are indeed formidable. After the professor made this remark, he even cracked a slight smile. The class continued on its previous course, and with 15 minutes remaining, the professor halted his lecture. I believe, to a certain extent, that Mr. Black is quite right. Indeed, during certain eras, the safety of wizards can be jeopardized by various dangers, such as during travels. I have heard that my predecessor at this position is still residing in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Therefore, I shall briefly discuss some matters not found in the standard textbooks, hoping you will never need to apply them. Chapter 91. In the subsequent class, Lise was all ears, for it was akin to an encyclopedic guide to the behaviors of wizards in peril. Aside from the 3 unforgivable curses, the most perilous threats arise from bizarre methods, such as poison candles, contact curses, port keys, various potions, and the sinister sectum sempra, which can endanger one's family. I was expelled from the Aura ranks due to my insatiable curiosity. I had opened a black wizard's experimental notebook, which my captain had expressly forbidden. The recollection seemed to exhaust him, and he moved a chair closer to sit down, resting his elbows on his knees and burying his face in his hands. I still vividly remember how peculiar that book felt in my hands, warm, slick, and imbued with a fragrant aroma. A Slytherin student nearby gasped in surprise. Yes, perhaps some of you are aware, it was a book fashioned from human skin. According to the captured dark wizard, it was made from the fresh skin of a 16-year-old girl, the most delicate of textures, and this book contained over 20 vibrant souls, both wizarding and muggle. What purpose did that wizard have for this book? To record their deaths with their bones soaked in their blood? He had the audacity to claim it was the glory of those, the utterly inept. From the moment I picked up that book, I was cursed, a contact curse. For the rest of my life, I would need to rely on the souls of others to sustain my magical abilities, which felt akin to a death sentence for my magical career. Thus, while I hope you can grow through practical experience, I cannot guarantee your complete safety. The professor lifted his face from his hands, his eyes slightly reddened. Poison candles. Among the wizarding community's methods of illumination, aside from wand magic and alchemical products, candles are the most commonly used. A confundus charm can ignite a candle that seems perfectly festive, and regardless of the alchemical products or protective enchantments you bear. As long as you draw breath, you lose everything. He smiled wryly. Who would celebrate or relax at home while constantly under the influence of a confundus charm? Contact curses and various other curses can be the most insidious and undetectable. To illustrate with a simple example, in battle, a wand is a wizard's most crucial weapon. There are no exceptions. Aside from a select few top-tier wizards in the world, losing one's wand equates to losing one's combat capability. Therefore, the primary objective in combat is to incapacitate the opponent, followed by disarming them, ensuring their wand is in your possession, thus severing their ability to cast spells. However, some dark wizards may curse their own wands. When you are triumphantly clutching your opponent's wand, believing you have seized their source of power, the curse's potency manifests upon you, reversing the tide of battle. Hence, when engaging in combat with wizards, avoid physical contact whenever possible. Who knows whether they have placed a curse or poison on their clothing, or any part of their body? At this juncture, Lise found herself momentarily distracted. Was this the reason her mother and the shopkeeper had donned dragon hide gloves during their book-buying excursion? The professor glanced at his pocket watch, pinched his brow, and forced himself to continue. Portkeys are often employed as a means of long-distance transport. Previously, it was merely a matter of incantation, akin to apparition. However, a grievous incident occurred where a wizard, wielding a portkey, feigned a collision with others in a wizarding gathering and subsequently transported unsuspecting wizards to remote locations for brutal murder. This resulted in the requirement for portkeys to be registered with the Ministry of Magic. Lastly, Sectum Sempra. This spell is designed to unearth all your deeply hidden secrets. Often, a wizard can negotiate for their life by showcasing their value, but this presupposes that the other party believes them. If you encounter a powerful practitioner of Sectum Sempra, you will find yourself bereft of all means of resistance. Do not underestimate this spell. When you fight to the last moment to protect your family, believing they are safe, the opponent's Sectum Sempra can even dredge up the memories of your 6-year-old self wetting the bed. What secrets, then, can you hope to keep hidden? The good news is that the conditions for using Sectum Sempra are quite stringent, and very few are capable of wielding it. As the professor rose once more, the class bell rang. Do not approach others with the utmost malice, but in battle, anticipate your enemy's every malevolent intent. Class dismissed. Accompanying this lesson were the Hufflepuffs, who appeared nearly ready to curl up in fear, while the Slytherins around them exhibited various reactions, some contemplative, others scornful, and yet others indifferent. Even Snape wore an expression of concern. Lise gathered her notes and quickly followed the dark arts professor to the door of his office. It seemed Mr. Black had a matter to discuss with me. Please come in. Chapter 92. The professor poured Lise a cup of red tea, gesturing for her to drink. Lise raised the cup and took a hearty sip, but as she set it down, she noticed the professor's peculiar expression. After all I have said, you still dare to drink so boldly? Lise, unable to swallow the tea in her mouth, spat it back into the cup, causing the professor's expression to grow even stranger. It seems I may have misunderstood you earlier. When you inquired about those dark magic experiments at the beginning of the term, your apparent familiarity with them startled me. My reaction was influenced by my personal views on Slytherin, and I apologize for my demeanor toward you at that time. The professor disposed of the tea Lise had just sipped, along with the cup, and poured her a new one. I was merely jesting. Please drink. When you posed your question in the last class, your thoughts seemed somewhat unstable, yet your fear of those experiments was unmistakably clear. You are indeed frightened, are you not? Lise nodded, acknowledging her fear. I cannot assist you with this. After leaving this school, I may need to learn how to live as a muggle. You must rely on yourself. Be strong, be cautious, and you will protect both yourself and your family. The air was thick with a sense of dread and reluctance. Lise struggled to comprehend. While you still possess your abilities, reside in Nocturne Alley, where there are many dark wizards whom you could eliminate without consequence. The professor cast a peculiar glance at her, remaining silent for a moment before sipping his tea. Do you have any further inquiries, Ms. Black? Yes, Professor. The Patronus charm. Professor Flitwick mentioned you are an expert. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded Lys with an expression akin to witnessing a dragon winking. If I recall correctly, regardless of the circumstances, you are a wizard capable of wielding dark magic. What compels you to learn the Patronus charm? Lys mentally reaffirmed her rationale. To be honest, there shouldn't be an issue. My mother said mastering this spell would prove I haven't gone mad. The professor's face contorted as if he had just consumed an entire vial of potion. Indeed, it was a straightforward yet effective rationale. A wizard whose soul is ensnared in despair cannot conjure a Patronus. Yet, the Patronus charm is undeniably an advanced form of magic. This child, in her second-year holiday, is required to learn a Patronus to demonstrate her sanity. Is it truly the parents who are abnormal, or is this child genuinely peculiar? He gestured for Liz to demonstrate her efforts, and from the tip of her wand emerged a wisp of silvery mist, which dissipated after a brief moment. After observing twice, the professor explained, the essence of the Patronus charm lies in harnessing a wizard's happiest memories, solidifying them through the conviction of protection, thus repelling the despair and fear inflicted by dementors. Therefore, once the magical power, incantation, and gestures are all in order, one must evoke their most joyous memory, and release the charm with a fierce resolve to protect it. While this may sound simple, the Patronus charm is profoundly intricate. To successfully cast it during the Ministry of Magic's employment examination would earn additional points. So do not rush. Now, reflect on what your happiest memory might be. Liz pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. The professor, holding his teacup, mused, my Patronus was once a mountain troll. When I summoned her, my memory was of protecting my sister. Even if the scene was rather grim, with severed limbs strewn about, that was my happiest moment. I safeguarded my last remaining family. You may contemplate your own. Liz drained an entire pot of tea, yet could not conjure a suitable memory. The professor began to prompt her. Parents? The first day of school? A close friend? Liz attempted each suggestion, and the silvery mist visibly thickened, yet it remained insufficient for a complete Patronus. Night fell. It is time to return. Your magical capacity should suffice to conjure a Patronus. Contemplate what your happiness is. I must also reflect on whether I should embrace a mundane existence henceforth. The last statement momentarily stunned Liz, who gathered her belongings and returned to the dormitory. Upon arriving, she was taken aback, realizing the state of her room. What is this? A cristal mine. The walls were adorned with minerals in hues ranging from pale green to deep blue and crimson, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. The light from above and the shimmering lake outside cast a dazzling reflection, causing the vibrant luminosity to dance before her eyes. Liz stood at the doorway, astonished. For 2 minutes, she scrutinized her memory, recalling no conflicts with anyone that might explain this sudden abundance of treasures. Yet, she wondered where they had come from. Gazing at the sparkling objects, she strained to remember, but her efforts yielded little. With a flick of her wand, she gathered the gems into a trunk at the foot of her bed. During this process, Liz identified some materials, unrefined labradorite and other minerals, along with crystalline secretions from magical roses and some unknown eggshells. The only unifying trait was their shimmering allure. Furthermore, in the corner opposite her bed, there was a silhouette of the most brilliant stones affixed to the wall, impossible to remove. Distracted, Liz attended classes for 2 more days and finally resolved her earlier troubles by Friday's last lesson, including matters involving Sirius Black. She had added a failed potion to that foolish dog's water bottle, which had no effect other than to induce a potent halitosis in anyone who drank it. Let him mock her for dressing like a fairy in a mine. For at least a week, he would be too self-conscious to speak. In the common room, she occasionally encountered the foolish dog's brother, who hesitated to suggest a conversation. Liz pretended to be oblivious, refusing to respond. Still irked by the dream in which her mother transformed into a monkey, Liz spent that evening by the Black Lake, experimenting with a self-modified water-related spell, when Hagrid called out to her. Observing Hagrid's imposing stature as he fidgeted with the corner of his shirt, Liz promptly inquired, "What's the matter, Hagrid? Is there something you need?" Hagrid, standing a few paces away, scrutinized her shirt with multiple glances. "Well, the Nifflers in the forest are quite distressed. I came to ask if you might return those stones to them. I could offer you a trade." Liz thought something felt amiss, doubting her hearing. "Nifflers, to be honest, Liz, you've spent half your time in the Forbidden Forest these past few days. And I've had to work hard. Wait, I'll go get the things for them now. Not for you, no need for a trade. Just wait here." Liz nearly fled back to her dormitory, stuffing the treasures into a cloth bag, and handing them over to Hagrid. She had pillaged a group of Nifflers. Nifflers are magical creatures, about the size of a wizard's forearm, resembling moles, with a magical pouch in their bellies. They frantically collect all shiny objects within sight, and snuggle atop them in their nests. Content. Often, wizards carry these magical beings on expeditions or mining ventures, as they have an insatiable desire for sparkle. As long as wizards can utilize spells to track these creatures' movements, wealth becomes ever closer. Yet, she had stolen from these little beings. However, Liz's thoughts quickly shifted. Tracking? Since second year, Liz had considered devising a suitable spell to track Gaggle, for otherwise she often lost sight of him in the forest, worrying greatly. Perhaps she could inquire with Hagrid about the feasibility of such a spell for Gaggle. On Saturday, Liz approached Hagrid's door, carrying a box of cream fudge. After politely greeting him, she calmed Gaggle, who was eager to play on the floor and in the stone trough, ensuring he remained settled on her shoulder. Sitting upright on the sofa, she began to inquire about the spell, but Hagrid's response left her astonished. "Oh, the tracking spells you mentioned, they're not cast on Nifflers. Nifflers would never remove treasures from their nests beyond their lairs. Instead, one simply enchants a gold galleon with a tracking spell for the Nifflers to take, as for the most part, where the galleon goes the Nifflers will follow." Liz stroked Gagging's head, deep in thought, then stood to smooth out her perfectly unwrinkled wizard robe, bidding farewell to Hagrid as she departed his hut, showcasing her exceptional ability to remain unseen. Robbing Nifflers, how embarrassing. Back in her dorm, Liz retrieved the collar she had previously unfastened from Gagging's neck, attempting to imbue it with a powerful tracking charm. The effects were remarkably evident. While the collar's exterior bore no visible alterations, the delicate, sparkling embellishments remained as resplendent as ever. However, within Liz's perception, it appeared as conspicuous as the second sun in the world. After dispelling the spell and adjusting the force, the collar finally revealed an appropriate degree of control, allowing Liz to maintain its position even as she distanced herself. When Madame Pomfrey encountered Liz again while she was tending to the singing lilies, she nearly insisted on re-examining her. The brilliant collar around Gagging's neck had yet to be removed, leading the lady to believe her treatment was incomplete. After Liz's repeated explanations, Madame Pomfrey finally accepted her words. "Madam, I have recently discovered my fondness for sparkling objects, and Gaggle requires an item for me to conveniently apply a tracking spell upon." Skeptical yet willing, Madame Pomfrey packed a bundle of magical stabilizers for Liz, reminding her to take care of her health, eat well, and get sufficient rest, as she appeared exceedingly thin. Finding her pockets unable to accommodate the potions, Liz tucked some restorative elixirs into Gagging's yarn tube. She was eager to leave the infirmary, for it seemed the lady intended to provide her with more sleeping potions. Chapter 94. In mid-February, the school organized a trip to Hogsmeade, and Liz resolved to partake, intending to purchase more yarn. The haphazard sweater she had knitted during a moment of foggy consciousness had vanished into oblivion. For the past few days, she had been wandering the castle clad only in a shirt and a drafty cloak, constantly casting warmth and insulation spells upon herself, while being cautious not to disrupt the stabilizers within her robes, which was quite inconvenient. She also contemplated buying some sweets but counted her coins and decided to limit her purchases, for she needed to save some to buy gifts for her parents during the break. She hoped they wouldn't forsake her for another monkey. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the thought, Liz began preparing the essentials for her outing. After experiencing a slow progression in her spell studies, Liz had taken to exploring alchemy to alleviate her agitation. Gaggle was no longer required to remain entirely coiled within the yarn tube. Liz had augmented the collar with a layer of insulation and tracking effects. Thus, Gaggle could now poke its head out to relish the scenery along the way. Upon entering Hogsmeade, Liz promptly headed to a clothing store and purchased a substantial ball of black yarn, hesitating momentarily before acquiring a smaller ball of vibrant purple. Once outside, she pondered, ultimately opting not to visit the candy shop, but instead ventured into the apothecary. Liz produced a sizable bag of snake skin, which Hagrid had delivered after removing those stones. After evaluation, she sold the materials for a reasonable price, only to be admonished by the shopkeeper once more about her conspicuous habits. Liz lingered in the shop for quite some time, observing the actions of every patron. Had she not introduced the shopkeeper to Severus Snape, a potion prodigy renowned for his high yield and quality, she would have long been expelled from the establishment, as numerous customers remarked on the peculiar Slytherin at the entrance who seemed to stare unnaturally at them. It was only at the final bell for returning to school that Liz thanked the shopkeeper and departed, finally grasping what the shopkeeper had meant by habits. As the professor of defense against the dark arts had previously stated, it was difficult for ordinary witches and wizards to imagine that a mere candle, an object casually touched, or even a book could harbor danger. Wizards residing in normal village streets would not react to casually handled items. They would naturally pick up a potion bottle to assess its quality, accepting items handed to them without hesitation, and would freely divulge information during conversations. Conversely, those from Nocturne Alley, or similar wizarding enclaves, remained acutely aware of the ever-present dangers surrounding them, leading to a heightened sense of caution and the avoidance of unnecessary contact. In simpler terms, it was a matter of vigilance and defensive demeanor, as only those entrenched in peril would constantly guard against venomous creatures, while those living in sunlit, fertile lands basked in relaxation and ease. After a restless night tossing in bed, Lise concluded that altering her ingrained habits was unrealistic. After all, as long as her mother needed her, she would be assisting in her mother's shop in Nocturne Alley. But what could she do? Perhaps a glove might resolve a significant issue. Alchemy. Lise experimented with a pair of boarhide gloves, infusing them with spells and the blood of a serpentine bird. The spell aimed to mold the gloves into a thin, protective layer, while the bird snake blood created a delicate space between the gloves and any object grasped, ensuring that certain trigger-based items would not activate fully. However, due to her lack of expertise in alchemy and the exorbitant cost of the bird snake blood, she found herself perpetually falling short in her endeavors. During potion class that day, Lise was far from focused, distracted by a myriad of thoughts as she brewed potions at the back of the room. She carelessly tossed untrimmed fat from low-quality leather directly into the cauldron, stirring it in the opposite direction for twice the required number of rotations. The outcome was striking. As class concluded, everyone, including the professor, exited the classroom with their hair standing on end. Although they would soon return to normal, Professor Slughorn was understandably displeased. Those ruffians who only knew how to blow up cauldrons clearly lacked the intellect for potion making. Yet Starlise Black was different. Even if she wasn't fixated on the book, her instinctive brewing could yield a subpar potion without producing such disastrous results. It merely proved that in class, this child was only marginally more alert than if she had been asleep. While he had no intention of nurturing or befriending her, it was still his responsibility as her professor to ensure she acquired more skills. Well, perhaps I'll have Severus provide her with some guidance, he mused, contemplating the possibility of having the house elf warm a jug of mead to help ease the tension. Slughorn left 2 students behind, pondering as he returned to his office. The 2 students stood in the classroom. One wore an impatient expression but seemed lost in thought, while the other appeared dazed, murmuring incantations and gesturing with her wrist as if drawing something in the air. Severus. The girl, her voice laced with barely concealed frustration, stood at the doorway of the potions classroom. Having waited long for Snape to arrive in the hall, Evans had originally intended to have a serious discussion with him about steering clear of dark magic and refraining from using potions and curses to retaliate against James Potter and Sirius Black. However, upon entering the classroom and witnessing Snape seated beside that Slytherin adept in dark arts, her resolve faltered. When he glanced at her with an air of annoyance upon hearing his name called, she exclaimed, "Severus, you previously stated that you would no longer engage with dark magic. What are you doing now?" Lise pursed her lips, noting the familiar sight of Snape's nonchalant demeanor, yet recognizing that he was, after all, a victim of circumstance, for otherwise he would not be lingering with her post-lesson. Professor Slughorn expressed dissatisfaction with my potion, requesting that you provide me with guidance, yet you seem unwilling to assist. I have no desire to be guided, and now you understand why he appears so impatient to remain here. So please, take him away. Lise raised her chin, casting a puzzled glance at Snape, perplexed at how she had once perceived him as someone capable of coherent dialogue in her first year. Strangely, Snape remained unresponsive, merely listening to Evans chastise him for placing potions in Sirius Black's kettle. Gathering her cauldron and all her belongings, Lise stepped out of the classroom under the watchful gaze of Evans. However, just as she was about to take her final step, she turned back and declared, "Evans, that vile potion was placed there by me. What does my attire resemble, a fairy? And what business do you have with that foolish dog?" Satisfied with her retort, she made her way to the library, aware that she had an abundance of tasks yet to complete. That bundle of purple yarn, should it be woven into socks or perhaps a beard ring? Chapter 95. Time meandered through the arduous nights of study and the frequent detentions incurred from skirmishes with the foolish dog. When Lise realized she still required 4 outstanding grades and the Patronus charm as a passport home, only a month and a half remained before the exams. In the library, she fervently memorized and penned essays with a resolve akin to a life-or-death struggle, casting aside the glove and that book from the restricted section. Following an unpleasant encounter with Potter in Hagrid's hut, Lise had scarcely interacted with Hagrid for more than 2 months. Yet, the pressing nature of her studies left her little time to venture into the forbidden forest for Gargan's prey. So she made sure to visit Hagrid's hut before curfew to bring Gargan some sustenance. Professor Flitwick remained dissatisfied with Lise's paper. He brought forth the essays of Lily Evans and a Ravenclaw student, informing Lise that such quality work could secure her a passing grade at the term's end. Lise felt a surge of panic, for the defense against the dark arts instructor had echoed similar sentiments, as had the herbology assignments. Recently, Lise had been relying on stimulant potions to fuel her late-night study sessions. Professors acknowledged the correctness and comprehensiveness of her content, yet criticized the chaotic nature of her grammar and descriptions. Lise needed clarity and organization to document her thoughts effectively. In the week leading up to the exams, Lise even found herself sneaking into the library at midnight to clarify some hazy recollections. After confirming the information she sought with a restless urgency, she leaned against a bookshelf and covered her face, utterly exhausted, yearning to simply lie down and never move again. However, when she had rested sufficiently and prepared to return, she had yet to step out of the shadows of the bookshelf when she heard footsteps approaching, devoid of the light of lanterns, students wandering the night. "Don't be angry, brother." Oh, it was that peculiar little Ravenclaw and his brother. She had once covertly observed this oddity, noting that his mind seemed genuinely troubled, a sort not to be trifled with. Lise swiftly darted behind the bookshelf like a cat, waiting a long while before finally escaping the library to return to her dormitory. On several nights prior, Lise had visited the restricted section multiple times. She longed to peruse the books that were within reach, yet her efforts bore little fruit. She had gleaned much but understood little. One particular book on curses had captivated her, leading her to believe that its author must surely be a woman, given the plethora of misfortunes inflicted upon husbands within its pages. However, this content proved utterly useless for Lise's third-year finals, and thus she had not revisited it since commencing her revision. The finals were a source of immense pressure. Students regarded them with great seriousness, for the outcome would dictate the quality of their holiday. Fortunately, aside from accidentally shattering the divination professor's teacup, Lise performed admirably across all subjects. Even in the papers and essays from other professors, she felt a degree of confidence. Particularly in potions, she gently stroked Gargan's tail that hung before her, the azure potion perfect in its hue. During the exams, Lise consumed 2 stabilizing potions to shield her concoction from magical fluctuations, maintaining a safe distance from the cauldron with every operation. After completing all her examinations, Lise visited the infirmary. The bloom of the singing lily was yet to arrive, and she intended to take it home, but Professor Sprout intervened. She explained that abruptly changing a plant's environment could lead to a crisis in its survival instincts, causing nutritional regression and wilting of the buds, particularly true for sensitive magical flora. Reluctantly, Lise left it in the infirmary, relieved that Professor Sprout would attend to her precious plants every few days, ensuring they received adequate care and water. In the second week of June, Hogwarts hosted a leaving feast, where Dumbledore raised his glass, wishing all students a joyful holiday. Dragging her shrunken luggage, Lise once again stood at the station, waiting for the crowd to disperse. But to her surprise, Sirius Black spotted her and mockingly exclaimed, "Ah, is that not rat fur? Why do you stand there motionless? Has your mother abandoned you? Are you homeless?" Lise retaliated with a spell, encasing half of Sirius's head in a bubble of water. "Wash your mouth out. The stench could ruin a meal for half of Gryffindor." Enraged, Sirius was eventually escorted away by his brother, Regulus Black, who had received a letter from their mother before the holiday. The letter, filled with flowery language, clearly expressed her anger, indicating that now was not an ideal time for a brawl. He needed to hasten to take his brother home to prevent further wrath. Lise gripped her wand, waiting until the station was deserted. Now was the time for those hands to reach for her once more. Lost in thought, she suddenly sensed someone behind her, and without looking back, she took 2 hurried steps forward, fortifying herself with 2 protective charms. Turning around, she was met by Shauna, who stood there with a large package, tilting her head to avoid the direction of Lise's wand. "Have you completely lost your mind, you little lunatic?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lise inhaled sharply and timidly murmured, "Mama." With a flicker of apparition, they arrived at the old homestead, and Lise switched to her black blackthorn wand. In the shop, she energetically tidied the room to perfection, and prepared a delightful meal. Once her mother had eaten her fill, Lise cautiously stated, "Mama, I was unable to master the Patronus charm." With a sigh from Shauna, Lise's heart sank. "Let me see you try it." Lise trembled as she raised her wand, but Shauna pressed it down. "Never mind, watch mine." Shauna lifted her cedar wand. She understood that, under the neglect of both herself and Noah over the past decade, this little lunatic would find it exceedingly difficult to learn a charm that required joyful memories for support. Expecto Patronum. As the spell successfully emanated from Shauna's wand, a burst of silvery mist poured forth, coalescing into a mother wolf that bared its sharp teeth at Lise, leisurely patrolling the shop as if it were its territory before vanishing into thin air. "This wand was a gift from your father. It suits me better than the one I inherited from my family," Shauna remarked, patting Lise's cheek with a knowing expression, as if to say she had anticipated Lise's failure. With a fleeting smile, Shauna returned her wand to its holster on her arm. Go rest. Tomorrow, organize that bag of potion ingredients by the door. I will need them. With a sense of relief, Liz exhaled deeply, cleaned the dining table, and then pulled out her mask from the previous year to wear, settling behind the counter to manage the materials while keeping an eye on the shop. Chapter 96. While drafting the order forms, Liz was once again reminded by Shauna of her practice in calligraphy. Your handwriting is atrocious. I'll give you some time. You better improve. Through those orders and inventory lists, Liz noticed a recent increase in customers purchasing potions, including those requiring longer preparation like the Polyjuice potion and Love potions. In summary, the quantity and variety of potions sold had significantly increased. Time slipped away amidst Liz's busy and monotonous exercises. As a frail, white-haired man staggered into the shop, clutching a shimmering vial of liquid in search of refuge, Shauna finally lifted her gaze from her cauldron. The man, in a desperate struggle, cried out for death, pleading, kill me, kill me. I have one more vial. I can give it all to you. Pure, untainted. Blood of the moonlight tortoise. Shauna motioned for Liz to investigate the situation, but upon stepping outside, Liz was astonished to find her own defense against the dark arts professor. In that gaze, he recognized who he was. What brings you here? Would you like to come in for a moment and see if there's been some misunderstanding? Or perhaps purchase something? Liz pursed her lips, her habit of babbling under pressure resurfacing. To her surprise, the professor regarded her with a peculiar look and politely entered, interrupting the encounter. The courteous greeting startled the man on the shop floor, causing him to emit a pained scream. Shauna narrowed her pale eyes, scrutinizing him. He held his wand steadily aimed at the target while brazenly revealing his true nature in nocturnality. Shauna had to concede that these individuals were formidable. Inviting him in was indeed a more prudent approach than resorting to violence. I procure potion ingredients, but I do not accept refuse. Perhaps, sir, you might escort him outside to resolve this matter? Shauna requested politely, hoping to keep her shop clean. However, to her surprise, he did not respond to her statement but instead introduced himself. I am the proprietor of the neighboring shop for protective gear, newly arrived, and I hope we can coexist harmoniously. With that, he smiled at Liz and began to take the gaunt, white-haired man outside. At the last moment, Liz stopped him. Professor, perhaps I require a contract or an oath. After much deliberation, she raised her wand towards him. Her mother had always said to keep family matters private. Very well, Miss Liz, I commend your cautious approach, but I would prefer if you lowered your wand. Now, madam, would you assist in this matter? Ultimately, under Shauna's wand, the professor uttered the oath of secrecy. Strangely enough, after swearing, he became even more audacious. After briefly resolving the situation with the white-haired man outside, he returned, holding 2 silver vials. A little gift from our encounter. Do not judge my modesty. I am a former Auror and the previous defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. You may call me Augustus. Shauna remained nonchalant, her wand unwaveringly directed at Augustus. Liz, observing her mother's reaction, addressed her professor. Professor, in nocturnality, the concept of neighbors and visiting is rather non-existent. Might you consider returning home? Augustus scratched his head and replied nonsensically, do not call me professor. Dumbledore seems to believe that blood-stained hands should not cross certain thresholds. Hence I resigned upon deciding to reside here. Watching her mother's grip on her robe tighten in evident impatience, Liz felt a bead of sweat form on her brow, realizing she had found herself in a troublesome situation. All right, professor, I understand. Might you return home now? Placing the 2 vials on the counter, Augustus shrugged and remarked, having just moved in, I would appreciate any guidance regarding local customs. He then exited through the door. Shauna, observing her daughter's meek demeanor, found it exasperating but could understand why. If you hadn't let him in, wouldn't he have barged in anyway? And if he did, wouldn't he have recognized you in a confrontation? Have some backbone. Lift your head. After delivering her admonition without so much as a glance at Liz, she hastily returned to her beloved cauldron. In the ensuing fortnight, as Liz dealt with troublesome wizards, she had an additional spectator. Augustus squatted by the seam of his protective gear shop's glass window, peering inside and occasionally gesturing animatedly. However, the glass had been enchanted with soundproof and protective spells, rendering his words inaudible. One day, after losing a duel with a wizard and returning to the shop with a gaping wound on her face, Shauna yanked Liz back inside. Augustus could no longer contain himself. He pushed the door open and handed Liz a pendant box. Realizing the girl was not in the habit of accepting random gifts, he placed it on the counter. Eager to instruct Liz in combat techniques, he noticed Shauna ascending the stairs, her cloak slightly raised. Augustus set aside his cloak and wand on a nearby table, rolled up his sleeves, signaling his lack of weapons. Though Shauna's nod was slight, Augustus was certain he had not misinterpreted it, and he commenced teaching Liz. He covered various techniques, from quick wand-gripping tips to the application scenarios of the shield charm, questioning her about the recent duel. What went wrong, Staleys? You lacked ruthlessness. Your reflexes and magical power exceed his. Why could you not incapacitate him outright? Channel the vigor you exhibited during that Quidditch match. Liz swallowed hard, observing Augustus's fervent instructions. What was it? Was he upset because she hadn't stolen anything from him? Or was it simply because the serpent had not been resting on her neck? Adjusting her mask, she glanced sideways at her mother, only to find Shauna's wand poised within her cloak, unwaveringly aimed at Augustus. You're right, Liz affirmed. I must incapacitate him at the first opportunity, rather than methodically casting spells. Thus enlightened, Liz began to employ more cunning tactics during her training sessions with Augustus, devising various traps within the shop's arrangement. She placed 2 metallic snakes in the potion cabinet facing the door, which would release dazzling bursts of light upon detecting specific magical fluctuations, blinding her opponents and preventing them from targeting her. Such strategies proliferated, and while they may have seemed clever, they proved effective. Augustus, upon returning home, attempted to replicate them. Consequently, Liz's combat style evolved beyond mere leg-locking curses and petrifying spells. The incantations Shauna taught her, along with those her father had imparted from his books on dark magic, became her arsenal. On occasion, Liz felt an odd sensation, as if her mother's watchful presence inspired a fervent desire to showcase her capabilities, which in turn enhanced her spellcasting. Even spells she had previously struggled with began to manifest during her experiments, resolving the frustration that had plagued her regarding her slow progress in learning spells. Liz began to question whether her lack of success at school stemmed from insufficient determination. Chapter 97. As Liz pondered this perplexity, a book on wand-making provided clarity. Blackthorn wands were exceptionally potent for casting dark magic. Thus, the smooth progress of her spellcasting was not solely attributable to her own exertions. This revelation incited a mix of embarrassment and anger within Liz, leading to a significant blunder while concocting a magical stabilizer. The exterior wall of the potion shop was blasted open, creating a gaping hole the size of an infant's head. It is essential to note that the buildings in Nocturne Alley were originally constructed as a wizarding commercial street, imbued with distinct political significance during their inception. Thus, the prominent families of the time, or any wizards with vested interests, regarded this area with great importance. When ancient magic was still prevalent, the structures in Nocturne Alley were secured by contracts signed by top-tier wizards, fortified with magical arrays and spells. It was arguably the safest place outside of Hogwarts during that era. Even as those families fell into ruin or departed, the magic continued to operate silently and effectively, ensuring that, even after centuries of decay, the buildings remained relatively sturdy and secure. This is precisely why so many dark wizards established their shops in Nocturne Alley, seemingly unperturbed by concerns for their safety. As long as they remain within the confines of their establishments, the risks appear less formidable, for there is always an opportunity to escape. The hole in the wall has indeed occupied much of Shauna's thoughts. A failed potion brewed by an underage wizard could breach the boundaries of her home. Would she still have a place to call her own? Furthermore, the small, cautionary trinkets displayed in the cabinet by the little madman flicker unexpectedly in the stillness of the night. Is the house in a state of disrepair? Or is it something else? Such musings lead Shauna to ponder the increasingly ruthless methods employed by the recent proponent of pureblood interests. This alley has become ever more perilous, where any lapse in caution could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, she has an unsettling feeling that the elderly pervert across the street, who conducts experiments on muggles, gazes at her shop with decidedly malevolent intent. Finding another residence is not a prudent idea for Shauna at this juncture, as her current abode is also precarious. Within a day, she resolves to prioritize safety above all else. The following morning, she transports all her unprocessed materials and belongings back home, and along with Liz, they organize all the potions. She informs Liz that she will not return for the foreseeable future. Liz assists in tidying up, and as they prepare to leave, she tosses a few small items through the window of Augustus's shop as a farewell gesture. Observing the large box of potions, Shauna contemplates a trip to Diagon Alley. Liz continues to labor diligently to sell their wares, while Shauna, arms crossed, occasionally snacks on chicken legs or biscuits. Perhaps the timing is unfortunate, or perhaps the recent brutal tactics of that dark lord have genuinely intimidated these wizards. Not only are there fewer people on the streets, but even the nearby magical flower shop has shuttered its doors, with several wilted magical plants adorning the entrance. In any case, potion sales have slowed considerably. A stooped wizard, with hair resembling a mass of straw, approaches, his eyes darting about as if fearing an ambush. He exudes a distinctly unsavory aura. The stench of dirty socks wafts over, prompting Lise to cover her mouth and nose. Before Lise can regain her composure to greet him, Shauna swiftly dismisses him. Mongo, there is nothing here that piques your interest. You best take your leave now. Oh. It is none other than the illustrious potion master, Miss Ram. How delightful, indeed, such exquisite potions. My apologies for the intrusion. Farewell. Once the man is out of sight, Shauna immediately grabs Lisa's sleeve, intending to disapparate, even abandoning the potions on the ground. However, after casting the spell twice, Lise feels no sensation of compression. Noticing Shauna's firm grip on her clothing and the utterance of unfamiliar expletives from her mother, Lise realizes that something is amiss. Chapter 98. With a sudden motion, Shauna pushes Lise against the wall, raising her wand and scanning the surroundings, her mind racing with questions. Who could it be? Was Mongo's arrival merely a pretext to probe and then report? Shauna's light-colored eyes narrow in determination. It seems he was there to confirm that they were indeed the targets. Ready to strike. Grabbing Lise, she discards their belongings and quickly makes her exit, cautiously holding her wand close to her chest as she whispers to Lise to prepare herself. If we cannot win, this may very well be our last day. Do you understand? Terrified, Lise grips her wand tightly. After several failed attempts to perform a multitude of countercharms, Shauna even considers using the flue powder from the shop's fireplace to escape. At that moment, a few hooded wizards block the entrances of the shops, raising their wands. Shauna tries to flee but is continually obstructed, while shopkeepers along the street hastily secure their doors, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Shauna, who has always kept a low profile, rarely drawing attention due to her limited magical prowess, knows she cannot confront a crowd without protection. Even though Lise has grown to match Shauna's height, stature does not equate to strength. Faced with this imminent danger, Shauna feels a sense of urgency, but refrains from making any reckless moves. Since these individuals have not yet attacked, merely displaying a demeanor of respectful anticipation, it indicates that they value something beyond mere life. As long as her life is spared, the rest can be negotiated. With this thought, Shauna pulls Lise to the side of the street, observing the four hooded wizards standing silently beside her, waiting in silence for their intended target or desires to be revealed. Lise stands quietly beside Shauna, extending her palm to offer her a piece of candy. Frowning, Shauna casts a puzzled glance at Lise, who upon returning has not excelled in any particular skill but has developed numerous hobbies, dabbling in curses and alchemy. Under Augustus's guidance, her intellect has notably improved. What then? Does this ill-timed candy signify? One of the nearby wizards snickers, seemingly amused that Lise has the leisure to eat candy at such a tense moment. As the alert wizard hears his companion's laughter, and turns to prevent Shauna from making any move, Shauna has already swallowed the candy. Lise quickly conjures a cloud of smoke and pulls Shauna down, summoning a swirling black mist toward the edge of the smoke. The four wizards raise their wands and begin casting petrification spells at the shadow, only to realize too late that their target was an illusion. Disapparate. Feeling a renewed mastery over her magic, Shauna swiftly disapparates to an open field. Lise supports Shauna, who is exhausted from the exertion of magic, administering the magical stabilizer and restorative potion she always carries. Standing upright, Shauna immediately seizes Lise's collar and disapparates multiple times, arriving at their old home, instructing Lise to conceal her school wand within her clothing while she clutches the box, then disapparates once more to a forest. By this point, Shauna is reaching her limits. She begins to bleed from her nose, the extreme strain of spatial movement having cost her a portion of her thigh. She begins to falter. The essence of successful disapparition relies upon one's target, resolve and composure. Yet in this moment of crisis, Shauna cannot maintain her composure, and her targets are hastily chosen and unclear. Nonetheless, the slight sacrifices she makes are acceptable to Shauna. As the earlier encounter with Mongo had revealed some pertinent information, he had emphasized the significance of potion making and its quality, suggesting that they were after her craft. Shauna reflects that escaping is preferable. She has no desire to be captured and forced into potion making for someone else's gain, bound to a fate from which there is no escape. If these individuals are indeed affiliated with the Dark Lord's Death Eater organization, the situation becomes even more dire. She has heard tales of the Malfoy heir being branded with the Dark Mark, becoming a follower of a powerful master. In Shauna's estimation, the Dark Mark is unlikely to be anything benign, and this organization seems to harbor extraordinary prejudice against varying backgrounds and bloodlines. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, she collapses onto the forest floor, where the last remnants of her disapparation manifest. Lee selects a sturdy tree, climbs onto a branch, and with great effort, uses the levitation charm to hoist Shauna up beside her. After ensuring the transformed lizard skin pouch rests securely against her chest, she begins to chant a healing spell for Shauna's leg. The injuries stemming from disapparation are particularly unique. Ordinary healing spells yield little effect, or their efficacy is minimal. By the time the healing is complete, Shauna's blood has been thoroughly drained. Lily fervently rummaged through her mind, desperately recalling the tome titled Advanced Healing and Restoration Magic. Yet to no avail. Just as Shauna grew impatient and contemplated using a cauterizing potion to staunch the bleeding, Lily suddenly remembered a similar case detailed in Magical Maladies and Their Cures, a Christmas gift she had received. She intercepted her mother's hand, which was poised to pour the potion, and snatched the wand from her grasp. Incanting the spell, although a scar remained, the outcome was undoubtedly preferable to the cauterizing potion. This scar could eventually be treated with a scar removal potion, but the damage inflicted by the potion itself could not be undone. Well done, little madcap, Shauna mused, closing her eyes for a brief respite before inquiring about the candy. It's an antidote, mother, to prevent my own magical essence from becoming stagnant due to excessive potion consumption, Lily explained, recalling how Gargle had alerted her by rolling around in the pouch. Shauna furrowed her brow, grasping the implication, realizing she had fallen victim to her own oversight. But when had that occurred? Mungus. That foul stench of socks, she thought. It was careless of her to let even a 14-year-old child outpace her. The second-hand blackthorn wand was ill-suited for healing spells, thus Lily wielded Shauna's wand. The swift closure of the wound indicated a significant expenditure of stamina and energy. Lily rummaged through the pockets of her cloak, retrieving 2 lunchboxes filled with succulent chicken legs and golden potato cakes. As Shauna wiped the blood from her nose, she marveled at how much Lily resembled her father, while instructing her to cast some protective spells around them, anticipating that their pursuers might possess the ability to track them through the fluctuations of apparition. For the time being, Shauna could not risk using apparition again, unless she wished to tempt fate. Yet, this was hardly an ideal place for recuperation. Shauna required a tranquil and comfortable environment to restore her health. Lily dared not stray too far from her mother, having detected traces of magical creatures nearby, even discovering some mooncalf droppings. There was also a large, agile creature, which Shauna identified as an orangutan. Lily gazed at it with curiosity, guiding her mother through the forest, inching closer to their destination. Upon encountering the first cottage, Lily felt no disappointment upon realizing it belonged to a non-magical Muggle family. The proprietor claimed they often rescued peculiar individuals, as the adjacent forest was rife with legends of undiscovered creatures and strange tribes. You may call me Fat Sandy. You and your mother must be enthusiasts of the mystical arts, he said, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated their arrival, inviting them to stay. Shauna, harboring disdain for Muggles, akin to a superiority complex over orangutans, remained silent. Conversely, Lily, after stowing her wand, took care of Shauna and even prepared meals. She found herself getting along splendidly with Fat Sandy. After all, before her enrollment at Hogwarts at the age of 11, there had always been periods when she had to fend for herself. When Shauna finally deemed her health sufficient to escape the incessant chatter of the rotund orangutan, Lily bid a warm farewell to Fat Sandy, leaving behind an unpolished opal as a token of gratitude. Once out of Fat Sandy's sight, Shauna and Lily apparat to the vicinity of their home, lingering for a moment before stepping into the area cloaked by protective enchantments. As was her custom, Shauna checked the integrity of the enchantments and the warning records before entering Noelle's bedroom. Meanwhile, Lily extracted Gargle from the leather pouch at her chest, affectionately pressed her face against Gargle's head, and called for Coco, saying, "This is Gargle, my pet and dear friend." She then dashed into the kitchen where, amidst the chaos of a distressed house elf, she prepared a lunch. By the time Shauna emerged from Noelle's room, a delicious meal awaited her. Habitually removing the ginger root from the stewed chicken, Shauna remarked, "I've prepared a room for you upstairs. You shall reside there." With that, she wiped her mouth and headed to the potion laboratory, leaving a blushing Lily clutching Gargle's tail, poking the table with a fork in agitation. After several mouthfuls of air, Lily abruptly stood up, her chair screeching against the floor. Suppressing an overwhelming joy, she stepped into a space on the second floor she had never seen before, her mouth watering uncontrollably as she swallowed hard. In her childhood, she had always believed this to be her mother's room, never venturing upstairs without permission, having always lived in the kitchen alongside Coco. Now, possessing her own room signified that she too belonged to this home alongside her parents. Embracing Gargle tightly, Lily leaped in place, unable to resist showering the creature with kisses, while Gargle squirmed away, tapping her foot with its tail in protest, before bounding into the small room, which contained only a table and a bed, rolling around on the floor in pure glee, struggling to stifle her laughter, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. She mused that all that was left was to bring home a report card filled with 4 outstanding grades. Taking a deep breath, she lay on the floor, brandishing the blackthorn wand, which, though perhaps not particularly impressive, still held promise. Guardian Protector. A surge of silvery mist erupted from the wand, gradually filling half the room. The wand trembled in her hand, seemingly shrieking, as a fine crackling thread exploded at the tip, followed by a deafening bang that reverberated throughout the entire house. The chaotic magic left Lily's right hand marred with blood, droplets trickling from her raised fingers to the corner of her eye, yet she remained elated. Sitting up and carelessly wiping her hand, when she caught sight of her mother standing at the door, arms crossed, she offered a sheepish smile. Shauna huffed through her nose. "Noelle, your daughter seems to have lost her mind." From the adjacent room came a retort, "Well, so does yours." Upon hearing her parents' exchange, Lily felt a tingling sensation, as if every hair on her body had been bewitched with levitation, causing her to itch all over. Frowning at the bloodstain she had smeared on the floor with her tears, Lily's hand still bleeding profusely, Shauna scolded her, "Don't act like a lunatic. Hurry and tend to your wound. Then come down to help with the materials." Seeing Lily still dragging her injured hand in the potion laboratory, Shauna's patience wore thin. Lily hastened to explain, "Mother, the wand exploded. I can't use school wands at home." After stirring a potion for a while, Shauna truly could not fathom how this had happened. The Blackthorn wand was notorious for its affinity for powerful magic. Even if it was someone else's wand, it was not likely to accept Lily as its master. Entering a room, it would typically only allow for a bit of cleaning magic. How had she managed to cause an explosion? Perhaps the look of confusion on Shauna's face was too evident, for Lily hurriedly clarified, "I tried the Patronus charm, and it just exploded." "You used an old wand belonging to a dark wizard, one that had been cleansed of its curses. Do you realize that?" Shauna asked incredulously. "I know, Mother, I just thought." "What did you think? Did you intend to blow up your new room so that I might build you another floor?" Shauna questioned, perplexed by whether her child was brilliant or foolish. Chapter 100. Given her lackluster proficiency in healing magic, Shauna refrained from casting a spell to mend Lily's injury. Instead, she turned and left to fetch a dozen boxes from the storage room, levitating them beside her. "These are my creations, give them a try," she said, opening all the boxes and arranging them neatly. To her astonishment, they revealed a collection of wands. Once when the Lamb family thrived, they had produced remarkable talents across various fields. A flicker of inexplicable pride sparkled in Shauna's amber eyes. Disregarding her mother's clumsy spellcasting skills, Lise marveled at her mother's remarkable versatility, while hastily wiping her hands on her cloak. She extracted the first wand, but it felt ill-suited and too hot in her grasp. The second wand, crafted from black walnut, yielded no response. The serpent core was utterly ineffective. The third wand, made of apple wood, proved equally incompatible, for upon waving it, Lise began to emit bubbles. Shauna waved her wand to disperse the floating bubbles, noting that apple wood tends to reject those tainted by dark magic. The fourth and fifth wands also failed to resonate, with one wand, composed of a cat's whisker core, jumping back into its box on its own accord. Lise, bending slightly, reached for the eighth wand. It was made of willow, with white fresh branches, measuring 5 inches, a wand crafted for extreme healing for her father. Yet it did not seem to acknowledge her. Casting a fierce glare at the wand, Shauna gestured for Lise to give it a try. To her astonishment, as Lise grasped the wand, the severed wounds began to mend. While she waved it, casting a healing charm, a flash of white light illuminated her right hand, which appeared unscathed, and even a tingling sensation coursed through her left arm. Swallowing nervously, Lise glanced at Shauna, believing this sufficed. However, Shauna urged her to continue. The willow wood was adept at healing, a silent charm, favoring those with potential, albeit lacking in security. As for the white fresh, Shauna shrugged, stating that neither the wood nor the core was suited for combat, prompting Lise to proceed. Concealing the short willow wand within her sleeve, Lise picked up several remaining wands, one of which was particularly long, made from blackthorn, with a dragon heartstring core that responded vigorously, radiating a joyous glow at the storage room's entrance. "Look at your wands. Truly, there is no surprise," Shauna complained as she returned to the storage room. "I should have anticipated that your first wand would be hawthorn. Those apple and holly wands should never have been offered to you." Before leading Lise into the potion room, Shauna administered 2 vials of magical stabilizer to prevent her burgeoning magical energy from interfering with her potions. "Mother, why couldn't I have tried these wands during my school years?" Lise asked, to which Shauna regarded her with the look of one confronted by a brainless giant. Because you were unworthy of the shame. So. Mother meant that she was now deemed worthy of wielding her crafted wands, and even double the amount. 2. Where did you acquire that bag of potion ingredients you brought back last year? Lise suppressed her excitement, recalling the materials were from the school's gamekeeper, whose friend resided in the Forbidden Forest, thus granting him access to many such items. I remember you liked them, Mother. Shauna smirked slightly, acknowledging her fondness, before extending her hand to Lise. Those materials were scarce, whether through legitimate channels or the black market. Previously, the cost and lack of secure sources had hindered her from obtaining certain potions, rendering them unusable for no. Yet this year's potions, once consumed, had visibly improved her husband's health, and she found no objection to offering this little madcap a smile. Chapter 101. Lise hurried to the kitchen. Recalling she now had a room, where her belongings lay, she dashed upstairs to rummage through her suitcase. After retrieving the materials, she hesitated briefly before grabbing a small pouch to carry with her, patting the head of her pet before returning to the potion room, whispering to herself, "This is for Mother, and this is for Father." Shauna, impatient, clicked her tongue, tearing open the pouch, momentarily taken aback. Yes, other children received education from a young age. While she had neglected her own child until now, Lise was only 14. Even if she could navigate perilous situations and care for herself, she was in every respect still a child. Raising her head from the pouch, her earlier hesitation vanished instantly. This child, who appeared slightly taller than herself and seemed a bit foolish, had bought a bag of candy for her father. A bag of candy. Candy. Shauna rubbed her forehead, urging Lise to hurry along. Go on, I'll take it. Standing before the cauldron, Shauna found herself lost in thought. Hawthorn wood. A paradoxical essence, where both leaves and flowers served healing purposes, yet the scent of its branches could be lethal. It excelled in both healing and curses, attracting wizards of complex, conflicted natures. Shauna mused that if her memory served her correctly, Ollivander's hawthorn wands were only sold to those with innate talent, as under certain conditions, hawthorn could backfire. Should it harm its owner, Ollivander's reputation would suffer. The subsequent 2 choices made by this child were merely extensions of her first wand. Willow for extreme healing, and Blackthorn for extreme power. This child had indeed taken an unusual path. Nonetheless, one could trust that the Blackthorn would not explode in the hands of that little madcap. Returning to her senses, Shauna resumed stirring her potion, then took out the newly acquired potion materials to admire them closely. Noticing the handful of candies that the child had procured, she popped one into her mouth, and soon her teeth began to clatter amusingly. Shauna thought this quite entertaining as she continued to appreciate the materials. Meanwhile, Lise stood at the entrance to No's room with her bag of candy for quite some time. Long enough for Coco to be preparing dinner. However, she was halted by Shauna, who weeping implored the young mistress to come downstairs. Coco is dreadful. The mistress does not favor Coco's culinary skills. Coco must punish herself. Lise commanded Coco to cease her self-punishment and, carrying the pouch of candy, proceeded to the kitchen, where she found her impatient mother sipping whiskey at the dining table. She quickly set down the candy and began to prepare dinner. As Coco was about to deliver a meal to the master, Lise placed the bag of candy onto the tray meant for serving. That evening, as Lise contemplated testing the guardian charm with her willow wand, she heard a startled exclamation from her father's room. This was unprecedented, prompting Lise to grasp the petite wand and rush over. Knocking gently, she was greeted by the sound of a door opening slightly, revealing a surprised No hovering a few inches above the bed. Without the restraint of the magical chains, he might have nearly touched the ceiling. Seeing No's blissful expression, Shauna was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed with emotion, as she pushed Lise aside and entered No's room, casually shutting the door behind her. Lise blinked in confusion, left standing outside. Yet it seemed that the buzzing honeycomb candy delighted her father. Although somewhat pricey, perhaps she could procure more next year. What were those materials again? The stingers from the tails of billywig insects. If her memory served her correctly, their levitation effect stemmed from this. Lise stood in the hallway, lost in thought. If she merely desired an object to remain uncontacted by gloves, there was no need to experiment with such advanced spatial magic using snake and bird blood. Her father's legs appeared so slender. Maintaining an object in a state of levitation was indeed a fine idea, though several minor issues remained to be resolved. Was her mother pleased as well? Lise, in a daze, returned to her new room and fell asleep, as she was not in the shop. Her mother had wept for an hour in her father's room after drinking the previous night, leading to a delayed breakfast. After Lise finished her meal at the dining table, she took her pet and sat in the yard to bask in the sun, fiddling with the small willow wand. She noted it had a simple lacquer finish, presenting an ethereal black mist-like quality. Aside from a few delicate carvings at the base for grip, it bore no embellishments, showcasing a uniform shape that tapered from top to bottom. Lily held an old garment in her hands, employing a household magic alteration spell to cut several strips of fabric. She endeavored to secure the blackthorn wand to her forearm, allowing her to swiftly draw a second wand should the first one slip from her grasp. This blackthorn wand, with its curvaceous form, appeared anything but straight. After several bends, the handle and tip remained aligned, leaving her to wonder if this was due to the nature of the material, or her mother's later adjustments. After much tinkering, she finally managed to secure it. But upon repeated trials, she discovered it was impractically long. If it did not protrude from her sleeve, it would extend conspicuously from her elbow when she bent her arm. After a moment of vexation, Lily suddenly slapped her forehead. If the long wand could not be affixed, then perhaps a shorter one would suffice. How could she have overlooked such a simple solution? After a bit of fussing, she crafted a diminutive wand, which, although short, would not attract undue attention when brandished, perfect for a sudden reversal of fortune. Due to limitations in space and materials at home, Lily had not practiced spells or alchemy lately. Instead, she had been perusing the books from her father's grand chest. The trunk, transported from the ancestral home, was enchanted to contain an infinite expanse within its limited exterior dimensions. This was merely Lily's impression. In truth, it likely housed the equivalent of a cellar and a library. Shauna had informed Lily of her noble lineage, revealing that she was the last scion of the Ram family. Originally, Lily was meant to bear the surname Ram as per an agreement with No. Boys would inherit the black name, while girls would inherit Ram. However, an unforeseen turn of events had left them with only Lily as their sole child, and thus the black surname returned to her. With a somewhat somber expression, Shauna opened the trunk, refraining from elaborating further, and retrieved a large box of books along with a small pouch of gemstones, placing them on the dining table. No. The shop cannot continue. I need some money. Shortly thereafter, a folded piece of paper resembling an unidentifiable creature fluttered down, and before it could touch the ground, Shauna caught it and opened it. Lily discreetly observed her mother's lips, which were struggling to suppress a smile, bringing her a sense of joy. However, upon noticing Lily's gaze, her mother promptly sent her off to bake cookies. As July drew to a close, Shauna returned the trunk to the ancestral home, simultaneously erasing the traces left from her last visit. No summoned Lily to the threshold of his room. Upon seeing the figure at the door, No was momentarily bewildered. Who was this person, taller than his wife, whom he had not seen for 2 years? At just 14, she would surely continue to grow. He could not recall any ancestors from either family being exceptionally tall. Seeing Lily perched awkwardly on a small chair at the door prompted him to ask Coco to fetch a dining chair. Once Lily sat upright on the chair, No sighed in relief. "How are your grades?" he inquired. "The report cards haven't been distributed yet, but I should receive for exceeds expectations, father," she replied. No nodded, and then asked if she had made any friends at the academy. Noticing Lily's evasive gaze, he recognized that the child's character had been warped by their neglect, and he decided to change the subject. "Is there a boy you like?" Lily looked up, bewildered, and shook her head. What was the difference between this question and the last? She had no friends, thus no boys or girls to speak of. No reassured himself, reminding that she had only been part of this world for a little over 3 years. She was still a child. "I remember you got into a fight in your first year and lost. How about now?" he recalled, bringing up a past incident. At the mention of this, Lily's confusion dissipated. "I took on 4, she exclaimed. Yet, recalling her hospital visit and her ongoing need for magical stabilizers, her voice trailed off. "But I did win, father." No could not help but chuckle, though his feelings were complicated. "Well, that's good," he replied nonchalantly, struggling to think of another topic. He contemplated letting Lily rest. But as she stood, she hesitated, voicing a request she had long contemplated. "Father, may I see that photograph? Am I truly a transformed monkey? Will you replace me with another monkey turned Regulus Black?" Upon receiving a nod from No, Lily raised her wand and used the levitation spell to draw the photograph closer. As it approached, she finally discerned its contents. In the photograph, her father sat on a sofa, clad in resplendent attire, while her mother, holding a cherubic bundle, stood beside him. Lily glanced at No with questioning eyes. Hadn't he said she could see what she looked like as a child? "Where am I?" she asked. "No." Misinterpreting her inquiry, assumed she was comparing her former self to her current awkwardness. He closed his eyes slightly, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. However, a sigh from the doorway drew his attention. Shauna was gently caressing a corner of the photograph. "You were so small back then," she remarked, stroking the face of the infant in the picture, who had buried its face in its swaddling. At that moment, No noticed his daughter's eyes widening, resembling a startled frog. "Mother, what is this? Is this me?" Shauna continued to trace Noah's face and the wand in his hand in the photograph, where the man appeared displeased, clutching his wife's hand while glaring at an impudent woman outside the frame. Though Shauna smiled at the photograph, she did not address Lily's confusion, returning it to her husband's bedside and sending her tall, gangly daughter off to prepare dinner. The slightly burnt chicken in the pan reflected Lily's tumultuous emotions, but she quickly composed herself. It mattered not whether she was a meatball. It was enough that she was not a monkey. As school approached, she resolved to tear that book in the restricted section that had caused her so much worry over the past semester. Upon receiving the owl from Hogwarts, Lily felt a flicker of fear. Despite her confidence in the exams, she was still anxious about potential undiscovered pitfalls. "Dear Miss Starlys Black, your academic results for the third year at Hogwarts are as follows. Transfiguration exceeds expectations, astronomy acceptable, potions exceeds expectations, defense against the dark arts good, herbology exceeds expectations, charms acceptable, divination poor, care of magical creatures good, history of magic acceptable. Please have your guardian write to Professor Slughorn, head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, enclosing your application for a Hogsmeade pass and course selections for the next semester." Upon learning of these results, Noah was immensely pleased. Believing his daughter's journey from illiteracy to achieving 4 exceeds expectations was a remarkable accomplishment. She was far more accomplished than he ever was. He removed a large, multicolored gemstone ring from his finger and slipped it onto Lily's hand, expressing his hope for even better results in the future. Standing in the kitchen, Lily absent-mindedly stewed a chicken leg, scrutinizing the ring on her finger. The men's design was overly simplistic, the platinum band smooth and devoid of embellishments, fitting snugly on her index finger. Lily's hands, already slender and pale, bore prominent knuckles, rendering standard rings somewhat diminutive. However, this gem, large enough to avoid appearing insignificant, perfectly accentuated her delicate fingers. The egg-shaped gemstone is a rare piece of opal, shimmering with a mysterious blue-violet hue against a dark mineral backdrop, with edges adorned in colors reminiscent of the clouds at dawn. As the angle and light shift, it reveals an array of captivating light patterns. Within her heart, she senses an ineffable presence coiled tightly, a sensation that has propelled Liz forward unconsciously for the past 2 years, as if it possessed an innate knowledge of its destination. Though in truth, it had never dared to contemplate it clearly. Liz's emotions scream, yet her reason enforces a disorienting silence. As the nearly forgotten memories bring forth a bittersweet ache and anxiety, the torment endured, and the now overwhelming desire to gaze upon the world, nearly drowning her. Liz had yearned to embrace the outside world, but what awaited her were disheartening blows and losses. Only her mother's hands, at the last moment, could whisk her away, embodying the utmost significance. With a furrowed brow, she inhaled deeply to quell the sigh rising in her throat, and prepared the meal. This had become Liz's most cherished activity. Shauna observed Liz, who spent her days either cooking or delving into various studies, spells, potions, dark magic, curses, culinary alchemy, and occasionally experimenting with healing charms. Though proficient in all, none stood out remarkably. With a subtle glimmer of hope, she advised Liz to master at least one. As the school term approached, Shauna, veiled, confidently led the unmasked Liz into Diagon Alley. Their first stop was Gringotts, where they exchanged several lustrous gems for a hefty sack of galleons. When questioned about the gems' origin, Shauna dismissively replied that they were unearthed from her backyard. Ignoring the goblin's irate expression, she exited the bank. Next, Shauna guided Liz on a shopping spree, explaining her reluctance to exchange the gems for money, as the greedy goblins seemed to regard each jewel as if she had pilfered them. It had been years since Shauna had walked such a sunlit street, and though the current atmosphere was somewhat subdued due to recent panic, it evoked memories of leisurely days gone by. Eyeing a simple yet elegant hairpin, she intended to place it in her daughter's hair, only to be dismayed by Liz's hair, which resembled grass nibbled by a winged horse, prompting her to return the item to the shelf. Liz, regretting her recent decision to cut her hair short based on a trendy hair guide, cast a hair growth charm upon herself, looking up at Shauna with hopeful eyes. Previously, Shauna noted how much Liz resembled No, and now, with her rust-red hair grown long and styled with a shirt and trousers, she presented a rather peculiar image. Liz, perceptively restoring her hair to its previous state, purchased an ice cream boat sprinkled with nuts while she herself indulged in a simple cone. How sweet. In the end, Shauna selected a few hairbands for Liz, envisioning how they would be useful when her hair grew long enough to tie back. She warned Liz to avoid cutting her hair in such an unflattering manner again. Liz obediently agreed, clutching the shopkeeper's neatly packaged bag, trailing behind Shauna as she quietly inquired, "Mother, shouldn't we be cautious of anything?" About that group from last time she hesitated, uncertain of their intentions and whether they would seek trouble again. "Do not fret. We are merely ordinary people preparing for Hogwarts, are we not?" In truth, Shauna had ventured out with the intention of gauging the situation. After all these years, the dust of No's past should have settled by now. With Miss Ram's identity now under scrutiny, she could no longer afford to appear. As for the last group, they recognized only Miss Ram, not Shauna Black. Chapter 104. In the midst of their outing, Shauna even had Liz take Gargantua out for some fresh air when a shop became overcrowded, warding off the throngs of people around them, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely shopping experience. They ultimately departed with warm farewells from the shopkeeper, who mused that even if the great serpent was raised like a pig on her shoulder, it still instilled trepidation among the ladies, as a number of previous esteemed customers had been frightened away. Yet, today's expenditures from this lady would suffice to bring him a handsome profit. Shauna watched as Liz carried a dazzling wand sleeve, casting a puzzled glance at her daughter. Such flamboyance in her taste. Having completed their tour of shops in Diagon Alley, but still possessing some galleons, Shauna detested the feeling of leftover money and turned to lead Liz, who bore the snake, into Nocturne Alley. Though they had lingered in the shops there before, Liz had ventured out only a few times, and the place still mirrored her memories from when she was 11. She turned her gaze to the street corner, just a bend, and Nocturne Alley appeared dark and grimy, populated by malicious-looking wizards that sent shivers down her spine, while the brightness and warmth of Diagon Alley stood in stark contrast, as if they were two separate worlds. Just one corner separates light from darkness, the respective realms of white and dark wizards. Liz dutifully safeguarded their belongings, pointing her wand, made of blackthorn, at an ill-intentioned wizard approaching, signaling him to tread carefully. Shauna, unfazed, strode ahead, her head held high. Though Liz was uncertain where her wand was aimed, perhaps at the toothless old man nearby? A seller approached, rattling with wares, proclaiming intriguing items such as vampire fangs and mutated bats from Albania. Others silently unveiled their cloaks to display contraband. But Shauna merely cast a glance before losing interest and continuing on, with Liz trailing behind. After rounding a corner, Shauna tossed a glimmering assortment of forbidden potion ingredients to Liz to stow away. Empty-handed, Shauna stood at the entrance of a shop named Borgin and Burke's, calculating her remaining galleons. Before entering, she cautioned Liz not to touch anything, for the curses on the items within were far more perilous than her playful antics. Liz nodded, retracting her hand to grip Gargantua's tail, having noticed the tightly packed and numerous items inside, fearful that her clumsiness might lead to an accident. The low doorframe seemed to be a standard feature of Nocturne Alley. Upon entering, Liz's gaze was immediately drawn to a massive bronze contraption, exuding a strong metallic scent of blood. Utilizing her keen eyesight, she discerned it was a cursed torture device, lined with spikes that would impale anyone trapped within, leaving them with hundreds of perforations. Scattered across the floor were heaps of skulls, desiccated limbs of unknown creatures, and bizarre trinkets. Liz observed her mother, lowering her voice to inquire about something from the proprietor, whose hair glistened with grease. Liz instinctively stepped aside at the counter, studying a flickering candle that shimmered with iridescent hues, its strange aroma prompting her to stand back. The label read, "Candle made from the oil of giant snapes, effects unknown." Pursing her lips in distaste, Liz quickly shifted to a different spot where the wall and a row of display cases showcased an array of jewelry. The owner understood that gemstone adornments required sunlight to gleam brilliantly and attractively. Although he did not rely on this for sales, the shop's sole window remained nearby. Liz pondered carefully, referencing the knowledge gleaned from her previous readings on mineral and gemstone identification. The opal necklace bore a formidable curse, exquisite yet lacking in refinement. The Chinese jade bracelet exudes a sense of grievance, embodying a restrained yet noble elegance, albeit with a fragility that belies its beauty. Oh, the emerald gem is truly exquisite. Regrettably, the intricate embellishments are overly elaborate. What does the term enchantment signify in this context? Moreover, there lies a piece that appears to be an African opal, encased within a unique pendant box. Alas, opals are prone to losing their moisture, resulting in a loss of their vibrant fire. The most captivating of all, however, is that elongated labradorite bracelet. While it may not be opulent, its size is impressive. Each bead, approximately 13 centimeters in diameter, reflects a myriad of colors when rotated to a specific angle, resting upon a subtly understated gray background, adorned with intricate spiral carvings. Ah, how delightful. As Lise admired the bracelet, her peripheral gaze caught her mother extending her hand. She promptly placed her coin purse into her mother's palm. Boken, please package it just as we discussed with the materials, and also wrap up that dull gray bracelet Lise has been eyeing, Shauna remarked, casting a glance at the bracelet. Noticing a bit of gold galleons left in her wallet and feeling disinclined to continue browsing, Shauna handed the coin purse to Lise, saying, "Here you go, little lunatic. Your pocket money." As they entered the turnover alley, Shauna was curious to see if anyone still harbored memories of the Black family. Both No and Shauna. Boken's information and the passage of time confirmed that time is indeed the most effective method of washing away past troubles. Upon exiting the alley, Shauna exhaled. As long as they did not draw attention and cause trouble, the names No Black and Shauna Black could once again grace the wizarding world. Chapter 105. Lise, through her clothing, pinched the bracelet, feeling a rush of joy that her mother had purchased something she admired. The sensation of being noticed was simply marvelous. 3 days later, school commenced, and Lise boarded the Hogwarts Express with 2 trunks filled with books and half a trunk of clothes and odds and ends. This time, Shauna lingered on the platform for a moment, casting a few indifferent glances at Lise before departing. Lise in the carriage clenched her fists, waving them in delight to channel her happiness. Throughout the start-of-term feast, she radiated enthusiasm, appearing remarkably vibrant compared to her previous sullen and irritable demeanor, almost as if she were undergoing a peculiar form of self-inflation. That night, as Lise lay down, she had to cast a spell to enlarge her blanket quickly. With her head covered, her feet would inevitably protrude. She also conjured a magical flame in a cauldron that would continue to burn as long as she provided magical energy, casting a tranquil and warm blue glow. Nestled in the coolness of the September cellar, she reveled in the comfort of the flame's warmth, feeling utterly content. It was not until the following morning, upon glancing at her nearly full class schedule, that she somewhat emerged from her holiday reverie. This year, she had chosen not to enroll in divination, deeming it a waste of her life. Fourth-year students could now study ancient runes, a beneficial subject for her alchemical pursuits, which is why Lise opted for it. Glancing at her packed schedule, Lise encouraged herself, caressing the ring on her index finger. Her father expected her to achieve excellence, while her mother urged her to master a particular skill. After marking her core subjects, Lise took a gift for Madame Pomfrey to the infirmary, expressing her gratitude for the St. Mungo's weird cases she had received. Otherwise, Shauna would have been left with a permanent scar on her leg. A bemused Madame Pomfrey handed Lise a handful of magical stabilizers, complimenting her on finally appearing less alarmingly thin, even noting a significant improvement in her dark circles. However, as her magic remained unstable, she advised Lise that if, after this rapid period of magical growth, her condition persisted, it would be prudent to visit St. Mungo's, as magic is the very foundation of a wizard's existence. After bidding farewell to Madame Pomfrey with her textbooks in hand, Lise embarked on her first charms lesson. "Oh, my dear children, how delighted I am to see you again after the holiday. We have already mastered so much in the previous term." After summarizing the knowledge they had acquired, Professor Flitwick began to emphasize the challenges awaiting them this term. They would delve into the magic of emotions, magic, intent, and feelings, with the Patronus charm representing one of the most elusive emotions. It necessitates that a wizard channels their inner feelings during the casting process. After organizing the pile of books at her feet for balance, Flitwick continued, while other spells may not require the same intensity of emotion as the Patronus charm, they are nonetheless indispensable. With a flick of his wand, Flitwick silently cast a levitation charm, causing the books of the first row to float, and dislodging a shower of biscuit crumbs from a Hufflepuff boy's book. Magic is the arm, intent is the eye, and emotions serve as a form of control. Is it merely the levitation of one book, or all? The stronger and purer the emotion, the greater the power it unleashes. After setting aside the books, and deducting a point from Hufflepuff, Flitwick continued, in ancient times, there existed a spell known as love magic. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it may have involved some form of heartfelt sacrifice, as the protective and offensive capabilities it unleashed were virtually unparalleled. Of course, this knowledge has been lost, leaving us to wonder whether sincere emotion is exceptionally rare, or if knowledge itself is more scarce. The sentimental professor sighed, realizing he had digressed. So, our focus this term will be on how to cast the spells we learn more swiftly, effectively, and powerfully. You may find it challenging to reach the sentiment of the Patronus charm, but reflect on whether you ever experienced a surge of magic during your childhood. Young witches and wizards often find their emotions overflow, leading to a surge of magic. Think back. Noticing some students blushing, Flitwick jested. Do you recall the time you wet your pants as a child? Ha, just a joke. After 3 years of learning control, I now need you to learn how to control your loss of control. After shaking off the biscuit crumbs again from the Hufflepuff boy, he added, last year, your vase repeatedly mentioned chicken legs. What, now it desires biscuits? I understand this is difficult and strange, but children, this is the crossroads of spellcasting ability, mastery over magic, command of emotions and comprehension of spells, and so forth. Flitwick waved his wand to summon a roaring three-headed dog that filled half the classroom, then transformed it into a sorrowful daffodil, which rippled with water, dispersing the three-headed dog, the steam emanating a searing heat. This is your future, children, he remarked, pleased to witness the awestruck expressions on the young witches and wizards below. Today's parents merely summon a cup or perform household chores with their wands, causing their children to lose enthusiasm for the intricacies of spellcasting. Having absorbed these insights, Lise felt a newfound connection to the art of spellcasting. She attempted to cast a spell on a pair before her, summoning her desire for attention and hope for success. With a single incantation, she successfully sent the pair racing across the table, exclaiming, "Oh splendid, Slytherin gains 5 points. I believe, being the start of term, I should be a bit generous, shouldn't I? Control the release, clarify your targets, children." The professor reiterated the importance of control. As Lisa's exuberant pair careened onto another student's table, colliding forcefully with the pair that a Hufflepuff student had bitten into. Chapter 106. In the morning, Lise had only one charms lesson, followed by 2 classes in the afternoon. Ancient runes and potions. These 2 classrooms were quite distant from one another. One located on the 8th floor, and the other in the dungeons. Lise resolved to gather all her materials after lunch to prevent tardiness. However, she pondered whether she might take this opportunity to visit Lily before lunch, and test her recent ideas regarding spellcasting. Rushing towards the greenhouse to see the enchanted lily that Professor Sprout had taken in for the holiday, Lise was met with disappointment as she discovered it had already bloomed. The lilting melody echoing in her mind was that Scottish tune often hummed by Professor Sprout. The flower was utterly transformed, not only in scent and appearance but most crucially, it was no longer her own. What is lost is irrevocably lost, and what reappears can never reclaim its former essence. A heavy ache filled Lisa's heart as her grip on her wand tightened, turning her knuckles pale. With a forced smile, she informed Professor Sprout of her heavy coursework this year, and that she would no longer be tending to the lily. Departing the greenhouse under the professor's wistful gaze, Lise found herself beneath the beech tree atop a small hill. Raising her disguised hawthorn wand, she reflected on the desire to grasp tightly onto her magic while experimenting with new ideas. With a calm assessment of her feelings and the potency of her dark magic, Lise finally uttered the words, "It is not the dark magic that keeps me from clarity. Magic is merely magic, akin to the creatures studied last year. The classifications of black and white magic are but labels for wizards. Only the unforgivable curses, in Lisa's eyes, truly qualify as dark magic. Those dark wizards confined within Azkaban were not imprisoned merely for wielding dark magic, but for the harm they have caused. A slicing spell can be employed to kill. Just as ominous dark magic can provide shade, it is the choice of the wizard." Once the weight in her heart was lifted, Lise regained some appetite. Unusually seated at the dining table, devouring 2 drumsticks and half a salad. During dessert, she picked up a pudding from the side, even finding the inclination to critique it. It was overly sweet, losing the essence of its ingredients. As she pondered, her fleeting thought was interrupted by the side effects of her uncontrolled magical power. As malicious vibes from others wafted through the air, prompting Lise to glance irritably in their direction. C'est vrai snap. Just as she had grasped a glimmer of inspiration, he had disrupted her. Shooting him an annoyed glare, she noticed his plate was entirely clean, suggesting he had eaten nothing at lunch. Unable to suppress her innate curiosity developed during her first and second years, Lise followed Snape's gaze and spotted that red-haired Evans standing alongside the arrogant bespectacled Potter. Although they were admonishing Potter with a prefect, it was still a thorn in Snape's side. Perhaps her schadenfreude was too evident? Snape's dark gaze flickered towards Lise for a brief moment before he glanced at his empty plate and left the table, utterly dejected. Observing his disheartened demeanor, Lise couldn't help but smirk, for it seemed that the flower in his palm had truly wilted. Little did she know, she had been more shattered than Snape appeared to be last year. Her once somber and ghastly visage, frail and unrecognizable, had even led to the derogatory label of drug addiction. Now though Snape seemed unwell, his pallor and grease were not sudden developments, far surpassing Lise's former state by 100-fold. Finishing her dessert, Lise patted her shoulder, indicating to her companion to switch sides, as her left shoulder had grown sore. Glancing at her pocket watch, she resolved to wait in the Ancient Runes classroom, eager to preview the lesson's content. Seated in the classroom, Lise felt once again the solid reality of her illiteracy. Professor Babbling stood at the podium, explaining one incomprehensible language with another that was equally elusive. Closing her mouth, which had fallen open in despair, she lowered her gaze and began leafing through the accompanying dictionary for a beginner's guide to ancient runes, only to find it equally inscrutable. She then opened the magical phonetics chart, embarking on a laborious journey of listening and referencing, reminiscent of her first year. Few students had chosen this class, most of them being Ravenclaws, with even a lower year student in the back assessing its suitability for next year's electives. Sighing, Lee shamelessly edged closer to a nodding student, utilizing her extraordinary eyesight to copy their neatly organized notes. Having chosen the class, there was no turning back. Her father had insisted on better grades this year. No matter how challenging, could it be more difficult than studying the history of magic? Potions class was even more daunting. The difficulty this year soared compared to the last, laden with erratic steps devoid of any discernible pattern. Yet Lisa's inherent aptitude remained, often teetering on the brink of failure before retreating. Currently, no one in the class had attempted a second potion, leaving only a few top performers. Among them, Snape's brew stood out, boasting a pure earthy hue and an exquisitely precise scent of decay, earning him an extra 10 points from Professor Slughorn. Ultimately, out of the entire class, only 3 potions were submitted for grading, with Snape, Evans, Lupin, Potter, and a struggling Starlys Black being the only notable names. Overall, Slughorn appeared pleased and even invited 3 of them to join his Slug Club gathering. Just a chance for me to relax with some of the outstanding or promising students I've encountered, he chuckled. I look forward to seeing you all on Friday evening in the 8th floor classroom. Lise and Lupin crouched by the classroom sink, wielding large brushes, diligently scrubbing the stubborn residue of magical slime from the cauldrons. The water was too cold, and after a while, her hands began to ache. Lise contemplated giving up, but remembering she would need the cauldron for the next lesson, she steeled herself and continued scrubbing, growing increasingly vexed. Prior to potions class, Lise had removed her ring, placing it in the lizard skin pouch of her companion, as both successful and failed potions could potentially corrode, a source of great concern for her. Hence, she always treasured it within her friend's pouch before such endeavors. After frequently shifting positions on Lisa's shoulder, her companion grew impatient, ultimately settling into a peculiar posture, with the serpentine lower half nestled within Lisa's pouch while the upper half draped over her shoulder. Just as Lise was nearing completion, eager to finish and await dinner, Lupin suddenly nudged her. Startled, she sidestepped and inquired what was the matter. Lupin, merely listening to the conversation nearby, felt a pang of discomfort recalling his own situation. After much internal struggle, he summoned the courage to draw Lisa's attention, yet her exaggerated reaction startled him. Quickly lowering his head, he busily scrubbed the cauldron, his cheeks flushing as he muttered it was nothing, having accidentally exerted too much force and slipped. Lise was skeptical but saw no evidence to the contrary, so she moved to a faucet farther from Lupin, resuming her scrubbing while mentally organizing her schedule. After dinner, she intended to examine the labradorite bracelet her mother had purchased for her, which bore a rather troublesome curse effect of emotional disruption, leading to chaotic magic during casting. Furthermore, she had ancient runes class the day after tomorrow, and she needed to hasten her literacy. It seemed that late nights were inevitable, or she would struggle during the latter part of the course. At last, the cauldron was clean. Lise disregarded the disapproving glances from Potter and others as she confidently exited the potions classroom. After all, it wasn't their dormitory, so she could close the door without a second thought. Chapter 107. A fortnight later, during a herbology class, a Hufflepuff student had broken their arm during Quidditch practice and had taken a leave of absence, leaving only Alibo and Lise without partners during the group activity. Elle, bearing the wary gazes of the other little badgers, approached with an air of nonchalance. Ah, finally an opportunity to stand alongside you in a forthright manner. I must say, Lise, you were rather intimidating last year, but thankfully this semester you seem to possess the exuberance of a first-year student. Azel diligently repotted plants, occasionally stirring the dragon dung compost. His chatter was incessant, continuing until class concluded. Lise, we are still good friends, aren't we? Yes, we are still friends, Lise replied. Elle detected a subtle change in her choice of words, yet the Hufflepuff ethos dictated loyalty to friends, and since Lise had done no wrong, the fault lay with him. He rummaged in his pocket, finding only sweets, and disregarding the compost and soil smeared on Lisa's hands, thrust a handful into her palm, declaring that being friends was what mattered. He then carried the flower pot to submit his assignment. Lise shrugged, saying nothing, her thoughts drifting back to last year's Christmas gift, a rare cookbook. Now back at Hogwarts, with the school kitchens brimming with supplies, Perhaps she could attempt some of the intricate recipes to prepare for her mother upon returning home. During her free time, Lise began to delve into her charms essay. As Professor Flitwick had once again critiqued her work, stating that if her efforts were only this level, she could expect no higher than acceptable. After charms class, Professor Flitwick examined Lisa's paper and offered her an alternative path, believing that it was nearly impossible for Starlise Black to produce a comprehensive charm. Should you manage to create an innovative and complete charm, provided your essay maintains its current standard, you could achieve a commendable grade by the end of term. Observing the surprise in Lisa's eyes, Professor Flitwick continued, "Oh my dear, do not be too quick to rejoice. This is indeed a formidable task. Each week, I can grant you and others interested in charms an evening to experiment under my supervision." This child, while a good student, had over the years inadvertently caused harm to herself and others while wielding her wand. With aspirations of better grades, Lise fiddled with the ring on her finger, a sign of newfound potential for success, and hurried off to her next class. The previous year's defense against the dark arts teacher had settled in Nocturne Alley, resigning from his position, and this year brought a rather rotund professor, even more so than Slughorn, who was also a Slytherin alumnus. As he waddled, panting, he often paused to apologize while dabbing at his glistening forehead. On this particular day, he wore a shirt straining against its buttons, checking the progress of the last lesson while perspiring profusely, when suddenly, Professor McGonagall knocked and took a Gryffindor student away. Of course Minerva is her head of house. She is entitled to do so in my class, he reassured the curious students, flipping through his book. This semester they began to explore the knowledge of identifying, overcoming, and confronting dark magic. Indeed, the tyrannical power structure of dark magic is such that its effects can linger for a lifetime. Even in the tombs of ancient Egypt, the remnants of this aura can still be felt on mummies from a millennium ago. What does this imply? Listening to the sparse responses from below, the professor continued, almost in a soliloquy. Yes, difficult to heal, and its duration can be extensive. The consequences of such spells are irrevocable. In certain schools of thought, dark magic inflicts not only physical pain but can also damage the soul. For further insight, one might refer to a tome titled He Wiped His Brow, recalling yes, The Conflict of Light and Dark Magic, now a rare edition. If you have the opportunity, do visit my office. It provides a unique perspective and is quite enlightening. Lise recalled that she possessed this book, and resolved to read it upon her return. Next, I shall demonstrate some characteristics of dark magic, along with the damage and consequences they inflict, the professor continued after wiping his brow. If you ever find yourselves in a situation where you cannot fully protect yourselves, I hope you will have the sense to flee. Yes, flee. The Gryffindor students erupted in laughter at the rotund professor, with Sirius Black's guffaw ringing the loudest. The professor, seemingly oblivious, wiped his face and activated the magical projector. It's a bit blurry, but the primary characteristics should be evident. Regrettably, it appeared the professor had brought the wrong slides, and he awkwardly bent down, rifling through a stack of magical images. Where could they be? The increasing murmurs of discontent from the students seemed to fluster him, causing him to fumble in disarray. Professor, could you perhaps speak about what is currently on the slides? I realize it might disrupt your teaching, but I am genuinely interested, came a voice from the back. Lise recognized it instantly as Lily Evans's. Glancing at the muddled slides, Lise wondered what shadow had piqued Evans's curiosity. Oh, thank you, child, the professor responded, grateful for the timely intervention, squinting at the slides. Chapter 108. He shivered as he began. This is a Dementor. Yes, indeed, quite the subject of Dementors seemed to put the professor on edge. They are profoundly sorrowful and terrifying creatures that feast on human emotions. Official texts state they consume happiness and joy, yet I hold a differing view, he sighed. This slide was captured by me personally. Before confronting one, I believed it was merely a matter of casting a Patronus charm. What could be so frightening? But when that sucking sound echoed in the distance, I felt my happiness evaporate. I collapsed, rendered incapable of movement, as though I would never experience joy again. He pulled a piece of chocolate from somewhere, popping it into his mouth. Apologies, I think I need to relax a bit. Lise perked up as the topic of Dementors arose. Previously, Shauna had urged her to master the Patronus charm, yet to this day, Lise could only conjure a vast expanse of silvery mist without achieving solidity. Given that the Patronus charm was the sole defense against Dementors, surely the professor would touch upon it. Eating chocolate might alleviate some tension. My apologies for the poor clarity of this image. I was trembling too much to hold the camera steady, and it was the oar accompanying me to Azkaban who steadied me. The professor gasped, realizing he had strayed from the topic, and after a moment of contemplation, continued. The sucking sensation from the Dementa left me with nothing but despair and cold. Without that aura's presence, I might have succumbed to the Dementor's kiss. After returning home, I pondered why the Dementa would keep its distance, siphoning away my joy and happiness, only to approach when I was at my most desperate and cold. He wiped his brow and surveyed the students, refraining from voicing his speculations. As the guardians of Azkaban, you may never encounter a Dementor in your lifetime, but it is prudent to be prepared for the unexpected. Raising his wand, the portly professor closed his eyes, striving to recall something. The tip of his wand emitted a thin plume of silvery mist, which gently dissipated. Oh no. That's not right. Ever since my encounter with the Dementor, I've found it exceedingly difficult to successfully conjure a Patronus. Don't worry, I'll attempt it again. He sighed softly, summoning his guardian. A vast expanse of silvery mist re-emerged, gradually coalescing into a form. A strange creature materialized before everyone. An armadillo. Previously, my Patronus had been that of a stag. This new guardian appeared quite timid. When the students leaned in to observe it, it startled and immediately curled into a tight ball, retracting its head and limbs into its shell, wobbling slightly upon landing. Gazing at the little sphere on the ground, Lise glanced at the professor. Quite similar, indeed. Reflecting on her mother's wolf Patronus, she mused even more so. Professor, can a Patronus take on different forms? Is it shaped by the wizard's character and traits, and can that change? Evans inquired once more. Indeed it can change. The bond between lovers, family, or even significant upheavals can influence the appearance of a Patronus, the professor replied, popping 2 pieces of chocolate into his mouth and taking a sip of water. Patronuses are suffused with abundant happiness and joy. According to various texts, this is precisely what Dementors feast upon, which is why the Patronus is deemed the sole means of defense against them. Could it be that Dementors shy away from it out of fear of being overwhelmed? The students below were gradually captivated. A Slytherin student suggested it could be attributed to the power of spells. The professor shook his head, asserting that nothing is more complex and mysterious than the soul. Dementors can siphon happiness from the soul. It stands to reason that mere spell-induced joy would not suffice for them to extract it. Thus, the professor changed several slides, positing that Dementor's sustenance is not happiness and joy, but rather pain and despair. Those stolen moments of joy likely akin to stains on an apple, washed away before consumption. The next images displayed were of prisoners who had suffered the Dementor's kiss, alongside descriptions of the gaunt figures of Azkaban inmates. Ladies and gentlemen, death is preferable to imprisonment in Azkaban. Nevertheless, the students below displayed little interest in this revelation, instead clamoring to learn how to cast the Patronus charm. Each one yearned to discover what embodiment represented their soul. Potter leaned towards Evans, exclaiming in a lyrical tone, if my soul were to take shape, it would undoubtedly be that of a lily of love. This sentiment irked both Snape and Lise. A foolish, uneducated buffoon. A lily. To prevent a brawl from erupting in his classroom, the professor swiftly positioned himself between the trio. Clearing his throat with emphasis, he feigned a question, prompting Evans to elucidate the history and key components of the Patronus charm, then stood by, motionless. 2 of the 3 reluctantly obliged Evans, while the irked Lise had no choice but to sit down. The Patronus charm symbolizes the innermost self, and belongs to the realm of advanced magic. When casting it, one must focus on their happiest memory. Every Patronus is unique, as individual personalities and inner worlds vary, leading to diverse emotional expressions. Indeed, quite right. 5 points to Gryffindor for a flawless answer, the professor commended, clearly pleased with Evan's ability to maintain order. Furthermore, the Patronus charm embodies the force of righteousness, meaning that evil wizards are incapable of casting it. Upon hearing this, Evans glanced toward the Slytherin students, then at the professor before directing her gaze to Lise. Its incantation is Expecto Patronum. You may all attempt it. Recall your happiest memories and summon your strongest protective feelings. With the exception of a few Slytherins, the remaining students raised their wands, a chorus of Expecto Patronum resonating through the air. However, most could only muster a faint wisp of silvery mist, which dissipated swiftly. Lise, however, distinctly noticed that the silvery vapors conjured by the Gryffindor students were notably denser than those from the Slytherin side. Reflecting on the boisterous Gryffindors she often encountered, she recalled Snape's description, like a bunch of brainless mountain trolls, reveling in joy. So, could a lack of intellect lead to greater happiness? Chapter 109. As the professor organized the slides, he added, while the Patronus charm necessitates an abundance of joy, I must remind you that emotions induced by potions or joyful spells lack genuine potency. You must recall true, personal feelings. Lise, clutching her wand, sat at the back of the classroom, fixated on the few students who conjured the most silver mist until class concluded. Regrettably, she had not succeeded. Had she managed to summon a Patronus, she could have approached one of them to teach her. Alas, she merely sat there, watching her classmates for half the lesson. Upon exiting the classroom, Lise passed by Evans, who regarded her with a knowing look. Returning a glance of indifference, she walked away, considering herself far too occupied. That evening, Lise donned an invisibility cloak and ventured to the restricted section. The spell she wore allowed her to move without drawing attention as long as she did not hurry, a trick her mother had taught her during their escape into the forest. Lise first retrieved a book related to curses and quickly flipped through its pages, searching for the means to lift the curse on the elongated stone bracelet. After an extended period of reading, her vision grew blurry, and she hesitated to conjure a light source. She slipped beside another bookshelf, where a book emitted a green glow. Thus, she strained to read in the darkness for 3 days. Even during her arithmancy class, she struggled to discern her peers' notes. After consulting Madame Pomfrey, she was told that if she continued to read in bed, she would soon need glasses. What? Glasses like Potter? Lise protested. Her mother had already expressed disdain for her resemblance to Potter, and the thought of wearing glasses made her feel even less attractive. Consequently, after completing all her assignments by Sunday, Lise ventured to the restricted section again that evening, retrieving a bird claw that Hagrid had gifted her as a third-year remedy for magical creatures. Now it was no ordinary claw. In the darkness, it clutched a white crystal that glimmered faintly. Only Lise could perceive it, and the dim light was just sufficient when held above the pages. As she immersed herself in her reading, she noticed Professor McGonagall patrolling the library with a lantern. Lise knew it was her due to the distinctive sound of her high heels. Unlike the divination professor, whose footsteps were always languid, McGonagall's were purposeful, each step echoing in the hearts of the night-wandering students. Hiding behind the bookshelf, Lise waited with bated breath for McGonagall to pass before exhaling in relief and rolling her eyes. Clearly, she would need to secure a professor's note next time. Reading like this strained her eyes and nerves, and she lacked energy for daytime lessons. As she departed, Lise spotted that hefty book again, and recalling her fear of it being a monkey's transformation, she instinctively picked it up. The previous teasing about tearing it apart had been jest, as it was, after all, school property. Upon further inspection, she realized the unfamiliar script was runic. Furrowing her brow, Lise set the book down and returned to her dormitory for sleep. Tomorrow, there was potions class, and she could not afford to doze off. The following afternoon marked a care of magical creatures lesson. Lise had never held much interest in the subject, nor in the professor who had lost 5 fingers to the care of dangerous beasts, and typically attended class with a lackluster demeanor. Occasionally, I find myself intrigued enough to attentively listen to the lectures, though my father has often remarked that all elective courses are utterly worthless. However, this particular professor seems quite fond of Lise, appreciating her dexterity and quiet demeanor, as well as her remarkable ability to care for an intriguing snake. In class, the professor frequently showcases a variety of small, non-aggressive magical creatures. For instance, today's task involved the billywig, where we were to extract the floating long stingers from their tails. While this assignment posed minimal danger, it was undeniably tedious, as these creatures are known for their irritable nature and fierce aggression, resulting in painful stings that cause swelling. Should a wizard endure multiple stings, they might find themselves levitating off the ground. These stingers are one of the primary ingredients for the buzzing honey syrup, and Gagging had retreated into the lizard skin bag at the first sign of the creature's assault, peering out just enough to stealthily snatch a few while Lise was caught off guard. By the end of class, Lise, sporting a swollen, stung half of her face, made her way towards the castle. Despite applying a potion, she knew it would take an hour for her to fully recover. Her face throbbed with pain, and the swollen side of her visage had narrowed her eye to a mere slit, obscuring her vision. As she passed by other students, they recoiled with expressions of disdain and animosity upon seeing a Slytherin, leaving Lise utterly perplexed. Yet she was disinclined to dwell on it, as she had her own matters to attend to. Specifically, she needed to return to her dormitory to study, and was eager to wear the bracelet her mother had gifted her, which would undoubtedly complement her father's ring beautifully. In the subsequent defense against the dark arts class, Lise finally comprehended why those students harbored such antipathy towards Slytherin. The Gryffindor girl who had been called away during the previous lesson was contemplating withdrawal from school, though Dumbledore had persuaded her otherwise. Her family had fallen victim to the minions of the Dark Lord who championed pureblood supremacy, as they had refused to pledge loyalty and had spoken out against him, despite being a pureblood family themselves. The primary assailants in this massacre were Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband, a couple fervently devoted to the Dark Lord. who had ruthlessly slaughtered the entire family of wizards, including their house elf, before unleashing the dark mark over their burning home. The names Black and Lestrange, synonymous with the true Slytherin lineage, wield considerable influence among pureblood families, leading the entire school to regard Slytherin as the stronghold of dark wizards. Liz had never concerned herself with such matters before. Her parents were her guiding stars, and notions of pureblood, half-blood, or Muggle heritage held no significance for her. In an effort to validate her family's purported Nordic lineage, Liz had delved into numerous tales and texts about Norse mythology, which often depicted gods taking on human forms and marrying mortal women, thus birthing wizards with extraordinary powers. Therefore, Liz believed that every wizard's lineage inevitably contained Muggle elements. She held no reverence for pureblood superiority, viewing it merely as a means of vying for status through conflict. After witnessing the brutal displays of power in Nocturne Alley, Liz had become disillusioned with such ideologies, firmly believing that only exceptional strength serves as a currency for acquiring everything, whether in battles or under the scrutiny of her parents. Power is paramount. Nonetheless, it is true that descendants of pureblood families may possess a higher likelihood of excellence, attributed to the richness of their magical heritage and the legacy accrued through generations. However, this recent atrocity had escalated to a point that it began to encroach upon Liz's previously unaffected life. To make matters worse, a sixth-year Gryffindor girl had deliberately sought to provoke Liz,